Reverend Insanity Chapter 1509 to Chapter 1568. Even Feng Zhouge's heart shook when he saw Wisdom Gu. This was Wisdom Gu. It was once star constellation Immortal Venerable's vital Immortal Gu. There was no one who did not know of it. To think that it would appear in front of Feng Zhouge in such a situation today. Xianxia blessed land actually has Wisdom Gu. Feng Zhouge's heart shook intensely, he could not control himself for a moment. But soon, he forced himself to calm down. Bright light shined in his eyes, he looked at Wisdom Gu carefully, he was shocked to find that this rank 9 Wisdom Gu was a wild Immortal Gu. A thought instantly occupied Feng Zhouge's mind, that was to take this rank 9 Wisdom Gu away. Immortal Killer Move, obtain Treasure Song. He activated the killer move with unprecedented strength, it burst out with rank 8 level power. Obtain Treasure Song could help Feng Zhouge refine wild Immortal Gu directly. The song was warm and gentle, it was filled with a peaceful aura. Along with the song, Wisdom Gu, which was dancing on the branches, quietened down. Rank 9 Wisdom Gu? The variant human Gu immortals controlling the super immortal formation were shocked. Wisdom Gu was originally hidden in this valley, concealed by the land spirit of Xianxia. The variant human Gu immortals of the 3 races were outsiders after all, they did not discover this place. But now, this place was destroyed by Feng Zhouge, Wisdom Gu was exposed, the variant human Gu immortals of the 3 races sensed it. We cannot let him subdue Wisdom Gu. Quickly attack, disrupt him. Land spirit of Xianxia shouted anxiously, quickly ordering. Soon after, he added, but you have to be careful, don't destroy the Wisdom Gu. Even without his reminder, the variant human Gu immortals of the 3 races knew the value of this rank 9 Immortal Gu. But at this moment, to disturb Feng Zhouge without affecting the nearby Wisdom Gu, it was quite difficult for these variant human Gu immortals who had just familiarized themselves with the immortal formation to control the situation. The variant human Gu immortals could only grit their teeth and control the immortal formation, attacking Feng Zhouge with all sorts of attacks. Feng Zhouge grunted as he activated Song Warrior. Obtain Treasure Song Warrior flew towards Wisdom Gu, while the other Song Warriors helped Feng Zhouge to block the immortal formation's attacks. The variant human Gu immortals attacked too heavily, their attacks were dangerous to Wisdom Gu, but Feng Zhouge defended Wisdom Gu. Wisdom Gu sensed danger, its survival instincts took over as it escaped. Wisdom Gu sensed danger, its survival instincts took over as it escaped. Feng Zhouge's heart instantly sank to rock bottom when he saw this. Of Immortal Gu Immortals Gu is of Gu Shiyang, but Shi Gu was Lu. If I can't get my hands on it, then I'll just destroy it. Feng Zhouge rejected the idea as soon as it appeared in his mind. This was rank 9 Wisdom Gu, it was too much of a pity to destroy it. Furthermore, this Immortal Gu belonged to star constellation Immortal Venerable, if he could obtain it, it would be extremely beneficial to Feng Zhouge, the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent, and even the Celestial Court. Feng Zhouge was unwilling, he did not want to give up. Don't go. Feng Zhouge flew towards Wisdom Gu. Wisdom Gu was fast, but Feng Zhouge chased after it. Wisdom Gu sensed Feng Zhouge's threat, it buzzed and emitted an intense light. Light of Wisdom. Feng Zhouge was unavoidably shrouded in the light of wisdom. At once, countless thoughts appeared in his mind, his wisdom rose, his gaze became extremely sharp. All sorts of problems and questions in his cultivation were answered at this moment. Even though he did not get an answer immediately, many obstacles and bottlenecks were easily broken through. Oh no! Feng Zhouge was a legendary character after all, after being immersed in the light of wisdom for a few breaths, he realized something was amiss. He bit his tongue and forced himself to be clear-headed, before retreating rapidly. After leaving the light of wisdom, he looked at Wisdom Gu flying away with lingering fear. Such an amazing Wisdom Gu, in such a short time, my lifespan has been reduced by so much. A strand of hair in front of Feng Zhouge's forehead turned white. I came here to capture Guyue Fengjing and take Danghun Mountain because of Lady Ziwei's arrangements. But to think that there was a rank 9 Wisdom Gu here. I have already done my best, but I cannot take this Gu away alone. Xianxia blessed land probably cannot refine this Wisdom Gu, otherwise, they would have done it already. Feng Zhouge's thoughts moved like lightning. Immortal Gu were unique. A wild Immortal Gu was extremely attractive to any Gu immortal. Not to mention that in front of Feng Jioge was a rank 9 wild immortal Gu. Among them, the most crucial point was that this immortal Gu was Wisdom Gu. If Wisdom Gu is refined by them, it is almost impossible to snatch it. But it is still in a wild state now. I need to return and report this important information to the sect and celestial court. The next time I attack Xianxia blessed land, I need to get this Gu. Feng Jioge breathed in deeply. He looked at Wisdom Gu, which had shrunk to the size of a sesame seed, reluctantly before activating an immortal killer move. This immortal killer move, which used rank 7 fixed immortal travel as the core, was called Human Travel. It was created by the Space Path great expert Liang. Feng Jioge wasn't very familiar with this move, but this move had an unusual profundity. Once activated, not only could it send people to any place in the world, it could also send them back. The first half was the most difficult, but the second half was extremely simple. Liang's will had already activated this move. Feng Jioge was only using it to complete the second half. Swoosh. With a soft sound, Feng Jioge vanished on the spot. A few breaths of time later, the land spirit of Xianxia drove the silver giant and arrived. Damn it, Feng Jioge, you actually ran away. Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects, I will not let you off. The land spirit of Xianxia looked at the destroyed Xianxia blessed land as he roared in anger. Southern border, inside the immortal battlefield killer move. Lu Weiyin sighed deeply. 3 lives and 3 lives had passed, but Feng Yuan was not enlightened by him. I was wrong. I thought this Feng Yuan was heartless, or was filled with hatred and anger, that was why he harmed the world. But the truth is, he has abundant emotions, he lacks none. Even though he pursues strength, he is not biased. What really drove him to do this was his pursuit. This pursuit is deeply rooted in the deepest part of his heart, not to mention 3 lifetimes, even 100 lifetimes cannot destroy it. Such a person cannot be reformed. Master. Yi Fan muttered. At this time, not just him, Xianxia and the rest, as well as Tai Mianshen and the other Gu immortals, opened their eyes and woke up. The scenes in the 3 lives and 3 worlds left most people in a daze. They were all reminiscing about the profound feelings within. Lu Weiyin looked around, his gaze paused on Xianxia for a moment. Xianxia's eyes were red, she almost shed tears, her sorrow was indescribable. She had emotional entanglement with Feng Yuan in 3 lifetimes. Lu Weiyin nodded to himself as he said to everyone, I failed, this demon cannot be stopped, he is about to break the killer move and escape, let's leave. Yi Fan was shocked, Master, we clearly still have the advantage. Lu Weiyin smiled bitterly, I have already tried my best. Let's leave. The mortal Gu masters were confused, but Tai Mianshen and the Tui clan Gu immortals had a guess. Tai Mianshen said directly, Senior surname is Lu, and you specialize in Earth Path, are you the inheritor of Paradise Earth's true inheritance? Lu Weiyin nodded, that's right, I am Lu. As expected. E clan's Gu immortals sighed as they bowed to Lu Weiyin again. At the same time, they no longer had any doubts towards Lu Weiyin's words. Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable did not have any killer moves, the Paradise Earth true inheritance that he left behind was the same. Lu Weiyin was skilled in trapping and reforming enemies, this was the greatest specialty of Paradise Earth true inheritance. Among the 10 venerables, Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable was the most benevolent and compassionate, he was the one who restored order to the world by Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. But for some reason, such an immortal venerable did not choose Celestial Court, he stayed in southern border and left Paradise Earth's true inheritance here. In the silver-white sky, there were countless buildings. With a flash of jade light, Feng Jioge appeared in Ziwei Palace. Greetings to Lady Ziwei. Feng Jioge immediately regained his senses and cupped his fists. In the huge palace, Fairy Myrtle was sitting cross-legged on a cloud bed. Seeing that Feng Jioge had returned, she slowly opened her eyes. In an instant, her pupils shot out boundless starlight, it was dazzling and bright, illuminating the entire palace. Feng Jioge did not speak, he directly sent out an information path Gu worm. Fairy Myrtle received it and scanned it with her mind, she knew the result. Feng Jioge, you are indeed the current generation Dao Guardian of Great Dream Immortal Venerable, you did well this time. Fairy Myrtle did not stint on her praise. Feng Jioge smiled, this is that Guyue Fengzheng. Saying so, he opened his immortal aperture's entrance and took out the captive. Guyue Fengxing's eyes were shut. He was hit by Feng Zhouge's method and fell into a deep sleep. As for Feng Yuan's will in his body, it was completely suppressed by Feng Zhouge. Feng Zhouge placed Guyue Fengxing on the ground and sighed, I have already searched this person's soul. That Feng Yuan is truly a demon, he is extremely cold and merciless, he actually wanted to refine his own brother into a blood deity. But I don't understand, this person is only a mortal, even though he has a close relationship with Feng Yuan, why does he value him so much? Fairy Myrtle said slowly, the heavenly Tao is balanced, yin and yang revolve around each other, near the caves of poisonous creatures, there are often herbs that can detoxify. This Guyue Fengxing was born together with Feng Yuan, he is an obstacle specially set up by the heavenly Tao for Feng Yuan. If he is nurtured properly, he will be very useful against Feng Yuan in the future. So that's it. Feng Zhouge nodded. What a pity. As Fairy Myrtle spoke, she also searched Fengxing's soul. She sighed and continued, Feng Yuan didn't refine a blood deity and continue his blood Tao cultivation in his previous life. Otherwise, we would have used the Demon Judgment Board to lock onto Feng Yuan's position. In my opinion, Feng Yuan has yet to realize that the blood path he cultivated in his previous life was specially arranged by Providence. He did not cultivate the blood path in this life, so he should be using his fate to protect himself. Fate Gu has yet to be repaired, but the power of luck path is magnified, it is very obvious. You were able to succeed and return smoothly because you are a Tao protector. Your luck is strong, and you weren't suppressed by Feng Yuan's side. Feng Zhouge nodded. What about Danghun Mountain? Then what about Wisdom Gu and Xianxia Blessed Land? Just take it out. Fairy Myrtle smiled. Feng Zhouge was slightly dazed, he took out Danghun Mountain from his immortal aperture. This pink crystal mountain was huge, but when it landed in Ziwei Palace, it was suppressed and shrunk to the size of a palm, it was exquisite. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable rampaged in the world, he slaughtered all living beings and created Soul Path. The Celestial Court was the leader of the righteous path, before Spectral Soul became venerable, they sensed his threat and fought against him, they knew their enemies well. After Spectral Soul died, Soul Path continued to develop, even though it was suppressed by Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable, the Celestial Court's mastery of Soul Path methods had reached an extremely profound level. In fact, there were many Soul Path Gu immortals in the Celestial Court. Danghun Mountain had a vast number of Soul Path Tao marks, it was a secluded domain of heaven and earth of Soul Path. Since Fairy Myrtle could give Feng Zhouge the method to take this mountain, she naturally had an even more profound method to shrink the entire Danghun Mountain into a model. Fairy Myrtle waved her hand, Danghun Mountain floated into her hand as if it was weightless. Amazing, amazing. Fairy Myrtle looked at it for a while before nodding, with this mountain, Guts Gu can be obtained continuously, Jin Huang can benefit from it, it will be like adding wings to her dream realm exploration. Feng Zhouge smiled faintly. As a father, he was naturally happy to be able to help his daughter. As for Wisdom Gu, Fairy Myrtle pondered for a while, I must obtain this Gu, Zhouge, go and rest, we need to discuss this further. If they attacked Xianxia Blessed Land a second time, the other side would definitely be vigilant and make ample preparations. Especially when Feng Yuan might return, Fairy Myrtle would need to plan in detail. Yes. Feng Zhouge took his leave and left Ziwei Palace, he left Celestial Court and returned to Spirit Affinity House. Fairy Myrtle also left Ziwei Palace, she held Danghun Mountain in one hand as she moved slowly, a moment later, she arrived in front of a dark hall. This hall's plaque had 3 words written on it, Soul Suppression Hall. This was the rank 8 Immortal Gu House, the place where Spectral Soul was imprisoned. Fairy Myrtle smiled as she brought Danghun Mountain to Spectral Soul. Oh Demon Venerable, what do you think this is? Fairy Myrtle smiled lightly as she spoke. Spectral Soul was silent as steel. Fairy Myrtle nodded, stubborn as expected, a true demon. However, I didn't bring this mountain here to crush your will. I know you have used this mountain before, it is a place where you cultivated for many years. Coincidentally, I have this move, as long as I use it on something closely related to you, I can shake your mind and draw out all of your memories. Spectral Soul was still silent as if he was dead. The smile on Fairy Myrtle's face gradually vanished, cold lightning flashed in her eyes. All along, she had been troubled by Spectral Soul's stubbornness. She wanted to plunder his precious memories, but there was little progress. Now that she obtained Dang Hun Mountain, Fairy Myrtle had a rare breakthrough. She was going to teach Spectral Soul a lesson first. At the next moment, the Immortal Killer move was activated. The whole of Soul Suppression Hall let out a buzzing sound as radiance shot out in all directions. The radiance shone on Dang Hun Mountain. It also enveloped Spectral Soul. Spectral Soul resisted with all his might, but this move was too powerful. The memories related to Dang Hun Mountain were drawn out. They appeared in front of Fairy Myrtle. The young Spectral Soul found Dang Hun Mountain for the first time. He was shocked and overjoyed. After many setbacks, Spectral Soul finally occupied Dang Hun Mountain and cultivated secretly. Spectral Soul thought hard and finally found a way to relocate Dang Hun Mountain. After a series of setbacks, he finally obtained this mountain. Spectral Soul created Soul Path. He gradually found more uses for Dang Hun Mountain. It was not as simple as harvesting guts goo. He created the Soul Shaking Formation. It could use a vast number of Soul Path Dao marks on Dang Hun Mountain to increase the power of the Immortal Formation. Since there is a Soul Shaking Immortal Formation, why did Feng Yuan not set it up? Is it because he feels safe in Xianxia Blessed Land, or does this formation require too many Immortal Goo? Fairy Myrtle saw this and felt some doubts. But soon, her doubts were resolved. It turned out that once Dang Hun Mountain became a part of the Immortal Formation, it could not be used to produce guts goo anymore. Fairy Myrtle continued to watch. The scenes related to Dang Hun Mountain replayed in her mind, scenes of Spectral Soul's cultivation. Even though most of them were unimportant, many of them contained precious cultivation information. Even for the Celestial Court, they were extraordinary gains. After Spectral Soul became venerable, he placed Dang Hun Mountain in City Well. Next, he used an Immortal Killer move to use City Well to modify Dang Hun Mountain. This replayed memory made Fairy Myrtle's heart shake. This move, orderly, is so powerful. City Well is a rule path secluded domain of heaven and earth. Using City Well, Dang Hun Mountain's Soul Path Dao marks could no longer resist Time Path. This is probably the profundity of Sovereign Immortal Fetus Goo. Fairy Myrtle had already deduced Sovereign Immortal Fetus Goo. She knew some of its unique uses. After all, Feng Yuan had exposed a lot of valuable clues in battle. She was not wrong at all. Sovereign Immortal Fetus Goo could make all Dao marks non-conflicting. The origin was City Well. It was because of this orderly pattern. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable paid a huge price to modify Dang Hun Mountain, but it was worth it. From now on, Dang Hun Mountain could use Time Path Immortal Killer moves to easily return to its previous state. The following memories were of Spectral Soul Demon Venerable using Dang Hun Mountain to deduce many Immortal Killer moves. These Immortal Killer moves were extremely powerful, but they would often damage Dang Hun Mountain. But every once in a while, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable would use Time Path methods to restore Dang Hun Mountain to its previous state. These methods are truly amazing. To be able to become a Demon Venerable, his talent is truly shocking. Fairy Myrtle's eyes shined with bright light as she praised. These Immortal Killer moves were precious cultivation content. They were very beneficial to Celestial Court. Especially now that Dang Hun Mountain was in their hands, these Immortal Killer moves could all be used. Among the many killer moves, there was one that attracted Fairy Myrtle's attention. This move can actually detonate Dang Hun Mountain and create a terrifying soul explosion. Any living being's soul could detonate and create a soul explosion. Soul Beast's soul explosions were often very powerful, but this Dang Hun Mountain soul explosion surpassed the limit. It could even cause a mountain to detonate. It was purely using these Soul Path Dao marks. It was ingenious. Ah. Wait. Fairy Myrtle's pupils shrunk as she realized something amiss. Boom. At the next moment, an earth-shattering explosion occurred. The entire Dang Hun Mountain exploded into powder. Southern border. Myriad dragon roars resounded. The entire immortal battlefield collapsed. Feng Yuan flew out like a bolt of lightning. Once he escaped, he received a large number of requests for reinforcements. What? Xianxia Blessed Land was attacked by the Celestial Court. And it was led by Fengjoga? Feng Yuan was shocked. He encountered Lu Wei-yin and was temporarily trapped. At the same time, Xianxia Blessed Land was attacked by the Celestial Court. No one would believe that there was no connection between these two events. Oh? They retreated in defeat? Most of the central continent Gu immortals died, only Feng Jioge survived? Fang Yuan looked at the land spirit of Langya's message before turning to look at Sixth Hair's letter. Sixth Hair was a spy planted in Langya. Sect by Shadow Sect, he was on Fang Yuan's side, his information was the most reliable. From Sixth Hair's letter, Fang Yuan quickly understood the entire situation. So Feng Jioge saw that the situation was not right and retreated. Fang Yuan's eyes shined with bright light, but this was not a place for him to think calmly. The rank 8 Gu immortals of Southern Border's Righteous Path forces might be on their way here. Fang Yuan quickly retreated. Along the way, he used the method that he had left behind to detonate Danghun Mountain. The Celestial Court attacked Langya Blessed Land. They had clearly planned this for a long time. Methods that can uproot a mountain are not common, but Feng Jioge directly took Danghun Mountain away. This is a deliberate scheme to destroy my foundation. Unfortunately, how can my Danghun Mountain be taken away so easily? Fang Yuan placed Danghun Mountain in Langya Blessed Land. On one hand, it was to express his sincerity in cooperating with Langya sect to manage the Gutsgu business and save his energy. On the other hand, Fang Yuan left behind a backup plan. He was not afraid that Langya sect or other Gu immortals would take Danghun Mountain for themselves. While flying, Fang Yuan sent his consciousness into his immortal aperture. Landscape as before, he activated a rank 6 immortal Gu, aiming at a huge rock that had been preserved. This mountain rock came from Danghun Mountain, a part that Fang Yuan had cut off long ago. Right now, Danghun Mountain's main body had already self-destructed. This mountain rock was the largest remaining Danghun Mountain rock in the world. When Fang Yuan used landscape as before immortal Gu, this mountain rock immediately expanded, becoming bigger and bigger as it started to develop into the complete Danghun Mountain. Secluded domains of heaven and earth are like immortal Gu, they are unique. Danghun Mountain was remodeled by spectral soul demon Venerable back then, under the illumination of landscape as before Gu. This Danghun Mountain rock will definitely be able to restore the complete Danghun Mountain. Fang Yuan was very confident. Although Danghun Mountain was taken away, he did not lose it. In time, Danghun Mountain would once again return to his hands. However, this process would take a long time. Landscape as before Gu was only rank 6, while Danghun Mountain was a secluded domain of heaven and earth that was similar to a rank 9 immortal Gu. The Danghun Mountain rock that Fang Yuan took away was much smaller than the entire Danghun Mountain. The Celestial Court had planned for a long time, and Feng Jioge had personally made a move. Fang Yuan had suffered many losses. Firstly, the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle was not taken back, and secondly, Danghun Mountain was temporarily destroyed. To recreate Danghun Mountain, it would take some time and a large amount of immortal essence. Finally, Guyue Fangjing was taken away, and Fang Yuan's blood deity cultivation plan was thwarted. Fortunately, Wisdom Gu was not taken away, nor was it destroyed. The situation at that time was very dangerous. If Feng Jioge was determined to destroy Wisdom Gu, just Wisdom Gu alone would not have any hope of survival. But Feng Jioge did not kill it in the end. This made Fang Yuan rejoice, but he also understood that the Celestial Court's subsequent attacks would not stop. Feng Jioge took the initiative to retreat. It meant that the Celestial Court would definitely attack again, but when would they attack Langya Blessed Land? Who would the Celestial Court send to attack Langya Blessed Land next time? And what method would they use? These were all questions. Fang Yuan landed in an ordinary valley. Right now, he was far away from the battlefield. He had been very careful on the way here. He should be safe for now. Fang Yuan concealed his aura and set up a Gu formation to warn him, before closing his eyes and making deductions. After a while, he opened his eyes. He had already understood the entire situation, as if he had personally experienced the intense battle between Langya sect and Feng Jioge. I can confirm that fixed immortal travel is in the hands of the Celestial Court, and it seems to have been raised to rank 7. It also has an accompanying immortal killer move. Any changes in Langya Blessed Land could not escape the senses of the land spirit of Langya. The sudden appearance of Feng Jioge's group was also memorized by the land spirit of Langya. These clues were all sent to Fang Yuan. With sufficient clues and Fang Yuan's Wisdom Path Foundation, Fang Yuan immediately understood how Feng Jioge managed to infiltrate Langya Blessed Land. To prevent fixed immortal travel, I have already altered Danghun Mountain's appearance, but Feng Jioge appeared on the 3 continents. This information leak is likely related to the missing hairy man Gu immortals. It will take a lot of effort to change the terrain of these 3 continents. Even if we do that, we will not be able to stop the Celestial Quartz invasion. If I am not wrong, even though the Celestial Quartz Gu immortals did not successfully set up an immortal Gu formation, just looking at how Feng Jioge retreated so easily, he must have left behind some arrangements in Langya Blessed Land. All sorts of thoughts flashed in Feng Yuan's mind. The Celestial Court did not make a move, but once it did, it was earth-shattering. If not for the fact that Feng Yuan had made many preventive measures in this period of time, Langya Blessed Land, which had lost Refinement Cauldron, might have already been conquered by Feng Jioge. Feng Yuan had already done enough, but the Celestial Quartz foundation was too deep. Like this time, just by using the methods left behind by the Time Path great expert Liang, Feng Jioge's group managed to break in. The Celestial Court was the most difficult opponent to defend against. Because no one knew how many trump cards it had, Feng Yuan sighed, before contacting the Land Spirit of Langya. He told the Land Spirit of Langya about his experiences. He also told it about his guess that Lu Wei-yin was likely Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's inheritor. Even though the Land Spirit of Langya was angry that Feng Yuan did not appear at the crucial moment to defend Langya Blessed Land, Feng Yuan was speaking the truth. The Land Spirit of Langya could not pursue the matter. This time, the Celestial Court's attack did not succeed, but they found Wisdom Gu. They will definitely come again. Feng Yuan, as Langya Sect's Supreme Elder, Langya Sect needs your battle strength, quickly come back to defend. The Land Spirit of Langya said. Feng Yuan smiled. Of course not. Langya Blessed Land had indeed helped Feng Yuan a lot. It could be considered as Feng Yuan's base, but it was impossible for Feng Yuan to be restricted because of this. Right now, the Celestial Court had the upper hand. As long as they repaired Fate Immortal Gu, they would be undefeatable. If Feng Yuan stayed in Langya Blessed Land, the Celestial Court would definitely laugh their heads off. This was what they wanted to see. Feng Yuan stayed in Langya Blessed Land. He had no way out. He had to go out and search for cultivation resources to grow rapidly. Once he grew to a certain extent, Feng Yuan would take out Red Lotus True Inheritance. No matter how much the True Inheritance could help him, he had to destroy the Celestial Court's plan to repair Fate Gu within 10 years. Only by doing this would he not die. This was the only way out. Otherwise, when Fate Gu was repaired, all the Gu immortals in the world would be affected by Fate's arrangements. How many otherworldly demons like Feng Yuan would there be? The Celestial Court would return to its peak. Feng Yuan would not be its match. Even if Langya Blessed Land is attacked and Wisdom Gu is destroyed, I will not disrupt my cultivation plan because of Langya Blessed Land. A cold light flashed in Feng Yuan's eyes. Of course, he would not say these words to the Land Spirit of Langya. Right now, the alliance agreement on Feng Yuan could no longer restrict him. During this period of time, the self-cleansing immortal formation was not just for show. Let's talk about the compensation. Feng Yuan said to the Land Spirit of Langya after some perfunctory words. Ah. The Land Spirit of Langya's expression sank. Back then, he had made an agreement with Feng Yuan. If Danghun Mountain and Wisdom Gu were lost or destroyed, they would be compensated at 10 times the value. Wisdom Gu was not destroyed. The Land Spirit of Langya let out a sigh of relief. But Danghun Mountain, at least, it was lost now. Do you know that if the Celestial Court obtains Danghun Mountain, they would have an endless supply of Guts Gu? It would be a huge help to them. Feng Yuan saw that the Land Spirit of Langya was silent. He exerted pressure. Don't talk about this. I will compensate you, don't worry. The Land Spirit of Langya replied. I believe you. How can First Supreme Elder be a dishonest person? Feng Yuan chuckled. What kind of compensation do you want? The Land Spirit of Langya asked. Danghun Mountain was a secluded domain of heaven and earth. It was the only one in the 5 regions. Danghun Mountain produced Guts Gu. It was a monopoly trade. As long as there were enough souls, it was an inexhaustible gold mine. The value of this was huge, multiplied by 10 times. It was the price that Land Spirit of Langya had to compensate Feng Yuan. If it was an ordinary blessed land or even a grotto heaven, this compensation might not even be enough even if they sacrificed themselves. But for Langya Blessed Land, it had the ability to pay back. back then, when Fang Yuan and Land Spirit of Langia agreed on this compensation agreement, how could Fang Yuan not consider this? There was no doubt that Langia Blessed Land was the #1 blessed land in the 5 regions, especially after Imperial Court Blessed Land was destroyed. Its foundation was extremely deep, it had the ability to compensate, Fang Yuan had no doubt about this. Putting everything aside, Fang Yuan first mentioned Wisdom Gu to Land Spirit of Langia. I need to move Wisdom Gu into my immortal aperture. So the first compensation is the method to move Wisdom Gu. This method was the core of Langia Sect's inheritance. Fang Yuan had always wanted it, but even when they exchanged true inheritances, he did not succeed. Land Spirit of Langia firmly held on to this method. He was not stupid. If he gave this method to Fang Yuan, wouldn't that mean that Fang Yuan could take Wisdom Gu away himself? Although Wisdom Gu was wild, it did not belong to Langia Sect. Back then, Langia Blessed Land's Hairy Man Gu Immortals came to Hu Immortal Blessed Land and brought Wisdom Gu. Land Spirit of Langia's expression changed. Fang Yuan's request was like a sharp sword, stabbing at Land Spirit of Langia's heart, making Land Spirit of Langia have no choice but to agree. Land Spirit of Langia's scheme was to use Lifespan Gu to feed Wisdom Gu, attempting to control Wisdom Gu. Thus, he was willing to pay Lifespan Gu to help Fang Yuan raise Wisdom Gu. Unfortunately, even now, Land Spirit of Langia had not achieved his wish. This method did not seem to work. Fang Yuan's request now was the same as asking for Wisdom Gu again. This way, the Land Spirit of Langia's previous efforts would all be for naught, and Fang Yuan would have worked hard. Of course, he was unwilling, but he couldn't bring himself to oppose it clearly. After all, Wisdom Gu might be a wild immortal Gu, but it was taken from Fang Yuan's blessed land by the Hairy Man Gu Immortals. Therefore, the Land Spirit of Langia said hesitantly, "Is this okay? Actually, if we can control Wisdom Gu, we can use it as the core to construct the Immortal Gu House secluded residence. With this house, not only can I protect myself, but I can also guard against the schemes of almost everyone in the world." Fang Yuan smiled and said, "Supreme First Elder, although your plan is good, it is very difficult to realize. Are you confident that you can realize it as soon as possible?" The Land Spirit of Langia was at a loss for words. Fang Yuan continued, "The situation is dangerous now. It is not good for you to conceal Wisdom Gu. Feng Jioge found Wisdom Gu. Feng Jioge's discovery represents that Celestial Court has also discovered it. They will not let this matter rest. They will definitely invade Langia Blessed Land again. By then, what if they take Wisdom Gu away?" The Land Spirit of Langia sighed deeply. Fang Yuan was speaking the truth. Secluded residence was only a castle in the air. The Celestial Court was attacking now. Actually, the Land Spirit of Langia had already tried his best to conceal Wisdom Gu, but Feng Jioge's investigative methods were extremely sharp. They were discovered by the latter in the end. Wisdom Gu was once Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's possession. Now that it was discovered, it was obvious that Celestial Court would place great importance on this place. The next invasion would definitely be a fierce one, it would be a huge threat. Fang Yuan's words were reasonable, but he was truly unwilling to let the Land Spirit of Langia give up on his plan. At this time, Fang Yuan said again, "First Supreme Elder, secluded residence is good, but it has its disadvantages too. If Langia Blessed Land was truly turned into a paradise, a place where no one would care about, would the Hairy Man Gu Immortals still have the motivation to cultivate? We want to create Hairy Man dominance. If these Hairy Man Gu Immortals live under the protection of secluded residence, wouldn't they return to their previous state?" The Land Spirit of Langia was stunned. Fang Yuan's words made sense. What Hairy Man Gu Immortals lacked was a sense of danger. The previous Land Spirit of Langia protected the Hairy Men too well. These Gu Immortals did not have the ability to fight at all. As a result, when Shadow Sect invaded, they were almost conquered by Shadow Sect. They could not return to their previous state. The Land Spirit of Langia breathed in deeply, nodding heavily. "Fang Yuan, I agree to your request. I will give you this method in its entirety. 10 Danghun Mountains as compensation. This method is worth half a mountain." "All right." Fang Yuan did not doubt the price of the Land Spirit of Langia. The Land Spirit of Langia would not lie. Negotiating with him was very beneficial to Fang Yuan. "Next, I need some Lifespan Gu." Fang Yuan raised his second request. If he moved Wisdom Gu into the Sovereign Immortal Aperture, he would no doubt have to bear the burden of feeding it. Even though Feng Yuan had lifespan goo, it was not safe to rely on them. Alright. The land spirit of Xianxia agreed readily this time. He was the land spirit. As long as Xianxia blessed land existed, he could exist with it, thus he had no need for a lifespan goo. Of course, the hairy man goo immortals in Xianxia sect also needed lifespan goo to extend their lifespan. However, hairy men were variant humans, their lifespan was much longer than humans. Secondly, feeding wisdom goo was more important than extending the lifespan of the hairy man goo immortals. Thus, Feng Yuan used 1.5 Dang Hun Mountain as compensation to obtain a large amount of lifespan goo in Xianxia blessed land. Long hair ancestor was a person from 300,000 years ago. Xianxia blessed land had a long history. After 300,000 years, it had obtained a large amount of lifespan goo. In this compensation, even though Feng Yuan took away most of the lifespan goo, Xianxia blessed land still had some left. Feng Yuan calculated, this way, if he used all the lifespan goo he had on himself, he could extend his lifespan to over 4,000 years. Red Lotus Demon Venerable had only lived for over 3,000 years. This also meant that if Feng Yuan used all these lifespan goo, he could live longer than Red Lotus Demon Venerable. Of course, the prerequisite was that he would not be killed by external forces during this period of time. And if these lifespan goo were used to feed wisdom goo, they could last for a long time. However, Red Lotus Demon Venerable had the shortest lifespan among all the Venerables. Limitless Demon Venerable and Reckless Savage Demon Venerable had lived for over 6,000 years, Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable was over 7,000 years old, while Giant Sun Immortal had lived for over 8,000 years. The three who lived the longest were all in Celestial Court. Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable was over 12,000 years old, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was 19,000 years old, while Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable was over 25,000 years old. He was the first immortal venerable in human history, and also the person who lived the longest among all the venerables. Immortal and demon venerables have lived for a long time, but in history, there were also many rank 8 and rank 7 goo immortals who lived for a long time, reaching thousands of years. There was no lack of immortal and demon venerables as well. But now that the 5 regions chaotic war is approaching, the Great Era is about to begin. In this era, lifespan goo will become fewer and fewer. Especially when Great Dream Immortal Venerable becomes rank 9, lifespan goo will become extremely rare. Heaven and earth will no longer produce them, until there are no more lifespan goo left. Feng Yuan thought to himself, the lifespan goo in his hands were extremely valuable, and as the era progressed, their value would continue to rise. According to historical records, many great experts and old monsters were willing to pay any price to extend their lifespan and live for a few more days. Lifespan goo was only immortal goo, but there were many examples in history where lifespan goo were exchanged for immortal goo. The compensation that Feng Yuan wanted now was based on land spirit of Xianxia. It was based on the current value of lifespan goo. This undoubtedly gave Feng Yuan a huge advantage. Of course, if his Dang Hun Mountain developed well, its prospects would be very good. After settling on the compensation of lifespan goo, Feng Yuan used 1 Dang Hun Mountain to exchange for a large number of Xianxia sect contribution points, as well as beast enslavement immortal goo. Feng Yuan had used beast enslavement immortal goo several times before, it was very useful. As for Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus, Feng Yuan did not need to think to know that land spirit of Xianxia would not give away this immortal goo. This way, out of the 10 Dang Hun Mountain compensation, only 7 remained. Feng Yuan was prepared to make a big move this time. I want to use 7 Dang Hun Mountain compensation to exchange for something in my sect. Feng Yuan said to Land Spirit of Xianxia. Land Spirit of Xianxia immediately became nervous, it shuddered and asked, "Oh? What do you want to change?" To be continued. In exchange for what? Feng Yuan smiled lightly, continuing, naturally refinement path true meaning. Ah. You actually knew that my sect had refinement path true meaning? Land Spirit of Xianxia almost jumped in shock. This was Xianxia sect's greatest secret, it was also the deepest and most valuable treasure in their treasury. What was true meaning? True meaning was actually a type of will. Wisdom path had 3 elements, thoughts, wills, and emotions. True meaning was the will of the 3 elements. Of course, not just true meaning, there were also fake will, special will, intentional will, deliberate will, hostile will, battle will, and so on. There were countless wills, but true meaning was the most valuable among them. It was also the most attractive. It could even make Gu venerables chase after it endlessly. The northern icy plain of northern plains was created by reckless savage demon venerable back then. It contained reckless savage's true meaning. Thus, when Gu masters undergo immortal ascension in the northern icy plain, they would draw out reckless savage's true meaning. When Gu immortals obtained this true meaning, their transformation path or strength path attainment levels would rise. Dream realms also contain true meaning plus 3 true meaning. The reason why Feng Yuan could raise his attainment levels of all paths in the dream realms he explored was because he had absorbed the true meaning within them. Thus, true meaning often meant that one's attainment level would rise. Why was the chaos of the 5 regions the unprecedented and most magnificent era? The root reason was because dream realms appeared all over the world, allowing many people who successfully explored them to obtain the true meaning within, causing their attainment levels to rise. The accumulation of attainment levels often required a long period of time. But because of true meaning, this process was greatly shortened. This allowed elites and geniuses to surge out from all over the world, competing and killing each other, creating an unprecedented chaotic world. The importance of true meaning went without saying, but the true meaning hidden in the deepest part of Xianxia sect had an even greater origin. Thus, the true meaning originated from long-hair ancestor. Who was long-hair ancestor? A rank 8 refinement path great expert, known as the #1 refinement path immortal since ancient times. In the long history of humanity, spanning over 10 million years, in this long river of time, there were 3 peak experts in refinement path. They were old eccentric Tian Nan, old immortal Kong Ju, and long-hair ancestor. Long-hair ancestor's skill in refinement path was something that even thieving heaven demon venerable and giant sun immortal venerable had to admit defeat. The 2 venerables had asked long-hair ancestor to refine Gu for them. Later generations had calculated that long-hair ancestor had refined at least 38 immortal Gu in his life. And this was just a summary of historical events, not including the legends and stories. If unofficial records and rumors were included, the number of immortal Gu was enough to surpass 100. More terrifyingly, most of these immortal Gu were not rank 6, they were rank 7 or rank 8, high-level immortal Gu. Xianxia sect's refinement path intent was the intent left behind by long-hair ancestor. It was perfectly preserved. If Feng Yuan obtained it and absorbed all of it, his refinement path attainment level would immediately soar to quasi-supreme grandmaster. This was equivalent to reaching the heavens in a single step, an ant growing into a prehistoric giant beast in an instant. It was like a starving beggar suddenly becoming the richest man in the country. It was such a concept. The reason why the word quasi was added was because Supreme Grandmaster level required one to surpass the foundation of the entire world in this path, to create a complete innovation from nothing. Feng Yuan naturally could not do this. If he obtained this refinement path true meaning, he would only be inheriting long-hair ancestors' entire attainment level. He would not be able to improve on this foundation and surpass the refinement path foundation of the entire world. Feng Yuan did not have extravagant hopes of becoming a supreme grandmaster. In his opinion, this title was more of a supreme glory. Quasi-supreme was enough for Feng Yuan to look down on all the refinement path Gu immortals in the 5 regions and 2 heavens. As long as he obtained this true meaning, he would go from a small hill to the highest peak. Gu were the essence of heaven and earth, while man was the spirit of all living beings. There was no strongest Gu worm in the world, only the strongest Gu immortal. And what did Gu immortals mean to be the strongest? Attainment level was definitely one of the most important criteria. With quasi-supreme grandmaster refinement path attainment, it was equivalent to having a transcendent height and the most solid foundation. Everything else could be attached to it. Using the compensation of 7 Danghun mountains to exchange for a will, wouldn't Feng Yuan suffer a loss? Of course not. No matter how many Danghun mountains there were, it only represented a large amount of cultivation resources. And among the numerous cultivation resources, what was the most precious? Attainment level was definitely the answer most people would give. You want the refinement path true meaning left behind by my main body after my death? Impossible. Land spirit of Xianxia flatly refused. Feng Yuan was already mentally prepared for land spirit of Xianxia's attitude. He smiled. First Supreme Elder, our Xianxia sect has stored this will for over 300,000 years. This true meaning has always been stored and has not been used. What difference is there between it and a dead object? Don't tell me you want to leave this refinement path true meaning to the current hairy man Gu immortals? Land spirit of Xianxia quickly shook his head. Ever since Xianxia blessed land was created, the previous land spirit has been testing it, but these hairy Mangu immortals are not qualified. Then give it to me. Fang Yuan immediately said. You? You are even less qualified. Land spirit of Xianxia said directly with a firm attitude. Fang Yuan let out a silent smile. Right now, this land spirit of Xianxia that he was dealing with had the ideology of hairy democracy. He firmly believed that hairy men were superior to humans, hairy men should rule the world and humans should rely on hairy men to survive. Land spirit of Xianxia did not even care about those hairy Mangu immortals, much less Fang Yuan who was a human. Long hair true meaning is the supreme treasure of my hairy man tribe, no matter how useless it is, even if my hairy Mangu masters benefit from it, I cannot let a human like you enjoy it. Land spirit of Xianxia's thoughts were roughly similar to this. Fang Yuan breathed in deeply. The following persuasion would be crucial. He had already thought it through. He solemnly said to Land spirit of Xianxia, First Supreme Elder, it is not like you do not understand the current situation, it is very dangerous. If the celestial court fails once, they will attack a second time, a third time, until they succeed or fail completely. The celestial court will not give up. I understand this. Land spirit of Xianxia said in a heavy tone. If I have this refinement path true meaning, my strength will rise by a lot, I will be more confident in helping Xianxia sect resist the celestial court. Xianxia sect has helped me so much, this is my home, I will not watch the celestial court destroy it. If I become a refinement path quasi-supreme grandmaster, I will be able to refine immortal goo and modify the super formation in Xianxia blessed land. You also know that I inherited the inheritance of Shadow sect. There is a lot of information regarding the Celestial Court and Central Continent's 10 great ancient sections. Earlier, we only exchanged true inheritances, this time I will share all of this information with you. I have already deduced that Feng Jioga and the rest used Fixed Immortal Travel's killer move to invade the Blessed Land. After we agree on the compensation, I will use Wisdom Goo to think of a way to defend against Fixed Immortal Travel. Other than that, don't forget that I have some subordinates, you know about these Goo immortals, they are all battle elites. Land spirit of Xianxia was silent. Fang Yuan's words were very reasonable, it did not matter during peaceful times, but in this current situation, the celestial court was eyeing the blessed land, they did not know when the next attack would come. Land spirit of Xianxia was not ignorant, the more he understood about the celestial court, the greater the pressure he felt. Even though Xianxia sect had an ancient battle formation like Heavenly Giant Solar that could match rank 8 Goo immortals, the battle with Feng Jioga earlier had already exposed the flaws of this method. Xianxia sect needed more help. The Snowmen, Inkmen, and Rockmen could also send out a rank 8 battle strength. The strongest battle strength was still Feng Yuan's side. Land spirit of Xianxia already knew that Feng Yuan, who had reverse flow protection seal, was the strongest battle strength among them. Land spirit of Xianxia and Xianxia blessed land needed Feng Yuan's strength in the future. Oh Feng Yuan, if you need to refine Goo, I will do it myself, don't forget the other supreme elders, everyone can help you. Land spirit of Xianxia was silent for a while before saying. Feng Yuan smiled lightly, your strength cannot be underestimated, I have already experienced this when I asked you to refine Goo earlier. But can everyone's refinement path abilities be compared to quasi-supreme beings? Of course not. Furthermore, using others to refine Goo and refining Goo yourself, there is a huge difference, isn't that so? Land spirit of Xianxia fell silent again. These were all true reasons, they were placed in front of Land spirit of Xianxia, even if he wanted to deny it, he could not. But just with reason, he could not convince Land spirit of Xianxia. Feng Yuan knew that he needed to use emotions. Supreme First Elder, the communication between you and me has always been a heart-to-heart. Don't you know my current situation? Don't you understand my current feelings? After I escaped, I saw the news of Xianxia blessed land being attacked, I was really anxious, it was like a fire was burning in my heart, I wanted nothing more than to rush back immediately. Xianxia sect is my home, in this huge world, only this place can accommodate me. Although I am a human, I am more willing to be a hairy man. Unfortunately, heaven is playing tricks on me, I was born a human and not a noble hairy man. But I am willing to become a hairy man forever in the future. I am more willing to live in Xianxia blessed land forever and marry Shui heir in the future, we will unite the other variant humans and assist you in achieving the hegemony of the hairy man in the world. Feng Yuan spoke very passionately, he had goosebumps all over his body. Land Spirit of Xianxia heaved a long sigh. Oh Feng Yuan, I understand your intentions, I have understood it long ago. But, this matter is very important, I need to think about it carefully and think deeply. Right now, I am unable to make this decision. Feng Yuan's eyes flashed with brilliance. In this situation, he could not let Land Spirit of Xianxia think too much. The more he thought, the smaller Feng Yuan's hope became. Thus, Feng Yuan said, First Supreme Elder, you should think about it, it is definitely right. No matter how long you think, I will wait for your reply. During this period, I will keep an eye on the Celestial Court, I will try my best to gather information, if they have any suspicious movements, I will report to you. These words made Land Spirit of Xianxia make a decision. He sighed bitterly, the situation is dangerous, if I still keep the true meaning, I am afraid I cannot even protect Xianxia blessed land. Feng Yuan, you are one of us, I can trust you. Honestly speaking, if you were a hairy man, I would have already handed the entire Xianxia sect to you. This refinement path true meaning. I will leave it to you. I won't let you down. To be continued. Central Continent, Celestial Court. Huff, huff, huff. Fairy Myrtle stood on the spot, her pupils shrunk to the size of needles as she breathed roughly. Her expression was still filled with fear, it did not fade. Around her, there was a huge empty space. The Grand Rank 8 Immortal Gu House Soul Suppression Hall had completely vanished. Danghun Mountain was a secluded domain of heaven and earth, it had a vast number of Dao marks, it was comparable to a Rank 9 Immortal Gu. Once itself detonated, the power that erupted was terrifying to an unimaginable level. The pitiful Soul Suppression Hall had no time to react, the explosion happened from within, it became a victim of Danghun Mountain's explosion. Fairy Myrtle was completely unharmed, around her, starlight specks flickered, they were dazzling, it was as if she was wearing a thin veil made of stardust. This was Immortal Gu House Star Constellation Chessboard, an Immortal Gu House created by Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. If not for Star Constellation Chessboard's protection, even if I did not die, I would have been heavily injured. Fairy Myrtle barely calmed down as she squinted her eyes. Her expression was grim, Danghun Mountain was actually affected, I inspected it several times but did not find anything. I'm afraid this is Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's doing. In order to deal with Shadow Sect, I had already gained a rough understanding of Celestial Court's soul path inheritance. But I still fell for it and was schemed against by Feng Yuan. It can be seen that our Celestial Court's soul path foundation is still inferior to Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. And Star Constellation Chessboard is also greatly damaged. Even though Fairy Myrtle was not injured, thinking of the danger and losses this time, she wanted to vomit blood, she shifted her gaze and looked straight ahead. In front of her, there was a lump of dense black shadow, it was extremely deep, it was like a deep pool, it was accumulating here and was emitting black light. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. Fairy Myrtle gritted her teeth in hatred. This time, Danghun Mountain's soul explosion did not harm Spectral Soul, it was a blessing in disguise, a vast number of soul path Dao marks were hidden inside to nourish his body. Danghun Mountain's soul explosion technique was originally created by him. After the soul explosion, Soul Suppression Hall was destroyed, Spectral Soul gained temporary freedom. He did not run away blindly. Instead, he used this huge opportunity to hide himself in the sea of soul path Dao marks. In this way, who knew how long it would take for the Celestial Court to search his soul? Originally, the Soul Suppressing Hall shouldered the heavy responsibility of searching souls, but now, the Soul Suppressing Hall was gone, completely destroyed. Spectral Soul made use of this temporary terrain advantage to recover. Humph, you can try your best. Fairy Myrtle sneered. As long as he was in this Celestial Court, Spectral Soul was trapped, he could not escape. Spectral Soul's outcome would not change. However, it was quite troublesome for the Celestial Court to remove these soul path Dao marks. At the very least, it would take a long time. Inside the dark whirlpool that was as deep as a pool, no sound could be heard, Spectral Soul remained silent. Fairy Myrtle's anger intensified. But right at this time, there was a thunderous sound as bolts of lightning illuminated the area around the Celestial Court. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. This is a phenomenon from the Immortal Graveyard. Back then, when Duke Long woke up, the whole of the celestial court was shaken. I wonder which wise sage has awakened this time. Fairy Myrtle looked up and saw this. She was shocked before becoming joyful. Rumble, with a final loud sound, dozens of bolts of lightning in the sky gathered into a lump. The deep blue lightning suddenly exploded, and a figure jumped out of the lightning ball. The figure was extremely fast. He flew to Fairy Myrtle almost instantly, floating in the air. So my senses were not wrong. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable, you were really captured. Ha ha ha. This goo immortal who had just woken up laughed loudly. Fairy Myrtle looked carefully and saw that this person had the appearance of a young girl. She was wearing pitch-black armor. The armor was sinister and flamboyant, the edges were pointed up and lightning was flickering on it. On the chest of the armor, there was a dark blue giant ghost head with a bloody mouth. And her helmet also resembled a ghost. It was a clear contrast to the young girl's delicate and cute appearance. The immortal graveyard was unfathomable. Even Fairy Myrtle did not know how many great experts were hibernating inside. But she knew the origin of this person in front of her. Immediately, Fairy Myrtle bowed. Junior Z-Wei pays respects to predecessor Thunder Ghost True Monarch. Oh? What day is this? Someone still remembers my Jing Lan's title? The black-armored girl was slightly surprised. Her gaze moved from the dark whirlpool to Fairy Z-Wei. Fairy Myrtle was inwardly excited. This Jing Lan was a great expert selected by Black Heaven Temple. She cultivated 2 paths, one was Lightning Path, the other was Soul Path. The 2 paths did not conflict with each other. Her method of non-conflict was her own creation. Only the Thunder Dao and Soul Dao could do this. She was a very active goo immortal during Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's era. She was extremely proficient in battle and was a capable general of the Celestial Court in resisting Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. She had once caused great trouble to Spectral Soul, but after Spectral Soul became venerable, he slaughtered the world. Nobody could stop him. Jing Lan could only quietly die and hibernate in the immortal graveyard. Thinking about it, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable had the highest killing nature, but Jing Lan was actually able to keep her life. This showed how strong her methods were. Senior has great experience in dealing with Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. Z-Wei would like to ask, how should we deal with the current situation? After conversing for a while, Fairy Myrtle bowed and asked. Jing Lan narrowed her eyes, snorting coldly, if I had all my immortal goo, I could use 33 heavens to break this tortoise shell. When a goo immortal hibernated, almost all of their immortal goo would be handed over, except for a few exceptions. After all, these immortal goo needed to be carefully cared for and fed by the goo immortal. Fairy Myrtle closed her eyes and inspected the information path goo worms in her phantom aperture, revealing a troubled expression. What is it? Jing Lan asked. Some of the immortal goo Senior left behind have been destroyed due to various reasons. Fairy Myrtle answered. They are used in the righteous path of the Celestial Court. If they are destroyed, then so be it. This is also making the best use of them. Jing Lan smiled, unconcerned, before asking, how many are left? Fairy Myrtle answered in detail. Jing Lan slightly frowned, 3 core immortal goo are missing, many methods cannot be used. If I were to deal with Spectral Soul, I would need at least 3 months to solve this problem. Fairy Myrtle was a little disappointed. With her methods and the help of Star Constellation chessboard, she would only need over 2 months to solve this problem and capture Spectral Soul again. How about this? Although Spectral Soul has been captured and brought to the Celestial Court, his inheritor is very active. The explosion of Dang Hun Mountain this time was also the work of this inheritor. Fairy Myrtle said. Humph. Demonic path scoundrel, everyone has the right to punish him. You are saying this, you want me to get rid of Spectral Soul's inheritor? Quickly tell me, where is this inheritor? I want to pull out his tendons and skin him alive. I will cut off his head and send it to Spectral Soul for him to admire. Ha ha ha. Jing Lan laughed loudly, her battle intent surging. With Senior taking action, that Fang Yuan will definitely be doomed. As for his location, Fairy Myrtle smiled confidently. Senior only needs to wait for a moment, Junior will deduce it for you. Connecting Heaven Goo, Land Spirit of Langia communicated with Jewel Yellow Skies, quickly completing an immortal goo transaction with Fang Yuan. The two exchanged quickly, in a few blinks of an eye, they succeeded and retreated. This is perceivable Dao immortal goo? Land Spirit of Langia assessed the immortal goo in his hand. This goo had a round head and tail, it was pitch black and had many segments. Land Spirit of Langia activated, perceivable Dao Immortal goo started to shine with faint starlight. After a while, Land Spirit of Langia's expression turned ugly. There was indeed a hidden arrangement. Using perceivable Dao Immortal goo, Land Spirit of Langia found that many Dao marks had appeared in the blessed land. These Dao marks interweaved and formed a mystical effect. Feng Jiuge's group had attacked Langia blessed land, they had secretly set up this trap. Feng Yuan had once been hit by Fairy Myrtle's inextinguishable star target, he had learned from his mistakes. Adding on that Feng Jiuge retreated so decisively, Feng Yuan deduced that they had definitely left behind some hidden arrangements for the next invasion. Feng Yuan was right, it seems we need to clear these Dao marks. Next, we will wait for him to return and relocate Langia blessed land together. Land Spirit of Langia muttered. Although Feng Jiuge's group had used fixed immortal travel to invade Langia blessed land, after this battle, Langia blessed land's current location was no longer safe. Such a decision was definitely safe and wise. Because Prince's impatience had not left, if Land Spirit of Langia blindly relocated the blessed land, there would be a huge commotion and his true location would be exposed. Intense winds blew, Feng Yuan was like a sharp arrow, piercing through the sky, leaving the white clouds behind him. This time, he wanted to capture the upper extreme heavenly eagle again, but he encountered Lu Wei-yin and his plan failed. But it was not like he did not gain anything. In this aspect, he had to thank the celestial court. If not for this external pressure, the Land Spirit of Langia would definitely not hand over the refinement path true meaning to Feng Yuan. Even so, it took Feng Yuan a lot of effort to convince the Land Spirit of Langia. After the two finished communicating, Feng Yuan immediately set off, returning to Langia blessed land to collect wisdom goo and refinement path true meaning. It was best if wisdom goo was not transported through jewel yellow skies, the influence of this rank 9 goo would be huge. Even though the celestial court already knew about wisdom goo, but the celestial court's knowledge and the world's knowledge were two different concepts. As for refinement path true meaning, although the Land Spirit of Langia agreed to give it to Feng Yuan, he requested that Feng Yuan had to hand it over in Langia blessed land and not through jewel yellow skies. The Land Spirit of Langia also knew the danger of moving Langia blessed land, and this time, he was facing the celestial court, so he was under huge pressure. Not only did he want Feng Yuan to return, he was also negotiating with the Rockman tribe, wanting to borrow their rank 8 battle strength immemorial rock dragon to guard Langia blessed land. When I return, not only will I retrieve wisdom goo and obtain refinement path true meaning, I will also need to borrow the light of wisdom to break the immortal killer move Feng Jiuge used to invade Langia blessed land, and also repair the super immortal formation. Also, I was trapped by Lu Wei-yin's method, but I had some comprehensions. Especially in the third dream. Maybe I can use the light of wisdom to perfect these comprehensions. Thinking of Lu Wei-yin, Feng Yuan's gaze flickered. He was almost certain that Lu Wei-yin was Paradise Earth's inheritor. To deal with him, it was not something Feng Yuan could do now. In fact, Feng Yuan only had rank 7 cultivation level, against rank 8 Gu Immortals, his greatest reliance was reverse flow protection seal. Most of his other methods were not outstanding. Suddenly, Feng Yuan's expression changed, he felt Ghost Official Garment was shrinking rapidly, it was like a candle flickering in the wind and rain. Oh no, someone is deducing my location. Such an amazing wisdom path method, it must be the work of a wisdom path rank 8 great expert. Feng Yuan quickly activated Immortal Killer move Yama. At the next moment, his whole body changed, Ghost Official Garment and Ghostly Concealment were connected. Ghost Official Garment was only a rank 7 Immortal Killer move, but after being connected with rank 9 Killer move Ghostly Concealment, it could borrow some of the power of rank 9. This time, it was Fairy Myrtle's turn in Celestial Court to show a surprised expression. She had been very confident, but suddenly, the difficulty of deducing Feng Yuan's location increased by countless times. How can this be? Fairy Myrtle frowned. What is it, is there a problem? Thunder Ghost True Monarch Jinglan asked. There is some trouble. I have Feng Yuan's Dark Limit Immortal Gu and Guyue Fengjing, these are all crucial clues, but I still cannot deduce Feng Yuan's location. Fairy Myrtle smiled, it is a pity, if it were before, I would have to return in failure. But this time, he detonated Dang Hun Mountain. Even though the cause was Spectral Soul Demon Venerable, he was also involved and caused damage to Star Constellation chessboard. I can definitely deduce him now. Saying so, Fairy Myrtle's fingers moved, a translucent ripple appeared beside her as a rank 8 Gu Immortal walked out of the ripple. Lady Ziwei, what can I do for you? This person was Chen Yi. He was supposed to reinforce Feng Jioge and the rest, but after Feng Jioge returned, his mission was abandoned and he was summoned back to Celestial Court by Fairy Myrtle. Come, use your Karma Divine Tree Killer move. I want to use your strength to deduce Fang Yuan's location. Fairy Myrtle ordered. Chen Yi bowed and answered, immediately activating Karma Divine Tree. Using this legendary killer move, Fairy Myrtle activated Star Constellation chessboard and finally broke through, deducing Fang Yuan's exact location. Oh no! The moment Fang Yuan's location was deduced, Yama self-detonated, exposing his true body. The connection between Ghostly Concealment and Ghost Official Garment collapsed. Ghostly Concealment was unharmed, but Ghost Official Garment was almost destroyed. Genius in 1 second. Remember Love Go? TalkNet, providing you with exciting novels to read. To be able to forcefully destroy my Yama, and also after Langya Blessed Land was attacked, it was most likely the Celestial Court who took action. At that instant, thoughts moved rapidly in Fang Yuan's mind. Guyue Fangjing was taken away. He has a blood connection with my Time Path clone, but the clone is inside my Sovereign Immortal Aperture. I don't think we can use this clue. My Dark Limit Immortal Gu was in the hands of the Celestial Court. This clue is very important, but just this alone is not enough to destroy my Yama. Then, what method did the Celestial Court use? What crucial clues did they find that are related to me? Fang Yuan thought as he rapidly moved. Now that his location was exposed, staying at the same place was definitely the worst plan. The urgent matter now was to keep moving. At the same time, he had to repair Ghostly Concealment and think of a way to solve the current problem. Crack, Fang Yuan flew for 4 to 6 hours, when suddenly, a thunderbolt burst out from the clear sky. The thunderbolt directly targeted Fang Yuan, fiercely striking down. Fang Yuan was already prepared. He quickly dodged. With a loud sound, the thunderbolt hit the ground, the lightning solidified and turned into a human figure. The figure quickly became clear. Thunder Ghost True Monarch Jing Lan was wearing a sinister black armor, half squatting on the ground. Crackle crackle crackle, countless tiny bolts of lightning coiled around her armor. The crater created by the explosion had already been completely roasted into a lump of charcoal. Because of the high temperature, white smoke was rising in spirals. Jing Lan slowly stood up. She originally had a petite figure, but after wearing the armor, she became over 10 feet tall. Her body was tall and sturdy. Boom, her rank 8 aura swept out like a majestic mountain. She slowly raised her head, looking at Fang Yuan in the air, saying coldly, "You are Fang Yuan? Where do you think you can run to?" A Central Continent rank 8 Gu Immortal. Furthermore, looking at this situation, he is likely someone from the Celestial Court. Fang Yuan's pupils shrunk, his alertness rose to the highest. Love Go Small Say Net Ku Immortal Killer Move, Myriad Self. Fang Yuan's eyes flashed. Facing an unfamiliar enemy in front of him, he brazenly attacked. In an instant, countless Fang Yuans spread across the sky. In Jing Lan's blink of an eye, the originally clear and cloudless sky was filled with a sea of Fang Yuan's strength path phantoms. With a hula sound, the army rushed towards Jing Lan like a tsunami that shook the heavens. Jing Lan closed her eyes and then abruptly opened them. Her originally black eyes had turned a deep blue. Endless electric arcs were like vortexes that constantly rotated in her pupils. She scanned her surroundings but did not find Fang Yuan's true body. Familiar face, humph. Jing Lan coldly snorted in displeasure and suddenly opened her mouth. Ah! She roared and thunder rumbled. The sound waves carried waves of blue electric arcs that rapidly spread in all directions with her as the center. Wherever they went, Fang Yuan's strength path phantoms could not even resist for a breath of time before shattering and collapsing. With one move, the clear and boundless sky appeared once again. Fang Yuan's strength path phantoms were completely destroyed, leaving only his true body behind. Lightning Path rank 8? Why do I sense the aura of soul path from her? Fang Yuan frowned slightly. He was not shocked by the destruction of Myriad Self. Myriad Self was originally a probing move. Against a rank 8 Goo Immortal's killer move, no matter how many Myriad Self there were, it would be difficult to have any effect. Immortal Killer Move, Ignited Thought Flying Rock. Immortal Killer Move, Purple Thought Perception Starlight. Fang Yuan pushed with both palms and immediately, countless meteors with long flaming tails smashed towards Jing Lan, who was on the ground. After completing this move, he clenched his right hand into a fist and suddenly threw out countless dazzling and translucent purple starlight. Jing Lan's lightning eyes first saw the ignited thought flying rocks and immediately showed disdain, but when she saw the purple thought perception starlight, her pupils slightly shrunk. This killer move is superb, I need to avoid it. Jing Lan's thoughts moved, and with a crack, her body turned into a flash of lightning that shot towards Fang Yuan. Quick, 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 her speed was so fast that even Fang Yuan showed a shocked expression. Moreover, the lightning was extremely agile and did not just charge around blindly. Along the way, when it encountered the ignited thought flying rocks, it would all be knocked away, but when it encountered the purple thought perception starlight, it would directly dodge and move unhindered. Fang Yuan's offense was majestic, but Jing Lan was unstoppable. After turning several times in the air, she arrived in front of Fang Yuan. Come at me. Fang Yuan inwardly gritted his teeth and suddenly turned into an ancient sword dragon, fiercely grabbing at Jing Lan with his sharp claws. Jing Lan's armor was huge and heavy, but compared to Fang Yuan's sword dragon transformation, it seemed a bit pocket-sized. But she was extremely fierce. With a low growl, she did not dodge and directly used the sharp horn on her helmet to collide with the dragon claw. Boom, with a loud sound, both sides were fiercely bounced back. Fang Yuan's claws were soft and limp, feeling numb from the recoil. Meanwhile, all the sharp horns on Jing Lan's armor were broken and her helmet was covered in cracks. At the same time, she felt a slight sense of dizziness. This is Reverse Flow Protection Seal. Jing Lan was well aware of this. She had set out from the Celestial Court and had naturally obtained detailed information about Fang Yuan provided by Fairy Myrtle. Therefore, Jing Lan was not surprised by this situation, everything was within her expectations. She laughed and shot forward again, lightning radiance erupting around her body as she charged at Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan fought her without any fear. Both sides fought back and forth in the air, fighting until the sun and moon lost their light and the world changed colors. Fang Yuan relied on Reverse Flow Protection Seal to fight evenly with Jing Lan, but he retreated as he moved. This person clearly knows about the Countercurrent Protection Seal. That's why he's using such a powerful technique. Not only does he force me to use the Countercurrent Protection Seal to block the attack, but he also doesn't let the rebound attack harm him. Fang Yuan had a bad feeling. Although Jing Lan could not do anything to Fang Yuan, this situation was only temporary. There was definitely a wisdom path grade expert behind her that was closely watching the battle and constantly analyzing Fang Yuan's Reverse Flow Protection Seal. Fang Yuan's Reverse Flow Protection Seal was constantly being analyzed and deduced. Once it reached a certain level, a killer move that could counter Reverse Flow Protection Seal would be deduced. With such a killer move, after breaking Reverse Flow Protection Seal, Fang Yuan's doomsday would arrive. This person is constantly changing methods to probe my Reverse Flow Protection Seal, his intentions are clear. She cultivates both Thunder Path and Soul Path, her Thunder Path attacks are extremely fast and powerful, while her Soul Path condenses into armor that can defend like a mountain and recover extremely quickly. Retreat. Fang Yuan used myriad dragons and used Familiar Face to transform into one of them, disguising his identity. The myriad dragons did not attack Jing Lan, but scattered in all directions. Where do you think you're going? Jing Bo shouted loudly. Thunder and lightning surged, smashing down from the sky. In that instant, tens of thousands of streaks of lightning scattered the Flood Dragon army. Although myriad dragons were much stronger than myriad self, they were nothing compared to this rank 8 killer move. Fang Yuan's true body was soon found. Jing Lan continued to attack, chasing him relentlessly. Fang Yuan started to run for his life, rarely retaliating. Truly a tortoise shell. Jing Lan was quite annoyed. Fang Yuan clearly only had rank 7 cultivation, but after using Reverse Flow Protection Seal, his entire body was covered in thorns that could not be used. Still not done? Jing Lan transmitted to Fairy Myrtle. Fairy Myrtle was far away in Celestial Court, but she was paying close attention to this place, using Celestial Court's wisdom path formation to break reverse flow protection seal. As for Star Constellation chessboard, because it was heavily damaged, it could not be used for the time being. There are some results, Senior, please listen carefully. Fairy Myrtle explained the killer move to Jinglan. Jinglan immediately tried. After failing 2 or 3 times, she finally activated it and shot out a profound light. The gray profound light hit Fang Yuan, causing the reverse flow protection seal on Fang Yuan's body to ripple. You have already deduced a method? Fang Yuan's heart tightened, but fortunately, this killer move was only rank 6, it was not high level and could not shake reverse flow protection seal for the time being. Fairy Myrtle's eyes flickered with starlight, she firmly remembered the effect of the great profound light. This was not only a result, but also a further probe of the reverse current protection seal. Ha ha ha, Fang Yuan, it must have been hard for you to think of such a killer move. Unfortunately, you will die today. Jinglan laughed loudly. Her speed was astonishing, far faster than Fang Yuan. At this rate, Fang Yuan's reverse flow protection seal would be broken sooner or later. Don't you have the ancient battle formation omnidirectional travel? Don't you need it now? Jinglan smiled again. With a loud sound, the lightning in her hand struck Fang Yuan's back again. Genius in 1 second. Remember Love Go? TalkNet, providing you with exciting novels to read. To be able to forcefully destroy my Yama, and also after Langya Blessed Land was attacked, it was most likely the Celestial Court who took action. At that instant, thoughts moved rapidly in Fang Yuan's mind. Guyue Fangjing was taken away, he has a blood connection with my time path clone, but the clone is inside my sovereign immortal aperture. I don't think we can use this clue. My dark limit immortal Gu was in the hands of the Celestial Court, this clue is very important, but just this alone is not enough to destroy my Yama. Then, what method did the Celestial Court use? What crucial clues did they find that are related to me? Fang Yuan thought as he rapidly moved. Now that his location was exposed, staying at the same place was definitely a bad idea. The urgent matter now was to keep moving, at the same time, he had to repair ghostly concealment and think of a way to solve the current problem. Crack, Fang Yuan flew for 4 to 6 hours, when suddenly, a thunderbolt burst out from the clear sky. The thunderbolt directly targeted Fang Yuan, fiercely striking down. Fang Yuan was already prepared, he quickly dodged. With a loud sound, the thunderbolt hit the ground, the lightning solidified and formed into a human figure. The figure quickly became clear, Thunder Ghost True Monarch Jinglan was wearing a sinister black armor, half squatting on the ground. Crackle crackle crackle, countless tiny bolts of lightning coiled around her armor. The crater created by the explosion had already been completely roasted into a lump of charcoal. Because of the high temperature, white smoke was rising in spirals. Jinglan slowly stood up. She originally had a petite figure, but after wearing the armor, she became over 10 feet tall, her body was tall and sturdy. Boom, her rank 8 aura swept out like a majestic mountain. She slowly raised her head, looking at Fang Yuan in the air, saying coldly, "You are Fang Yuan? Where do you think you can run to?" A central continent rank 8 Gu immortal. Furthermore, looking at this situation, he might be someone from the Celestial Court. Fang Yuan's pupils shrunk, his alertness rose to the highest. Immortal killer move, Myriad Self, Fang Yuan's eyes flashed. Facing an unfamiliar enemy in front of him, he brazenly attacked. In an instant, countless Fang Yuans spread across the sky. In Jinglan's blink of an eye, the originally clear and cloudless sky was filled with a sea of Fang Yuan's strength path phantoms. With a hula sound, the army rushed towards Jinglan like a tsunami that shook the heavens. Jinglan closed her eyes and then abruptly opened them. Her originally black eyes had turned a deep blue. Endless electric arcs were like vortexes that constantly rotated in her pupils. She scanned her surroundings but did not find Fang Yuan's true body. Familiar face, humph. Jinglan coldly snorted in displeasure and suddenly opened her mouth. Ah! She roared, and thunder rumbled. The sound waves carried waves of blue electric arcs that rapidly spread in all directions with her as the center. Wherever they went, Fang Yuan's strength path phantoms could not even resist for a breath's time before shattering and collapsing. With one move, the clear sky reappeared, and Fan Yuan's strength path phantoms were completely destroyed, only his true body was left. Lightning path rank 8? Why do I sense the aura of soul path from her? Fan Yuan frowned slightly. He was not shocked by the destruction of Myriad Self. Myriad Self was originally a probing move. Against a rank 8 Gu Immortal's killer move, no matter how many Myriad Self there were, it would not be effective. Immortal killer move, Ignited Thought Flying Rock. Immortal killer move, Purple Thought Perception Starlight. Fan Yuan pushed with both palms, and immediately, countless meteors with long flaming tails smashed towards Jing Lan, who was on the ground. Love Go Small Say Netku. After completing this move, he clenched his right hand into a fist and suddenly threw out countless purple starlight specks that were dazzling and translucent. Jing Lan's lightning eyes first saw the Ignited Thought Flying Rock and immediately showed disdain, but when she saw the Purple Thought Perception starlight specks, her pupils slightly shrunk. This killer move is excellent, I need to avoid it. Jing Lan's mind moved, and with a crack, her body turned into a flash of lightning that shot towards Fan Yuan. Fast, 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 her speed was so fast that even Fan Yuan showed a shocked expression. Furthermore, the lightning was extremely agile. It did not just charge around blindly. Along the way, when it encountered the Burning Thought's flying rocks, it would all be knocked away. However, when it encountered the Purple Thought Insight Spiritual Starlight, it would directly dodge and move forward. Fan Yuan's offense was majestic, but Jing Lan was unstoppable. After turning several times in the air, she arrived in front of Fan Yuan. Come at me. Fan Yuan gritted his teeth and suddenly turned into an ancient sword dragon, fiercely grabbing at Jing Lan with his sharp claws. Jing Lan's armor was huge and heavy, but compared to Fan Yuan's sword dragon transformation, it was somewhat pocket-sized. However, she was extremely fierce. With a low growl, she did not dodge and directly used the sharp horn on her helmet to collide with the dragon claw. Boom, with a loud sound, both sides were fiercely bounced back. Fan Yuan's claws were soft and limp, numb from the recoil. Meanwhile, all the sharp horns on Jing Lan's armor were broken, and the entire helmet was covered in cracks. At the same time, she felt a slight sense of dizziness. This is Reverse Flow Protection Seal. Jing Lan was well aware of this. She had set out from the Celestial Court and had naturally obtained detailed information on Fan Yuan provided by Fairy Myrtle. Therefore, Jing Lan was not surprised by this situation, everything was within her expectations. She laughed and shot forward again, lightning radiance erupting from her body as she charged at Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan fought her without any fear. Both sides fought back and forth in the air, causing the sun and moon to lose their light and the world to change color. Fan Yuan relied on Reverse Flow Protection Seal to fight evenly with Jing Lan, but he retreated as he moved. This person clearly knows about the Countercurrent Protection Seal. That's why he's using such a powerful technique. Not only does he force me to use the Countercurrent Protection Seal to block the attack, but he also doesn't let the rebound attack harm him. Fan Yuan had a bad feeling. Although Jing Lan could not do anything to Fan Yuan, this situation was only temporary. There was definitely a wisdom path grade expert behind her that was closely watching the battle and constantly analyzing Fan Yuan's Reverse Flow Protection Seal. Fan Yuan's Reverse Flow Protection Seal was constantly being analyzed and deduced. Once it reached a certain level, a killer move that could counter Reverse Flow Protection Seal would be deduced. With such a killer move, after breaking Reverse Flow Protection Seal, Fan Yuan's doomsday would arrive. This person is constantly changing methods to probe my Reverse Flow Protection Seal, her intentions are clear. She cultivates both Thunder Path and Soul Path, her Thunder Path attacks are extremely fast and powerful, while her Soul Path condenses into armor that can defend like a mountain and recover extremely quickly. Retreat. Fan Yuan used Myriad Dragons and used Familiar Face to transform into one of them, disguising his identity. The Myriad Dragons did not attack Jing Lan, but scattered in all directions. Where do you think you're going? Jingbo shouted loudly. Thunder and lightning surged, smashing down from the sky. In that instant, tens of thousands of streaks of lightning scattered the Flood Dragon army. Although Myriad Dragons were much stronger than Myriad Self, they were nothing compared to this rank 8 killer move. Fan Yuan's true body was soon found. Jing Lan continued to attack, chasing him relentlessly. Fang Yuan started to run for his life, rarely retaliating. Truly a tortoise shell. Jing Lan was quite annoyed. Fang Yuan clearly only had rank 7 cultivation, but after using reverse flow protection seal, his entire body was covered in thorns that could not be used. Still not done? Jing Lan transmitted to Fairy Myrtle. Fairy Myrtle was far away in Celestial Court, but she was paying close attention to this place, using Celestial Court's Wisdom Path formation to break reverse flow protection seal. As for Star Constellation chessboard, because it was heavily damaged, it could not be used for the time being. There are some results, Senior, please listen carefully. Fairy Myrtle explained the killer move to Jing Lan. Jing Lan immediately tried. After failing 2 or 3 times, she finally activated it and shot out a profound light. The gray profound light hit Fang Yuan, causing the reverse flow protection seal on Fang Yuan's body to ripple. You have already deduced a method? Fang Yuan's heart tightened, but fortunately, this killer move was only rank 6, it was not high level and could not shake reverse flow protection seal for the time being. Fairy Myrtle's eyes flickered with starlight, she firmly remembered the effect of the gray profound light. This was not only a result, but also a further probe of the reverse current protection seal. Ha ha ha, Fang Yuan, it must have been hard for you to think of such a killer move. Unfortunately, you will die today. Jing Lan laughed loudly. Her speed was astonishing, far faster than Fang Yuan. At this rate, Fang Yuan's reverse flow protection seal would be broken sooner or later. Don't you have the ancient battle formation omnidirectional travel? Don't you need it now? Jing Lan smiled again. With a loud sound, the lightning in her hand struck Fang Yuan's back again. To be able to forcefully destroy my Yama after Langya Blessed Land was attacked, it is most likely the Celestial Court's doing. At that instant, thoughts moved rapidly in Fang Yuan's mind. Buyue Fangjing was taken away, he has a blood connection with my time path clone, but the clone is inside my sovereign immortal aperture. I don't think we can use this clue. My dark limit immortal goo was in the hands of the Celestial Court, this clue is very important, but just this alone is not enough to destroy my Yama. Then, what method did the Celestial Court use? What crucial clues did they find that are related to me? Fang Yuan thought as he rapidly moved. Now that his location was exposed, staying at the same place was definitely a bad idea. The urgent matter at hand was to continue moving, at the same time, he had to repair ghostly concealment and think of a way to solve the current problem. Crack, Fang Yuan flew for 4 to 6 hours, when suddenly, a thunderbolt burst out from the clear sky. The thunderbolt directly struck at Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan was already prepared, he quickly dodged. With a loud sound, the thunderbolt landed on the ground. The lightning solidified and turned into a human figure. The figure quickly became clear. Thunder Ghost True Monarch Jing Lan was wearing a sinister black armor, half squatting on the ground. Crackle crackle crackle, countless tiny bolts of lightning coiled around her armor. The crater created by the explosion had already been completely roasted into a lump of charcoal. Because of the high temperature, white smoke was rising in spirals. Jing Lan slowly stood up. She had a petite figure, but after wearing the armor, she was over 10 feet tall, her body was tall and sturdy. Boom, her rank 8 aura swept out like a majestic mountain. She slowly raised her head, looking at Fang Yuan who was in the air, saying in a cold voice, "You are Fang Yuan? Where do you think you can escape to? A central continent rank 8 Gu immortal, furthermore, looking at your appearance, you are likely a member of the Celestial Court." Fang Yuan's pupils shrunk, his vigilance rose to the highest. Immortal killer move, myriad self, Fang Yuan's eyes flashed. Facing an unfamiliar enemy in front of him, he brazenly attacked. In an instant, countless Fang Yuans spread across the sky. In Jing Lan's blink of an eye, the originally clear and cloudless sky was filled with a sea of Fang Yuan's strength path phantoms. With a hula sound, the army rushed towards Jing Lan like a tsunami that shook the heavens. Jing Lan closed her eyes and then abruptly opened them. Her originally black eyes had turned a deep blue. Endless electric arcs were like vortexes that constantly rotated in her pupils. She scanned her surroundings but did not find Fang Yuan's true body. Familiar face, humph. Jing Lan coldly snorted in displeasure and suddenly opened her mouth. Roar. She roared, and thunder rumbled. The sound waves carried a blue electric light, with her as the center, spreading rapidly in all directions. Wherever it went, Fang Yuan's strength path phantoms could not even resist for a breath's time, shattering and collapsing. With one move, the clear sky reappeared, and Fang Yuan's strength path phantoms were completely destroyed, only his true body was left. Lightning path rank 8? Why do I sense the aura of soul path from her? Fang Yuan frowned slightly. He was not shocked by the destruction of Myriad Self. Myriad Self was originally a probing move. Facing a rank 8 Gu Immortal's killer move, no matter how many Myriad Self there were, it would be difficult to have a good effect. Immortal killer move, Ignited Thought Flying Rock. Immortal killer move, Purple Thought Insight Starlight. Fang Yuan pushed with both palms, and immediately, countless meteors with long flaming tails smashed towards Jing Lan, who was on the ground. After completing this move, he clenched his right hand into a fist and suddenly threw out countless purple starlight specks that were dazzling and translucent. Jing Lan's lightning eyes first saw the ignited thought flying rocks and immediately showed disdain, but when she saw the purple thought insight starlight, her pupils slightly shrunk. This killer move is excellent, I need to avoid it. Jing Lan's mind moved, and with a crack, her body turned into a flash of lightning that shot towards Fang Yuan. Fast, 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 her speed was so fast that even Fang Yuan showed a shocked expression. Moreover, the lightning was extremely agile and did not just charge around blindly. Along the way, when it encountered the ignited thought flying rocks, it would all be knocked away, but when it encountered the purple thought insight starlight, it would directly dodge and move unhindered. Fang Yuan's offensive was majestic, but Jing Lan was unstoppable. After turning several times in the air, she arrived in front of Fang Yuan. Come at me. Fang Yuan gritted his teeth and suddenly turned into an ancient sword dragon, fiercely grabbing at Jing Lan with his sharp claws. Jing Lan's armor was massive and heavy, but compared to the sword dragon that Fang Yuan had turned into, it seemed a bit smaller. But she was extremely fierce. With a low shout, she did not dodge, but instead used the sharp horn on her helmet to collide with the dragon claw. Boom, with a loud sound, both sides were fiercely bounced back. Fang Yuan's claws were soft and limp, numb from the recoil. Meanwhile, the sharp horns on Jing Lan's armor were all broken and the entire helmet was covered in cracks. At the same time, she felt a slight sense of dizziness. This is the reverse flow protection seal. Jing Lan was well aware of this. She had set out from the Celestial Court and had naturally obtained detailed information on Fang Yuan provided by Fairy Myrtle. Therefore, Jing Lan was not surprised by this situation. Everything was within her expectations. She laughed and once again shot forward like a bolt of lightning. Lightning erupted from her body as she shot towards Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan fought her without fear. Both sides fought back and forth in the air, causing the sun and moon to lose their luster and the world to change color. Fang Yuan relied on the reverse flow protection seal to fight evenly with Jing Lan, but he retreated as he moved. This person clearly knows about the countercurrent protection seal. That's why he's using such a powerful technique. Not only does he force me to use the countercurrent protection seal to block the attack, but he also doesn't let the rebound attack harm him. Fang Yuan had a bad feeling. Although Jing Lan could not do anything to Fang Yuan, this situation was only temporary. There was definitely a wisdom path grade expert behind her that was closely watching the battle and analyzing Fang Yuan's reverse flow protection seal. Fang Yuan's reverse flow protection seal was constantly being analyzed and deduced. Once it reached a certain level, a killer move that could counter reverse flow protection seal would be deduced. With such a killer move, after breaking the reverse flow protection seal, Fang Yuan's end would come. This person is constantly changing her methods to probe my reverse flow protection seal from all directions. Her intentions are clear. She cultivates both lightning path and soul path. Her lightning path attacks are extremely fast and powerful, while her soul path condenses into armor that can defend like a mountain and recover extremely quickly. Retreat. Fang Yuan used myriad dragons and used familiar face to transform into one of them, disguising his identity. The myriad dragons did not attack Jing Lan, but scattered in all directions. Where do you think you're going? Jing Bo shouted loudly. Thunder and lightning surged, smashing down from the sky. In that instant, tens of thousands of streaks of lightning scattered the flood dragons. Although myriad dragons were much stronger than myriad self, they were nothing compared to this rank 8 killer move. Fang Yuan's true body was soon found. Jing Lan continued to attack, chasing him relentlessly. Fang Yuan started to run for his life, rarely retaliating. Truly a tortoise shell. Jing Lan was quite annoyed. Fang Yuan clearly only had rank 7 cultivation, but after putting on a layer of reverse flow protection seal, he was covered in thorns that could not be used. Still not done? Jing Lan transmitted to Fairy Myrtle. Fairy Myrtle was far away in Celestial Court, but she was paying close attention to this place. She was using Celestial Court's Wisdom Path formation to break reverse flow protection seal. As for Star Constellation chessboard, because it was damaged, it could not be used for the time being. There are some results, Senior, please listen carefully. Fairy Myrtle explained the killer move to Jing Lan. Jing Lan immediately tried. After failing 2 or 3 times, she finally activated it and shot out a profound light. The gray profound light hit Fang Yuan, causing ripples to appear on Fang Yuan's reverse flow protection seal. A method has already been deduced? Fang Yuan's heart tightened, but fortunately, this killer move was only rank 6, it was not high level and could not shake reverse flow protection seal for the time being. Fairy Myrtle's eyes flickered with starlight, she firmly remembered the effect of the great profound light. This was a result, and also a further probe into reverse flow protection seal. Ha ha ha, Fang Yuan, it must have been hard for you to think of such a killer move. Unfortunately, you will die today. Jing Lan laughed loudly. Her speed was astonishing, far faster than Fang Yuan. At this rate, Fang Yuan's reverse flow protection seal would be broken sooner or later. Don't you have the ancient battle formation omnidirectional travel? Don't you need it now? Jing Lan smiled again. With a loud sound, the lightning in her hand struck Fang Yuan's back again. Fang Yuan did not say a word, he fled with all his strength. To be continued. Die. Jing Lan shouted, looking at the beam of light shooting towards Fang Yuan, her eyes were filled with joy. Although she had rank 8 cultivation and extremely strong battle strength, she had lived under the shadow of spectral soul demon Venerable all her life. In the Celestial Court, she had woken up because of Dang Hun Mountain's self-detonation, seeing spectral soul's stubborn resistance, the emotions buried in the depths of her heart surged. Shock, anger, pity, schadenfreude, as well as fear. Oh spectral soul, you were once so strong, but now you have become a prisoner of the Celestial Court. Now that your inheritor is about to be killed by me, I have awakened at the right time. After killing your inheritor, I will eliminate the fear that you have planted in the depths of my heart. Then, I will bring Fang Yuan's head to see you, and you will also be killed by me in the end. Ha ha ha, one day, you will also die by my hands. Unbelievable, it is like a dream, ha ha ha. At this moment, Thunder Ghost True Monarch Jing Lan laughed wildly in her mind. Something is wrong, quickly stop. At this time, Jing Lan suddenly heard a voice. Too late. Jing Lan's eyes were filled with killing intent and bloodthirst, but she was also slightly stunned. This voice is somewhat familiar, that's right, it is that Junior Z Wei. So it is not Fang Yuan's reinforcements. Wait, what does she mean? A thought flashed across Jing Lan's mind like lightning. The bloodthirst in Jing Lan's eyes immediately dissipated by more than half, replaced by reason and clarity. She quickly wanted to retreat. It is already too late. Fang Yuan's expression suddenly changed, the fear and panic from before disappeared without a trace, and what replaced it was the determination to win and soaring fighting spirit. He moved his dragon body, not only did he not dodge, he even charged forward in defiance of the heavens, aiming at Jing Lan's sure kill attack and colliding with it. The beam of light ruthlessly struck Fang Yuan's body, but the layer of reverse flow protection seal covering Fang Yuan's dragon body instantly changed. Not only did it return to its original state, it even circulated with traces of mysterious profound light. At this crucial moment, reverse flow protection seal produced a completely new transformation, change of technique. The pillar of light couldn't break through this reverse current protection seal at all and was reflected back. This? Jing Lan's pupils fiercely shrank. Even though she was a veteran of hundreds of battles, at this moment, her complexion suddenly changed, revealing a shocked expression. In her previous battle with Fang Yuan, the techniques she used were very restrained. Even if it was reflected, she could either retrieve it or endure it. But this strike was completely different. This was her full-strength attack. It was a rank 8 level immortal killer move. She was determined to succeed in this attack. Not only would she be able to break through the reverse current protection seal, she would also be able to kill Feng Yuan. But now, the killer move she used with all her strength was reflected back at her. Jing Lan had forced Feng Yuan into a position where he had no chance to dodge. The distance between the two was very close. Right now, Jing Lan wanted to dodge, but there was not enough time. Her emotions were also fluctuating intensely because of the shadow planted in her heart by Spectral Soul Demon Venerable, and the most important reason was that her condition was not good. As a rank 8, although she had the ability to penetrate deep into the regional wall, she did not have the sovereign immortal body. Her body was still suffering from backlash and injuries. While chasing Feng Yuan all the way, taking revenge, and occupying the upper hand, Jing Lan did not feel it. But now, when she wanted to dodge, she suddenly realized that her condition was already so terrible. With all these factors stacked on top of each other, Jing Lan could not dodge the pillar of light in time and could only take it head-on. Boom! The pillar of light bombarded Jing Lan's body, erupting with extremely dazzling light like the sun had descended on the battlefield. Even though Feng Yuan had transformed into an ancient sword dragon, he had no choice but to tightly close his eyes at this moment. But at the next moment, the light weakened slightly, and Feng Yuan endured the pain and forcibly opened his eyes. Kill! He could barely make out Jing Lan's tiny and delicate body within the endless white light. The sinister and thick armor that covered her entire body had completely disintegrated, revealing her immortal body. After being struck by her own full-strength attack, Jing Lan's eyes rolled back and blood gushed out from all the pores on her body, causing her to fall into a temporary state of unconsciousness. Feng Yuan opened his huge mouth, his dragon teeth were as sharp as spears, his dragon body suddenly pounced towards Jing Lan. His muscles bulged to an exaggerated degree as Feng Yuan's dragon claws ruthlessly tore down. Damn it! Damn it! I actually fell for his trap. In the celestial court, Fairy Myrtle's eyes were wide open. She was angry and blaming herself. He actually deduced reverse flow protection seal to such an extent, and even changed his moves. The original reverse flow protection seal was a trap specifically targeted at me. Once I deduced it successfully, he changed his move, and the reverse flow protection seal after the change was completely different, completely new. This Feng Yuan, inconceivable, how can his wisdom path attainments be so deep? Fairy Myrtle had always been overestimating Feng Yuan, but the reality in front of her was a ruthless slap to her face. She had thought she had the upper hand. Ever since the Battle of Reverse Flow River, she had been collecting information and working hard to deduce reverse flow protection seal. In the following process, including when Feng Jioge chased after Feng Yuan, she had been working behind the scenes to deduce everything, until Thunder Ghost True Monarch appeared. She felt that this was the result of her many accumulations, but to think that this was all Feng Yuan's trap and scheme. The wisdom path attainment that Feng Yuan displayed far surpassed Fairy Myrtle's expectations. But how is this possible? Wait, did he borrow the power of Wisdom Goo? But Wisdom Goo is clearly a wild creature. Only rank 9 venerables can refine this goo and use it for themselves. Feng Yuan was only rank 7, no one in Xianxia sect had such an ability. Even if he had rank 9 immortal essence, he would need the venerable's will to fight Wisdom Goo. The Celestial Court recorded that after Star Constellation Immortal Venerable reached rank 9, she spent close to 100 years to refine and subdue the rank 9 Wisdom Goo. Fairy Myrtle could not understand. Her forehead was covered in sweat. In just a short moment, there was a layer of cold sweat on her forehead. Senior Jing Lan will definitely suffer heavy injuries from this attack. Hold on, you must hold on. Fairy Myrtle had deduced a rank 8 killer move. She naturally knew the power of this move. The investigative killer move that she had placed on Jing Lan was also destroyed by this attack. Fairy Myrtle had completely lost her ability to investigate the battle. She immediately sent Chen and the rest to the regional wall battlefield to reinforce Thunder Ghost True Monarch. But she still had to stay in the Celestial Court. Duke Long was wholeheartedly nurturing Feng Kim Hong. He was no longer here. Spectral Soul was resisting stubbornly. He needed to be monitored at all times. The Celestial Court also needed her, Fairy Myrtle, to oversee the overall situation. Crack crack crack, a series of sounds came from Jing Lan's body. Fang Yuan's dragon claw was sharp as a blade as it stabbed at Jing Lan's chest. But at the critical moment, a dense layer of lightning armor appeared in front of Jing Lan's chest, intertwined with arcs of electricity. The dragon claw scratched this layer of armor like it was scratching the hardest steel. This was a rank 8 killer move, passive defense. Even if a Gu immortal was unconscious, it could still be activated by external attacks. Normally, Fang Yuan would be like a mouse fighting a bull. But now, this layer of lightning armor was damaged from the previous attack, it was not in a complete state. Thus, Fang Yuan used all his strength to tear it apart, the dragon claw firmly chopped down, piercing Jing Lan's skin along the way, from her left shoulder to the right side of her waist. Wherever it went, lightning flashed and the lightning armor was torn apart. Jing Lan's ribs were even harder, but 3 of them were cut by Fang Yuan's dragon claw. The dragon claw was completely undamaged, immortal essence was rapidly consumed, reverse flow protection seal had been maintaining it, loyally protecting Fang Yuan. If not for this layer of protection, just the dragon claw alone would have broken countless bones and shattered half the distance. The intense pain stimulated Jing Lan to open her eyes. She was worthy of being an experienced rank 8 grade expert that could resist spectral soul demon venerable. In an instant, she understood her situation and let out a sharp scream. This scream was not meaningless, it was an immortal killer move. Fang Yuan only frowned, he was unscathed. On the contrary, this attack was completely reversed by the countercurrent protection seal and struck Jing Lan's body. Jing Lan's eardrums were instantly destroyed and her mind was in chaos. Large amounts of internal bleeding occurred in her head, thick blood gushed out of her eyeballs and her vision turned blood red. Jing Lan had outstanding battle accomplishments, but maybe because she had just woken up from her slumber and had not exercised her body, her first battle was with Fang Yuan. Or maybe, after she was woken up by the pain, she realized she was heavily injured and subconsciously defended herself. In short, her reaction was too fast and she forgot that Fang Yuan's reverse flow protection seal had already undergone a new transformation, resulting in this mistake and causing her to suffer heavy injuries again, take her life while she is ill. Fang Yuan's dragon pupils were filled with a cold and sinister light. He fiercely swung his dragon tail and ruthlessly slammed Jing Lan down from the sky. With a loud bang, the ground shook and Jing Lan was smashed into the ground like a rubber ball, creating a deep pit with a radius of 3 meters. Damn it! Jing Lan gritted her teeth and struggled to get up. Her injuries were extremely heavy, her armor was intact and her ribs were broken. From the outside, her beating heart and expanding and contracting lungs could be seen. Roar! At the next moment, Fang Yuan opened his dragon mouth to its widest and let out a dragon breath. Sword-light dragon breath, surging to the extreme, incomparably sharp, the silver-white dragon breath was like a waterfall that soared to the sky and heavily crashed into Jing Lan's body. Jing Lan had just stood up and the thoughts in her mind had mostly settled down when she was struck by the sword dragon breath and knelt on one knee on the ground. I was actually forced to kneel on the ground by a rank 7 Gu immortal? Thinking of this, an intense feeling of humiliation filled Jing Lan's heart, anger and hatred immediately surged up. Aha! Jing Lan raised her head and roared. As she roared, blue lightning shot out from the countless pores on her body. The lightning interweaved and suddenly expanded. Rumble, endless lightning formed a hemispherical light barrier that repelled everything in the surroundings. Wherever it went, whether it was Fang Yuan's dragon breath or the surrounding miasma, they were completely destroyed by the lightning. Fang Yuan activated his strongest defensive method, dragon roars resounded, silver scales appearing like a sea. Tens of thousands of flood dragons surged forward, savagely encircling Jing Lan in the center of the deep pit. Damn it. Jing Lan gritted her teeth, the anger in her eyes like blazing flames. After the attack just now, her aura had fallen to rock bottom. The myriad dragons pounced over and were all killed by her. These little earthworms are nothing at all. Fang Yuan, you coward, come, let's fight with our true bodies. Jing Lan roared. Fang Yuan sneered, his true body hiding in a corner. Myriad dragon, myriad dragon, myriad dragon, myriad dragon, disregarding the expenditure of immortal essence, Fang Yuan frantically activated myriad dragon killer move. Jing Lan's aura rapidly weakened, she roared again and again, provoking Fang Yuan. But Feng Yuan did not move his true body. Myriad Dragon was a peak rank 7 killer move, but it was nothing to Jinglan. Because Jinglan still had abundant immortal essence and her immortal goo were not damaged. But every time Jinglan used a killer move, she would suffer the backlash of the regional wall. Even though she had methods to weaken this backlash, she was heavily injured at this moment. The backlash was very fatal. Don't forget, she still had to heal herself. But how could the injuries on her body be so easily healed? It was very difficult to treat Gu Immortal's injuries. Feng Yuan's sovereign immortal body was unique in the world. Jinglan saw that she could not lure Feng Yuan's true body, so she snorted and chose to break through. Myriad Dragon could not stop her, even though she was heavily injured. This was Thunder Ghost True Monarch who could resist Spectral Soul Demon Venerable back then. Her battle strength was peerless. Feng Yuan sighed. He knew that he was strong in defense, and although his battle strength could barely reach rank 8, against a person like Jinglan, he could not keep her life. Gu Immortals who reached this level would not die easily. Unless they ambushed the Gu Immortal in the Immortal Battlefield Killer move and killed the Gu Immortal before the Battlefield Killer move was unraveled. Of course, from another perspective, Feng Yuan couldn't kill Jinglan, but Jinglan also couldn't kill Feng Yuan. No matter how fast she couldn't stop Feng Yuan from entering the boundary wall. Even so, Feng Yuan clearly understood that even if he couldn't kill Jinglan, he still had to pursue her. I need to weaken this person's battle prowess as much as possible so that I can buy some time for myself. Feng Yuan reached out and pointed. Immortal Killer Move, Directional Confusion Fog. The original Directional Confusion Fog was purple fog. It was not big but could make rank 8 Gu Immortals lose their way. After Feng Yuan's first modification, this move had no effect on rank 8 Gu Immortals, but its effect on rank 7 and below Gu Immortals was increased. Not only did its color change, its range also expanded greatly, but it only lasted for a short period of time. After the Battle of Green Ghost Desert, Feng Yuan's Theft Path Attainment Sword and he modified this move again, adding many Theft Path Mortal Goo and even fusing Great Thief Immortal Goo into it as the core to steal the enemy's perception ability. Thus, its power sword and it could affect rank 8 Gu Immortals once again. In an instant, large amounts of clouds and mist shrouded Jinglan, causing her to lose her sense of direction and lose her sense of direction. Feng Yuan took the chance to order the myriad dragons to encircle her again. Oh no! I lack many immortal goo, I can't even break this killer move? Jinglan tried many methods but was shocked to find that she actually had no good way to deal with this killer move. Eh? What's going on? Feng Yuan observed for a while and saw that Jinglan couldn't break out of the encirclement. He was baffled. This killer move had been modified by Feng Yuan and was even more convenient to use, but it was only at rank 7 level. Feng Yuan had not expected to block Jinglan with this move. His true intention was to delay her for some time. But Jinglan couldn't break out. This surprised Feng Yuan. From outside the fog, Feng Yuan could clearly sense the aura of an immortal goo. Jinglan had been using her methods to try and break it. Her move was not ineffective, but the effect was not great. It only thinned the direction confusion fog a little. Feng Yuan's eyes shone with bright light. After observing for a while, he immediately activated direction confusion fog. The fog continued to increase in density, layer upon layer, firmly trapping Jinglan inside. She really can't break out. Feng Yuan smiled bitterly. If he had known this, he would have used this move earlier, and he wouldn't have had to struggle so hard to escape. However, any killer move's effect would diminish after being used too many times. Not only would the enemy be on guard, they would also give themselves away, leading to deductions and breakthroughs. Thus, it was a wise move for Feng Yuan to keep this killer move with him. But he had not expected it to actually trap Jinglan. This was a pleasant surprise. Oh no! Jinglan also realized the situation was far from good. At this moment, she truly felt the aura of death. Kill! Countless sword dragons drilled into the direction confusion fog, besieging Jinglan from all directions. Jinglan couldn't break out of the fog and fell into a bitter battle. The regional wall was still rejecting her. Every time she used a killer move, she would suffer a backlash. Could it be that I, Jinglan, the Grand Thunder Ghost True Monarch, am going to die here? As time passed, the situation became increasingly disadvantageous to Jinglan, making her heart sink. No, I still have to persevere, I still want to fight. Even if I die, I will drag this Fang Yuan down with me. Jing Lan's gaze fell on her chest. The wound on her chest was extremely large, exposing her heart. Her heart was very special. Every time it beat, traces of purple lightning would burst out. This was her final trump card. Such powerful battle strength. Even with such heavy injuries, she can still persevere and still has strength to spare. Moreover, her will is also invulnerable, even though I secretly used so many wisdom path methods. After a long wall of encirclement, Fang Yuan sighed and gave up. Time was crucial now. Fang Yuan needed to deduce and improve Ghost Soldier Garment as soon as possible. Although the situation was extremely advantageous to Fang Yuan, Celestial Court would definitely send reinforcements. Once reinforcements arrived, it would be a disaster for Fang Yuan. In fact, some Gu immortals had come together with Thunder Ghost True Monarch, but they had left their companions far behind. This was a possibility. Without any hesitation, Fang Yuan retreated, but before he left, he added many more myriad dragon and directional confusion fog. Retreat. Fang Yuan immediately moved towards the regional wall. The 5 regional walls were relatively safe for Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan moved while deducing and modifying Ghost Official Garment. But soon, he found that Ghost Official Garment was still limited to rank 7 no matter how much he modified it. It was better to dig out the connection between it and Ghostly Concealment. Ghostly Concealment is a rank 9 killer move. Even though it is Theft Path, it has the word ghost in it, it blocks the soul senses, so it is closely related to Soul Path. Yama's idea is correct. With Ghostly Concealment, I can raise Ghost Official Garment's level to a higher level. After finding the correct direction, Fang Yuan used every second he had to deduce. He had rich wisdom path methods and sufficient attainment level, especially his Theft Path attainment level. It gave him the most crucial support. After fleeing for several days and nights, Fang Yuan finally finished his deductions and activated Yama again. The new Yama killer move allowed Ghostly Concealment and Ghost Official Garment to be even more closely connected. Originally, these two killer moves were repelling each other, but now, they were fusing together. The repelling effect had completely disappeared. Success! Fang Yuan sensed carefully and clenched his fists excitedly. He blocked the Celestial Court's deductions and location again. This time, the danger was averted. But if he deactivated Yama, he would be exposed to the Celestial Court's deductions again. Fang Yuan quickly moved towards Northern Plains. Maintaining the new Yama was not a small expenditure. In this battle with Thunder Ghost True Monarch, he had expended a lot of immortal essence. Fang Yuan's original immortal essence reserves were almost empty. In this battle, Fang Yuan had used Myriad Dragon the most times. Other than that, he had also used Direction Confusion Fog the most in history. These immortal killer moves all expended immortal essence. Moreover, deducing the new Yama also expended a lot of immortal essence. Fang Yuan had suffered huge losses in this battle, but it was not without gains. His greatest gain was preserving his life. Other than that, there was the new Yama and Thunder Ghost True Monarch's 3 rib bones. Celestial Court. In a grand palace, Fairy Myrtle slowly opened her eyes and stopped her deductions, sighing, "This Fang Yuan's wisdom path attainment is already extraordinary. He was able to defend against my method again." Rank 8 Gu Immortal Chen Yi had been using Karma Divine Tree to help Fairy Myrtle make deductions. At this moment, he had a complex expression as he spoke. "Lady Ziwei, there is one more thing I need to report." "What is it?" Chen Yi had only been assisting from the side, but Fairy Myrtle was fully focused on deducing Fang Yuan, so Chen Yi was the first to notice Fang Yuan's actions. He immediately answered, "Jewel Yellow Skies has sold 3 rib bones of Lady Thunder Ghost True Monarch." "What?" Fairy Myrtle's expression changed. She immediately contacted Jewel Yellow Skies and saw that the 3 rib bones had indeed caused a huge commotion. Many Gu immortal wills had gathered. It is hard to imagine that this demon Fang Yuan already has such battle strength. Sigh, his growth is too fast. He is already a demonic path overlord of the current generation. Fang Yuan is an otherworldly demon. He also has Spring Autumn Cicada and has been reborn. He naturally has a huge advantage in cultivation. I recognize her. This is Celestial Court's Gu Immortal Thunder Ghost True Monarch. To think that she was actually suppressed by Fang Yuan. Thunder Ghost True Monarch Jing Lan, this is an old senior. She is actually still alive? Central Continent's celestial court is only SOSO, they are the number one human force in vain. They have been searching for Feng Yuan all along and even sent a rank 8 Gu Immortal, but they were still beaten to such a sorry state by Feng Yuan. The Gu Immortal wills continued to converse. Fairy Ziwei's body started to tremble. This was because of anger. This was because not only was Feng Yuan selling the sternum, but he was also using a method to continuously replay the scene of his battle with Jing Lan. Of course, he only chose the part where he successfully counterattacked and beat up Jing Lan. "Milord, should we inform Thunder Ghost True Monarch about this?" Chenny asked. By the time Jing Lan defeated myriad flood dragons and dispelled the directional confusion fog with great difficulty, Feng Yuan had long since disappeared without a trace. Although Fairy Myrtle was still able to calculate Feng Yuan's position at that time, Jing Lan's combat strength had been weakened to rock bottom. Her condition was extremely poor and she urgently needed to recuperate. Later, reinforcements arrived and met up with her. She once again set out to kill Feng Yuan. Unfortunately, the distance between her and Feng Yuan had already widened. Feng Yuan had been in the depths of the boundary wall all this time. Jing Lan kept chasing after them, but her helpers didn't have the means to go so deep into the boundary wall, so they could only coordinate from outside the boundary wall. Jing Lan was unwilling to accept her failure, her heart was filled with anger and humiliation, so she kept chasing after them. But just now, Fairy Myrtle couldn't calculate Feng Yuan's position, so Jing Lan lost her target and direction. "Ziwei. Where is that demon, Feng Yuan?" Jing Lan transmitted to ask. She was flustered and exasperated, her tone was very aggressive. She had thought it would be easy to capture him, but in the end, she ended up seriously injured and in such a sorry state. How could the proud Jing Lan accept this reality? She gritted her teeth, urgently hoping to capture and kill Feng Yuan to avenge her humiliation. Fairy Myrtle was silent for a moment before slowly informing Jing Lan. "What? Even you can lose him?" Jing Lan was furious and extremely dissatisfied. Feng Yuan's wisdom path attainments are no longer the same as before. But he has to go to Langya Blessed Land in the end. We have already made arrangements there. Although we didn't capture this scoundrel in this battle, we still made great gains. Not only did we consume a large amount of his immortal essence, we also forced him to expose countless trump cards. How can a Gu Immortal like him be killed in one battle? Fairy Myrtle advised Jing Lan in a gentle tone. Jing Lan was silent, standing on the spot without moving. After a long while, she heaved a long sigh, the anger on her face had already completely faded. "I underestimated him. This person is shockingly talented, worthy of being the successor chosen by Providence and the one that Shadow Sect had no choice but to choose. In the next battle, I won't make the mistake of underestimating the enemy." Jing Lan was not an impetuous person. After being awakened by Fairy Myrtle, she immediately regained her composure and calmly admitted her mistake as a celestial court expert. Compared to Feng Yuan, there is another more troublesome matter. Fairy Myrtle tactfully told Jing Lan about the matter of Feng Yuan selling the breastbone in Jewel Yellow Skies. Jing Lan's mind, which had just calmed down, immediately surged with great waves of anger. "What? This guy actually took my sternum out to sell? Preposterous. Simply preposterous." Jing Lan immediately communicated with Jewel Yellow Skies, and sure enough, when she saw her breastbone, she flew into a rage and her eyes turned bloodshot. Soon after, Jing Lan saw the scene of Feng Yuan beating her up, and she gritted her teeth so hard that they almost shattered. "Damned guy, if you fall into my hands in the future, I will definitely pull out your tendons, flay your skin, and grind your bones to ashes." However, this kid Feng Yuan actually took it out to sell. He is really cautious. He only took a small portion of the image, he is simply shameless to the extreme, he has no shame at all. Jing Lan breathed roughly through her nostrils, trying hard to calm down as she pondered. He definitely consumed a lot of energy in this battle. Taking out 3 of my breastbones to sell, isn't his foundation greatly damaged and he urgently needs to replenish it? Then I will do as you wish and buy it. First, if Jing Lan bought her breastbone, she could completely reattach it, and it would have an extremely significant effect on her injuries. Second, the longer this image and breastbone were hung in Jewel Yellow Skies, the deeper the blow to the Celestial Court. Since ancient times, the Celestial Court had always been recognized as the #1 power of humanity, Now that Fang Yuan was selling Jing Lan's 3 breastbones, it was like a slap to the celestial court's face. Fairy Myrtle couldn't make the first move. After all, Jing Lan was the person involved. Jing Lan also understood Fairy Myrtle's meaning. She urged out a will, hid her identity, and swallowed her anger. She then asked Fang Yuan's will, "How much are you selling these breastbones?" "Who are you?" "I come from the Eastern Sea." Jing Lan gritted her teeth. She didn't expect the Grand Thunder Ghost True Monarch to be so anonymous. "I am very interested in these 3 breastbones." Fang Yuan's will smiled. "There are many people who are interested." Jing Lan's will gritted her teeth, "But there aren't many people who are willing to pay such a high price." Fang Yuan's will, however, didn't ask for the price as she expected, instead shaking his head. "No matter how high the price is, I won't sell." "You won't sell? If you won't sell, then why are you hanging it?" Jing Lan immediately had a very bad feeling. Fang Yuan's will sneered, "I'm hanging it for fun." "What can you do about it?" "Guh." Jing Lan couldn't bear it anymore. She coughed out a mouthful of blood. "Fang Yuan. If I, Jing Lan, don't kill you, I am not human." More than 10 days later, Xianxia Blessed Land's immortal formation shone brightly, soaring into the sky. The light slowly dissipated, and Fang Yuan slowly walked out of the immortal formation. After defeating Jing Lan, Fang Yuan had been using the immortal killer move Yama, traveling day and night without rest until he finally returned to Xianxia Blessed Land. Because Fang Yuan did not know the true location of Xianxia Blessed Land, he had to rely on the immortal formation to directly teleport back this time. Inside the immortal aperture, I won't need Yama to conceal myself. Fang Yuan let out a breath of turbid air, dispelling Yama. "Elder Fang Yuan, you are finally back." Land Spirit of Xianxia was already standing outside the immortal formation. Seeing that Fang Yuan had dispelled Yama and revealed his true appearance, he immediately welcomed him with a smile. This time, when Xianxia Blessed Land was invaded, Fang Yuan did not contribute much, but why was Land Spirit of Xianxia so enthusiastic? Fang Yuan, however, knew clearly that it was because he had sold Thunder Ghost True Monarch's 3 rib bones in jewel yellow skies. Fang Yuan did not sell them. On one hand, he wanted to deal a blow to Celestial Court's reputation. On the other hand, he wanted to obtain Xianxia Blessed Land. Xianxia Blessed Land was invaded by Feng Jiuge's group. It was in a pathetic state, and they had offended Celestial Court. These last days, the Northern Plains Variant Human Alliance's higher-ups were under immense pressure. They were in a constant state of anxiety. After all, these variant humans had once dominated a region, suppressing the human race beneath their feet. It was Celestial Court that led the human race to defeat these variant human races, creating the current era of humanity. Thus, these 4 races variant humans were actually afraid of being beaten by the humans. They were hiding in one place and surviving secretly. Now that they had offended Celestial Court, it was easy to imagine how much pressure they were under. At this juncture, Fang Yuan beat up Thunder Ghost True Monarch. The battle was displayed in jewel yellow skies for the whole world to see. Jing Lan was a famous rank 8 expert in history. Such a person was also defeated by Fang Yuan. This was extremely good news to the variant human Gu immortals. Once the news spread, it was like sunlight shone upon them, dispelling the gloominess in their hearts. "Elder Fang Yuan, you did well this time. Previously, when I asked the Stone Golem tribe to borrow the primordial rock dragon, the Stone Golem tribe was always evasive and ambiguous, but when your news came, their attitude clearly changed." Land Spirit of Xianxia secretly transmitted to Fang Yuan, winking, "Now that you are back, with you around, we can force the Rockman tribe to lend us the immemorial rock dragon. By then, we will have 3 rank 8 battle strengths. It will not be a problem to relocate Xianxia Blessed Land." Land Spirit of Xianxia was excited. Fang Yuan glanced at the Land Spirit. He was not as optimistic as the latter. Celestial Court definitely had a lot of arrangements. Relocating Xianxia Blessed Land was not a simple matter. But at this moment, he was not in a hurry to explain the details to Land Spirit of Xianxia. Fang Yuan turned his gaze towards the group of variant humans behind Land Spirit of Xianxia. These people were the Gu immortals of the 4 races. Fang Yuan had returned this time to create a commotion, thus they came to welcome him with smiles on their faces. Snowman Gu Immortal Bing Yuan praised, "Elder Fang Yuan, you are truly a heavenly genius, even the Grand Thunder Ghost True Monarch is not your match." This battle has already established your throne as the number 1 rank 7 of humanity. Bing Yuan was overjoyed. Fang Yuan was engaged to a female immortal of the snowman tribe. He could be considered half a snowman. This was her political opinion. The stronger Fang Yuan was, the happier she would be. All along, Fang Yuan and Feng Jioge had been mentioned together. After all, they both had rank 7 cultivation level but were special existences that could fight rank 8s. But now, Fang Yuan's battle video showed that he was able to beat Thunder Ghost True Monarch into such a pathetic state. Everyone was shocked and shocked. Battles depended on who the opponent was. If Fang Yuan defeated rank 6 or 7 Gu Immortals, nobody would be surprised. But his opponent was the famous rank 8 Gu Immortal in history, Thunder Ghost True Monarch. That was a different story. Actually, Fang Yuan was in a pathetic state in this battle, but it was this battle that established his reputation as the number 1 rank 7 in the world. He suppressed Feng Jioge. One could say, this was the battle that made Fang Yuan famous in the world. Just from this battle alone, even those rank 8 Gu Immortals would have to pay attention to this rank 7 monster, Fang Yuan. Of course, this was all part of Fang Yuan's plan. Even though Fang Yuan lost this battle and retreated, it was not like he did not gain anything. Victory or defeat in a battle was not important in essence. What was important was the losses and gains after the battle. Even though Fang Yuan lost this battle, his gains were not small. The value of the 3 rib bones was not in themselves, but the meaning behind them. Fang Yuan used these spoils of war to the extreme. The 5 regions Gu Immortal world was in an uproar because of this. Not to mention Chu Du's complex emotions, Wu Yang's ashen expression, and Lu Wei Yin's sigh. After Fang Yuan returned to Xianxia Blessed Land, he immediately felt a huge difference. These variant human Gu Immortals, including Land Spirit of Xianxia, had a huge change in attitude towards him. They were truly in awe of him. Especially when the Celestial Court was watching them, Fang Yuan became the pillar of support for these people. After all, the immemorial rock dragon was only an immemorial desolate beast. Even though the ancient battle formation Heavenly Giant Solar had rank 8 battle strength, it could not match a true rank 8 Gu Immortal. But now, Fang Yuan beat up such a rank 8 Gu Immortal, especially when Thunder Ghost True Monarch was publicly recognized as an expert among rank 8s. At this time, who cared about Fang Yuan's rank 7 cultivation level? The battle results were right in front of them. Because of this, when Fang Yuan returned to Xianxia Blessed Land, these people eagerly came to welcome him. Fang Yuan's attitude was slightly cold. He only said a few words to the Land Spirit of Xianxia, Bing Yuan, and the others before nodding at Shui. Shui immediately lowered her head shyly, while the Snowman Gu Immortal smiled happily. The variant human Gu Immortals suggested setting up a banquet to welcome Fang Yuan, but Fang Yuan rejected them without hesitation. The current situation is not good. We need to make full use of our time and get through this crisis. Fang Yuan said plainly, but the variant human Gu Immortals agreed with him. Fang Yuan's status was really different now. These variant human Gu Immortals were truly treating him as a rank 8 Gu Immortal. Earlier, they were on equal footing with Fang Yuan, but now, they were lowering their heads and speaking in a submissive manner. On one hand, Fang Yuan had great battle strength. He could beat up Thunder Ghost True Monarch. On the other hand, they were facing a strong enemy. They needed help from Fang Yuan. Everyone, please leave. I want to speak to First Elder in private. Fang Yuan did not stand on ceremony. He waved for the immortals to leave. Fang Yuan secretly transmitted to the Land Spirit of Xianxia, I am Xianxia Sect's Supreme Elder First. I am also a member of the Alliance. These words were said with sincerity. Xianxia Land Spirit's mood immediately became joyful, thinking that Fang Yuan had not forgotten his roots. He was still one of them. Earlier, when Fang Yuan forcefully persuaded him to ask for the refinement path true meaning, the mood of the immortals lessened by a lot. The group of immortals naturally would not be insensible and dispersed. Land Spirit of Xianxia grabbed Fang Yuan's arm, vanishing on the spot. At the next moment, the two of them appeared in First Cloud City. Using your perceivable Tao Immortal Gu, we found that their method was indeed planted in the Blessed Land. To relocate Xianxia Blessed Land, we need to get rid of these harmful Tao marks first. Land Spirit of Xianxia was deeply worried. Fang Yuan felt strange. With First Supreme Elder's refinement path attainment, refining these Tao marks should be your specialty, right? Land Spirit of Xianxia was troubled. Celestial Court is truly worthy of being the Celestial Court. their method this time is very special. I have used almost all of my methods, but I am helpless against these Dao marks. Fang Yuan's eyes shined with bright light. The celestial court was truly well prepared, they had deep foundations. Since they could plant this method, they were not worried about being discovered or broken. Maybe Fairy Myrtle had already calculated Land Spirit of Langia's ability. I wonder if my self-cleansing killer move will work. Fang Yuan was quite confident in this method. After all, Inextinguishable Star Target had been successfully broken by Fang Yuan using this move. But at this moment, Fang Yuan did not want to take it out to test. He said to Land Spirit of Langia, "Since that is the case, I will say it directly. First Supreme Elder, please take out the Refinement Path True Meaning for me. After I become a Refinement Path Quasi-Supreme Grandmaster, I will definitely be able to resolve this problem." Langia Land Spirit's expression immediately changed. This Refinement Path True Meaning was the most precious treasure in his heart. Now that he had to take it out and give it to a human Gu immortal like Fang Yuan, he was in an awkward mood and was extremely reluctant to part with it. However, since he had already promised Fang Yuan, and with the grim situation in front of him, even if he was unwilling, he could only nod. Thus, after a while, Fang Yuan finally saw Long Hair Ancestor's Refinement Path True Meaning. True Meaning was also a type of will, but it was very special. This was also the first time Fang Yuan had seen the existence of True Meaning. This True Meaning had the appearance of Long Hair Ancestor sitting cross-legged, but its body was shining brightly and was translucent. It did not have a physical body, it was as if it was made of pure diamond. Most wills could move on their own, expending themselves to think and do other activities. But the True Meaning was completely still, it was like a statue, not moving at all. But precisely because of this characteristic, this True Meaning could exist until now. If it was like other wills that could move on their own and think continuously, it would have been used up long ago. "You, take it." Land Spirit of Langia's expression was extremely complex. He stared at Long Hair True Meaning for a long while before sighing bitterly and saying to Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan nodded. He took a step forward and stared with his eyes. Immediately, a suction force appeared out of nowhere and sucked this Long Hair True Meaning into his mind. Long Hair True Meaning entered Fang Yuan's mind, immediately bursting out with endless radiance. The diamond-like radiance shone on Fang Yuan's mind, forming a grand scene of light. Fang Yuan immediately sat down cross-legged and closed his eyes. His expression was solemn. He started to use many wisdom path methods. Immediately, there were huge waves in his mind, countless thoughts, and all kinds of wills rushed towards Long Hair True Meaning, colliding with it, absorbing, learning and comprehending it. Everything went smoothly. After several hours, Fang Yuan completely digested this Long Hair True Meaning, converting it into his own accumulation. These were all Long Hair Ancestors' understanding of Refinement Path, and now they had all become Fang Yuan's cultivation resources. Fang Yuan's Refinement Path attainment had always been ordinary, but now it had leaped up, becoming a quasi-supreme grandmaster in one go. This is simply ascending to heaven in one step. Even when Dream Realms appeared, during the 5 regions chaotic war, and I explored Dream Realms, I did not have such an effect. Even Fang Yuan himself was deeply moved. His gains this time were extremely huge. Although he had completely digested the Refinement Path True Meaning, Fang Yuan still sat on the ground, not moving, wholeheartedly comprehending his advancement. Refinement Path, this was a special path. Gu immortals who cultivated this path were most proficient in Gu refinement. Gu cultivation, from start to finish, had 3 basic elements. That was nurturing Gu, using Gu, and refining Gu. Right now, Fang Yuan was already an outstanding expert in Gu refinement. Among all the Gu immortals in the 5 regions, in terms of refinement path understanding, almost no one could match the current Fang Yuan. However, attainment level alone is not enough. What I lack now is experience in Gu refinement path immortal Gu, and refinement path killer moves. Fang Yuan still had a clear understanding of himself. But as long as I practice these contents, my progress will definitely be extremely rapid. After all, I am already a quasi-supreme grandmaster. To think that my theft path attainment, which was only great grandmaster not long ago, has now surpassed me in refinement path and become a quasi-supreme grandmaster. Fang Yuan closed his eyes and pondered, carefully comprehending the changes brought about by his refinement path attainment. He casually flipped through any goo recipe. Mortal goo recipes were easy to understand. With just one glance, Feng Yuan could see through the profundities contained within, and with just a thought, he could raise this goo recipe to its optimal level. Next, he flipped through immortal goo recipes. Immortal goo recipes were naturally much more abundant than mortal goo recipes, and the difficulty was also much higher. But this was not a problem for Feng Yuan. He found that as long as he focused on learning, he only needed to think about some difficult problems and he would be able to understand the logic behind them. For some of the more complex rank 8 immortal goo recipes, Feng Yuan needed to use wisdom path methods to think about them continuously. But because he had quasi-supreme wisdom path attainment as a foundation, he would not think wrongly. Sometimes, he did not even need to deduce, he could refine immortal goo with just this intuition in his heart, and determine whether an immortal goo recipe was correct or not. Facing an immortal goo recipe that he understood completely, he could instantly think of a large number of modification plans, and the more he thought about it, the more modification plans he could come up with. As for remnant recipes, in the past, he needed to use the light of wisdom to deduce them, but now, the difficulty had greatly decreased. Of course, he was not omnipotent in this aspect. Many remnant recipes' deduction still required the attainment level of that path. In history, there were only 3 Supreme Grandmasters in refinement path. I have quasi-Supreme Grandmaster attainment now, not to mention the current era. Even in the long river of history, just based on refinement path attainment, I am definitely in the top 10. Although Feng Yuan's battle strength did not change, his vision was completely different. It had almost risen to the highest level of goo cultivation. Standing at this height, Feng Yuan was simply overlooking the entire goo cultivation process. Countless comprehensions surged in his heart. Goo path's nurturing, usage, and refinement are actually one. Goo worm nurturing contains refinement techniques, refinement contains usage techniques, and usage also contains the profundities of nurturing and refinement techniques. The current Feng Yuan could completely deduce how to raise a goo worm and what effect it had from a complete and correct goo recipe. By drawing parallels, he could also deduce how to refine goo worms from nurturing and usage techniques. Wait, I understand. Actually, any killer move, be it mortal killer moves or immortal killer moves, can be considered a goo refinement remnant recipe. This was one of the highest pursuits of refinement path, to combine all kinds of killer moves into a single goo worm, for example, mortal killer move self-strength. This move was a strength path killer move, created by Northern Plains goo immortal Su Xianxia for her daughter He Lulan. Its core was strength path, but it also involved soul path and chi path. Once it was activated, it could create a human phantom. The phantom was lifelike, it was a depiction of the goo master's subconscious. Moreover, this strength path phantom could chase after the enemy on its own. It had intelligence. There were a total of 40 to 50 goo worms that formed this killer move. According to Feng Yuan's current understanding of refinement path, any killer move, be it mortal or immortal, could be considered an incomplete recipe for goo refinement. That is to say, the contents of self-strength killer move could be continuously deleted and added in all kinds of goo materials, perfecting it until it formed a goo recipe for self-strength goo. When the goo recipe is perfected and self-strength goo is refined, just by activating this goo worm, it could create a strength path phantom. The benefits of this were obvious. The killer move would be condensed into a goo worm, the number of goo worms would be reduced to 1. When the goo master uses it, not only would it be convenient and fast, the primeval essence expenditure would also be much lower than the previous killer move. Another example was immortal killer move Myriad Self. This move was created by Feng Yuan in this life, enslavement and strength path. It was raised from the fusion of Dragon Horse Spirit, 3 heads 6 arms, Rat Plague, Lightning Storm, Leopard Rush, Horse Stamp, 3 hearts combination Soul, Beast Phantom Encirclement, 6-arm Heavenly Zombie King, and other killer moves. The core immortal goo were self-strength, pulling mountain, pulling water, and cleanse soul. The supplementary goo were all-out effort goo, bitter strength goo, borrow strength goo, self-reliance goo, refine essence spirit goo, amplify effect goo, earth strength goo, fire, water, wind, lightning, and other goo, heavenly essence treasure king lotus goo, lurking soul coat goo, breath concealment goo, group strength goo, and all kinds of soul path mortal goo. Evidently, this killer move had a lot of contents. It was very troublesome to activate. It was also because Fang Yuan was very familiar with it, it had already become an instinct of his body, he could use it freely in battle. But in fact, it contained countless things, it was very complex. What if this killer move was improved and refined into a goo, myriad self-immortal goo? Evidently, this was very convenient. It was too convenient. As long as Fang Yuan instilled his immortal essence and activated this goo worm, he would be able to create tens of thousands of strength path phantoms. It was convenient and fast. In the past, Fang Yuan wasn't qualified at all. But now that he had become a refinement path quasi-supreme master, he had the ability to reach this level, refining all kinds of killer moves into goo worms. Fang Yuan's heart palpitated with excitement, but he did not lose his cool. He remained calm and continued to think deeply. I already have the ability to turn killer moves into goo worms. However, some killer moves can be condensed into a goo worm, like Myriad Self. But some killer moves cannot, like Purple Blood River Formation, Ignited Thought Flying Rock, and others. If these killer moves are condensed to the limit, they will need several immortal goo. In the future, when I activate these immortal goo, I will be able to coordinate them and activate killer moves successfully. However, there are pros and cons to this method. The advantage is that it's much faster and more convenient. The drain on my mind and spirit is greatly reduced, but there are also disadvantages. Firstly, for example, after Myriad Self is condensed into a single Myriad Self immortal goo, other immortal goo might be used as goo materials to be used during the goo refinement process. Moreover, activating Myriad Self immortal goo alone might not be as powerful as the killer move Myriad Self. The killer move Myriad Self required so many immortal goo and supplementary mortal goo, but there was only one Myriad Self goo worm. If it was only rank 6 or 7, it would have limited Dao marks and would not have enough power. And there is another point, if there is only one goo worm, it will be easy to target. Killer moves might be complex, but it will be much harder for others to deduce and decipher them. Killer moves could be continuously modified and upgraded. For example, Myriad Self killer move had variation moves like Strength Path Giant Hand and Reverse Flow. Protection Seal. But if there was only one Myriad Self goo worm, there would be no such upgrade. Of course, in general, condensing it into a single goo worm has more benefits. Because it can be used as a core immortal goo to construct killer moves. This way, the power can be raised and it will not be easily countered. Even if some immortal goo are used as goo materials during the refinement process, I can refine them again. This ability would be of great help to Fang Yuan. Ignoring everything else, just Myriad Self killer move alone, Fang Yuan's Reverse Flow Protection Seal was a variation of this killer move. All along, it was very troublesome for Fang Yuan to activate Reverse Flow Protection Seal. He needed some time to prepare the killer move, the steps were complicated and if there was a slight mistake, the killer move would fail and he would be heavily injured. But if he had Myriad Self immortal goo, Fang Yuan could modify Reverse Flow Protection Seal. The steps would be greatly simplified and he would be able to activate Reverse Flow Protection Seal quickly. That way, his battle strength would rise by a huge margin. Fang Yuan calculated, he had a lot of killer moves, but only a few were truly useful. Myriad Self killer move could be condensed and refined, Purple Thought Insight Starlight could be condensed into several immortal goo, Ancient Sword Dragon Transformation could also be condensed into one goo worm. By then, Myriad Self Immortal Goo and Ancient Sword Dragon Immortal Goo would be able to unleash the killer move Myriad Dragon with just 2 Immortal Goo, Divination Tortoise Transformation, Self-Cleansing, 180 Slaves, Enslavement After Victorious Battle, and others could all be condensed and refined. As he researched and thought about this, Fang Yuan had a new understanding. Wait, be it killer moves or goo refinement, they are all using Dao in essence. Doesn't my Reverse Flow Protection Seal use the Reverse Flow River? Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's Orderly Well killer move, didn't it use City Well? City Well and Reverse Flow River are not goo worms, why can they be used? Isn't it because they are secluded domains of heaven and earth, they contain a lot of Dao marks, we can use them? Fang Yuan thought about it again, the nurturing, use, and refinement of goo worms were all Dao in essence. There were too many goo cultivation paths, fire path, water path, metal path, wood path, strength path, wisdom path, soul path, rule path, poison path, theft path. These paths talk about the nurturing, use, and refinement of goo worms. They are actually describing a type of Dao in this world. Suddenly, a classic phrase of the Gu cultivation world flashed in Feng Yuan's mind. Man is the spirit of all living beings, Gu are the essence of heaven and earth. There had never been a moment where Feng Yuan had such a deep understanding of this phrase. I want to condense killer moves into Gu worms. I need to reduce the Gu worms and add Gu materials to fuse them into one. Immortal Gu are fragments of the great Tao. Gu materials are the accumulation of Tao marks. As long as the paths are the same, they can replace each other. Looking at reverse flow protection seal and orderly well, the reason why they can be used as killer moves is because reverse flow river and city well have too many Tao marks. They can replace the effects of Gu worms. From this point, these two killer moves have already transformed from killer moves to Gu recipes. Many of his doubts were cleared up as Feng Yuan continued to ponder. Refinement path was actually quite special. Although it was a single path, it involved all kinds of paths. Feng Yuan's attainment of quasi-supreme grandmaster in refinement path gave him much deeper and deeper insights than any other path. Think about it, if I use landscape as before immortal Gu to repair Danghun Mountain, on the surface, it looks like a Gu worm is working, but it can also be seen as the killer move, landscape as before, activating. Any killer move can be seen as a Gu refinement remnant recipe, thus changing the angle. This is also Gu refinement. It is just that I am not refining a Gu worm, but a rank 9 immortal material, Danghun Mountain. Feng Yuan only had rank 7 cultivation level, but he could actually refine a rank 9 immortal material. Don't forget, the most crucial thing here was orderly well, it was Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's creation. And back then, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable had used orderly well on Danghun Mountain. It was a rank 9 killer move. Understanding this, Feng Yuan had many new ideas about repairing Danghun Mountain. Since Danghun Mountain can be repaired, I can use it as the core to imitate reverse flow river and form an immortal killer move. Oh. I understand now. In Spectral Soul's true inheritance, the peak of soul cultivation is the 3-6 joint thousand arms demon souls. Isn't this a man-made secluded domain of heaven and earth? There is also Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's rank 9 killer move Ghostly Concealment. It has countless Tao marks, they work together and can be activated without any immortal essence. This is also a man-made secluded domain of heaven and earth. All along, Feng Yuan did not understand why Ghostly Concealment did not need immortal essence and could be activated without stopping. But now, he realized. Did Danghun Mountain need immortal essence? No. Did Luopa Valley need immortal essence? It also did not. Spectral Soul Venerable resisted calamities and tribulations with his soul strength, even though he used immortal essence to activate killer moves. In essence, he did not need immortal essence to have absolute battle strength. But there was one point, it did not mean that by casually stacking all sorts of Tao marks together, as long as there was enough of them, they could form a secluded domain of heaven and earth, they could form a killer move like Ghostly Concealment. Tao marks also needed to be matched. Wasn't this matching Gu refinement? The required Gu materials needed to be carefully selected. Wasn't it just nurturing Gu? The required ingredients also needed to be of a certain standard. Wasn't it just using Gu? The coordination between Gu worms was the coordination of Tao marks. Thinking like this, after a long while, Feng Yuan slowly opened his eyes. 3 days and 3 nights had passed. He had only taken a few hours to digest the refinement path true meaning, but he had used 3 days and 3 nights to comprehend it. Feng Yuan's black eyes were shining brightly, they were deep and unfathomable. You. Seeing Feng Yuan's gaze, Land Spirit of Xianxia became uncertain. What's wrong with me? Feng Yuan asked. Land Spirit of Xianxia sighed. At that moment, your aura made me feel like I was looking at the former Giant Sun Immortal and Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable. Giant Sun Immortal, Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable, any Gu Venerable was a publicly recognized Supreme Grandmaster in the world. Feng Yuan's refinement path quasi-Supreme Grandmaster attainment level was already at the edge of their level. He was no longer looking at the towering mountains, he could see the scenery at this level. Slumbering Lightning Python. Land Spirit of Xianxia shouted angrily. At the next moment, lightning flashed and interweaved like water, forming a huge lightning python that resembled a dragon. Lightning was yang, python was yin. The lightning python contained yin and yang, it dispelled the berserk nature of the lightning, making it look gentle. Thus, the lightning python was not sinister, it was elegant and cute instead. It slithered and slowly coiled around a stone mountain that resembled an elephant. The python's body continued to rub against the stone, grinding it into the finest powder. In refinement path, there were 4 publicly recognized immortal moves that were most suitable for processing immortal materials. Slumbering lightning python was one of them. Land spirit of Xianxia originated from long hair ancestor, he naturally had a good grasp of it. This killer move was at rank 8 because it used a rank 8 refinement path immortal goo. Without a rank 8 slumbering lightning python, this rank 8 immortal material, elephant armor mountain, could not be processed. This was an information path immemorial immortal material. Land spirit of Xianxia had been processing immortal materials for several hours already. More than 10 rank 8 immortal materials had been processed in front of elephant armor mountain. These immortal materials were of all kinds, they were all information path immortal materials. Slumbering lightning python gradually dissipated, elephant armor mountain was also completely crushed into powder. These powder and other immortal materials fused into a lump. Under the effect of land spirit of Xianxia's method, it formed a constantly rotating rainbow whirlpool. Alright, disperse the immortal formation. Land spirit of Xianxia let out a breath of turbid air and said with extreme fatigue. Immediately, a hairy man goo immortal took the lead and dispersed this refinement path immortal formation. Once the immortal formation was gone, the aura of the rainbow whirlpool spread. Wisdom goo was like a cat that smelled fish, it immediately flew over and plunged into the rainbow whirlpool, immersing itself in it. So wisdom goo has such a characteristic. Fang Yuan saw this and sighed. Rumors say that the goo recipe for refining wisdom goo contains a large number of information path immortal materials. In nature, wild wisdom goo can only complete its advancement in places filled with information path Dao marks. Land spirit of Xianxia said. With that said, Fang Yuan immediately understood. As for wisdom goo's recipe, be it spectral soul's true inheritance or Xianxia true inheritance, they did not record it. Only in the celestial court. Fang Yuan could not control the wild wisdom goo, but he could move this rainbow whirlpool remotely. As for that 4,000-year lifespan goo, it was already in place after refinement path true meaning. Great Elder, thank you for taking action personally this time. I will repay the debt I owe you, Fang Yuan said sincerely to the land spirit of Xianxia. The method to teleport wisdom goo, although simple, had a high price. All sorts of rank 8 immortal materials were used to create this temporary rainbow whirlpool. Not long after, the whirlpool would gradually dissipate, other than deceiving the wisdom goo into shifting its position, there would be no benefits. Of course, Fang Yuan would pay for this. After discussing with the land spirit of Xianxia, both sides came to an agreement, Fang Yuan would owe them for now, there was no need to repay them now. After all, Fang Yuan had just gone through a huge battle, his immortal essence was almost depleted, he needed to replenish it. This was also the reason why Fang Yuan's status was rising. If it were before, he would not have such generous benefits. But now, after he beat up Thunder Ghost True Monarch, he had the upper hand in the negotiation with the land spirit of Xianxia. The situation is urgent, I need to go into closed cultivation and deduce with all my strength, I need to find a way to get out of this predicament as soon as possible. Fang Yuan said. Then I will not disturb you. Land spirit of Xianxia had a look of joy, the exhaustion on his face lessened by a lot. Fang Yuan returned to his cloud city. Speaking of which, Feng Jiuge and the rest had invaded Xianxia Blessed Land, they had also taken away several cloud cities. Fang Yuan's cloud city was lucky enough to avoid this calamity, it was preserved. Of course, this might also be related to Fang Yuan's strong luck. Fang Yuan was in closed cultivation in his cloud city, the other variant human goo immortals wanted to get in touch with him, but Fang Yuan did not want to meet them, even the snowmen were the same. Inside the sovereign immortal aperture. Immortal killer move, strength reversing life and death. This move is a strength path killer move, it is not suitable for the time path clone, I can modify it into time path in the future. Fang Yuan's time path clone instantly turned into an immortal zombie, arriving in front of Wisdom Goo. A moment later, Wisdom Goo burst out with the light of wisdom. Fang Yuan's time path clone sat cross-legged with his eyes closed, bathing in the light as he thought rapidly. The Dao marks that Feng Jiuge left behind in Xianxia Blessed Land were placed aside by Fang Yuan. Compared to Xianxia Blessed Land's safety, the latter was naturally more important. Right now, the most important thing is to raise the killer move Yama. Otherwise, once I leave the immortal aperture, I will need to maintain Yama. The immortal essence expenditure will be too huge. If Yama was not raised, Feng Yuan would be too passive. If his location was exposed and the celestial court continued to make deductions, more secrets would be exposed. This was not a situation that Feng Yuan wanted to see. Earlier, Feng Yuan had thought about it. Rather than using ghost official garment to resist the celestial court's deductions, he might as well use ghostly concealment. Yama was a successful attempt. But now, the celestial court had too many clues about Feng Yuan. The current Yama could no longer protect Feng Yuan. This calculation went on for more than a month. Of course, the light of wisdom did not always exist during this period. The entire process was very smooth. Because Feng Yuan was a great grandmaster in theft path attainment level, his refinement path attainment level was quasi-supreme grandmaster, ghostly concealment, ghost official garment, and other killer moves were completely grasped. Only his soul path attainment level was lacking. It was a hindrance. The biggest obstacle was in the middle and late stages. But after Feng Yuan added rank 8 Immortal Goose Soul Beast token, it was resolved. Yama's killer move changed greatly. Feng Yuan renamed it Yama Emperor. Yama Emperor's killer move had 4 main components. One was ghostly concealment, one was ghost official garment, one was soul beast token, and the last was myriad self. Even though Yama Emperor deduced it, it can only be considered a preliminary creation. I still need to try to activate it and make adjustments. I will let my main body do this. As for the clone, I will continue to deduce how to deal with the Dao marks left behind by Feng Zhouge. Just like this, from the time Feng Yuan returned, half a month had passed in Xianxia Blessed Land. Feng Yuan finally came out of seclusion. The clone's deduction task was completed. Feng Yuan found a way to deal with the Dao marks left behind by Feng Zhouge. He handed this method to Land Spirit of Xianxia. The latter's expression changed when he saw it. He scolded Celestial Court for being sinister and crafty. It turned out that if these Dao marks were removed using refinement path methods, it would instead strengthen these Dao marks. Self-cleansing was also ineffective. Celestial Court was inferior to Spectral Soul Demon Venerable in terms of soul path, but its refinement path foundation was not weaker than Xianxia sect. After all, among the 3 supreme grandmasters in history, only Long-Hair Ancestor was a hairy man, the other 2 were humans. Their inheritances were mostly taken away by Celestial Court. Feng Yuan was a quasi-supreme grandmaster. He knew about this plot and provided the simplest method to deal with it. When Xianxia Blessed Land moved, these Dao marks could be quickly removed using Feng Yuan's method. Other than that, other methods would take more than 10 years. Thus, the problem returned to the original point, that was Xianxia Blessed Land's relocation. What do we do? Maybe Celestial Court is purposely making this arrangement to force us to relocate our blessed land. Land Spirit of Xianxia was very worried. Feng Yuan also had such worries. Celestial Court had not made a move during this period of time, but it did not mean they had given up. It was highly likely that they had already made arrangements and were waiting for Xianxia Blessed Land to expose its location. But if they did not relocate, Celestial Court would find its location sooner or later. It seems we can only prepare to forcefully relocate. This is Myriad Self-Immortal Goo's recipe. If I refine it, it will be a huge help to my battle strength. Feng Yuan said as he handed a Goo recipe to Land Spirit of Xianxia. This was naturally the result of his most recent deductions. Relying on his refinement path quasi-supreme grandmaster attainment, Feng Yuan was confident this was already the best plan in the world. Myriad Self-Immortal Goo? Land Spirit of Xianxia took a look and his attention was immediately attracted. Even though his obsession was different, it still originated from Long-Hair Ancestor. If you refine this Immortal Goo recipe, it will be at least rank 7. However, there are several immortal materials inside that are also very rare in Xianxia's treasury. Even Jewel Yellow Skies will not be able to purchase them in a short period of time. Land Spirit of Xianxia smiled bitterly. No matter, I will make arrangements for these immortal materials. Feng Yuan waved his hand and smiled with a deep gaze. With the brand new killer move Yama Emperor, he planned to use this chance to test the power of this move in battle. In the southeast of the northern icy plain, north of Inkman City, northwest of Poison Grassland, and south of Mang Tribe's territory, there was a place called Autumn Blade Plain. The terrain here was flat and barren, it was a wondrous land that was naturally formed. Mengtu walked on Autumn Blade Plain step by step. He was tall and sturdy, his skin had a copper luster, he wore a vest that exposed his shoulders and his pants were rolled up, revealing his calves. He was walking barefoot without shoes. Step by step, the flat ground was as sharp as a blade. As Mengtu stepped on this layer of silvery white soil, it was like he was walking on a mountain of blades, every step leaving behind bright red footprints. But his expression was like a stone statue, there were no changes, he was silent like iron, his eyes were shut and his brows were slightly furrowed, he had doubts in his heart. This Autumn Blade Plain is filled with blade path Dao marks, it naturally gives birth to countless edge gu. I have been walking here and there for several years, what am I lacking that I cannot break through to blade path attainment level? Blade path was a very small path, it could not be compared to metal path, fire path, earth path, and others. Speaking of blade path, one had to talk about sword path. These two paths had deep grudges, but they also intertwined with each other. Because the source of these two paths was the same, edge gu. Regarding edge gu, had clear records. Renzu walked an ordinary abyss, some places here were muddy swamps, it was easy to get stuck in the mud and the stench was overwhelming. Some places were filled with thorns and thorns, Renzu's body was full of injuries from the thorns. There were also places underground where edge gu were buried. When Renzu stepped on them, the soles of his feet were cut by the sharp edges, the wounds were wide and blood flowed out, it was extremely painful when he walked. Edge gu was the source of blade path and sword path. The natural world also produced many wild edge gu. Autumn Blade Plain was one of the few edge gu production areas in the 5 regions, it was controlled by the super force Meng tribe. Mengtu cultivated blade path, he had rank 7 cultivation level and peak battle strength, he was a genius when he was young, he grew rapidly and was a famous expert in Northern Plains gu immortal world, one of the pillars of Meng tribe's battle strength. Several years ago, he had taken the initiative to request the clan's gu immortals to guard this Autumn Blade Plain. On one hand, it was to look after this important resource point for the clan, on the other hand, it was for his own cultivation. His Saber Dao realm was stuck at the quasi-great grandmaster level. Mengtu wanted to borrow the power of Autumn Blade Plains to imitate the actions of the human ancestor, and allow his Saber Dao realm to truly step into the ranks of great grandmasters, but in these last few years, although he had some gains in his heart, there was always a layer of gauze that prevented him from stepping into the ranks of great grandmasters. Mengtu had a persevering temperament. Although he had not seen any results for several years, he did not have the slightest thought of giving up. Sigh, how difficult is breaking through to the great grandmaster realm. The Grand Supreme Elders in the clan all praised me as a rare saber genius that only appears once in 1,000 years, but with my talent, I've only been a quasi-great grandmaster for several hundred years. Although it feels like there's a layer of gauze between us, it's so close yet so far away. It's harder than ascending to the heavens. However, I still have to continue walking. This method is still effective. One day, I'll definitely become a Saber Dao Grandmaster. Who are you? Right at this time, the gu formation that covered the whole of Autumn Blade Plain suddenly collapsed, revealing the clear blue sky. A figure that was like a demonic god charged towards Mengtu without saying a word with a vast demonic aura. Such guts. Mengtu's hair immediately stood on end in anger, he roared like thunder and did not dodge, his hands were like blades as he brazenly counterattacked. With a loud sound, the newcomer was unmoving like a mountain, while Mengtu was sent flying by the huge force. This immortal killer move of mine might not have any aura, but its power is restrained to the extreme, even the defenses of rank 7 gu immortals can be destroyed by it. To think that this person is completely unharmed after taking my attack head-on. This is a great enemy. Mengtu was inwardly shocked, he quickly stabilized his footing and stared at the newcomer, shouting angrily, "State your name? You dare to invade my Meng tribe's territory." Ha ha ha. Fang Yuan laughed wildly, his tone had already changed. Mengtu, of course you don't know me, but you don't need to know me, because dead people don't need to know much. Myriad self-immortal gu's recipe required a vast number of edge gu, and even more, a special rank 7 immortal material deep under Autumn Blade Plain, drinking blade wine. This wine was not naturally produced, it was formed from Meng Tu's bloodstains over the years. After they seeped deep into the ground, they merged with the blade path Dao marks here and gradually formed into this wondrous item. In Feng Yuan's previous life, in order to break through and enter Blade Path Great Grandmaster realm, Meng Tu cultivated here day and night without sleep, but he did not find an opportunity. Meng Tu could not break through, so he wanted to imitate Ren Zhu. He wanted to stab Edge Gu into his heart and comprehend Blade Path more deeply. When the killer move he created was not complete and had a hidden and serious flaw, Meng Tu's mentality gradually changed and he often fell into a state of madness. Meng Tu also knew that this was not appropriate, but he was obsessed with it and continued to cultivate, hiding it from others. When the Five Regions chaotic war started, Meng Tu participated in it, but the flaw in the battlefield erupted, he fell into madness and killed his own tribe's Gu immortals. After Meng Tu woke up, he destroyed the corpses and made up a reason to hide it from the tribe. But the matter was too sudden, Meng Tu's handling of it was limited, the truth could not be concealed. Northern Plains Gu immortals gradually found out about it. Meng Tu was under immense pressure. This was someone from the Celestial Court, they were secretly instigating him. Meng Tu was initially hoping to get lucky, he wanted to use the Celestial Court to establish merit and make up for his mistakes. But how could the Celestial Court allow a Blade Path Gu immortal to scheme against them? Meng Tu was instead schemed against by the Celestial Court. After one wrong step, he continued to make mistakes, he had no choice but to rely on the Celestial Court. In order to assist this chess piece, the Celestial Court deduced the opportunity to advance to Great Grandmaster. It was this drinking blade wine deep underground. Meng Tu followed the Celestial Court's instructions and came to Autumn Blade Plain. He dug deep underground and excavated a large amount of drinking blade wine. He drank a small mouthful, his organs felt like they were being cut by blades. He drank a large mouthful, the pain was unbearable. He drank a third mouthful and advanced to Blade Path Great Grandmaster. At this point, he wholeheartedly served the Celestial Court. He became the second highest ranked trader in Northern Plains after Prince's Impatience. Later on, his identity was exposed by Ma Hongyun by chance, and that was another story. Feng Yuan deduced that there was drinking blade wine here, even though there was not much, he did not need much. As for this Meng Tu, Feng Yuan had carefully chosen him, he was a suitable opponent for him to test Yama Emperor's killer move. Feng Yuan could not find a rank 8 Gu immortal to test Yama Emperor's killer move, that would be asking for trouble. Feng Yuan did not care about ordinary rank 7 Gu immortals. Meng Tu, who had rank 7 peak stage battle strength, had been famous for a long time, and was also a Blade Path quasi-great grandmaster, he was very suitable. Thus, Feng Yuan traveled a long distance to Autumn Blade Plain to find trouble with Meng Tuesday. That attack just now was Meng Tu's trump card killer move, it has great power, but I used Yama Emperor's killer move to block it. This defensive power is quite good. Feng Yuan evaluated inwardly. Right now, he had already activated Yama Emperor. His whole body was covered in a yellowish-brown imperial robe, he had turned into a giant that was over 3 meters tall. The giant wore a crown on his head, and beaded curtains hung down from both his front and back. His face was deep and eerie, as if shrouded in a layer of fog, or like a whirlpool of darkness. His sleeves were wide, a jade belt was tied around his waist, and there was a layer of bronze armor on his chest and back. On the surface of his robe, there were thousands of ghosts drawn in golden lines. They were arranged in an orderly manner, they were unmoving like a forest, giving off a solemn aura. Meng Tu's attack earlier was not completely ineffective, the bronze armor on Yama Emperor's chest caved in a little. But soon, after Feng Yuan's soul foundation fell a little, this curve immediately swelled up and returned to its original state. This was the uniqueness of Yama Emperor's killer move. Rank 9 Ghostly Concealment did not consume anything, it could operate on its own, while Ghost Official Garment relied on Soul Foundation. The combination of the two, Yama Emperor's killer move did not require immortal essence, it only consumed Feng Yuan's Soul Foundation. A mere Meng Tu is only SOSO. You have been in secluded cultivation here for so many years, what new killer move did you create? It would be a pity if you don't use it before you die. Feng Yuan provoked. Meng Tu laughed wildly in anger, then he looked at Feng Yuan with a pitiful gaze. No matter who you are courting death by challenging me here. This place was once protected by an immortal formation, but do you know why I made the decision to convince the clan to take back the immortal formation? Because as long as I am here, there is no need for an immortal formation to protect this place. Saying so, Meng Tu stomped his right foot on the ground. In the blink of an eye, Feng Yuan was already surrounded by countless blade path phantoms. Not just that, even the sky was filled with countless blade lights, isolating the inside from the outside. No matter who you are, your defensive killer move is indeed powerful. Meng Tu was protected by layers of blade path phantoms. He looked at Feng Yuan with a dark gaze. He smiled as he rubbed his hands to soothe the numbness from that attack. But Meng Tu raised his head slightly and looked up at the towering Yan Di, but there was a look of pity in his eyes. You shouldn't have come to the Autumn Blade Plain to find trouble with me. Actually, it is not impossible for you to find trouble with me here. It is just that you chose the wrong time. If I had just come here, you might still have a chance to live. But now, Meng Tu laughed as he shook his head with his hands behind his back. At the next moment, Feng Yuan continued his words, but now, this place is filled with your traces. For many years, you have been comprehending Blade Path here, attempting to break through the bottleneck and become a Blade Path Great Grandmaster. Because of this, you can greatly influence the Dao marks here, creating an environment that is close to an immortal battlefield killer move. That is the scene I am seeing now. You. Meng Tu's expression changed. He thought that no one knew his trump card, but to think that Feng Yuan was not only not shocked, he even spoke of his trump card like he was familiar with it. Feng Yuan's voice became deep. Do you know why I am finding trouble with you? It is because you have such a method that you can create such a battle environment. Right now, this place is close to an immortal battlefield, but it is not a true immortal battlefield. There is a difference in essence, that is, your influence has already been displayed to the maximum, you cannot control it as you wish. So on one hand, this place is trapping me, but on the other hand, isn't it trapping you here as well? Meng Tu's pupils shrunk as he heard this, his smug expression completely vanished. Who are you? He had a nervous expression as he asked Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan laughed as he looked around. Even though there are many blade path phantoms, their quality is lacking. Coincidentally, my killer move also has a similar method. Let's spar first. With that, countless roars came from the yellowish-brown imperial robe that Feng Yuan was wearing. Then, the monsters drawn on the surface of the robe came to life and began to move. Then, one by one, from small to large, they jumped out from Feng Yuan's Yama Emperor robe. These ghosts were all humanoid in appearance, but they were hideous and ferocious. They had green faces and sharp fangs. Their claws were like knives, and their eyes were blood red. They looked terrifying and horrifying. Kill. Meng Tu's eyes narrowed as he mobilized his saber Dao shadows to attack the ghosts. These blade Dao phantoms all resembled him, but their faces were blurry. Compared to the towering ghosts, they were like mice compared to the wheels of a carriage. The monster howled and stretched out its huge arms, which were like the trunks of a towering tree, sweeping in all directions. Bang! 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 Along the way, all the saber Dao phantoms collapsed. The ghosts let out frenzied roars as they moved in all directions. They were invincible, the saber Dao phantoms were all crushed and trampled on, none of them were a match. These ghosts are so strong, each of them has rank 7 battle strength. Meng Tu had rich battle experience, after observing for a while, his heart felt heavy as a mountain, and his eyelids were twitching. But it doesn't matter, my saber Dao phantoms originate from the natural Dao marks of Autumn Blade Plain, they are almost endless. Even though the quality is lacking, I can use quantity to make up for it. Meng Tu calmed down immediately. These Yama children have pretty good battle strength. Feng Yuan observed for a while and evaluated inwardly. He was quite satisfied with this result. These ghosts were the ancient soul beasts that Feng Yuan had collected from Green Ghost Desert. When Feng Yuan activated Yama Emperor, he could modify these ancient soul beasts and turn them into human forms, turning them into Yama children. This effect came from the Blood Deity Immortal Gu recipe. Feng Yuan had Grandmaster attainment level in Blood Path, and with the help of the Light of Wisdom, he had already deduced the Blood Deity Immortal Gu recipe. Right now, Feng Yuan was a Refinement Path Quasi-Supreme Grandmaster. Any Immortal Gu recipe could be turned into an immortal killer move after his deductions. Thus, Feng Yuan also had the Blood Deity Immortal Killer move. Yama children were designed with reference to the blood deity killer move, but it was not just the blood deity killer move, it also incorporated some of the essence of spectral soul's true inheritance. For example, soul beast modification. Spectral soul modified the soul beasts in the door of life and death, making them extremely loyal to spectral soul. Even when facing Duke Long, they would fight to the death. There was also a soul path immortal killer move, Death Return. This immortal killer move was created by spectral soul demon Venerable when he was still alive, after comprehending the secluded domain of heaven and earth, the door of life and death. What kind of place was the door of life and death? After any living being died, their soul would return to the door of life and death. But after Red Lotus Demon Venerable destroyed Fate Gu, the door of life and death's power fell by a lot. Countless souls were left in the world and gradually turned into soul beasts. The killer move Life and Death Return allowed Gu immortals to have the ability to retrieve their souls from the door of life and death. Fang Yuan had perfectly fused this move into Yama Emperor's killer move, allowing Yama children to have the ability to instantly return. Soon, a Yama child gave a miserable cry. Its leg was broken. It fell to the ground with a loud sound. Countless blade path phantoms immediately swarmed over and submerged it. But Fang Yuan willed, return. At the next moment, this Yama child turned into a lump of fog. With a whoosh, it shot back to Fang Yuan's imperial robe, turning back into a ghostly picture. It was motionless, it was riddled with injuries and its leg was broken. There was such a transformation? Meng Tu was shocked again, his hands that were behind his back subconsciously loosened. He looked at Fang Yuan with a dazed gaze. This Yama child was too shameless. Meng Tu had originally planned to rely on numbers to kill these Yama children, but he had not expected them to have a method to return. Although in theory, any killer move could be broken, Meng Tu was a Blade Path Gu immortal, he was not a Wisdom Path Gu immortal. Even if he was a Wisdom Path Gu immortal, this rank 8 Yama Emperor, if he was not a Wisdom Path Great Expert, how could he break it on the spot? Even if it was Fairy Myrtle, she could not break it on the spot. Against Reverse Flow Protection Seal, she had to repeatedly gather clues on the battlefield, accumulating them to have some results. Fang Yuan's Yama Emperor killer move used ghostly concealment as its foundation. This rank 9 killer move was a man-made secluded domain of heaven and earth. It was on the same level as Reverse Flow River. How could Meng Tu break it? Meng Tu could not break it. He could only brace himself and continue to fight against Fang Yuan. The number of Yama children was limited after all. Although they killed a large number of Blade Path Phantoms, their injuries accumulated and they fell into a state of heavy injuries. They were retrieved by Fang Yuan one by one. On the battlefield, the number of Yama children was decreasing, while the Blade Path Phantoms were emerging endlessly. After all, Fang Yuan's time was limited, he could not modify enough soul beasts. With just this battle, Autumn Blade Plains Foundation is likely to weaken by more than half. Meng Tu's expression was gloomy. The price he had to pay for this was very high. He was using the entire Autumn Blade Plain, Meng tribe's future profits, to engage in a war of attrition with Fang Yuan. But no matter how much he had to sacrifice, Meng Tu resolutely carried out this tactic. Fang Yuan's earlier words had truly frightened him. In his heart, he had already regarded Fang Yuan as the strongest enemy in his life. Meng Tu was very careful, using any method he could to deal with Fang Yuan. However, this was also the result that Fang Yuan wanted to achieve with his words. Only such a Meng Tu was the best stepping stone for him to test the quality of Yama Emperor's killer move. There were only a few Yama children left. They guarded beside Fang Yuan, while countless Blade Path Phantoms surrounded them, surging over like a tide. The recovery speed is also acceptable. Fang Yuan's expression did not change. He stood on the spot like a 1,000-year-old ancient tree, unaffected by the wind and rain. At this time, the first Yama child that he retrieved back to the surface of Yama Emperor's imperial robe had already recovered from its injuries. It had recovered to its most complete state. These soul beasts that were modified into Yama children, once they returned to Yama Emperor's side, they would be continuously healed. Of course, it would also consume Fang Yuan's soul foundation. This contained the profound meaning of Gu refinement. Yama children were still soul beasts in essence. The healing of Yama children, in other words, was the process of Gu refinement. If I release these recovered Yama children, I wonder what expression Meng Tu will have. Fang Yuan smiled to himself, but he did not do it. He used another method instead. Let me see the offensive power of Yama Emperor. At the next moment, Fang Yuan shouted in his mind. Soul explosion! Yama Emperor suddenly opened his arms, his body shook as a surging black air wave surged out. The Yama children were unscathed in the black air wave, they were unstable as if they had encountered a strong wind. But those blade path phantoms were like weak candlelight in a storm, they were extinguished instantly. In an instant, the entire battlefield was cleared, the countless blade lights were also destroyed. Meng Tu was forced back several hundred steps by the soul explosion, he half knelt on the ground, his whole body was shining with a dazzling light as he activated his defensive killer move to its greatest power. Such power! Meng Tu raised his head and quickly stood up, he looked at Fang Yuan with an expression of shock. This killer move is so powerful, it should be a compound move that combines both offense and defense. Its defense is extremely strong, and it has the powerful method of using clones and weapons, but its true strength lies in its offense. I have never seen or heard of this killer move, was it created by this person? If so, who in the world is he to be able to create such a killer move? This soul explosion's effect is not bad. Fang Yuan smacked his lips. One of his Yama children had been completely expended, it had the power of a peak rank 7 killer move, but it was still not at rank 8 level. Defense, Yama children, recovery, soul explosion, these are all at the peak of rank 7. But Yama Emperor's true strength lies in 2 other aspects. Now, let me try this move. Just as Fang Yuan was thinking, Meng Tu had already charged over, shouting, "Come, have a taste of my heaven and earth blade." Immortal killer move, Great Thief Ghost Hand. In an instant, a ghostly hand as large as a cattail leaf fan appeared behind Meng Tu and directly entered his body. Then, it shrank back and disappeared from sight once again. Puff, Meng Tu coughed out a mouthful of blood, the core immortal goo of Heaven and Earth Blade was stolen, the killer move's activation failed, the backlash actually caused him to be heavily injured and on the verge of death. Earlier, in Green Ghost Desert, Fang Yuan had used Great Thief Ghost Hand to steal rank 8 Immortal Goo Soul Beast token. Great Thief Ghost Hand was only rank 7, its core was rank 7 Great Thief Immortal Goo. But with the help of Yama, its power soared and he could steal a rank 8 Immortal Goo from the legendary immemorial soul beast Xianxia. But back then, Great Thief Ghost Hand's range was very short, Fang Yuan's main body had to make a move personally. Fang Yuan modified Yama and fused Great Thief Ghost Hand into it, creating a brand new killer move, Yama Emperor. Right now, Fang Yuan's Great Thief Ghost Hand not only had a longer range, it could also conceal itself. It was not strange that Meng Tu got hit, it would be abnormal if he did not get hit. This is your blade path Immortal Goo? Oh, White Wing Butterfly, fist-sized, is this Blade Wing Immortal Goo? Fang Yuan retracted Great Thief Ghost Hand, and a rank 7 Immortal Goo was sealed in his hand. The butterfly wings had layers of cloud markings on them, they were extremely exquisite. Cold sweat dripped down Meng Tu's forehead, he was lying on the ground, his pupils shrunk to pin size as he stared at Fang Yuan, his voice hoarse, You actually stole the immortal goo I hid in my immortal aperture? Did you obtain Thieving Heaven's true inheritance? Thieving Heaven's true inheritance, hee, you guessed right, I did obtain one of them. Fang Yuan sneered, in front of Meng Tu, he stored Bladewing Immortal Goo in his immortal aperture, suppressing it in Heaven's Sealing Mountain. Meng Tu's eyelids twitched. Bladewing Immortal Goo was not his vital goo, he had advanced it from a rank 5 mortal goo to this goo. He had failed dozens of times, expending a lot of resources, time, and energy, to think that it would be snatched away today. Anger surged in Meng Tu's heart. But even more than anger, he felt fear. What did Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable rely on to wreak havoc in the world back then? Wasn't it this rogue method of stealing immortal goo? Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable could even steal things hidden in immortal apertures. And now, Fang Yuan had reused Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's methods, the latter's shadow that suppressed an entire era was like a heavy dark cloud that shrouded Meng Tu's mind. Meng Tu healed his injuries with all his strength as he spoke with a nervous expression. Since you are a theft path goo immortal and have also inherited Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's true inheritance, then you should know the rule set by your sex founder, Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable, thieves have their own path, always leave a way out and never go to extremes. Since you took my Bladewing Immortal Goo, what else do you want? If you want anything else, I can lend it to you. Back then, Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable roamed the world unhindered, no one could stop him. But thieving heaven demon Venerable was not evil in nature, he was kind and respected glory, he only wanted to return to his homeland, all of his cultivation and stolen resources were used here. After the 5 regions Gu immortals understood his goal, they also knew that they could not guard against thieving heaven demon Venerable's methods. If thieving heaven demon Venerable needed anything, as long as it did not endanger their lives, they would lend it to him. Thieving heaven demon Venerable was not greedy, after getting what he wanted, he would let the Gu immortals go and keep their lives. In most situations, he would only take what he needed, he did not care about the other immortal Gu or immortal materials, no matter how valuable they were. Since Fang Yuan had inherited thieving heaven demon Venerable's true inheritance, he was thieving heaven's inheritor. Meng Tu knew that he had no chance of winning, the situation was extremely bad, he directly asked for mercy. Fang Yuan frowned, saying, "If you really want to, it is not impossible." Saying so, Fang Yuan's eyes shined with brilliance, he pushed with both hands. Immortal killer move, soul explosion, a surging black chi wave surged towards Meng Tu like a tide. Meng Tu did not dodge, he laughed loudly, "Do you really think I, Meng Tu, am someone who easily begs for mercy?" The moment he said so, he was engulfed by Fang Yuan's soul explosion black wave. But immediately, his body shone with dazzling blade light, he actually self-detonated, boom. An intense explosion with vast and terrifying power overturned the whole of Autumn Blade Plain. After the explosion, Meng Tu's corpse was obliterated, while Fang Yuan's Yama Emperor was mostly destroyed, it was in a sorry state. The quasi-immortal battlefield that had enveloped the whole of Autumn Blade Plain had completely collapsed, the whole of Autumn Blade Plain had sunk by 5 to 6 feet. Fang Yuan used his investigative killer move to scan the battlefield, after several times, he finally confirmed that Meng Tu was truly dead. This Meng Tu actually self-detonated. Fang Yuan was shocked, he had a strange expression. He had not expected Meng Tu to be so brave and straightforward. This was clearly not the same as Fang Yuan's previous life's memories. If Meng Tu looked down on life and death so much, why would he side with the celestial court? Precisely because of this, Fang Yuan had always felt that Meng Tu's bones were soft, so when Meng Tu begged for mercy, Fang Yuan subconsciously chose to believe him. Of course, Fang Yuan had never thought of letting Meng Tu go, but just as he was about to attack, Meng Tu was one step ahead of him, he self-detonated, this decisiveness and willpower was truly too straightforward. Maybe Meng Tu's nature gradually changed through all sorts of events. After all, people change. Also, in the 500 years of my previous life, the Celestial Court was the one who took action. The Celestial Court naturally used an exceptional method to instigate Meng Tu's rebellion. Fang Yuan shook his head, he took one last look at Autumn Blade Plain before flying into the sky, rapidly retreating. Almost all of the Edge Gu in Autumn Blade Plain had been destroyed in this battle. But the potential for future development was even greater. Because Meng Tu's final self-detonation had engraved all of his blade path Dao marks here. Fang Yuan, however, had very few gains in this battle. Other than testing Yama Emperor's killer move, he only obtained a rank 7 Bladewing Immortal Gu. He had expected Meng Tu's immortal aperture and soul, but he did not obtain them. Meng Tu's decisiveness caused Fang Yuan's gains to fall sharply, he achieved his goal, even if he died, he would not let the enemy obtain any benefits. After Fang Yuan used Great Thief Ghost Hand, Meng Tu knew that his immortal Gu would be stolen by Fang Yuan one after another, and because he was heavily injured and was trapped here, he had no hope of escaping, thus he self-detonated. From his perspective, it was a very wise move. Since ancient times, the hardest path is death, this Meng Tu has courage. In the 500 years of my previous life, he sided with the Celestial Court and was spurned by Northern Plains Gu Immortal World and his clan, he was labeled as a disgrace. Although he died in this life, he will definitely have the honor of a martyr after death. Fang Yuan sighed inwardly. However, during the battle, his original goal was achieved. Long before he stole Bladewing Immortal Gu, he had secretly taken out the drinking blade wine from the depths of the ground. Along the way, he had also taken away several hundred Edge Gu, it was better than nothing. Fang Yuan retreated very quickly. Autumn Blade Plain was within Meng tribe's territory, when Meng Tu saw Fang Yuan attacking, he had definitely sent the information to the tribe. Thus, not long after, Meng tribe would sense Meng Tu's death and send a large number of Gu immortals to the scene of Autumn Blade Plain. He had already obtained the items. Fang Yuan was still hoping that in the future, Northern Plains would become an obstacle to the expansion of the Celestial Court. Thus, there was no need to slaughter these Northern Plains Gu immortals now and weaken Northern Plains' strength. Wouldn't that be helping the Celestial Court? When not fighting, Yama Emperor's imperial robe gradually shrunk, eventually turning into a silk cloth, with a thin layer of bronze armor covering his chest and back, sticking closely to Fang Yuan's skin. Oh? Someone is deducing about me. After a while, Fang Yuan flew in the sky, his expression suddenly changed. Meng tribe was a super force, they specially nurtured a wisdom path Gu immortal. Now that Meng too was dead, Meng tribe was shaken, they would definitely find the culprit. Fang Yuan held his breath, carefully observing Yama Emperor's killer move. He saw that Yama Emperor's imperial robe gradually expanding along with the Meng tribe wisdom path Gu immortal's deductions. Fang Yuan resisted the other party's deductions while simultaneously calculating the expenditure of his soul foundation. After deducing for a while, Meng tribe's wisdom path Gu immortal stopped with no results. Fang Yuan, however, nodded in satisfaction. Yama Emperor's killer move can resist wisdom path deductions. Its power is even stronger. It is at rank 8 level. Even if the Celestial Court's fairy myrtle deductions, I can resist them. To sum it up, Yama Emperor's killer moves defense and offense had reached the peak of rank 7. Yama children were very difficult to deal with. Not only could they be used freely, they could also recover quickly. Even if there were losses, they could be easily replenished by the Soul Beast's modification. Even more amazing was Great Thief Ghost Hand. This method could steal rank 8 immortal Gu. In this battle, with just one move, it had completely established victory, forcing a rank 7 expert like Meng Tu to self-detonate. Similar to Great Thief Ghost Hand, Emperor Yama Killer Move's defense against wisdom path deductions was also at the same level. This was also what Fang Yuan needed the most. However, Yama Emperor's killer move still has room for improvement. I can design an immortal battlefield killer move with Yama Emperor as the center. This time, I used his method to seal the battlefield and isolate it from the outside world. If he had not shot himself in the foot, he would have been able to escape freely, and it would have been much more troublesome for me to kill him. Moreover, if I have an immortal battlefield, I would be able to detect Meng Tu's self-detonation in my territory. 2 Gu immortals were flying in the sky. They had rough appearances and muscular bodies. They were Meng tribe's Gu immortals Meng Zizai and Meng Zhao. Just as Fang Yuan had expected, when he first appeared, Meng Tu immediately spread the news of an enemy invasion. Later, Meng Tu activated his blade path down marks and placed the whole of Autumn Blade Plain in an environment similar to an immortal battlefield. Until his death, news of him could not be spread. With an enemy invading so openly, Meng tribe naturally would not take it lightly. They immediately mobilized a rank 7 Gu immortal, Meng Zizai, and a young rank 6 Gu immortal, Meng Zhao, to provide support. Uncle, who do you think is so blind as to want to provoke my Meng family? In my opinion, it might be those demonic path Gu immortals who have lost contact with the outside world after entering closed cultivation. Meng Zhao said to Meng Zizai with a smile as they flew. Meng Zizai's expression was stiff, but this was his normal state. His gaze also revealed a relaxed expression as he nodded. Your analysis is reasonable, but we need to make some preparations for the worst. In the current situation, Longevity Heaven has appeared and is ruling over all the Huangjin tribes of Northern Plains. Old ancestor Shui, who has disappeared in defeat, Heavenly Lord Baizu has turned into a righteous path cultivator. The righteous path is extremely prosperous, but there is still someone who dares to risk universal condemnation and find trouble with our Huangjin tribes. He is either a lunatic or has something to rely on. That is why the tribe sent us to reinforce them, in case of any mishaps. Uncle is right. But... Meng Zhao paused for a moment before laughing. That person is really unlucky. He actually bumped into Lord Meng Tu, who is guarding Autumn Blade Plain. Lord Meng Tu cultivates Blade Path and has quasi-great Grandmaster Blade Path attainment level. He is one of the top 3 rank 7 Supreme Elders in our tribe. He might not be a quasi-great Grandmaster. Meng Zizai sighed. Meng Zhao's eyes immediately brightened. Uncle, you mean? Meng Zizai smiled. This brother of mine is the person I admire the most in my life. No one in the tribe can match his talent in Blade Path. He has been cultivating in Autumn Blade Plain all these years. With his talent, he might already be a great Grandmaster. Blade Path Great Grandmaster. As expected of Lord Meng too. Meng Zhao sighed. Ha ha ha, yes. Meng Zizai also smiled. He had been taken care of by Meng Tu many times in his cultivation, so he respected Meng Tu the most. Therefore, when Meng Tu informed them of the enemy attack, Meng Zizai took the initiative to come and support Meng Tuesday. In fact, deep in his heart, he was also very confident in Meng Tuesday. This time, the main reason why he was going was to catch up with Meng Tu and then introduce Meng Zhao to him. Meng Zhao was carefully chosen by Meng Zizai to be a Gu Immortal Jr. nurtured by the tribe. In this Meng family, there are also various factions, each representing their own political interests. Meng Tu and Meng Zizai belonged to the middle faction, while Meng Zhao was chosen by Meng Tu to add fresh blood to this faction. Meng Zhao also knew the importance of this trip, so he was very excited. Autumn Blade Plain isn't far. I'll be able to see my clan brother soon. Sigh, I haven't seen him for many years. If he can become a Blade Dao Great Grandmaster, it will be of great benefit to our sect. Meng Zizai pondered. But right at this moment, his body suddenly shook, and then his expression changed drastically. His eyes opened wide and were filled with extreme shock. What's wrong, uncle? Meng Zhao saw Meng Zizai's change in expression and was very puzzled. Ever since he came into contact with Meng Zizai, this was the first time he had seen this steady uncle in such a state. But soon, Meng Zhao saw Meng Zizai lose his composure even more. Unknowingly, Meng Zizai had slowed down his speed until he hovered in the air, motionless like a stone statue. His expression turned pale and his eyes turned red, there were actually tears in them. Meng Zhao was even more shocked, something big must have happened. But he did not dare to continue asking, he could only stay beside Meng Zizai, planning to accompany him in the cold wind in the air. Meng Zizai was dazed for a while, but suddenly, his expression changed again, becoming sinister and terrifying. His red eyes were filled with blazing anger. Meng Zizai let out a loud roar that was like a thunderclap that shook 1,000 miles, and then he shot out explosively and charged forward like a sudden clap of thunder. Meng Zhao was caught unprepared by this sudden change, but after he reacted, he quickly chased after him. But how could his speed compare to the rank 7 Gu Immortal Meng Zizai? Very soon, he was left far behind. Meng Zhao had many questions in his mind. What is going on? He had a strong ominous feeling. Wait a minute. The place uncle was heading towards was the direction of Autumn Blade Plain. Could it be that Lord Meng too has met with misfortune? Thinking of this, Meng Zhao shuddered and shuddered. If that was the case, then it would be a nightmare for him, and also a very bad news for the whole Meng tribe. If Meng Tu, who had peak rank 7 battle strength, died, it would be a huge loss to Meng tribe. Meng Zhao chased after him with all his strength, finally arriving at Autumn Blade Plain. What happened here? Meng Zhao was shocked. He had not even arrived at Autumn Blade Plain, but he could already feel the surging blade path down marks in the air. Autumn Blade Plain's terrain had been completely destroyed, replaced by millions of blade marks, crazily slashing on the ground, forming crisscrossing tunnels and long trenches. Meng Zhao soon found Meng Zizai. The latter was kneeling on the ground, silent like a statue. Meng Zhao carefully landed on the ground. This place was filled with dense blade path down marks, piercing his skin and making him feel pain. Meng Zhao came to Meng Zizai's side and was shocked to find that there were 2 trails of tears on the latter's face. He came to Autumn Blade Plain and only saw Meng Zizai, but not Meng Tu. The guess in his mind became many times clearer. Meng Zhao's expression involuntarily became somewhat frightened. Meng Zizai slowly raised his eyes, looking at Meng Zhao. His voice was deep and hoarse. Anyone who heard it would know that he was suppressing the intense pain and anger in his heart. Meng Zizai slowly said, "My brother Meng Tu died in battle." Meng Zhao's body shook, even though he had already guessed it. When Meng Zizai confirmed it, he could not help but be extremely shocked. Meng Tu actually died in battle? Who was it that could kill him with such battle prowess? Meng Zhao opened his mouth. He struggled for a long time before saying, "Uncle, Lord Meng Tu has great battle strength. How can he die so easily? Maybe he is still alive, he just changed the battlefield." But Meng Zizai slowly shook his head. "When you and I were on the way, the clan sent me news that Meng Tu's soul lamp was extinguished. But I still had a trace of hope, until I came here. Saying so, he choked with sobs, tears flowed down from his red eyes again. Men do not easily shed tears, only when they are not deeply hurt. Meng Zizai stuttered, I know he has a killer move called leaving blade to take life, it explodes his body, destroying his immortal aperture, immortal goo, and so on, erupting with unprecedented power. Once this move is used, he will definitely die, there is no chance of survival. That means... Meng Zhao quickly looked at the whole battlefield, this time, he was even more shocked. Meng Tu died in battle, such a powerful Gu immortal actually died, he was forced to self-detonate in such a short time. Who was the other party? All sorts of past events and memories surfaced in Meng Zizai's mind. Meng Tu died in battle, this was also something he had never expected. Meng Zizai cried for a while before slowly standing up. He became expressionless, saying to Meng Zhao, Go back, Meng Tu died in battle, my Meng tribe will not let this matter rest. But this time, the enemy's strength has reached an unimaginable level. When Meng Tu was attacked, he immediately sent a message back and we immediately set off without stopping. In such a short time, Meng Tu could not hold on and was forced to self-detonate by the enemy. I know his nature, he probably wanted to use this move to drag the enemy down with him. But now, there are no traces of him, this means the enemy is dead. This is a strong enemy that leaving blade to take life could not kill. I will definitely pursue him, even if I have to use up my entire life, I will capture the true culprit. But this matter is already beyond your ability, go back to the tribe and cultivate properly, don't leak this information. Meng Zhao's heart was extremely heavy, he nodded, I understand, uncle, you must be careful. Meng Tu died in battle, Meng tribe lost a powerful general, it was not a light loss. At the same time, they also provoked a strong enemy with a mysterious origin and unknown motive. Meng tribe's higher-ups chose to seal off this information for the time being to maintain stability. As for Meng Zhao, his cultivation level was too low, he did not receive any message from the tribe informing him of this. Don't worry. This time, Second Supreme Elder will personally take action, along with the Immortal Gu House Investigation Courtyard. Meng Zizai patted Meng Zhao's shoulder. Meng Zhao nodded, feeling at ease, he left without any hesitation. With the Immortal Gu House Investigation Courtyard, he would not be afraid even if he encountered a rank 8 existence. Meng Zhao stayed on the spot, he did not have to wait for long before Investigation Courtyard appeared in the horizon. Not long after, Investigation Courtyard stopped, Meng tribe's second supreme elder walked out of the courtyard and nodded at Meng Zizai with a heavy expression, before impatiently inspecting the battlefield. But how could Feng Yuan have left any clues? After Meng tribe's second supreme elder inspected the battlefield, his expression became even more gloomy. Meng Zizai said, this mysterious enemy is extremely clean, he is very experienced in dealing with traces, I have already investigated it. Meng tribe's second supreme elder nodded, no worries, I brought Investigation Courtyard this time. Investigation Courtyard was an information path Immortal Gu House, it was most proficient in gathering information. Meng tribe's second supreme elder immediately activated a killer move. They really did find some clues. The clues end here. Meng tribe's Immortal Gu House Investigation Courtyard floated in the air and did not move forward. Meng tribe's two Gu immortals looked at each other. Meng Zizai looked ahead and saw a lush valley, in stark contrast to the surrounding grassland. According to the laws of nature, such a valley would not form, but Meng tribe's two Gu immortals were not surprised. Meng tribe's second supreme elder said in a low voice, this is Sleeping Lady's Divine Needle Valley. Meng Zizai frowned, don't tell me it's her? Meng tribe's second supreme elder was silent. Sleeping Lady was a rank 7 lone cultivator who cultivated sound path. She did not have outstanding battle strength, but she controlled an immemorial desolate beast Divine Hedgehog. This Divine Hedgehog was a sword path immemorial desolate beast, it had one ability, it could shoot out spikes all over its body, making it impossible for people to dodge, it could slaughter gods and kill immortals. Sleeping Lady created Divine Needle Valley and lived in the middle of Meng tribe and Murong tribe, becoming an overlord of a region. Not only did she have brilliant methods to control immemorial desolate beasts, she also had outstanding political wisdom. She lived in the middle of two super forces, borrowing strength from both sides, making it so that neither side dared to deal with her. Because if she did so, Sleeping Lady might defect to the other super force at any time. Meng tribe's two Gu immortals were silent. this matter was somewhat difficult. They had followed the clues, but did not obtain any concrete information about Feng Yuan. Sleeping Lady's own battle strength might not compare to Meng Tu, but if she sent the divine hedgehog, there was a possibility of killing Meng Tuesday. In this case, she was indeed suspicious. But, this matter would be very troublesome to deal with. For a long time, Meng tribe and Morong tribe had been expressing goodwill towards Sleeping Lady. They had a good relationship with her, trying to win her over and prevent her from siding with the other side. Meng tribe and Morong tribe's relationship was clearly not good. Any super force had the instinct to expand. Meng tribe and Morong tribe were so close, how could their relationship be good? If Sleeping Lady was the culprit, how could she have such courage alone? Because of this, it was very likely that she had already defected to the Morong family. And the Morong family was a superpower, a Huangjin tribe of the righteous path. It was impossible for them to kill another righteous path superpower for no reason. Using Sleeping Lady as a weapon was also very reasonable. If Sleeping Lady was not the culprit, how would Meng tribe's two Gu immortals investigate her? If they were not careful, it was likely that Sleeping Lady would have other thoughts and fall to Morong family's side. Then, Meng family's loss would undoubtedly be even greater. The two Meng tribe Gu immortals thought for a long time before Meng tribe's second supreme elder finally spoke. Let's go, we will visit Sleeping Lady and tell her about Meng Tu's death. Only like this, by being frank, can Sleeping Lady understand my Meng family's motive and determination. After all, the clues stopped at her Divine Needle Valley. Courtyard. Investigation courtyard did not conceal their tracks. The arrival of Meng tribe's two Gu immortals had already alerted Sleeping Lady. Gu Ling tribe Gu clans immortal tribe Gu clans dragon tribes immediately after they explained the matter, Gu's immortal Ling tribe spirit. After Meng tribe's two Gu immortals arrived, they immediately explained the situation. Sleeping Lady understood the situation and immediately knew the severity of the situation. First, she quickly expressed her innocence and proved it to Meng tribe's Gu immortals. Secondly, she was also worried about the disappearance of the clue in Divine Needle Valley. This mysterious culprit was able to kill Meng Tu. His methods are definitely high and his battle strength is terrifying. I would like to ask you to follow me and search the whole of Divine Needle Valley. Help me with this. Sleeping Lady took the initiative to request. Meng tribe's two immortals were overjoyed. This was what they wanted. They immediately nodded and agreed. The three immortals moved together and searched Divine Needle Valley very carefully. Sleeping Lady was also afraid. She had some understanding of investigation Gu Ling's power. Since the clue disappeared in Divine Needle Valley, it was very likely that the culprit was hiding in her own valley. Since this mysterious culprit could attack Meng Tu and even viciously kill him, why couldn't he deal with her? The three immortals searched for a while but did not find anything. Meng tribe's two immortals glanced at each other. Meng tribe's second supreme elder purposely said, Divine Needle Valley has almost been searched. Is the culprit really not here? Meng Zizai pretended to be unintentional as he said, isn't there still one place that hasn't been searched? Sleeping Lady knew that the two of them were acting, but she wasn't the culprit and sincerely wanted to search carefully, so she nodded and said, this Divine Needle Valley was specially designed for the Divine Hedgehog. Now only the depths of the valley haven't been searched. Please follow me. Meng tribe's Gu immortals followed Sleeping Lady to the bottom of the valley. In the dark bottom of the valley, there was a huge hedgehog that was as white as snow resting. It was lying on the ground, curled up into a ball, appearing to be in deep sleep. It breathed for a long time. The spikes all over its body were extremely sharp and filled with sword path Dao marks. The divine hedgehog was as large as a hill. Meng tribe's two Gu immortals slowly flew towards it like ants facing a wheel. What a divine immemorial desolate beast. Meng tribe's second supreme elder softly praised. Sleeping Lady's expression softened. This was the most important asset that allowed her to contend with two super forces. Meng tribe's second supreme elder carefully observed for a while before saying, it seems that the quality of the front-back divine sniping needles this time is very high quality. Sleeping Lady, when are you going to pick them? The spikes on the divine hedgehog's body were rank 8 immortal materials that could be plucked out. Each spike was a front-back divine sniping needle. Every time the divine hedgehog encountered danger, it would shoot out the spikes on its body to kill the enemy. Naturally, these spikes that were shot out would not return. When the divine hedgehog slept, its body would regrow its spikes. Sleeping Lady's method was unique, she could make the divine hedgehog sleep at all times. After feeding it, Sleeping Lady would have a new source of income, that was to sell front-back divine sniping needles. Most of the front-back divine sniping needles that she produced were distributed to Meng tribe and Morong tribe, the remaining small portion was sold at Jewel Yellow Skies. Sleeping Lady thus had ample funds. Northern Plains was a place with poor natural resources, but Sleeping Lady relied on this divine hedgehog to live a much better life than most Northern Plains Gu immortals. Let's pick them soon, there will be 436 this time. Sleeping Lady said solemnly. The divine hedgehog had over 1,000 spikes on its body, but Sleeping Lady wanted to keep those short spikes to continue growing. What she harvested were the spikes that had grown to the longest. At the same time, she could not sell all the spikes, because without the protection of these spikes, the divine hedgehog's battle strength would fall sharply. Let's begin. Meng Zizai suggested. Please do as you wish, I will make the divine hedgehog continue to sleep. Sleeping Lady said. Meng tribe's 2 Gu immortals wanted to search for clues, they activated Investigation Courtyard and caused a huge commotion. But Sleeping Lady's sound path killer move kept the divine hedgehog asleep. If the divine hedgehog was startled awake from its sleep, it would definitely be furious and vent its anger on others, attacking randomly. Sleeping Lady had not completely subdued this beast and controlled it, after all, she was not an enslavement path Gu immortal. I found a new clue. After searching for a long time, Meng Zizai suddenly spoke with an excited expression. Sleeping Lady was horrified, this person actually infiltrated to the bottom of the valley, I couldn't sense him at all? Following the traces, the 3 immortals continued to search, they found that the traces went all the way down into the ground. The 3 immortals followed the clues and unknowingly went deep underground, the clues also became more and more numerous. Not long after, the traces changed directions and meandered upwards. The 3 immortals followed the traces and carefully moved forward for a while before coming to the surface. This is already Morong tribe's territory, it is hundreds of li away from Divine Needle Valley. Meng tribe's second supreme elder frowned. The clues completely disappeared here. Meng Zizai's gaze flickered, Sleeping Lady was silent, she would not express her opinion at this crucial moment no matter what. The 3 immortals searched for a long time but did not find any clues. Sleeping Lady suggested that they go to her valley to rest. Meng tribe's 2 immortals had no clues, they thought about it and agreed. But when they returned to the valley, the 3 immortals made a shocking discovery. The divine hedgehog, which had been a divine steed, was still sleeping soundly, but it was completely naked, all the front-back divine obstruction needles had disappeared. What's going on? My divine obstruction needles. I spent 100 years guarding Divine Needle Valley without leaving, consuming a large amount of food to feed the divine hedgehog, and even repeatedly using killer moves to coax it to sleep, I was able to nurture it to such a scale. Sleeping Lady turned pale with fright, she cried out involuntarily in pain. Meng tribe's 2 immortals looked at each other, cold sweat dripping down their foreheads. Because they suddenly realized that they had been used by someone. I need Meng tribe to give me an explanation now. Otherwise, even though I am a lone cultivator, I will not let this matter rest. Sleeping Lady turned her head and stared at the 2 Meng tribe immortals. Her loss this time was really too heavy. Thus, she was extremely furious, even though the other party was Meng tribe, she still went up against them. Unlike Feng Yuan lost the Gutsgu trade, but he still had the dragonfish trade, spirit snake trade, regretful spider trade, eerie fire dragon python trade, and so on. After Sleeping Lady lost this front-back divine obstruction needle, she lost her economic pillar. Even though the divine hedgehog was still around, to nurture the front-back divine obstruction needle again, not only would it take time, it would also require a huge investment of funds. Sleeping Lady did not have a long-term vision. Every time she harvested the front-back divine obstruction needle, she would not kill the goose that laid the golden eggs, she would leave most of them to grow. But the person who stole the front-back divine obstruction needle was truly too vile, he did not even leave a single hair for Sleeping Lady. Sleeping Lady's losses this time were huge, not only were the hairs that had grown to their limits close to harvest, but also her future prospects. It is a pity that I do not have the methods to move this immemorial desolate beast divine hedgehog into my immortal aperture. Outside, it is truly not safe. Sleeping Lady's hands were shaking, she even had the thought of dying. But actually, even if she moved it inside, it would be very troublesome. Firstly, she could not completely control the divine hedgehog. If this immemorial desolate beast caused trouble in her immortal aperture, she would suffer disastrous losses. Secondly, if Sleeping Lady underwent tribulation, Providence's perception might aggravate her tribulation and target the divine hedgehog even more. Finally, the divine hedgehog was Sleeping Lady's trump card in dealing with Meng tribe and Murong tribe. If it was placed in her immortal aperture, she might not be able to let it out in time to fight in battle. Sleeping Lady, calm down, please calm down. Meng tribe's second supreme elder quickly persuaded. Calm down? How do you want me to calm down? You said there was a murder case, Meng Tu died in battle. Alright, I trusted your Meng tribe, I let you in without investigating and warmly welcomed you. You said there were traces, but I could not find them, it was all because of investigation courtyard. Later, there were indeed traces, but were they really left behind by the culprit? Does investigation courtyard not have the ability to do anything? As she spoke, cold sweat dripped down Sleeping Lady's forehead. She calmed down and looked at the two Meng tribe immortals with a vigilant expression. A large number of goo worm auras spread out from her body. Sleeping Lady stared at the two Meng immortals and slowly retreated. The two Meng family immortals smiled bitterly, but at the same time, they understood Sleeping Lady's thoughts very well. Now, the divine hedgehog had lost all of its spikes, and its combat power had fallen to rock bottom. This was equivalent to Sleeping Lady's combat power being reduced to its limit. Most of the trump cards she had been using to deal with the superpowers had been destroyed, so how could Sleeping Lady not be vigilant? Meng clan's second supreme elder bitterly sighed. Sleeping Lady, if this was really our clan's scheme to scheme against you and secretly steal the divine hedgehog's quills, why would we bother to come back here with you? We should have tricked you into a trap with the excuse of tracking the murderer, for example in the Immortal Dao battlefield. What do you think? Sleeping Lady became silent. She raised her eyes and said, that is probably because your Meng family is of the righteous path and has to follow the rules, so it is not good for you to directly attack me. On the other hand, I have already made an alliance with your Meng family, so you schemed this matter to first reduce my combat power and then use clever words to trick me. The two Meng family immortals could not help but look at each other when they heard this. Sleeping Lady's words were not without reason. The two Meng family immortals were quick-witted, but they did not know what to say. Humph. Sleeping Lady continued, you think I don't know what your righteous path is playing? This matter started because of you. If your Meng family does not give me an explanation, then fine, I will expose this matter and let the world judge. Wait. The expressions of the two Meng family immortals changed drastically. Meng clan's second supreme elder hurriedly shouted. But it was already too late. Sleeping Lady directly exposed this matter in the jewel yellow skies, and then hurriedly informed Murong clan of this matter through her connections. In an instant, the scandal that Meng family had painstakingly covered up, Meng Tu's death, the failure in chasing after the murderer, and even implicating Sleeping Lady in losing the front-back god-blocking needle, was completely exposed. You. Meng Zi's eye pointed at Sleeping Lady, his eyes were practically spewing fire, he was extremely furious. Meng clan's second supreme elder also had an ashen expression as he narrowed his eyes at Sleeping Lady, even having murderous intent. Sleeping Lady's expression was cold, but she was smiling bitterly in her heart. Of course, she knew that her actions will greatly damage her relationship with the Meng family. But there was no other way, she had to do this. Any alliance agreement had the possibility of being broken unilaterally. Today's matter was too important, Sleeping Lady had to protect herself. Her battle strength had fallen to rock bottom, how could she protect herself, even if Meng Tu died? As a super force, Meng family was still not something a rank 7 lone immortal like Sleeping Lady could resist. In Sleeping Lady's opinion, the best way was undoubtedly to borrow the strength of other Gu immortals, to make Meng family's competitor, Murong clan, pay attention to this matter and support Sleeping Lady to a certain extent. Even if Meng family had ill intentions, they had to stop, after all, they were a righteous path force. Sleeping Lady, at this point, there is no point in saying any more. But I can tell you clearly that you don't need to worry, we might have been used by that person. Meng tribe's second supreme elder said in a low voice. The current situation was actually very clear. Even if Meng tribe's two immortals did not cultivate wisdom path, they could deduce, The culprit was extremely vicious. Not only did he mysteriously kill Meng Tu, he even deliberately left behind clues to lure Meng tribe's pursuers into Divine Needle Valley, and then used Meng tribe to lure Sleeping Lady away. Afterwards, he made his move and actually pulled out all of the Divine Hedgehog's spines. Our Meng tribe will give you an explanation. Before leaving, Meng tribe's second supreme elder left behind these words. Once Meng tribe's 2 immortals left, Sleeping Lady immediately started to set up a goo formation around the immemorial desolate beast Divine Hedgehog. Meng tribe lost their clues and could only return. Even if they obtained the clues now, they would be suspicious. Was this another scheme of the other party? While Investigation Courtyard was flying, Meng Zizai suddenly spoke with an ominous glint in his eyes. This culprit is so crafty. Now that the matter has been exposed and the whole world knows about it, we might as well make Sleeping Lady the culprit. Regardless of whether Sleeping Lady was the culprit or not, if Meng tribe killed her and claimed that she was the culprit, they would be able to restore their tribe's prestige and resolve this crisis. They might even be able to obtain the immemorial desolate beast Divine Hedgehog. Meng tribe's second supreme elder sighed, I have also thought of this. But firstly, Investigation Courtyard might not be able to deal with Sleeping Lady and the Divine Hedgehog in a short time. This place is also close to Murong tribe, I have no confidence. Secondly, we have an alliance agreement with her. If we rashly make a move, we will suffer a severe backlash. Thirdly, the current situation in Northern Plains is not the same as before. Right now, Longevity Heaven had appeared, Yao Huang had taken over as South Desolation Immortal, and Longevity Heaven was leading all the Huangjin tribes. During this period of time, they had been working hard to integrate the forces of Northern Plains' Gu Immortal world. The Righteous Path forces were basically all Huangjin tribes. There was almost no need to integrate them. The first step of Longevity Heaven's plan was to integrate the Lone Cultivator forces with the Righteous Path forces. It was just that Celestial Court had used a scheme to disguise as Fang Yuan and destroy this plan once, so there were some obstructions. However, Longevity Heaven did not give up and had been working hard in this area. Thus, as a Huangjin tribe, if Meng tribe rashly dealt with the lone immortal Sleeping Lady, if they did not handle it well, Longevity Heaven might investigate and reprimand them. This was what Meng tribe's second supreme elder was most worried about. Meng tribe returned, while Fang Yuan was also on the way. Inside his sovereign immortal aperture, there was a pile of front-back divine obstruction needles. Indeed, it was his plan, he was also the one who did it. Fang Yuan knew a lot about Meng tribe's information, he also had wisdom path attainment. The trap he designed was simple but effective. Adding on his strong luck, Sleeping Lady was really lured away. Fang Yuan succeeded in his first attempt. Ordinary Gu immortals might not be able to get close to the Divine Hedgehog, after all, their auras were not right. But Fang Yuan had familiar face, he perfectly disguised himself as Sleeping Lady. Even when the Divine Hedgehog slowly opened its eyes, he did not panic. The Divine Hedgehog slowly fell asleep again. Fang Yuan plucked all of its spines. After succeeding, Fang Yuan did not do anything to the sleeping Divine Hedgehog, he directly left. In the 500 years of his previous life, Sleeping Lady was also one of the experts who resisted the Celestial Court. As for the Divine Hedgehog, why did he steal it? This was of little value to Fang Yuan, he might as well keep it with Sleeping Lady, and when Sleeping Lady nurtures a new batch of spines, Fang Yuan could steal it again. Fang Yuan did not feel any psychological burden when slaughtering others, not to mention stealing. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable is truly amazing, he actually created Theft Path. After tasting the sweetness, Fang Yuan reflected on it and sighed inwardly. In the battle between Fang Yuan and Meng Tu, it was Great Thief Ghost Hand that determined the outcome. If things went according to plan, Fang Yuan would not have been able to take Meng Tu's head so easily. Before Theft Path appeared, Gu immortals fought with their lives on the line, but they might not be able to obtain much loot. But with Theft Path, there is no need to fight to the death to obtain resources. The cost is lowered and the efficiency is raised, this is simply amazing. It is a pity that now is not the best time for me to go around stealing. Firstly, Theft Path Immortal Gu are rare, I only have rank 7 Great Thief Gu. Secondly, I already exposed my identity as the Grand Thief Ghost Hand in the Western Desert. If I go around committing crimes, people will probably connect the dots and figure out my true identity. Myriad Self-Immortal Gu's recipe is still lacking a crucial immortal material. After this, I will stop and return to Xianxia blessed land to refine myriad self-immortal goo. Even though Feng Yuan had some theft path methods, he could not go overboard at the moment. Because soul cultivation was the most important matter at hand. Once his soul foundation rose, Yama Emperor would be able to use it more efficiently, and Feng Yuan's battle strength and plans would have a guarantee. But soul cultivation required guts goo and soul cores, which meant he needed supplies from Green Ghost Desert. Xuanbu Jin's identity also had to be kept a secret. This was a chain of needs. Oh, right, I can't let this matter be exposed easily. Feng Yuan chuckled and immediately spread a rumor in Jewel Yellow Skies, saying that Sleeping Lady had embezzled and schemed against Ming tribe, but she had actually obtained the front-back divine obstruction needles to prepare for tribulation and advance to a higher cultivation level. With the truth being mixed up like this, it was even easier for Feng Yuan to conceal himself. As for Sleeping Lady, after she learned of this rumor, she immediately coughed out a mouthful of blood from anger. Jewel Yellow Skies. A large lump of transparent fire was quietly burning, emitting a thick and grand treasure light. Once the fire appeared on the market, it attracted the attention of many goo immortals. A large number of wills and some divine senses were attracted. Black Heaven Temple's goo immortal Xianxia smiled lightly. He was the owner of this transparent fire. To think that I would obtain such a rare batch of rank 7 immortal materials in this exploration. After selling them, I can replenish my immortal essence reserves. He thought as he responded to others' inquiries. The price he offered was just a little bit higher than usual, so many people wanted to buy it. I want all of these goods. One of the divine senses contacted Xianxia and stated a high price straightforwardly. Xianxia was moved, he could not believe it. You want all of these? This price. Let's trade. The other party was very straightforward, directly sending a large number of immortal yuan stones. Okay. Seeing this huge amount of immortal yuan stones, Xianxia's eyes shined. He immediately agreed. The transaction was quickly completed. The goo immortals who were paying attention were caught unprepared. Don't be anxious, I still have more goods. Xianxia's divine sense fluctuated. He quickly took out a lump of transparent fire and placed it into Jewel Yellow Skies. It was just that this ball of transparent flame was much smaller than the one he had sold. Because of the first transaction, other goo immortals were interested in buying it. After all, this transparent fire was rare in the market. Normally, they could only buy it continuously, and each purchase would be in fist-sized or basin-sized lumps. But now, the transparent fire was as big as a carriage. After this, there would be no more opportunities like this. But this time I will raise the price. Xianxia's smile became wider. He did not know much about the transparent fire. This was the first time he was selling it. He did not know the market price. The enthusiasm of the other goo immortals was beyond his expectations. He raised the price higher and higher, but the surrounding goo immortals rarely backed out of the competition. Their bids also became higher. Oh no, I seem to have sold it wrongly. When Xianxia saw this scene, he felt some regret in his heart. At the same time, he admired the buyer's decisiveness. Xianxia was not stupid. He divided all the transparent flames into 3 parts. The first set was to test the waters, and the one being sold now was only the second set. The more transactions he made, the more accurate his grasp of the market situation became. Floating life fire. Feng Yuan looked at this transparent fire in the sovereign immortal aperture with a joyful mood. He was the one who made the first move and bought Xianxia's goods. This kind of floating life flame was transparent, and it burned silently without any heat. However, when it burned a life to death, the past of that life would turn into an image and continuously reappear in the floating life fire. At that time, the floating life fire would emit a multicolored luster and would no longer be transparent. The storage of the floating life flame required a special method. Xianxia, on the other hand, had obtained a large amount of floating life fire by chance and did not have the means to do so. After Feng Yuan succeeded, he immediately used his methods to preserve the floating life flame. This method was not the content of Spectral Soul's true inheritance, but Xianxia's inheritance that Feng Yuan exchanged with Spectral Soul's true inheritance. I originally wanted to travel a long distance and find trouble with others to obtain this floating life flame. To think that someone would suddenly sell it in Jewel Yellow Skies, and in large quantities. My luck is really good this time. Fang Yuan smiled. There were definitely many Gu immortals who wanted to buy the floating life flame. But Gu immortal wills could not make decisions, they could only act according to the orders left behind by the Gu immortal. And to take out so many immortal Yuan stones at once was not something ordinary Gu immortals could do. Even if they had funds, these spectating Gu immortals would want to haggle, after all, they did not need a lot. With all these factors, Fang Yuan took advantage of the situation and immediately acted, gaining the initiative. As for the risk, even though this Xianxia was a Gu immortal of Black Heaven Temple and a member of Celestial Court, he did not know that the buyer was Fang Yuan, and Fang Yuan also did not know his identity. The transactions of Jewel Yellow Skies had always been very safe. If Celestial Court could use this to scheme against Fang Yuan and even infiltrate Jewel Yellow Skies to such an extent, then Fang Yuan might as well just surrender. All in all, this possibility was very small. Drinking Blade Wine, Edge Gu, Front Back Divine Obstruction Needle, and Floating Life Flame, these 4 immortal materials were basically all gathered. He still needed to buy some Edge Gu, but Jewel Yellow Skies could satisfy them. If he could not, Western Desert's Shao clan was also a channel. There was no meaning in staying outside. Fang Yuan set off and rushed back to Xianxia Blessed Land. Using the teleportation immortal formation, Fang Yuan returned to Xianxia Blessed Land. The process was very smooth, there were no dangers. Fang Yuan returned much earlier than planned, this made Land Spirit of Xianxia very happy. Since you are back, I will start refining. Land Spirit of Xianxia was very proactive, the pressure that Celestial Court placed on him was too great. This time, I need to thank First Supreme Elder and the Gu immortals of the other 3 races for lending me so many immortal Yuan stones. Fang Yuan expressed his gratitude. Without their help, how could Fang Yuan have such a huge amount of funds? No need to be polite. We are all on the same side. If you become stronger, Xianxia Blessed Land will be safer. If Xianxia Blessed Land is in danger, they will not be able to escape due to the alliance agreement. Land Spirit of Xianxia's reply was very frank. Indeed, the current reality was that Xianxia sect, the Snowmen, Rockmen, and Inkman City were all in the same boat. If anyone got into trouble, the others would not be able to escape. Fang Yuan handed these 4 immortal materials to Xianxia sect to process. The processing of these immortal materials would take at least half a month. The process was very complicated. And this was the result of all the hairy man Gu immortals of Xianxia sect working together. From this, one could see the excellence of myriad self-immortal Gu's recipe. Fang Yuan had become a refinement path quasi-supreme grandmaster. The myriad self-immortal Gu recipe he designed was very outstanding, it could be said to be the limit of the world. It had almost reached a stage where it could not be improved. The crucial steps of the Gu refinement were reduced to the limit, there were only 3 steps. The other steps had over 10,000 steps, most of them were processing the immortal materials. Fang Yuan processed the immortal materials to their optimal state. He spent most of his effort on this, even if the consumption of immortal materials increased greatly, he did not care. Because these steps could be controlled by Gu immortals. And the crucial steps of the Gu refinement could only be controlled by the collision and conflict of Dao marks, they were not controlled by the Gu immortals. Through this method, combined with Xianxia sect's Gu refinement ability, Fang Yuan's myriad self-immortal Gu recipe had a success rate of 50%, that was to say, Fang Yuan had a 50% chance of success, the other 50% chance of failure. A 50% success rate was too terrifying. For the vast majority of Gu immortals, if they had a 1% success rate in Gu refinement, they would be happy. However, this was mainly because he was a refinement path quasi-supreme grandmaster. How many refinement path quasi-supreme grandmasters were there in the world? Throughout history, people like Fang Yuan could be counted on one's fingers. There were only 3 people who surpassed his attainment level. And in the world, there were very few Gu immortals who cultivated multiple paths. How many of them cultivated refinement path? Looking at it from another angle, most Gu immortals were like amateurs when it came to refining immortal Gu. If the success rate of Gu refinement could be raised, that would be absurd. In fact, even Fang Yuan did not dare to believe the 50% success rate when he deduced it. However, he immediately thought of Long Hair Ancestor. Long Hair Ancestor had refined many immortal Gu in his life, there was no lack of rank 7 and even rank 8 immortal Gu. He was a refinement path supreme grandmaster. If he did not have such a success rate, would Giant Sun Immortal and Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable ask him for help? Also, I borrowed Xianxia sect's strength to refine this goo. In the current world, in terms of goo refinement attainment, Xianxia sect is without a doubt the #1 sect. Besides this, the third reason is my strong luck. First was his refinement path quasi-supreme grandmaster attainment level, second was the help of the #1 goo refinement force in the world, and third was his strong luck after inheriting Giant Sun's true inheritance. These three reasons contributed to the 50% success rate of myriad self-immortal goo's refinement. There is finally such a day, I am free from the curse of refining immortal goo. Fang Yuan was deeply moved, he had the urge to cry. He knew that the main reason was that he had achieved refinement path quasi-supreme grandmaster attainment level. The other two reasons were also helpful, but they were more or less present when he refined goo. The 50% success rate was mainly brought about by his refinement path quasi-supreme grandmaster attainment level. This is only the immortal goo recipe that I deduced and modified. In the future, if I make up for my foundation in goo refinement and personally lead the refinement, the success rate will increase. By a lot. Xianxia blessed land, cloud cover continent. Land spirit of Xianxia breathed in deeply, before chanting, formation, activate. Like countless bees dancing wildly, there was a loud buzzing sound as the refinement path super formation was activated. Soon, a large area of white gold light spread out, filling this area. Enter the formation. Land spirit of Xianxia ordered again. At the same time, he entered the immortal formation. Next, 6th hair, 3rd hair, 4th hair, 7th hair, and other hairy man goo immortals also entered the formation. Fang Yuan stood at the periphery of the immortal formation as a spectator. This goo refinement was not done by him, it was handed over to Xianxia sect's land spirit and hairy man goo immortals. Even though Fang Yuan had quasi-supreme refinement path attainment level, his refinement path foundation and actual control could not compare to Xianxia sect's goo immortals. If it were during normal times, I might be able to participate in the goo refinement. But this time, land spirit of Xianxia did not hesitate to use the refinement path immortal formation that long hair ancestor had personally set up back then. This immortal formation cannot be used by hairy man goo immortals. I am a human goo immortal, if I enter, I will be refined and killed by the immortal formation. Xianxia blessed land had a deep foundation, this time, it even used the long hair refinement path formation. Of course, with Fang Yuan's methods, he could use his transformation path attainment to turn into a hairy man goo immortal. But Xianxia sect probably wanted to keep this a secret and did not want to reveal it to Fang Yuan. Earlier, I used Spectral Soul's true inheritance to exchange for Xianxia true inheritance with land spirit of Xianxia. However, it was clear that this long hair refinement path formation was the core of Xianxia's true inheritance and would not be traded. Just like Spectral Soul's true inheritances lead Soul into Dream and other killer moves, I also value them highly. Fang Yuan observed from the side, his eyes shining with uncertainty. Even though the Xianxia sect excluded Fang Yuan was actually very satisfied with this. Facing the immense pressure from the celestial court, Xianxia sect was anxious. They did not hesitate to activate the long hair refinement path formation to refine myriad self-immortal goo for Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan had joined the Xianxia sect, so he could be considered as one of them. Increasing Fang Yuan's combat power now would greatly benefit them in moving Xianxia blessed land. The long hair refinement path grand array was slowly activated. The radiance kept changing. First, it was white gold, then it turned orange gold, and finally black gold. Specks of starlight began to flicker amidst the inky gold radiance, dazzling and resplendent. The buzzing sound of the immortal array gradually became softer. After a few breaths, it became extremely quiet, without a single sound. Several hairy man goo immortals and land spirit of Xianxia who entered the formation stood still, forming a large circle. Land spirit of Xianxia was the first to make a move, activating the immortal formation and opening the door, letting out a lump of processed immortal material. This immortal material was like a sunflower that had been hit by frost. The moment it appeared in the center of the immortal formation, it turned into smoke and fused into the inky gold radiance. Fang Yuan's gaze was solemn. This was the first crucial step. The smoke had to fuse perfectly with the inky gold radiance before the next step could be carried out. Fang Yuan did not feel too much pressure. If this step failed, he would not suffer a huge loss, he could start again. However, an hour later, the immortal material turned into smoke. It fused perfectly with the inky gold radiance. In the immortal formation, the inky gold radiance condensed and condensed. From the size of half the sky earlier, it condensed to the size of a house. It was restrained at the center of the long hair refinement path formation. When the inky gold radiance turned into ice stars, the land spirit of Xianxia activated the immortal formation and started the second step. Time continued to pass. Immortal materials were thrown into the immortal formation by Xianxia's hairy man Gu immortals in an orderly manner. They fused into one. 3 days and 3 nights later, Third Hair opened his palm and started to throw Gu worms into the immortal formation. He first threw in the self-reliance Gu. This Gu worm was only rank 3, it was shaped like a cockroach, it was flat and dark brown in color. It had long antennae and a pair of wings. Self-reliance Gu was a strength path Gu worm, it had healing properties. The stronger the Gu master, the better the healing effect. This was a rare Gu worm, mortal Gu masters could not even find one, but now, Third Hair threw in several hundred. The amount of self-reliance Gu was strictly regulated. Because it involved the amount of Dao marks, when refining immortal Gu, one had to be careful in this aspect. After all the self-reliance Gu were thrown in, land spirit of Xianxia gave a loud shout, activating the long hair refinement path formation. At once, pillars of fire rose in the formation. Hundreds and thousands of pillars of fire were tens of meters tall, they burned brightly in the inky gold radiance. Intense air currents spread in all directions, but they were perfectly blocked by the refinement path formation. The hairy man Gu immortal standing at the edge of the immortal formation could not feel the temperature rising at all. The long hair refinement path immortal formation was very outstanding. The orange-red pillar of fire burned for 48 hours before it slowly came to a stop. The inky gold radiance was completely burned, even the self-reliance Gu had turned into a strange stone the size of a horse carriage. After waiting for a while, Fang Yuan let out a sigh of relief when he saw that the stone had solidified. The second crucial step of myriad self-immortal Gu refinement had been passed. Next, land spirit of Xianxia and the rest started to rest and recover. Fourth Hair and Sixth Hair did not stop, they continued to activate the immortal formation and carve the stone. After 3 minutes, the stone was completely ground down, it turned into a pile of rock fragments that scattered on the ground. Third Hair stopped to rest, he took out drinking blade wine and started watering these rock fragments. This drinking blade wine was obtained by Fang Yuan from killing Meng Tu not long ago. Now that Xiaoqin used it, he immediately melted all the rubble into clumps of gray smoke. These smoke floated in the air, they did not fuse together, they condensed into balls of smoke that floated in the air like small lanterns. Fourth Hair and Sixth Hair started to rest, while Third Hair took out all-out effort Gu. These Gu worms were like horned immortals, they were all mortal Gu. They were the size of an adult's palm, they were heavy. They were oval in shape, they had an armored shell on their back, their spines were arched. There was a strong horn on their head, it looked heavy and mighty. It had several pairs of long legs, they were strong and had a dark brown body, it gave off a shiny metallic luster. One look and one could tell that this Gu was not an ordinary one. Fang Yuan had not refined all-out effort Gu's immortal Gu yet, these were all mortal Gu, they ranged from rank 1 to rank 5, they were of all ranks. The Gu worms charged into the smoke, but they did not fuse. At this time, land spirit of Xianxia started to sell. He opened the door and took out the processed immortal material floating live fire. In this transparent fire, large numbers of all-out effort Gu and the gray smoke started to fuse. This step took a long time. Half a month later, the fusion was completed. Be it the floating live fire, all-out effort Gu, or the gray smoke, they were all gone, replaced by a drizzle. This drizzle was restricted by the refinement path immortal formation, it was trapped at the center of the formation, it continued to fall. At this step, the third crucial step was completed. Time was pressing, the drizzle was not stable, it was decreasing rapidly. All of the hairy man Gu immortals and land spirit of Xianxia took action, each of them had different methods, they were in charge of different Gu refinement tasks. Front-back divine obstruction needles and other immortal materials were thrown in one after another. Other than that, there were large numbers of mortal Gu. The myriad self-immortal Gu recipe that Fang Yuan deduced this time did not expend any immortal Gu, he used large numbers of immortal materials and mortal Gu as substitutes. This way, there would be no loss of immortal goo, but the consumption of immortal materials and mortal goo would increase by dozens of times. The amount of goo refinement work would also increase rapidly. This was also one of the reasons why Xianxia sect did not hesitate to activate the long hair refinement path formation. With the passage of time, the crucial steps were passed without any surprises or danger. Xianxia blessed land's time lasted for over 2 months. The refinement of myriad self-immortal goo was finally at the final hurdle. Feng Yuan naturally had time path methods, but he could not condense time. Time path's reduction of time was essentially imprinting time path Dao marks and influencing it. And during the goo refinement process, the addition of time path Dao marks would greatly affect the result of the refinement. Condensing time to 2 months was already the limit of Feng Yuan's current abilities. He had already used time path methods. He even used the added time path Dao marks as goo refinement materials, perfectly cleaning them up. The immortal formation rumbled intensely, colorful lights filled the sky. Land spirit of Xianxia let out a long sigh of relief. The other hairy man goo immortals had tired expressions, but they also showed joy. The final step was a success. The colorful lights converged and condensed into a rank 7 immortal goo. This goo worm was long and slender. It was dozens of feet long. It looked like a centipede. It looked like it was made of red copper. Its body was shining with a metallic luster. Its mouth was ferocious. There was a pair of long whiskers on its forehead. There were 5,000 legs on the left and 5,000 legs on the right. There were 10,000 legs in total. Rank 7 immortal goo myriad self. To think that the first goo refinement succeeded. Haha, we finally succeeded. The hairy man goo immortals cheered. Their faces were filled with joy. Myriad self-immortal goo was restrained at the center of the refinement path formation. Because Feng Yuan was not in charge of the refinement, it was ownerless. But soon, Feng Yuan easily refined it with the help of the refinement path immortal formation. A rank 7 immortal goo was refined in one go, haha. Feng Yuan was also filled with joy. He would not have dared to imagine such a thing in the past. A success rate of 50% was simply too high. Feng Yuan tried to inject immortal goo. After myriad self-immortal goo obtained immortal essence, its body shined with light. Countless strength path phantoms of Feng Yuan shot out from the light. It was like the previous myriad self-killer move. The power is only slightly weaker. After all, myriad self-killer move needs too many goo worms. Feng Yuan sensed the changes. The immortal essence expenditure is greatly reduced. It is also very convenient to use. I only need a thought. And the previous killer move, no matter how familiar I was with it, needed time to activate it. It also expended a lot of mental energy. Xianxia blessed land, cloud cover continent. Immortal killer move, myriad self-giant hand. Feng Yuan floated in the air as his aura burst out. With a loud sound, a huge palm appeared out of nowhere and slammed towards the ground with great force. In an instant, air currents rumbled as the huge palm slammed onto the cloud soil continent like a collapsing mountain. Cloud cover continent was personally designed by the land spirit of Xianxia. It was made of cloud soil. It was a mystical land that could float in the sky and never fall. This cloud soil was not thick enough. Feng Yuan's myriad self-giant hand was a rank 7 offensive method. This palm could shatter the cloud soil in the surrounding 100 li, causing it to fall into the vast ocean below. Feng Yuan was not testing his killer move to destroy cloud cover continent. Thus, when the huge palm slammed onto cloud cover continent, the super immortal formation that enveloped Xianxia blessed land activated. A layer of flowing silver light covered cloud cover continent. Myriad self-giant hand slammed onto the cloud soil. The silver light shined brightly before being shattered. After a muffled sound, cloud soil splattered everywhere. The terrain of the surrounding li changed drastically. A huge hand-shaped crater was created under the giant hand. It was about 3 meters deep. Feng Yuan willed and the giant hand disintegrated, vanishing without a trace. Seeing the effect, he nodded in satisfaction. With myriad self-immortal goo, it is much easier to use giant hand killer move. In the past, when Feng Yuan wanted to use myriad self-giant hand, he had to first activate myriad self-killer move and store countless strength path phantoms in his immortal aperture. Next, on the basis of these phantoms, he had to use group strength goo and so on before he could use the strength path giant hand. The entire process was very complicated. If he did not store a large number of strength path phantoms in his immortal aperture, it would be very difficult to use strength path giant hand in an intense battle of life and death. However, things like strength path phantoms could not be stored for a long time, there was a time limit. Once the time was up, they would naturally dissipate. Prepared battles were fine, after all, they could be prepared in advance. But unprepared battles, or ambushes, myriad self-giant hand would be very inconvenient. Fortunately, Feng Yuan was intelligent and cautious. He paid attention to this aspect and did not encounter any awkwardness here. In the past, just using the killer move myriad self-required self-strength immortal goo, bitter strength goo, borrow strength goo, self-reliance goo, refine essence spirit goo, amplify effect goo, earth strength goo, fire, water, wind, lightning, and many other mortal goo. But now, I only need to use myriad self-immortal goo. And now, myriad self-giant hand has been modified by me, it only needs myriad self-immortal goo as the core, with some group strength goo and other mortal goo as support, the total number of goo does not exceed 30. The degree of simplification is simply a huge drop, from the top of the mountain to the bottom of the mountain. The myriad self-great palm imprint from before obviously couldn't be used. After myriad self-immortal goo was refined, Feng Yuan modified myriad self-giant hand into a new version, using myriad self-immortal goo as the core. The core self-strength immortal goo was abandoned by Feng Yuan. This way, self-strength immortal goo could be used in other aspects. Of course, it could also be added to myriad self-giant hand to increase its power. This would depend on how Feng Yuan improved it. Actually, myriad self-giant hand has a lot of room to be modified. For example, it is not fast enough, I can add in many mortal goo to make up for this weakness. Or, I can add in soul path immortal goo to allow giant hand to forcefully grab souls. Or, the power of giant hand is limited by my strength path Dao marks, it can be increased continuously. Right now, myriad self-giant hand only has rank 7 battle strength, it is not at its peak, that is because my sovereign immortal body's strength path Dao marks are not enough to withstand greater power. As for myriad self-giant hand, Feng Yuan had only modified it initially, he replaced the core immortal goo, there was still a lot of potential to be unearthed in the future. In the past, the killer move's content was too heavy and complicated, activating it required a lot of thoughts and time, if he added in goo worms, its practicality would fall. But now, myriad self-killer move was condensed into one goo worm, the steps were extremely simple, he could add in more mortal goo and immortal goo to form an even stronger and more powerful giant hand. Feng Yuan's test this time was not just on strength path giant hand, he also targeted the super immortal formation that defended Xianxia sect. This immortal formation had made a huge contribution during Feng Zhouge's invasion, it allowed many variant human goo immortals to protect themselves and help Xianxia sect get through the crisis. Feng Zhouge used separation song on the immortal formation many times, but Feng Yuan had already predicted his methods. The immortal formation had many layers, Feng Zhouge dismantled one layer after another, he almost coughed out blood. This time, Feng Yuan returned and not only modified myriad self-giant hand, he also modified this immortal formation, allowing its power to cover every corner of Xianxia sect. Earlier, when the strength path giant hand landed on cloud cover continent, it was because of this super immortal formation that the destructive power was greatly reduced. After testing the strength path giant hand, the next step was the main point. Immortal killer move, reverse flow protection seal, this killer move determined the upper limit of Feng Yuan's battle strength, it was also the only thing Feng Yuan could rely on to resist rank 8s. Right now, the core of the killer move was the secluded domain of heaven and earth reverse flow river, myriad self-immortal goo, perseverance immortal goo, pulling water immortal goo, and 100 supplementary mortal goo. Even though it was much more complex than myriad self-giant hand, compared to the previous reverse flow protection seal, it was much simpler. After the killer move was simplified, the success rate of activating it increased greatly, it became much more practical. Earlier, during the battle with Green Ghost, I was ambushed and could not activate reverse flow protection seal in time. But now, I can activate it at any time, the preparation time is greatly reduced, I can easily deal with normal sneak attacks. But I cannot use reverse flow protection seal as a disguise now. Earlier, I deceived the Celestial Court and set up a trap to harm Thunder Ghost True Monarch, I can only do it once. Feng Yuan felt it was a pity. Even though reverse flow protection seal had myriad self-immortal goo and was much more practical, it had already reached the limit of Feng Yuan's modifications. Even if he added some other immortal goo, it would be difficult. Setting up a trap earlier and activating a brand new reverse flow protection seal was impossible in a short period of time. After some testing, Feng Yuan went into closed cultivation again and started to deduce other killer moves. Even though Feng Yuan looked calm and collected, he was actually feeling a lot of pressure internally. Facing the threat of a colossal force like the Celestial Court, who would not feel pressure, the refinement of myriad self-immortal goo was not just the enhancement of a few killer moves. Feng Yuan's true goal was the third variation move, Luo Pasil. I fell into Lu Weiyin's immortal killer move and experienced the dream realm of 3 lifetimes. This dream realm was very mystical, especially the third life. It gave me inspiration for Luo Pasil. But when deducing Luo Pasil earlier, I encountered many obstacles. There was a huge gap that I could not cross. Now that I refined myriad self-immortal goo, it is like I obtained a bridge. I might be able to cross this gap. Feng Yuan was very excited, he was looking forward to it. Even though he used the battle with Thunder Ghost True Monarch to raise his reputation to a higher level, surpassing Feng Jioge. But Feng Yuan knew his own limits, he knew that he was inferior to Feng Jioge in many aspects. Feng Jioge could fight rank 8s because he had extremely dense sound path Dao marks, they were at rank 8 level. Even without a sound path rank 8 immortal goo, his immortal killer moves could have quasi-rank 8 power through the amplification of his own Dao marks. And Feng Yuan could fight rank 8s mainly because of the vast number of Dao marks in the secluded domain of heaven and earth, Reverse Flow River. Some of his own path Dao marks were at rank 7 level, but he was still far from rank 8. Even if he annexed all the immortal apertures in City Well, he was still far from rank 8. Comparing Feng Yuan and Feng Jioge, what they lacked was not talent. Feng Jioge created assimilation wind song. He became the first goo immortal in history to be able to use the winds of assimilation. Feng Yuan, on the other hand, designed myriad self-killer move, enslavement and strength path. He created a new chapter in history. The two were on the same level. Right now, Feng Yuan created a killer move to refine myriad self-immortal goo. His level was slightly higher than before. Because if he continued to develop at this starting point, he might be able to create a brand new goo cultivation path. Compared to the original killer moves, there would be much more room for development. Goo cultivation paths developed like this, some were created through the fusion of 2 paths, some were created through the division of a single path. The difference between Feng Yuan and Feng Jioge was the accumulation of time. How many years had Feng Yuan cultivated since rebirth? As for Feng Jioge, he had already cultivated for hundreds of years. Feng Yuan had not even cultivated for 50 years, it was not easy for him to be able to compare to Feng Jioge. Compared to others, he was even more monstrous, his cultivation level rose by leaps and bounds, it was unheard of and could not be evaluated with common sense. After all, Feng Yuan had obtained countless fortuitous encounters after rebirth. Actually, Feng Yuan placed great importance on his accumulation of Dao marks. But currently, Providence had ill intentions, it made his tribulation the lightest, he obtained few Dao marks. Annexing immortal apertures was a good method, but the upper extreme heavenly eagle had not been found yet. Other methods required specific immortal goo that needed to be refined, it was troublesome. Using food path methods to use snack immortal goo to create killer moves like eat strength to increase Dao marks was also a good method, but the efficiency was low. Distant water could not quench immediate thirst, thus, Feng Yuan turned his attention to other secluded domains of heaven and earth. Feng Yuan had many secluded domains of heaven and earth, Danghun Mountain, Luopa Valley, Reverse Flow River, and City Well, 4 secluded domains of heaven and earth. Among them, Reverse Flow River had already been used to form Reverse Flow Protection Seal, it allowed Feng Yuan to resist rank 8 existences. As for Danghun Mountain, it was broken and was still being repaired. City Well was used to raise variant humans, and in terms of rule path, Feng Yuan's attainment level was low. The most suitable place was Luopa Valley. Feng Yuan's soul path attainment level was ordinary, but he had spectral soul's true inheritance. This was the number 1 soul path inheritance in the world, nobody could deny this. With such a foundation, along with the inspiration that Feng Yuan gained from the 3 lifetimes in the dream realm, and now myriad self-immortal goo. Time passed quickly, half a month went by in the blink of an eye. On this day, Fang Yuan's figure flew out of the cloud city like a bolt of lightning. The immortal formation that enveloped the whole of Xianxia blessed land activated and shot out a golden light that enveloped Fang Yuan. The golden light flashed, Fang Yuan vanished on the spot. When he appeared again, he was already 1,000 li away on a desolate land. These last days, Fang Yuan had modified the super immortal formation again, giving it the ability to teleport objects. This was because Feng Jiuge had attacked Wei to save Zhao, massacring hairy men everywhere. Land Spirit of Xianxia felt heartache but could do nothing about it. Land Spirit of Xianxia thus remembered this painful lesson. After refining myriad self-immortal goo, he suggested this modification to the immortal formation to Feng Yuan. Xianxia sect refined myriad self-immortal goo for Feng Yuan. They even sacrificed the long hair goo refinement immortal formation. Feng Yuan naturally had to return the favor by modifying their defensive immortal formation. Feng Yuan's formation path attainment level was quite high. With the help of the light of wisdom, he had already deduced the modification plan several days ago, completing the modification of the immortal formation. Arriving at this empty space, Feng Yuan breathed in deeply as he started to practice his killer move. Immortal killer move, Yama Emperor. Instantly, he changed his form. He was tall and mighty, he wore a crown on his head, his face was hazy and unfathomable. The number of ghosts embroidered on his robe was no longer the previous number, it had increased by a lot, there were more than 1,000 of them. This was the result of Feng Yuan's closed cultivation during this period of time. Immortal killer move, soul explosion. Feng Yuan pointed his finger, and immediately, a pitch-black air current shot out, exploding everywhere it went. But under the protection of the immortal formation, cloud cover continent's surface flickered with silver light, it resisted the power of the soul explosion to a large extent. Even so, a peak rank 7 killer move was not something the silver light could defend against. Amidst a series of booms, the ground around Feng Yuan was blasted into a mess. Clouds and mud splattered in all directions, and a large number of craters covered several miles in circumference. The black gas dissipated and the soul explosion ended. Above Feng Yuan's imperial robe, a Yama monster slowly disappeared. After a few breaths of time, it disappeared without a trace, as if it had never existed. This was the price of using soul explosion. Feng Yuan did not feel any heartache. Instead, after carefully sensing it, his eyes flashed. Immortal killer move, Yama battlefield, who? A strong gust of wind blew, and the world changed. In the time of 3 blinks of an eye, an area of 500 kilometers in the surroundings had been enveloped by Feng Yuan's immortal battlefield, and it isolated the outside world from the outside world and formed a hopeless situation. Inside this battlefield killer move, there was a pale greenish-yellow color. One's vision was blurry, there seemed to be fog. The chilly wind blew, emitting a mournful sound. It was cold and desolate. Feng Yuan let out the Yama monsters, they laughed cruelly and flew freely in Yama battlefield. After getting amplified, they were like fish in water. After testing it for a while, Feng Yuan took back the Yama monsters and stopped activating Yama battlefield. The world became clear again, he returned to Xianxia blessed land. Yama battlefield was the main achievement of Feng Yuan's closed cultivation. Feng Yuan had already deduced that Xichen life destruction immortal battlefield was constructed from the wisdom path immortal goo left behind by Zishan Makoto. Feng Yuan used it to kill Yu Chan and Qin Bai He. But Xichen life destruction immortal battlefield's advantage was in concealment, it was isolated from the outside world, it was very strict. The disadvantage was that it needed time to set up, so preparations were often needed. Goo immortals were not fools to use it in battle. By the time they succeeded, they would have already escaped. As for Yama battlefield, Feng Yuan used many battlefield killer moves in Spectral Soul's true inheritance as well as his own situation to create it. Yama battlefield was inferior to Xichen life destruction immortal battlefield in terms of concealment and isolation. Its advantage was that the time needed to set it up was very short, it only took 3 blinks of an eye. During this period of time, even though Feng Yuan could not move, he could already use it in battle. In 3 blinks of an eye, as long as Feng Yuan could grasp the opportunity, Goo immortals would not be able to escape from this trap if they were caught off guard. After being enveloped by Yama battlefield, Feng Yuan's advantage was much greater. Right now, against most rank 6 and 7 Goo immortals, I can kill them and take their lives. Feng Yuan sighed. Goo immortals could be defeated, but it was very easy to capture or kill them. Firstly, there were all sorts of escape methods. It was hard for Gu immortals to cultivate many of them. Against other paths, some escape methods were easy to use. Secondly, Feng Yuan was alone. He was wanted by Longevity Heaven, Celestial Court, and other righteous path forces. He had to end the battle quickly. Thus, Feng Yuan had been very careful when choosing his opponents. If not for Meng Tu having an immortal battlefield method that could trap himself and his enemies in Autumn Blade Plain, Feng Yuan would not have chosen such an enemy. After Yama battlefield was formed, Feng Yuan first thought of his other method, Great Thief Ghost Hand. His theft path attainment level was Great Grandmaster. Using Great Thief Immortal Gu and Ghostly Concealment as the foundation, he deduced the Great Thief Ghost Hand killer move that could steal rank 8 Immortal Gu. This move was modified by Feng Yuan and became even sharper. He only used it twice. One was to steal rank 8 Immortal Gu Soul Beast token, the other was to steal rank 7 Immortal Gu Blade Wing. It caused the battle situation to change instantly. Meng Tu was quickly defeated. It could be said to be an outstanding achievement. Previously, I could not use Great Thief Ghost Hand too much, it would expose my identity. If news spread, people would be alerted and try to break Great Thief Ghost Hand, it would endanger my arrangements in Green Ghost Desert. But now, with Yama Battlefield, I can completely trap people and use Great Thief Ghost Hand to steal Immortal Gu. Even if the enemy wants to escape, there is little chance. I can silence them and quickly accumulate cultivation resources. Feng Yuan's eyes shined with a fierce light, killing intent surged in his chest. With Yama Battlefield, a bloody path of kill and steal Gu, then devour apertures to gain Dao marks was presented to Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan did not feel any guilt in slaughtering innocent people, he did not feel any guilt. Feng Yuan licked his lips, shaking his head, it is a pity, now is not the time. If Xianxia Blessed Land was not exposed, without Celestial Court's pressure, Feng Yuan would have left and killed people everywhere. But the urgent matter now was to protect Xianxia Blessed Land. At this moment, Xianxia Sect's existence was far more helpful to Feng Yuan than if Feng Yuan stole Immortal Gu, there was no doubt about this. As time passed, the pressure in Feng Yuan's heart increased. Celestial Court would not let this go, once it made a comeback and invaded Xianxia Blessed Land. Even if Xianxia Blessed Land made ample preparations, it might not be able to defend itself. This was because Xianxia Sect's trump cards and secrets had been exposed in the last battle. And Celestial Court's foundation was deep and unfathomable. If they used some trump cards or schemes to deal with Xianxia Sect's situation, Xianxia Blessed Land would be in danger. The best situation was to relocate Xianxia Blessed Land before the second Celestial Court's invasion. But during the relocation, Celestial Court would definitely ambush it, it might be Prince's impatience. Feng Yuan had already deduced this clearly. Against a rank 8, Feng Yuan had enough defense but not enough offense, his situation was quite awkward. Right now, he had two paths in front of him. One was to use a secluded domain of heaven and earth to create a rank 8 offensive killer move. The other was to use a rank 8 Immortal Gu to create an offensive method. Among the secluded domains of heaven and earth, Luopa Valley was the best choice, it was almost the only choice. Feng Yuan also had the inspiration to deduce Luopa Seal, but unfortunately, there was little progress these days. Even after using the Light of Wisdom, the result was the same. Feng Yuan was very vexed. In terms of rank 8 Immortal Gu, Feng Yuan had 4, they were Attitude Gu, Wisdom Sword, Years Flow Like Water, and Soul Beast Token. Attitude Gu was the core Immortal Gu of Familiar Face, while Years Flow Like Water produced Year Gu, it was not suited for battle. Soul Beast Token had to be used in Yama Emperor's killer move, it could not be used. After thinking about it, there was only Wisdom Sword Immortal Gu left. Speaking of which, Feng Yuan had already obtained this rank 8 Immortal Gu for some time. In order to raise it, Feng Yuan had spent a lot of effort and resources. Unfortunately, he could not use it. Activating Wisdom Sword Immortal Gu required rank 8 Immortal Essence. This was an Immortal Gu that Zishan Makoto had designed for Bo Qing. Unfortunately, Feng Yuan only had rank 7 Red Date Immortal Essence now. This was a hard rule, it could not be changed. Actually, most rank 8 Immortal Gu needed rank 8 Immortal Essence. The other 3 in Feng Yuan's hands were a special case. Attitude Gu could be activated by expending mental energy. Years Flow Like Water could be activated with any Immortal Essence, but its power would fluctuate. Soul Beast Token Expended Soul Foundation. Just in this aspect, these 3 immortal Gu were all top tier among rank 8 immortal Gu. Thinking about it, even though Feng Yuan had many immortal Gu and countless inheritances, to have a rank 8 offensive killer move, he had to start with Luo Pavali. I was able to think of Reverse Flow Protection Seal earlier because my Water Path attainment level was at Grandmaster. This time, when I thought of Luo Pa Seal, my Soul Path attainment level was only at Master level. It was a huge obstacle. Feng Yuan had Grandmaster attainment level in many paths. Theft Path and Refinement Path were Great Grandmaster and Quasi-Supreme Grandmaster. It would have been better to allocate these attainment levels to Soul Path. But fate played tricks on people. His Soul Path attainment level was only Master. But thankfully, I have the light of wisdom. Even though the progress is small, there is still progress. At this rate, I can forcefully deduce it. This method's greatest weakness is time. I hope I can make it in time. Right at this time, heaven and earth shook. A huge black whirlpool appeared out of nowhere. Oh no! Feng Yuan's expression changed. He recognized that the culprit of this black whirlpool was the Dao marks left behind by Feng Jioge. Feng Yuan had already investigated these Dao marks. Before him, Land Spirit of Xianxia had done the same. But both of them thought that this was a method to mark the location. It was very troublesome to get rid of it. But currently, Xianxia Blessed Land was isolated from the outside world. These Dao marks did not pose any threat. But to think that without anyone controlling them and instilling immortal essence, these Dao marks actually gathered on their own, forming a black whirlpool. Quickly destroy it! Feng Yuan shouted. Almost at the same time, Land Spirit of Xianxia also gave a similar order. Feng Yuan's modified defensive formation activated immediately. But in the blink of an eye, 4 starlight beams shot out of the black whirlpool. The red lotus emitted a loud sound. The black whirlpool was destroyed. As the starlight faded, 4 Gu immortals appeared. Feng Jioge, Chen Yi, and Thunder Ghost True Monarch were among them. The leader was a female immortal. She looked around before fixing her gaze on Feng Yuan, smiling. Feng Yuan, I finally caught you. When the celestial court invaded and saw 4 Gu immortals, Feng Yuan's pupils shrunk to pin size. Even with his vast knowledge and experience, he still found it hard to believe. There is such a method? 4 rank 8 Gu immortals were teleported in at once. If we did not destroy that dark spiral immediately, even more Gu immortals might have entered. Even though Feng Jioge was not a true rank 8, his Dao marks were already at rank 8 level, thus, it was not wrong for Feng Yuan to consider him a rank 8 Gu immortal. Rank 8 Gu immortals had incomparably vast Dao marks. There were very few methods to teleport them. It was very difficult. Even the immortal killer move rank 7 immortal door that Feng Jioge exposed earlier could not teleport rank 8 Gu immortals. If rank 8 Gu immortals wanted to teleport, they usually had to fly. If they wanted to cross regions, they had to use immemorial white heaven or immemorial black heaven. Only great experts who cultivated space path had the ability to teleport. But even so, these space path great experts could only teleport themselves. They could not teleport other rank 8 existences. Like the method that the celestial court used to teleport 4 rank 8 Gu immortals, they seemed to have come from Central Continent. Such a method was simply unimaginable. Even in the 500 years of my previous life, during the 5 regions chaotic war, I have never heard of the celestial court using such a method. Teleporting 4 rank 8 Gu immortals at once, it seemed like they could teleport more, they could even target them. This method was simply too powerful. It could easily tear apart any defense. The advantage in battle tactics could be raised to a strategic level. Think about it, during the 5 regions chaotic war, each rank 8 Gu immortal was suppressing one region. At this time, the celestial court secretly mobilized several rank 8 Gu immortals. They would suddenly teleport to an enemy rank 8 Gu immortal and gang up on him. They would have a huge advantage and victory was in their grasp. After so many times, who could resist them? Any region would be in a terrible situation, they might even be helpless. In the 500 years of my previous life, why did the celestial court not use this method? Was it because the conditions were not ripe, or was it not the right time? I'm starting to understand. The thoughts in Feng Yuan's mind flashed like lightning, and he suddenly understood. Once this method is used by the celestial court, after the rank 8 Gu immortals of the other 4 regions die, they would immediately be alerted and link up. forming an alliance to encircle and attack the celestial court. This was very obvious. If they did not cooperate and allowed the situation to continue, any rank 8 Gu immortal's life would be in danger at any moment. No matter how many rank 8 Gu immortals there were, the celestial court would defeat them one by one. Rank 8 Gu immortals were not fools, only by working together and defeating the celestial court could they be safe. Of course, the celestial court wasn't stupid. It had always kept this method hidden, and no matter how hard it tried, it couldn't be used. He was worried that this method would be too powerful and easily incite the other region's rank 8 Gu immortals to unite against a common enemy, and then form a 4 regions alliance against the celestial court. But now, in order to encircle Feng Yuan, the celestial court did not hesitate to use this method in advance. It could be seen how determined the celestial court was to invade Xianxia blessed land. No, not just me, I'm afraid there is also the temptation of rank 9 wisdom Gu. At the same time, taking over Xianxia blessed land will be of great help to the celestial court in repairing Fate Gu. Feng Yuan could only smile bitterly in his heart. The celestial court's attack was too sudden. Even though Feng Yuan had made ample mental preparations, there was no helping it. The celestial court's method, in truth, had already surpassed Feng Yuan's imagination. That is why such an enemy is the scariest. Because it has too many trump cards, its accumulation is too deep. Feng Yuan sighed bitterly in his heart. Scoundrel. At the same time, the other celestial court Gu immortals did not move. Thunder Ghost True Monarch directly charged at Feng Yuan. She hated Feng Yuan to the core. Feng Yuan sold her 3 rib bones on jewel yellow skies. He even played that video non-stop. It was the greatest humiliation she had ever suffered in her life. Thus, Thunder Ghost True Monarch directly charged at Feng Yuan. She attacked while emitting intense killing intent that could make one's heart palpitate. But at the next moment, golden light flashed as Feng Yuan vanished on the spot. Thunder Ghost True Monarch missed. She immediately raised her head and stared at the sky. That was the foundation of the super formation. Bam! Feng Yuan was inside the super immortal formation. He controlled it personally. The first thing he did was to activate the formation and bring in the variant human Gu immortals scattered all over Xianxia blessed land. Just as he made his move, the celestial court also made their move. Immortal killer move, Separation Song. Feng Jiuge used his signature killer move, Separation Song. It countered all the immortal Gu houses and immortal formations in the world. Feng Yuan's eyes shined with bright light. He split his mind and activated the immortal formation, causing it to burst out with a lump of reddish-brown light. Within the red light, the Separation Song weakened rapidly. Its voice became fainter and fainter. To deal with Separation Song, Feng Yuan had modified this aspect of the immortal formation. Now that he used it, he received great results. Feng Jiuge had once destroyed several layers of this immortal formation. He had relied on Separation Song to succeed. But now, before Separation Song could even attack the immortal formation's foundation, it was weakened and destroyed. He frowned slightly. Let me do it. Fairy Myrtle stretched out her finger, shooting out a starlight rainbow. The starlight rainbow was like an arrow. It pierced through the wind and clouds. It shot into the super immortal formation and turned into a field of star sand. It was dazzling and dazzling. The faster the immortal formation was activated, the more the star sand mixed and moved along with the immortal formation, showing all sorts of wondrous forms. Sometimes it was like clouds or mist, sometimes it condensed into the shape of a water jar. Fairy Myrtle smiled lightly. Thoughts surged in her mind like huge waves in the sea. Oh no! This wisdom path killer move not only helps the enemy deduce the pattern of my immortal formation, it can also obstruct the coordination of Gu worms, causing the immortal formation to become more and more sluggish. Among the variant human Gu immortals who arrived, some noticed something amiss. What do we do? What do we do now? Almost all of the variant human Gu immortals were sweating profusely. They had panicked expressions. Their hearts were filled with the fear and pressure of the apocalypse. Celestial Court's lineup was too strong. It could be said to have 4 rank 8s. Even excluding Feng Jiuge, the other 3 were all elites among rank 8s. Any one of them could pose a huge threat to Xianxia blessed land, not to mention the fact that there were 3 of them. Strange, why is Fairy Myrtle not using star constellation chessboard? Feng Yuan had already calmed down. There was a trace of doubt in his eyes. He had fought with Fairy Myrtle once before. It was during the Battle of Southern Border's Dream Realm. It is a pity that star constellation chessboard was left in Celestial Court to support star cast, otherwise, with its help, it would be dozens of times easier for me to decipher this super immortal formation. Fairy Myrtle sighed to herself, but her hands did not stop moving. Another wisdom path killer move was used. It was silent, colorless, formless, and traceless. Feng Yuan did not know how to defend against it, but the formation was hit again. The star sand that entered doubled in size. This is troublesome. Feng Yuan frowned deeply. Celestial Court, do you really think my Xianxia sect is easy to bully? Kill them all. The silver giant was tall and mighty. It opened its arms and swept towards the 4 central continent Gu immortals, creating a huge shockwave. Qin Yi's eyes shined with bright light. He snorted coldly, "Let me do it." Compared to the silver giant, his body was small and weak, but his aura surged out, instantly contending against the silver giant. Immortal killer move, Immortal Binding Vine. Qin Yi pointed with his finger, and countless jade-green rays of light quickly attached themselves to the silver giant. The silver giant's fist was powerful, but due to the obstruction of the jade-green lights, its speed fell and its direction changed. It crashed into the cloud soil, creating a huge pit as soil splattered. In contrast, Qin Yi watched coldly. He did not move. He floated in the air and pointed at the silver giant with one finger. The jade-green lights on the silver giant became more and more numerous, wrapping around it. Next, the light became denser and turned into thick vines that coiled around the silver giant. Within Heavenly Giant Solar's battle formation, Land Spirit of Xianxia roared in anger. After being hit by this immortal binding vine, he felt like he had fallen into a swamp. Even though he had strength, he could not use it. He felt very sullen. Sixth Hair. Land Spirit of Xianxia shouted. Sixth Hair immediately attacked, using an immortal killer move. Heavenly Giant Solar's body shined with golden light. It cut the immortal binding vines inch by inch and started to recover. Qin Yi smiled coldly, using a new killer move. Countless vines were cut off and fell into the cloud soil. Under Qin Yi's reinforcement, they grew rapidly. In a few breaths of time, they turned into giant trees. The towering trees stood to the left and right of the silver giant, forming a large circle that trapped the silver giant in the center. Land Spirit of Xianxia sensed something amiss, but the silver giant was still bound by the immortal binding vines. It could not move for a while. At this time, between the giant trees, the branches and leaves started to intertwine. The roots under the cloud soil also formed into a ball, spreading out of the ground. With the tree trunk as the center, the branches, leaves, and roots intertwined, forming a giant cage. Immortal killer move, Ancient Tree Prison Cage. The silver giant finally tore apart the divine binding vine that was binding it, but it was once again trapped in the ancient wood prison cage. Land Spirit of Xianxia roared in anger. He gave orders as the hairy man Gu immortals attacked, unleashing killer moves one after another. But this ancient tree prison cage was actually able to endure it. It could even use the immortal killer move as nourishment to strengthen itself. The Land Spirit of Xianxia realized that something was wrong and quickly stopped. He tried again and found that tearing with his bare hands was the best way to break through. The hairy man Gu immortals were helpless. They could only use Heavenly Giant Solar to attack the ancient tree prison cage. Damn it! The Land Spirit of Xianxia cursed fiercely. His forehead was filled with cold sweat. Since he was trapped here, he could not help Feng Yuan. He could only watch as Feng Jioga and Fairy Myrtle attacked the super immortal formation. Without a choice, Land Spirit of Xianxia could only communicate with the Rockman Gu immortal. Quick, release that old dragon. Roar. With a dragon's roar, a huge figure flew out, appearing in front of the immortals. Immemorial rock dragon. Its entire body was made of rocks. It was filled with dense earth path down marks. Its body was thick and its dragon teeth were like a forest of rocks. It was majestic and powerful. The rock dragon seemed to be moving slowly but was actually very fast. It flew into the sky and cast a huge shadow on the ground. The 4 immortals of the celestial court were also shrouded in the shadow. They raised their heads and showed expressions of shock. To think that there's a primordial stone dragon hidden in Xianxia blessed land. Feng Jioga sighed. Fairy Myrtle smiled. This does not belong to Xianxia blessed land. It is likely to belong to those variant human Gu immortals. As a wisdom path great expert, she instantly deduced the truth. Let me tear this rock dragon apart. Thunder Ghost True Monarch licked her lips. Her fighting spirit surged. No need. Chinny shouted as he pointed with his finger, using the same move. Immortal killer move, Immortal Binding Vine. The immortal vine spread and bound the immemorial rock dragon. Its movement was obstructed, but it still charged towards the 4 central continent immortals. The 4 immortals dodged. The immemorial rock dragon fell to the ground as Chinny used ancient tree prison cage again, restraining it. How can this be? The variant human goo immortals saw this and felt deep shock and disappointment. They could not express it in words. Even land spirit of Xianxia took in a deep breath. His body felt cold. The immemorial rock dragon that they had placed their hopes on was actually restrained like this. In contrast, over at the celestial court's side, Chinny was displaying his might. Fairy Myrtle and Feng had been suppressing the super immortal formation. Thunder Ghost True Monarch had not made a move yet. Feng Yuan's expression was ugly, but he was not too surprised. The strength of the immemorial rock dragon lies in its strong defense and fearlessness. Once it gets injured, it can quickly recover from the sacrifice of the rock men. This healing method is extremely powerful. It was very troublesome for goo immortals to get injured. It was very difficult to get rid of the injury. The higher their cultivation level, the more trouble they would face if they got injured. If it were a rank 8 goo immortal, after getting injured, they would need to spend some time to heal themselves. But the immemorial rock dragon's healing method could be healed in an instant in battle. Thus, it was a huge headache for its opponents. The immemorial rock dragon also gained a great reputation because of this. But now was different. It was facing Celestial Court's rank 8 goo immortal, Chinny. Firstly, Celestial Court suppressed and slaughtered variant human goo immortals. It was established on the corpses of variant humans. It knew about the Rockman tribe's rock dragon very well. Secondly, the immemorial rock dragon did not have any rank 8 wild immortal goo to use. While Chinny used rank 8 killer moves with the most accurate battle tactic, he surrounded it but did not attack, he suppressed it but did not injure it. The immemorial rock dragon's greatest advantage could not be used. Finally, Chinny's killer moves were truly exquisite, especially ancient tree prison cage. It did not fear immortal killer moves. It was very troublesome to destroy. It was not strange that the immemorial rock dragon lost to Chinny so easily. Even though the rock dragon resisted and struggled, it was getting more and more restrained by the immortal binding vines. Without external help, it had no hope of breaking out of the immortal binding vines, not to mention the outer layer of ancient tree prison cage. Brothers, we need to rely on ourselves. Xianxia land spirit shouted loudly. The silver giant finally smashed a hole in the ancient tree prison, breaking through the heavy encirclement. Heavenly Giant Solar is indeed the number 2 ancient battle formation. Chinny commented plainly. He suddenly smiled as he muttered, "But do you think my ancient tree prison cage is so easy to break out of?" The silver giant's movement stopped. Land spirit of Xianxia was slightly stunned. It turned around and saw that a wooden hand was grabbing onto the silver giant's right leg. What is this? The silver giant turned around and raised its hands. Its arms turned into 2 axes as it slashed down. The wooden hand was hit by the axes, but only half of it was cut. It did not break completely. The silver giant wanted to attack again, but at this time, a wooden giant came out of the soil. The wooden giant let go of its hand and lowered its head, using its shoulder to ram into the silver giant's chest, causing the silver giant to fall to the ground. Xianxia Sexgu immortals were caught off guard. They wanted to get the silver giant up, but the wooden giant's attacks were relentless. It suddenly jumped into the air and with a loud sound, it pressed down on the silver giant. Under the immense pressure, one of the hairy man-goo immortals made a mistake. He used an immortal killer move on the wooden giant. The wooden giant was immediately nourished. The injuries on its arm healed. At the same time, its body collided. It was slightly shorter than the silver giant earlier, but now it was on par with it. Chinny snorted smugly. This was his immortal killer move giant with divine statue. It inherited the characteristics of ancient tree prison cage. It was not afraid of any killer moves. Only physical attacks were effective against it. This is the power of Genesis Lotus True Inheritance. Thunder Ghost True Monarch's eyes shined with bright light. At this moment, Chinny displayed his invincible might, suppressing both the silver giant and the ancient stone dragon by himself. This was his true strength. As the first supreme elder of Heavenly Lotus sect, he had inherited Genesis Lotus True Inheritance. He had immense battle strength. It was extraordinary. Earlier, in Green Ghost Desert, he had a hard time. Most of the time, he fought in Divine Being Palace. He was afraid of destroying Divine Being Palace, so he kept his hands and feet tied. On the other hand, his main opponent, Fong Clan's first Supreme Elder, had a huge advantage. He restrained his strength and fought with his body, causing Qianyi to be furious but helpless. Qianyi displayed his true strength. Celestial Court's side was in an advantageous position. What made Fang Yuan even more worried was that none of them had used their full strength. Even Qianyi, who put in the most effort, had not used Karma Divine Tree. Even if Qianyi is not at the level of Zishan Makoto or Duke Long, he is still a top expert among rank 8s. Fairy Myrtle and Thunder Ghost True Monarch are the same. Feng Jioge cannot be underestimated either. I have to go. The immemorial Rock Dragon and Silver Giant were suppressed by Qianyi alone. The Super Immortal formation was also resisting Feng Jioge and Fairy Myrtle. Lang Ye's side only had Feng Yuan, who had rank 8 battle strength. If he did not go, who could save the situation? In fact, Land Spirit of Lang Ye had already urged Feng Yuan many times earlier. Golden light flashed. Feng Yuan's figure appeared in front of Fairy Myrtle. Fairy Myrtle had expected this. She waved her hand and a red sandalwood divine wind appeared. The wind blew over and brushed against Feng Yuan's body, causing ripples in reverse flow protection seal. This killer move. Feng Yuan's heart sank. This red sandalwood divine wind was strong against strong opponents and weak against weak opponents. It was similar to reverse flow protection seal. It was a defensive and counterattacking move. Reverse flow protection seal did not have any offensive power. It countered the purple charm divine wind. Neither side could do anything to the other, but Feng Yuan was pushed away by this wind. Feng Yuan, you are finally willing to come down. A flash of lightning flickered. Thunder Ghost True Monarch Jing Lan appeared behind Feng Yuan as if she had teleported with a sinister smile and surging killing intent. Trident Electrolysis. Jing Lan shouted as she joined her hands together. 3 bolts of lightning shot out from her fingers. With a crackling sound, the lightning merged in midair and formed a trident made of blue lightning. The Trident Electrolysis hit Feng Yuan's back, but it was blocked by the countercurrent protection seal and reflected back. Jing Lan laughed heartily. She opened her mouth and swallowed the trident into her stomach. Then, her eyes emitted traces of electricity as she quickly retreated. Feng Yuan's heart sank again. Not good. This triple-pronged electrolysis killer move is clearly probing my reverse flow protection seal. Even though Thunder Ghost True Monarch is not a Wisdom Path Gu Immortal, with the Wisdom Path Great Expert Fairy Myrtle here, she can break my reverse flow protection seal on the spot. Ever since they were set up by Feng Yuan, Thunder Ghost True Monarch was beaten up, and Fairy Myrtle was defeated. However, the trap that Feng Yuan had painstakingly set up had been exposed and was no longer useful. During this period of time, Feng Yuan had planned meticulously, cultivated hard, and made preparations. The Celestial Court was also doing the same. Not only did they use their strength to replenish Thunder Ghost True Monarch's Immortal Gu lineup, Fairy Myrtle also used Star Constellation Chessboard to design the killer move Trident Electrolysis for Thunder Ghost True Monarch. It was to deal with Feng Yuan's reverse flow protection seal. Feng Yuan's heart was heavy, but he did not panic. In fact, this was within his expectations. He actively fought against Fairy Myrtle and Thunder Ghost True Monarch, to share some of the pressure in other areas. Both sides fought back and forth. The sky changed color. Cloud Cover Continent was completely destroyed. The sounds of battle resounded in the sky. Countless hairy man mortals and Gu masters were fearful. The Silver Giant dealt with the giant tree divine statue, but Qianyi created another one in the blink of an eye. The immemorial rock dragon was bound by the immortal binding vines. Its chances of escaping were getting slimmer. Even Feng Yuan could not do anything about it. It was not that he did not try, but the outer layer of the ancient tree prison cage was too thick, and it did not fear immortal killer moves. It was a huge headache. This killer move is not invincible against all immortal killer moves, it is just that we did not use it properly. If I had enough time, with my wisdom path methods, I could deduce this move and break it. Feng Yuan sighed internally. This was a killer move from Genesis Lotus True Inheritance. It was very exquisite. It was like reverse flow protection seal. Celestial Court and the other Gu immortals could not do anything about it. They had to rack their brains. Feng Yuan faced the same treatment now. He encountered the ancient tree prison cage. He felt the same way as Fairy Myrtle when facing reverse flow protection seal. After fighting for some time, Celestial Court still had the upper hand, their advantage was growing. Fang Yuan did not deduce Luopa seal, he did not have a rank 8 offensive method, with just reverse flow protection seal, he could defend but not attack, he could not pose any threat to the four immortals. The ancient battle formation Heavenly Giant Solar was the same. The Hairy Man-Gu immortals had many methods, they had great teamwork, but this time, they were not facing Feng Jioge, they were facing the rank 8 expert Chen Yi. Chen Yi also had many methods, they were all rank 8 killer moves, no matter how the land spirit of Xianxia resisted, it was suppressed by Chen Yi. After fighting for a while, Fairy Myrtle suddenly frowned, she ordered secretly, Senior Jinglan, please go around and search for Wisdom Gu. Scoundrel, I will let you off for now. Even though Thunder Ghost True Monarch hated Fang Yuan to the core, she still looked at the big picture, she smiled at Fang Yuan as she moved like lightning, leaving the battlefield in the blink of an eye. Xianxia's side could only watch, they had no way to restrain her. It turned out that the Celestial Court's attack was not only to eliminate Fang Yuan and take over Xianxia to repair Fate Gu, the most important goal was to collect Wild Wisdom Gu. This legendary rank 9 Immortal Gu had fallen into Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's hands long ago. Ordinary forces could not use it, but the Celestial Court had the best methods in the world. Ignoring everything else, with this Wisdom Gu, Star Constellation chessboard would immediately become a rank 9 Immortal Gu house, its power would rise to the limit. Just this point alone was enough for Fairy Myrtle to disregard her own safety. Earlier, when the four immortals of the Celestial Court arrived, Fairy Myrtle had already activated her investigative methods secretly, the range of her investigation expanded until it covered the whole of Xianxia Blessed Land, but she could not find Wisdom Gu. Thus, at this moment, Fairy Myrtle could only send Thunder Ghost True Monarch. Seeing that Thunder Ghost True Monarch had left the battlefield, the land spirit of Xianxia was afraid that the hairy men would die, it roared in anger, but it was trapped by Chen Yi, the silver giant was restricted by the immortal binding vines, it could not move freely, it struggled to break free from layers after layers, it was truly frustrating. They are going to search for Wisdom Gu. A bright light flashed in Fang Yuan's eyes. His wisdom path methods were extraordinary, in an instant, he deduced the intentions of the Celestial Court. Unfortunately, the Celestial Court did not know that Wisdom Gu had already been taken into the Sovereign Immortal Aperture by Fang Yuan. Last time, it was in Xianxia Blessed Land and was not taken or destroyed, they had already lost their best chance. If they wanted to get it again, the difficulty would be thousands of times higher. In that case, a sharp light flashed in Fang Yuan's eyes. He realized that this was the best opportunity, Immemorial Year Beast, he opened a sliver of his immortal aperture and let out a monkey Immemorial Year Beast. At the same time, he moved quickly and used a large number of immortal killer moves to attack Fairy Myrtle. Among the four immortals of the Celestial Court, the most threatening one was not Chen Yi who had Genesis Lotus True Inheritance, nor was it the rank 8 expert Thunder Ghost True Monarch Jinglan who resisted Spectral Soul Demon Venerable, nor was it Feng Jioge who had Assimilation Wind Song, but Fairy Myrtle. There was no other reason, she was a wisdom path great expert, just this point alone made her the leader of this operation. As long as she had time to deduce, she could create countless miracles. They had to get rid of this wisdom path Gu immortal first. Ancient Sword Dragon Transformation, Soul Explosion, Strength Path Giant Hand, Myriad Dragon, Fang Yuan used almost all his strength, attacking Fairy Myrtle fiercely. Fairy Myrtle laughed, Fang Yuan, you are out of tricks. She also used killer moves of different types, each move was exquisite, she blocked all of Fang Yuan's methods. There were even counters and counters. Fang Yuan's methods had been exposed for a long time. Fairy Myrtle had been collecting information, she made many deductions and created many methods to counter them. This was the terrifying aspect of Wisdom Path Gu Immortals. But at this moment, Fang Yuan's killer moves were still somewhat useful, after all, his killer moves had been modified to deal with Fairy Myrtle's deductions. But in terms of Wisdom Path deductions, my attainment is still inferior to Fairy Myrtle. At this rate, one day, all of my methods will be completely countered by Fairy Myrtle, I will not be able to retaliate. Fang Yuan's thoughts moved like lightning, his battle intent surged like fire, but his mind was as calm as ice. Fairy Myrtle smiled again, her aura surged as she breathed out a mouthful of purple chi. The purple chi was as small as a baby's fist. It hit the immemorial year beast's forehead and entered its mind. Hell, the immemorial year beast held in pain. It hugged its head as it lost its ability to fight. It fell to the ground and rolled around in pain. The variant human goo immortals controlling the super immortal formation were all stunned. Fairy Myrtle's battle strength was even higher than Xianxia's. Earlier, she had not used her full strength, but now that she was truly using it, her beauty was unparalleled, her methods were shocking. Feng Yuan could not help but feel dejected. He still had 2 immemorial soul beasts. They were captured in Green Ghost Desert, but he did not want to let them out. Immemorial desolate beasts were often at a disadvantage against rank 8 goo immortals. It would be better if he had wild immortal goo with him. Right now, facing these rank 8 experts of the Celestial Court, even immemorial desolate beasts with wild immortal goo were not useful. Just like how Feng Yuan had subdued the 2 primordial soul beasts in battle, primordial desolate beasts posed little threat to Fairy Myrtle and company. I am the only one who knows this. The Celestial Court also had a lot of soul path methods to resist Spectral Soul Demon Venerable back then. That was why he chose to release the immemorial year beast. If we release the immemorial soul beast, I'm afraid it will be even easier to deal with it. Feng Yuan felt immense pressure in his heart. This time, the enemy's lineup and strength were really too strong. Feng Yuan did not have the confidence to kill even the weakest Feng Zhouge. Not to mention Fairy Myrtle and the others, they were all first-rate powerhouses among the rank 8s. Any one of them alone could make Feng Yuan suffer. Honestly speaking, Xianxia Blessed Land's strength was quite good. It had 3 rank 8 battle strength experts. This level already surpassed most of the super forces in the 5 regions. In the 5 regions, only the top super forces would have 1 rank 8 goo immortal. Southern Borders goo immortals, the number 1 righteous path force, Wu Clan, how could they be at the top for so long? For a period of time, Wu Clan had 2 rank 8 goo immortals. They maintained 1 rank 8 goo immortal to suppress the situation. Of course, immortal goo houses could not be left out. Many immortal goo houses had rank 8 battle strength. Xianxia Sect's current strength was equivalent to a super force. It even surpassed the average level. But compared to the Celestial Court, it was much weaker. The immemorial rock dragon was tightly restrained by Qianxia. Heavenly Giant Solar struggled but was at a disadvantage. Feng Zhouge had been dealing with Feng Yuan's super immortal formation. The variant human goo immortals inside the immortal formation had formation path attainment far inferior to Feng Yuan. And even though Feng Zhouge's separation song was powerful, it was countered by the immortal formation. Both sides were in a deadlock. Feng Yuan was dealing with Fairy Myrtle. He could not break out of the situation. This was fatal. Once Thunder Ghost True Monarch fails to find Wisdom Goo and returns to fight, unless the Land Spirit of Xianxia reveals a new trump card, Feng Yuan would taste defeat. Xianxia Blessed Land originates from Longhair Ancestor. It might have a trump card. But now, I cannot rely on this possibility. Immortal Killer Move, Yama Battlefield. Feng Yuan flew rapidly, getting close to Fairy Myrtle as he used the newly created Immortal Battlefield Killer Move. Because of the soul explosion earlier, a large number of soul path down marks were left in the battlefield. Yama Battlefield quickly spread out. It took form in a breath of time. But even with such speed, Feng Yuan could not trap Fairy Myrtle. This Wisdom Path Great Expert sensed something amiss when Feng Yuan got close to her. She quickly retreated. Feng Yuan's Yama Battlefield was set up very quickly. In a breath of time, it had already left most of the Immortal Battlefield killer moves far behind. But this was enough time for Fairy Myrtle to escape. I failed. Feng Yuan's heart sank. He could not trap Fairy Myrtle. He had wasted a huge amount of immortal essence. But it was not a complete waste. Feng Yuan looked at Feng Zhouge, who was in Yama Battlefield. His killing intent surged. I will kill this person first. Feng Yuan had grasped the opportunity. His positioning was very good. If Fairy Myrtle had not retreated in time, he could have trapped both Fairy Myrtle and Feng Zhouge at the same time. Yama Battlefield was Feng Yuan's new method. Even if Fairy Myrtle wanted to break it, she would need some time. If Feng Yuan trapped Fairy Myrtle and Feng Zhouge, only the Silver Giant, Ancient Rock Dragon, Qianxia, and the Super Immortal Formation were left in the battlefield. If Feng Zhouge was trapped, the Super Immortal Formation would be released. If they reacted quickly, they might be able to destroy the Ancient Tree Prison and free the Ancient Rock Dragon. Qianyi could barely deal with the silver giant and ancient rock dragon at close range, adding on the super immortal formation would be beyond his capabilities. If he could use this chance to heavily injure Qianyi, even if Thunder Ghost True Monarch returned to help, Xianxia's side would be able to turn the tables. But now, Feng Yuan could only trap Feng Zhouge. On the battlefield, it would be the super immortal formation and Fairy Myrtle restraining each other. All in all, even if Thunder Ghost True Monarch returned, they would be in a deadlock for the time being. After all, they had rank 8 battle strength, they had foundations, they would not collapse immediately. Thus, Feng Yuan's current goal was to kill Feng Zhouge. He had to be fast, the faster the better. After killing Feng Zhouge, Feng Yuan would dispel the Yama battlefield, then work with the ancient rock dragon and the silver giant to deal with the 3 rank 8s of the celestial court. Xianxia's side would be in a much better situation. Therefore, Feng Zhouge's point was still quite crucial. This is a soul path battlefield killer move? But it seems to contain theft path as well. Fairy Myrtle looked at the air in front of her. For the first time since the start of the battle, she frowned deeply. The immortal battlefield isolated the inside from the outside. Thankfully, Feng Yuan used it right in front of her, otherwise, she would not have been able to find the point where the Yama battlefield was placed in the void. But even if she found this point, Fairy Myrtle would find it troublesome to deduce with all her might. Because the Yama battlefield did not only have soul path profundity, it also used ghostly concealment. It was one with Yama Emperor's killer move. Rumble, the super immortal formation activated, sending out countless lightning bolts towards Fairy Myrtle and Qianyi. Since the start of the battle, this super immortal formation had either been suppressed by Feng Zhouge and Fairy Myrtle, or it was in a deadlock with Feng Zhouge, but now, it finally showed its power. Qianyi quickly defended himself, but he was in a sorry state. Land Spirit of Xianxia saw the chance and immediately moved the silver giant to resist the giant tree statue's attacks, while attacking the ancient tree prison cage that trapped the ancient rock dragon. Fairy Myrtle thought about it and chose to attack the super immortal formation, while deducing Yama's battlefield, she ignored Qianyi. Fairy Myrtle chose to play safe. If Feng Zhouge fought against Feng Yuan right now, she might not help Feng Zhouge immediately. Because if Feng Zhouge was really in trouble, she could reinforce him in time. But now that Yama's battlefield was isolated, Feng Zhouge and Feng Yuan were fighting alone. This was very dangerous, accidents could easily happen. Feng Zhouge was equally important to the Celestial Court. In fact, he was even more important than Qianyi and Thunder Ghost True Monarch to the Celestial Court. Because Feng Zhouge was the Tao Guardian of Great Dream Immortal Venerable Feng Kim Hong, Fairy Myrtle naturally did not want anything to happen to Feng Zhouge. Feng Yuan, on the other hand, wanted Feng Zhouge to die in front of him. Immortal Killer Move, Yama Emperor. Immortal Killer Move, Yama Child. Immortal Killer Move, Soul Explosion. From the start, Feng Yuan attacked wildly. He transformed into the Yama Emperor, and the Yama army spread out, attacking Feng Zhouge from all directions. At the same time, he mixed in soul explosions, beating Feng Zhouge until his face was covered in dirt. In just a short while, blood was already flowing from the corner of his mouth. Good move. Feng Zhouge felt an intense threat to his life. He also used a killer move. Immortal Killer Move, Yang Pastoon. At the critical moment, he could not care less about the time limit of Yang Pastoon's activation. With the help of the Yang Pastoon, he dodged continuously, but in the Yama battlefield, he was greatly restricted, and the effect was not good. The son of Yama instead received an amplification, becoming even faster and more powerful. He charged forward without fear of death. No matter how hard Feng Zhouge tried to dodge and move, he was unable to completely shake off these Yama. Immortal Killer Move, Song Warrior. Immortal Killer Move, Blue Jade Song. Immortal Killer Move, Heaven and Earth Song. Immortal Killer Move, Submission Song. Immortal Killer Move, Separation Song. Four Song Warriors protected Feng Zhouge, charging through the son of Yama army, trying to get close to Feng Yuan. As the saying goes, to capture the bandits, one must first capture the leader. This battle tactic was simple and wise. Feng Yuan transformed into the Yama Emperor, moving rapidly in the Yama battlefield. It was extremely easy for him to move around. Even though his enslavement path attainment was not high, he only knew how to surround and kill Feng Zhouge with the son of Yama. He could still do it well. After fighting for a while, Feng Zhouge had a grim expression. Green Jade Song warriors often turned the son of Yama into jade statues, causing them to shatter. But these son of Yama were all brave, they were much harder to deal with than ancient desolate beasts. Heaven and Earth Song was not very effective in the son of Yama battlefield. Separation Song could dismantle the immortal formation, but the immortal Gu used to activate and maintain the immortal battlefield were all inside Feng Yuan's sovereign immortal aperture, unlike immortal formations and immortal Gu houses that had Gu worms outside. Separation Song could not affect the inside of Feng Yuan's sovereign immortal aperture, it was useless. The submission song that Feng Jioge had high hopes for was the best method to counter enslavement path. It had once been used in the battle against Feng Yuan. But right now, submission song was like the greater the hope, the greater the disappointment. The son of Yama would at most be affected in terms of movement, but it would not be countered by submission song. My son of Yama uses soul beast modification and soul beast summoning methods from spectral soul's true inheritance. It also uses ghostly concealment as the core. How can it be countered by your submission song? Feng Yuan sneered in his mind. Do I have to use assimilation wind song? Feng Jioge gritted his teeth. The battle strength that Feng Yuan displayed shocked him, even though he was mentally prepared. When he was suppressed by Feng Yuan, Feng Jioge still felt some disbelief. How long had it been? Not long ago, Feng Jioge was still chasing Feng Yuan, chasing him from southern border to western desert. He was in a pathetic state. Feng Yuan's growth is too fast. This time, even if I cannot obtain wisdom Gu, I have to kill this person. Feng Jioge sighed in his mind. At the same time, he cancelled the idea of using assimilation wind song. Activating assimilation wind song was too dangerous. If he made a mistake, the first person to die would be Feng Jioge himself. Unless he had no other choice, Feng Jioge would not use assimilation wind song. Especially in such an intense battle, there were too many external disturbances. Moreover, my assimilation wind song has already been exposed. How can a crafty person like Feng Yuan not guard against me? Feng Jioge was very wary of Feng Yuan's wisdom path attainment. This time, we have a strong formation. Fairy Myrtle is not trapped in this battlefield killer move. We definitely have the advantage in a frontal battle. I should wait for Lady Ziwei to deduce from the outside and destroy this immortal battlefield. That is the safest choice. After all, this immortal battlefield has soul path and theft path aura, but no time path aura. There is no need to worry about time. Feng Jioge used guerrilla tactics. He did not let Yama surround him. He believed in Fairy Myrtle's ability. He planned to defend and wait for reinforcements. Feng Yuan wanted to end the battle quickly. If Feng Jioge fought with him, he would fall into Feng Yuan's trap. He would be laughing in his sleep. But was Feng Jioge a foolish person? He could discern this situation clearly. He had a clear grasp of the battle situation. His wise choice of battle tactics made Feng Yuan sigh internally. It is a pity that even though I have time path methods and rank 8 time path immortal Gu years flow like water, I cannot fuse them into Yama battlefield. Yama battlefield was not a killer move that was used on Feng Yuan's sovereign immortal body. It would suffer from conflicting Dao marks. Feng Yuan had always placed emphasis on balance between theft path and soul path Dao marks, but the conflicting Dao marks had already reached the limit. Adding time path Dao marks on top of this foundation was extremely difficult. Time path battlefield had the ability to change the flow of time. It was different from the outside world, but Yama battlefield did not have it. In fact, when Feng Yuan used some time path killer moves, as long as they were not theft path or soul path, they would be suppressed by the immortal battlefield's Dao marks. Immortal battlefield's 3 extreme sounds. Feng Jioge's attacks did not stop. Yama child could not get close. As soon as there were any casualties among the 4 first song soldiers, he would immediately replace them. But what made Feng Yuan clench his teeth the most was his Yang Pass tune. It allowed Feng Jioge to teleport. Even though this move was suppressed in the immortal battlefield, the distance it could teleport was limited. It could not leave Yama battlefield. But Feng Yuan's great thief ghost hand was not fast enough. At least, compared to Feng Jioge, it was slow. Even though Yang Pass tune had a time limit, Feng Yuan could not afford to wait. He had to end the battle quickly. The earlier he killed Feng Jioge, the earlier he could reinforce the main battlefield. Immortal killer move, familiar face. Feng Yuan turned into Yama Emperor, then into a Yama child, mixing into the army. Feng Jioge's heart shook. He increased the frequency of his teleportation. But Feng Yuan was in the dark while he was in the light. After fighting for a while, Fang Yuan found a chance to attack. Immortal Killer Move, Great Thief Ghost Hand. The Ghost Hand concealed itself, bypassing the defense of the four Song warriors, charging towards Feng Jioge. Feng Jioge was still using 3 extreme sounds, he was oblivious. Great Thief Ghost Hand entered Feng Jioge's immortal aperture and grabbed an immortal goo, holding it tightly as it quickly retreated. Oh no, fixed immortal travel immortal goo. Feng Jioge's eyes were wide open from shock at this sneak attack, he paled. He quickly turned around, sound waves burst out from his body, sweeping towards the surroundings. Great Thief Ghost Hand was forced to reveal itself. He was about to attack Great Thief Ghost Hand, but Fang Yuan was already prepared. A large number of Yama children charged forward, disregarding their lives. They protected Great Thief Ghost Hand and sent it into Fang Yuan's immortal aperture. To think that one day, I would be able to obtain fixed immortal travel immortal goo again. Fang Yuan felt the immortal goo in Great Thief Ghost's hand as he sighed internally. Oh? It was raised to rank 7. It is indeed the same as what I deduced from the information. Fang Yuan was secretly happy. Even though he had the ancient battle formation omnidirectional travel, it could replace fixed immortal travel to some extent. But this method had many flaws. It required 4 goo immortals to use. Moreover, it wasn't as vast as the fixed immortal travel, which allowed one to teleport to anywhere in the world. Fixed immortal travel was raised to rank 7, but its form did not change, it was still rank 6. This goo struggled in Great Thief Ghost Hand, but Great Thief Ghost Hand did not budge, holding fixed immortal travel as it flew in the sovereign immortal aperture. It flew to many southern borders Heaven Sealing Mountain. Great Thief Ghost Hand opened its palm and threw fixed immortal travel into the immortal formation in the mountain. This immortal formation used self-love and affection immortal goo as the core, along with many mortal goo. The main function was to cooperate with Great Thief Ghost Hand to quickly refine stolen immortal goo. Even though Reverse Flow River could be used in this aspect. But during the battle, Reverse Flow River was already used as the core to activate Reverse Flow Protection Seal. Fang Yuan had already tried using self-love and affection immortal goo to refine other people's immortal goo before. In his plan, he wanted to fuse self-love and affection immortal goo into Great Thief Ghost Hand, so that Great Thief Ghost Hand could refine immortal goo on the spot after stealing them. This seemed unnecessary, but it was not. If he could refine them on the spot, Great Thief Ghost Hand would not need to suppress the immortal goo and bring them back to Fang Yuan's immortal aperture, it could steal immortal goo continuously. Fixed immortal travel was immediately suppressed in Heaven Sealing Mountain. The refinement process did not require Fang Yuan's attention, he would be able to refine it quickly. Fang Yuan then looked at Feng Jioge. Feng Jioge's face was filled with vigilance and seriousness, there was even a trace of disbelief in the depths of his eyes. Fang Yuan actually has such a method to directly steal other people's immortal goo? Even if it was hidden deep within the immortal aperture, it would still be affected? Did he obtain another Thieving Heaven's true inheritance? This kind of method made Feng Jioge feel a strong sense of threat. He didn't want to stop using the sound wave technique that had forced the Great Thief Ghost Hand to reveal itself. What a terrifying technique. If the core immortal goo of the Killer Move 3 Extreme Sound was stolen, wouldn't I have failed to activate the killer move and suffered a backlash, suffering heavy injuries? Feng Jioge felt a burst of relief, but at the same time, he felt a lingering fear. Fang Yuan also felt that it was a pity, but Great Thief Ghost Hand did not have the ability to choose, if it had coincidentally stolen the crucial immortal goo like how it dealt with Meng Tu, causing Feng Jioge to fail in activating the killer move, the battle situation would immediately change, and it would be possible to kill Feng Jioge quickly. Even though Fang Yuan succeeded, Feng Jioge was completely vigilant, he used Yang Pass Tune to move continuously, not staying in one place for long. At the same time, the sound wave technique was constantly activated, not caring about the huge expenditure of immortal essence. As for 3 Extreme Sound, Feng Jioge also stopped using it, he did not dare to use it again, he focused on dodging Yama's pursuit. After Feng Yuan was exposed, he used Familiar Face again to disguise himself as one of the Yama's children, getting close to Feng Jioge. This undoubtedly gave Feng Jioge even more mental pressure. But Feng Yuan was not having a good time either. Feng Jioge was too crafty, he moved around continuously using sound waves, Feng Yuan had no chance to take advantage of him. It seems that I have to work hard on the invisibility of Great Thief Ghost Hand in the future. Feng Jioge actually had a method to make Great Thief Ghost Hand appear. This was out of Feng Yuan's expectations. He could not help but think of Formless Hand. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's signature method could change between illusion and reality. If it replaced Great Thief Ghost Hand now, it would not need to fear any sound waves. Moreover, Formless Hand was extremely fast. Once it was used, Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's opponents could only watch as Formless Hand approached and stole the immortal goo in their hands. They would feel so resentful and helpless that they wanted to vomit blood. Right now, Feng Yuan's Great Thief Ghost Hand only had a 10,000th of Formless Hand's power. But even so, it made the great Feng Jioge pale with fright. He panicked and fled everywhere. Feng Yuan forced Feng Jioge to flee everywhere, but he did not feel smug at all. Because he was very clear that only by killing Feng Jioge quickly would they have a chance of winning this battle of Langya Blessed Land. But next, Feng Jioge did not leave any openings for Feng Yuan. He was also from the demonic path. Back then, he shocked the whole of Central Continent and challenged the 10 great ancient sects alone. He had rich battle experience. Time gradually passed. Feng Jioge's Yang past Tun's time limit was finally up. A chance. Feng Yuan was anxious and happy at the same time. He was anxious because he had wasted so much time, but Feng Jioge was still alive and kicking. He was happy because he finally showed an opening that was not an opening. Feng Jioge's heart sank. In the past, when facing enemies, his powerful attacks would cause the enemy to collapse. Ever since he became famous, he had never encountered a situation where he was chased down by a rank 7 Gu immortal. Right now, he was at a disadvantage against Feng Yuan. He finally realized one of his shortcomings, that was his mobility. Now that Yang past Tun had ended, Feng Jioge's speed fell sharply. He was soon surrounded by Yama children. He could no longer dodge as nimbly as before. Feng Jioge had no choice but to defend. His killer move was fierce. It resisted the attacks of Yama children from all directions. Feng Yuan hid among them. His disguise was perfect. Great Thief Ghost Hand was ready to attack. He was waiting for a flaw to appear in Feng Jioge's defense, but right at this time, the whole Yama battlefield started to rumble. It started to shake slightly. Oh no! Feng Yuan's expression changed. Lady Ziwei must have made a move. Feng Jioge was overjoyed. Yama battlefield was shaking more and more intensely. Fairy Myrtle had not made a move yet, but once she did, there was a miraculous effect. A lot of time has passed. Fairy Myrtle actually deduced how Yama battlefield works. She is so fast. No, at this rate, Yama battlefield cannot last for 30 breaths. I need to win quickly. Feng Yuan's eyes shined with a fierce light. I was going to lead this method for Fairy Myrtle and the rest, but I will use it on you first. Time waits for no man. If Yama battlefield was destroyed, Feng Yuan would not even have the chance to kill Feng Jioge. Thus, he quickly made up his mind and used his trump card. Immortal Killer Move Soul Explosion. It was still a soul explosion method, but Feng Yuan was not detonating ordinary Yama children, he was detonating immemorial Yama children. Feng Yuan had 2 immemorial soul beasts to begin with. During this period of closed cultivation, he modified these 2 immemorial soul beasts into Yama children. These 2 Yama children were naturally different from others. Feng Yuan had been hiding them for so long, he finally used them. Ancient Yama Child Soul Explosion was only a peak rank 7 killer move. Immemorial Yama Child Soul Explosion was naturally at rank 8 level. Even though Feng Yuan did not succeed in deducing Luo Pasil, he still had a rank 8 offensive method hidden in his hands. Boom! Immemorial Yama Child Soul Explosion. It blew up Feng Jioge. Crack. On a certain shore of Central Continent, Feng Kim Hong was suddenly stunned. The cup in his hand fell to the ground and shattered into pieces. Duke Long looked over with a questioning gaze. He did not die? What immortal goo is this? Feng Yuan's eyes opened wide as he looked at Feng Jioge, who was floating in the air. Feng Jioge's 7 orifices were bleeding from the impact, but his body was covered in a thin layer of light armor. This light armor protected his life, allowing him to survive the immemorial Yama soul explosion. Rank 8 immortal goo, fate armor. Feng Jioge coughed, the corners of his mouth cracked as blood flowed out. Feng Yuan's expression was grim. This was the first time he had seen fate armor immortal goo. Even though Feng Jioge had used it once in the River of Time, Feng Yuan had only framed Feng Jioge and sent him into the River of Time. He did not see it personally. Thus, Fang Yuan did not know of Fate Armor Immortal Gu's existence. Precisely because of this, he miscalculated. Celestial Quartz Foundation. Fang Yuan smiled helplessly, but at the next moment, he roused his fighting spirit, staring at Feng Jiuge with malicious intent. This Fate Armor Immortal Gu can protect you once, can it protect you a second time? Fang Yuan still had immemorial Yama in his possession. Feng Jiuge's expression was pale as paper, his injuries were severe, he spat out a few mouthfuls of blood, cough cough, you can try. I'm not afraid to tell you, Fate Armor Immortal Gu's effect is defense, it can be strong or weak according to fate. If it hits me, I should not have died. Fate Armor Immortal Gu can defend against any killer move in the world. If it hits me, I should have died long ago. Fate Armor's effect would be inferior to a thin piece of paper. Fate. Fang Yuan's brows were tightly furrowed as he spat out the name of an Immortal Gu. You guessed right, it is related to Fate Immortal Gu. Feng Jiuge nodded and sighed. If Fate Immortal Gu was destroyed, Fate would no longer be able to restrict the people of the world. Fate Armor's effect would be greatly reduced, it would be restricted by its rank. Rank 8 Fate Armor Immortal Gu had rank 8 defensive power. But now, Fate was only injured and not completely destroyed, Fate still existed and restricted all living beings in the world. This allowed Fate Armor Immortal Gu to display defensive power that surpassed rank 8. My reverse flow protection seal is already a tortoise shell, but this Fate Armor Immortal Gu seems to be even more of a tortoise shell than mine. Fang Yuan's heart shook, but his attacks became even fiercer. Feng Jiuge channeled his Fate Armor with all his might, the consumption of his immortal essence was extremely intense, but he could still hold on for a period of time. Because he had received Fairy Myrtle's help for this trip to Langya Blessed Land, his immortal essence reserves were extremely abundant. Rumble, right at this time, there was a loud sound, a purple star river appeared in Yama battlefield, the star river expanded and revealed the scene of Langya Blessed Land. So fast? Yama battlefield was destroyed by Fairy Myrtle at a much faster speed than Fang Yuan had expected. Fang Yuan grunted, it was his turn to bleed, Yama battlefield collapsed, he had to bear the backlash of this killer move. Since Fairy Myrtle gave Fate Armor Immortal Gu to Feng Jiuge, her intentions were not simple. Once Fate Armor Immortal Gu was activated, the Celestial Court would sense it. Back then in the River of Time, Lord Huangshi used Fate Armor to locate Feng Jiuge and save his life. Right now, Fairy Myrtle had already seen through Yama battlefield, she was about to break it. At this time, Fate Armor Immortal Gu acted as a spy, Fairy Myrtle's progress in breaking through Yama battlefield accelerated, an opening was instantly created. Wisdom path deductions were always difficult at the beginning. Like earlier, all the Wisdom Path Gu immortals in the world tried to deduce Fang Yuan, but Fang Yuan used Wisdom Path to defend himself, as long as his defense was not broken, they could not do anything. Eastern Sea's 3 Wisdom Path Gu immortals, Huan, were also helpless, he was instead countered by Fang Yuan. At the start, Yama battlefield was round, it was not easy to break through, but now that an opening was created, the most difficult part was achieved, the difficulty from now on fell. Swish, swish, endless sounds could be heard, purple star rivers tore through the sky, tearing Yama battlefield into pieces. Boom, with an explosion, Yama battlefield collapsed completely, Fang Yuan coughed out a mouthful of blood, a large number of mortal Gu in his immortal aperture died, the related immortal Gu were also injured. Fang Yuan returned to Langya Blessed Land, he was still in Yama Emperor state. Be careful, he has a method to steal immortal Gu from the immortal aperture. Feng Jiuge escaped, he barely managed to fly towards Fairy Myrtle, once he came out, he reported the information of this battle to all his comrades. It's you. Chinny was the first to speak, his eyes were wide open as he shouted angrily. He recognized that Fang Yuan was the one who fought him in Green Ghost Desert, the one who stole Qing Chao's Soul Beast token Immortal Gu. Fang Yuan's heart sank to rock bottom. He did not succeed in killing Feng Jiuge, Fate Armor Immortal Gu completely destroyed his hope. Even worse, the information regarding Yama Emperor and Great Thief Ghost Hand was exposed, the enemies knew about it. This was something Fang Yuan had been trying to avoid. Since the start of the battle, he had been suppressing this trump card, he did not use it easily, he was hoping to use this trump card in the battlefield to kill strong enemies, then use Yama battlefield to kill people and conceal himself, trying to hide the information. Unfortunately, things did not go according to his wishes, Fang Yuan did. Not kill a single person before this trump card was exposed. Fang Yuan, you really want the world to be in chaos. Lu Guanyi is you, Xuan Bujin is also you. Fairy Myrtle's eyes shined with purple light. She deduced Fang Yuan's plan at the next moment. So that's it, you want to control Green Ghost Desert and collect soul cores, using Danghun Mountain and Luopa Valley to cultivate soul path. It is a pity that Danghun Mountain is already destroyed. No, it is very orderly, you definitely have a method to restore Danghun Mountain. Fang Yuan gritted his teeth. This Fairy Myrtle was indeed a wisdom path great expert. She deduced so many of Fang Yuan's secrets in an instant. Fairy Myrtle was also afraid. To think that Fang Yuan has such a method, he can actually steal immortal goo from other people's immortal apertures. Fortunately, Great Thief Ghost Hand is much weaker than Formless Hand, it does not have the ability to steal immortal goo. If he had stolen the crucial immortal goo and caused Feng Jioge's killer move activation to fail, he would have suffered a backlash, and Feng Jioge would have immediately activated Fate Armor. If that happened, it would be a problem if he could last until I unravel this immortal battlefield. Great Thief Ghost Hand can steal rank 8 immortal goo. Fortunately, it did not steal Fate Armor, otherwise, would Feng Jioge still be alive? Feng Jioge is indeed a Dao Guardian, his luck is strong, he is not suppressed by Fang Yuan's luck. However, Fairy Myrtle's gaze was eerie as she stared at Fang Yuan. This demon actually stole fixed immortal travel. This is enough to show that his luck is also excellent, even though he could not kill Feng Jioge. Ever since Fate Immortal Goo was destroyed by Red Lotus Demon Venerable, although it was not destroyed, its power had fallen greatly. Afterwards, Giant Sun Immortal rose up and created Luck Path. As long as Fate did not recover, Luck Path's power would remain this strong. Fang Yuan's Luck Path attainment level was not high, he did not have any powerful offensive killer moves in Luck Path, but Luck Path methods had been assisting him, for example, Burning Soul Bursting Luck. Boom boom boom, explosions resounded endlessly, both sides fought again, falling into a chaotic battle. Feng Jioge lost his battle strength for a moment, he was protected by Fairy Myrtle. Fang Yuan also could not do anything to Qinyi's ancient tree prison cage killer move, he could only use the Super Immortal Formation and Heavenly Giant Solar to fight against Qinyi and Fairy Myrtle. Fairy Myrtle started to display the battle strength of a rank 8 expert, her killer moves were exquisite, even above Qinyi. Qinyi inherited Genesis Lotus True Inheritance, while Fairy Myrtle cultivated Star Constellation's True Inheritance. It was not that Genesis Lotus True Inheritance could not compare to Star Constellation's True Inheritance, but Star Constellation's True Inheritance was Wisdom Path. Wisdom Path killer moves were complex and used up a lot of mental energy. Fang Yuan still had an immemorial Yama Child, Yama Emperor and Great Thief Ghost Hand were exposed, they were targeted by Fairy Myrtle and the rest. They did not let down their guard, immortal killer moves surrounded them as they bombarded the surroundings. Once Fang Yuan's Great Thief Ghost Hand got close, it would be exposed by the explosions, there was no chance at all. In fact, Qinyi and Fairy Myrtle's investigative methods were very exquisite. Fang Yuan was worried that Great Thief Ghost Hand would be exposed, he rarely used it. The more he used it, the more flaws there would be. Especially in front of Fairy Myrtle, the more information he exposed, the higher the chance of her deductions being exposed. Rumble. Once Thunder Ghost True Monarch returned to the battlefield, the expressions of both sides changed. Celestial Quartz Immortals showed joy on their faces, while Fang Yuan and the rest had grim expressions. Both sides were locked in battle. At this moment, Celestial Court gained a rank 8 battle strength expert, and it was also a top-tier expert. It had a huge impact on the battle, but Thunder Ghost True Monarch's report made Fairy Myrtle's gaze turn dark. What? We did not find Wisdom Goo. Even though Wisdom Goo was refined by Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, the refinement process was also recorded in Star Constellation's True Inheritance. Fairy Myrtle had a lot of knowledge about it. But Fairy Myrtle did not know that Wisdom Goo had the ability to chase information path environments. Wisdom Goo is wild, did they tame it and refine it? Or did they destroy it? Or do they have a way to resist the light of wisdom and teleport Wisdom Goo away? Thoughts flashed in Fairy Myrtle's mind, thoughts flashed like lightning. She stood up, looking at the silver giant Heavenly Giant Solar before turning to Fang Yuan, shouting, "Hand over Wisdom Goo, I will allow you to surrender." Celestial Court's main goal in this attack was rank 9 Wisdom Goo, even Fang Yuan's problem was secondary. Immortal goo were unique and hard to refine. Rank 9 immortal goo stood at the top of the pyramid. In the current 5 regions, in the entire world, there were less than 10 rank 9 immortal goo. Rank 9 wisdom goo was simply too huge of a boost to celestial court, it was only inferior to fate goo. Ignoring everything else, just Fairy Myrtle alone, with her wisdom path attainment and star constellation chessboard's help, she was one of the top 3 wisdom path grade experts in the world. Once she obtained the rank 9 wisdom goo and refined it using star constellation chessboard, she would become the number 1 wisdom path grade expert in the world. She would be able to see through all the profundities of wisdom path in the universe. She would stand at the peak, far surpassing the second strongest person. She would have unimaginable deduction ability. Not to mention that Feng Yuan had Yama Emperor. Even if he had rank 8 level wisdom path methods, he could not defend against Fairy Myrtle's deductions. Only rank 9 could do so. But how many rank 9 level wisdom path methods were there? At least in Feng Yuan's Xianxia True Inheritance and Spectral Soul True Inheritance, there were no such records. Surrender? The hairy man Gu Immortal's hearts shook. The land spirit of Xianxia roared furiously, surrender my ass. In my Xianxia blessed land, there are only hairy men who die standing, there are no slaves who kneel to live. Feng Yuan was curious, I am a complete otherworldly demon, your celestial court can forgive me for wisdom goo? Fairy Myrtle smiled proudly. So what if it's a complete otherworldly demon? The predecessors of our celestial court already knew of the existence of otherworldly demons. We had recruited otherworldly demons before, it was just that it was not recorded in human history. Zhao Lianyun is the best example. Feng Yuan, the celestial court is much more magnanimous than you imagine. Even if you are a complete otherworldly demon, even if you have spring autumn cicada, spectral soul true inheritance, and so on, as long as you turn over a new leaf and return to the righteous path, contributing the sovereign immortal aperture and fusing with the celestial court, you will be a member of the celestial court. According to the celestial court's rules, everyone will be treated equally. Saying this, Feng Yuan's expression did not change. He sneered coldly, but Chenyi had a complex expression. His gaze was filled with bewilderment and jealousy. Chenyi believed Fairy Myrtle's words, because the celestial court's rules were like this: no matter what your background is, as long as you return to the righteous path and join the celestial court, contributing your immortal aperture, you will be a member of the celestial court. There would be no discrimination. But how hard is it to join the celestial court? I, Chenyi, have worked hard for most of my life. I was diligent, because my battle strength reached the standard, and because I inherited Genesis Lotus True Inheritance, I was able to join the celestial court. How many years has he, Feng Yuan, cultivated for? He committed murder and arson, causing trouble everywhere, but now that he has turned over a new leaf, he can actually join the celestial court. At once, Chenyi lost his composure. He felt that it was unfair, he even felt a little wronged. But Thunder Ghost True Monarch's expression did not change. Back then, the celestial court had also recruited another person. This person slaughtered the world. The harm he caused was much greater than Feng Yuan. He was Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. Before Spectral Soul Demon Venerable became rank 9, the celestial court had tried to recruit him many times. Even after becoming rank 9, they tried to recruit him once. The celestial court is the celestial court of humanity. Feng Yuan, you have incredible talent. With your rank 7 cultivation time, you were able to evade the celestial court for such a long time. It is enough to prove that you have the qualifications to join the celestial court. I can guarantee this with my life. If you join the celestial court today, not only will you keep your life, you can also continue to cultivate and be a carefree Gu immortal. Thunder Ghost True Monarch said. Feng Yuan. At once, the hairy man Gu immortals looked at Feng Yuan worriedly. Even Gu Immortal's 6th hair was the same. Feng Yuan laughed loudly. For rank 9 wisdom Gu, you let me go and try to recruit me. Rank 9 wisdom Gu is indeed very important to you. Then let me put it another way, if you do not let us go today, I will destroy wisdom Gu in front of you, your plan will fail. Humph, stubborn fool. How can the righteous path tolerate threats? How can the mighty celestial court be threatened? Since you want to die, I will grant you your wish. Thunder Ghost True Monarch was furious. She charged at Feng Yuan. Boom boom boom, Feng Yuan barely fought against Thunder Ghost True Monarch. Thunder rumbled and air currents surged. Oh? That means Wisdom Gu is with you? Fairy Myrtle's eyes shined with bright light, she also attacked. Feng Yuan was suppressed by Thunder Ghost True Monarch and Fairy Myrtle. He was immediately suppressed, he could only use Reverse Flow Protection Seal to resist, he could not retaliate. He secretly transmitted to Land Spirit of Xianxia, First Supreme Elder, this is urgent. If you have any methods, don't use them now, it will be too late for regrets. Land Spirit of Xianxia roared, forget it, I will let you taste the true power of Xianxia Blessed Land. The moment he said that, the entire sea surface of Xianxia Blessed Land started to bubble, it was bubbling, it was as if the entire sea was boiling. Countless refinement path Dao marks shined with Dao mark light, be they Gu immortals or mortals, they could see it with their naked eyes. The aura of an immortal killer move surged like a huge tornado, it engulfed the whole of Xianxia Blessed Land, the Gu immortals of Celestial Court were not spared, they were all hit. What is this? The expressions of Chen Yi and the rest changed, all sorts of defensive methods on their bodies shined with dazzling light, they were activated. The mysterious killer move was extremely powerful, even Feng Yuan was hit, countless ripples appeared on Reverse Flow Protection Seal. Quick, come to me. Land Spirit of Xianxia transmitted, he controlled the silver giant and flew towards Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan successfully fused into the heavenly giant solar formation, this was not his first time participating in this ancient battle formation. What move is this? Feng Yuan's face flashed with surprise and joy. This move used by Land Spirit of Xianxia was extremely powerful, the four immortals of Celestial Court defended with all their might, they did not attack. Xianxia Land Spirit smiled bitterly, this is the strongest refinement path killer move, omnipresent 4 Cs, that my main body comprehended from killing a water path grade expert while I was still alive. This move expends seawater intensely, I will not use it unless I need to refine a rank 8 immortal Gu. If I use it against enemies now, it can only last a few dozen breaths of time. Feng Yuan observed carefully, he saw that Xianxia Blessed Land sea level was falling rapidly, a huge amount of seawater was expended to activate this killer move omnipresent 4 Cs. Feng Yuan immediately realized, so Xianxia Blessed Land's terrain was meticulously designed. The 3 continents are floating in the sea, this seawater is not simple, it is the refinement path foundation of Xianxia Blessed Land, it is extremely precious. Feng Yuan looked at the Celestial Court Gu immortals, sighing, it is a pity that this refinement path killer move does not differentiate between friend and foe, otherwise, we would have the upper hand. Actually, omnipresent 4 Cs killer move's power could be limited to a certain place, but this place needed to be set up with a corresponding immortal formation to draw the killer move's power and refine Gu. And this immortal formation was none other than Long Hair Ancestors' refinement path formation, it was used to refine Myriad's self for Feng Yuan. The Celestial Court Gu immortals would not fall for such an obvious trap, in this situation, Land Spirit of Xianxia had no choice but to use this move to its fullest extent, its power spread all over Xianxia Blessed Land. But this way, Feng Yuan's super immortal formation would also be attacked by omnipresent 4 Cs. Thankfully, Land Spirit of Xianxia was prepared, the silver giant rushed over and dismantled the immortal formation, retrieving the immortal Gu, while keeping the variant human Gu immortals of the other 3 races into the silver giant's body. What do we do now? Feng Yuan looked at Land Spirit of Xianxia and asked. He had a feeling that Xianxia Blessed Land had other trump cards. Land Spirit of Xianxia had a pained expression. He looked at the falling sea level, frowning deeply, his heart was bleeding. This seawater looked ordinary, but it was not, it was refined water created by Long Hair Ancestor in his later years. Right now, there was only 1 C, if there were 4 Cs, he could use a secret method to cause a qualitative change, creating a man-made secluded domain of heaven and earth. Because of this, Xianxia Blessed Land had been placed in Crescent Lake for a long time, using the water path environment and immortal tribulation tempering aperture killer move to attract water path calamities and tribulations, adding water path Dao marks to Xianxia Blessed Land. But now, in order to resist Celestial Court's Gu immortals, Xianxia Blessed Land's accumulation was being expended rapidly, after this battle, it would all be used up. Aha! Land Spirit of Xianxia roared, leading the hairy man Gu immortals to activate Heavenly Giant Solar. The silver giant charged over, using immortal killer moves one after another, attacking the Celestial Court's Gu immortals. The attacks were fierce, they were all at rank 8 level, at once, the Celestial Court's Gu immortals could not retaliate, Thunder Ghost True Monarch's armor broke, she curled up into a ball. Qianyi and Fairy Myrtle coughed out blood. Feng Jiuge was in a worse state, his face was pale as paper, he gritted his teeth, relying on Fate Armor Immortal Goo to hold on. Absolute 4Cs was a refinement path killer move, it used all of the refinement path Dao marks in Xianxia Blessed Land. This was the accumulation of long hair ancestors' entire life. This move did not differentiate between friend and foe. Feng Yuan would be hit if he was inside, but the hairy men could move freely. In the end, it was because the hairy man had refinement path Dao marks, and the killer moves that Xianxia Land Spirit and the rest used were all refinement path killer moves. They were amplified by omnipresent 4Cs, each of their attacks were powerful and ferocious, they were at the level of a first-rate rank 8 killer move. As for the silver giant, it could move freely too, because this was an ancient battle formation, it was not an immortal goo house. Heavenly Giant Solar differed from person to person. Right now, the hairy man goo immortals were working together to activate the refinement path giant. Precisely so, Feng Yuan and the variant human goo immortals of the other three races did not participate in the attack. If he were to make a move, he would be suppressed by the omnipresent 4Cs. Kill them all. Xianxia's foundation is indeed unfathomable. The variant human goo immortals of the three races gasped in shock, but Feng Yuan's brows were tightly furrowed as he said to Land Spirit of Xianxia, First Supreme Elder, you used your full strength, even though your attacks were fierce, you cannot end the battle in one go. 4C all-encompassing can't be maintained for long. Time is limited. What other tricks do you have? If you don't use them now. I know, you shut up. The Land Spirit of Xianxia roared angrily. Its eyes were bloodshot, and it bared its teeth. Its expression was fierce, and its heart was restless. On the battlefield, even though it had the upper hand, the four immortals of Celestial Court could not be killed, they were like reefs on the shore, no matter how strong the waves were, they would not budge. After more than 10 breaths of time, even though the silver giant unleashed an unprecedented attack, the four immortals of Celestial Court were still alive, while the seawater in Xianxia Blessed Land had already dried up, not a single drop of water was left, an ugly seabed was exposed. It is time for us to retaliate. Thunder Ghost True Monarch breathed in deeply, she had a sinister smile on her face as she condensed a black armor on her body. As expected of long hair ancestors remnant. Qianyi sighed as he healed himself, his injuries were recovering rapidly. The goo immortals of Celestial Court also had deep foundation, they withstood the silver giant's attack and only suffered some minor injuries. You forced me. You forced me to do this. Seeing that the Celestial Court's goo immortals were getting closer, the Land Spirit of Xianxia muttered, it suddenly roared, come if you have a death wish. Since the 4Cs could not defeat the enemy, the Land Spirit of Xianxia used another trump card. Rumble, with a thunderous sound, a bewitching red light burst out, covering the whole of Xianxia Blessed Land in an instant. This is? The expressions of the four immortals of Celestial Court changed, they were extremely shocked. Be it the scheming Fairy Myrtle, the Thunder Ghost True Monarch who had fought Spectral Soul, Qianyi who had great authority and led a sect, or the talented Feng Jiuge, none of them had a trace of calmness on their faces. Feng Yuan was also stunned, a scene from his memory surfaced in his mind, he blurted out, Steal life? The other hairy man goo immortals were confused, they did not know what this trump card was. The Land Spirit of Xianxia looked at Feng Yuan in surprise, that's right, this is Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's rank 8 Steal Life Immortal Goo. You know about it too? Feng Yuan's heart shook, the Land Spirit of Xianxia actually had Steal Life Immortal Goo. Feng Yuan knew about Steal Life Goo, it was in Thieving Heaven's dream realm. To think that Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable had left this immortal goo to long hair ancestor. Defend, the four immortals of Celestial Court used all their strength to defend themselves. The nervousness in their hearts was hundreds, if not thousands of times greater than before, because they could tell that this was the red light emitted by Steal Life Immortal Goo. At the next moment, the red light that filled the sky suddenly shrunk, it was like countless arrows that were shot out before returning to the bow. What the red light took away was none other than the lifespan of all living beings. In the blink of an eye, Feng Jiuge turned from a handsome young man to an old man with white hair and a wrinkled face. Fairy Myrtle coughed out a mouthful of blood, her face was filled with wrinkles. Qianyi was also in a sorry state, his fine black hair was broken and flying everywhere. Thunder Ghost True Monarch held her chest, she originally had the appearance of a young girl, delicate like a flower, but after the red light retracted, she had turned into an old woman. Her hair was white and her eyes were blurry. She was extremely weak. She opened her mouth and breathed with difficulty. She did not have many teeth left. Good. Seeing this, Feng Yuan was overjoyed. Even though the Gu immortals of Celestial Court were strong, most of them were hibernating in the immortal graveyard. They would not wake up unless absolutely necessary. Because they had used almost all of their lifespan extension methods, their lifespan was limited. They would die of old age before long. But now, Land Spirit of Langia used Steel Life Immortal Gu. It targeted this weakness and killed the 4 Gu immortals of Celestial Court. It grasped the weakness of the Gu immortals of Celestial Court. However, Land Spirit of Langia is only using Steel Life Immortal Gu. It is not a killer move, it only has one effect. The methods that Celestial Court Gu immortals use in an emergency have defensive properties, but they cannot defend against it completely. Also, this Steel Life Gu does not differentiate between friend and foe. Even the Silver Giant could not defend against it. Our Gu immortals were all hit. Feng Yuan looked at himself. He had a head full of white hair. He looked old. But it did not matter. He had over 4,000 years of lifespan Gu. After using many of them, he returned to his young appearance. As for the other variant human Gu immortals, they had much longer lifespans than humans. Even without lifespan extension methods, they could hold on. Even the hairy men and mortals could hold on. This was also the reason why Land Spirit of Langia had kept Steel Life Immortal Gu with him, only using it now. No matter how strong the Gu immortals of Celestial Court are, so what? We will fight them to the death. First Supreme Elder, use Steel Life again. Feng Yuan's eyes shined with a fierce light. He urged Land Spirit of Langia. Land Spirit of Langia smiled bitterly. Back then, Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable was afraid the Steel Life Immortal Gu would bring disaster to the world. Even though he left it with my main body, he set up a method that can only be used 3 times before it self-destructs. What? Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable has such a merciful heart? The variant human Gu immortals were extremely shocked. Feng Yuan, on the other hand, thought of Thieving Heaven's dream realm. He understood. Whether it is twice or thrice, if we don't use it now, when will we? Feng Yuan urged again. Land Spirit of Langia nodded firmly, activating Steel Life Immortal Gu again. In the blink of an eye, the red light flickered. Thunder Ghost True Monarch sighed weakly, to think that I, Jing Lan, would actually die here. She forcefully opened her eyes, but she was too powerless. Her eyelids slowly closed. Senior Jing Lan. Fairy Myrtle cried out in grief. Chenyi and Feng Jioga also showed sadness, hatred, anger, and other emotions. Jing Lan's death was out of their expectations. Because they did not expect Steel Life Immortal Gu to be hidden in Langya Blessed Land. Wasn't it said that before Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable mysteriously disappeared, he felt that Steel Life Gu was too powerful and would bring disaster to the world if it fell into the hands of people with ill intentions, so he destroyed it along with the Gu recipe? Fairy Myrtle frowned deeply. Clearly, this was wrong information, but the Celestial Court believed it to be true. If Fairy Myrtle wanted to understand the inside story, she could only capture the Land Spirit of Langia and interrogate him. After all, back then, Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable had asked Long Hair Ancestor to refine Gu, what kind of internal transaction they had and how they leaked the information to deceive the Celestial Court, only they themselves knew. Ha ha ha. Land Spirit of Langia laughed loudly. Do you really think my Langya sect is so easy to bully? This time, all of you will die. Careful. Feng Yuan suddenly shouted in warning. What? At the next moment, Land Spirit of Langia cried out in shock. Because he saw that although Jing Lan had died, her heart was starting to shine with dazzling lightning. Soon, Jing Lan's aged body was completely melted by the lightning heart's scorching electric currents. These electric currents filled the entire black armor. Next, the unmanned armor actually raised its head and puffed out its chest. A terrifying aura burst out, giving off a majestic aura that could support heaven and earth. This? Isn't she dead? Oh no, this is very bad. The variant human Gu immortals turned pale with fright. Feng Yuan had a solemn expression as he spoke of his conjecture. Thunder Ghost True Monarch is indeed dead, but her black armor is soul path in essence. Although she died of old age, the armor is still intact. It is equivalent to leaving behind a special soul. Most importantly, her heart seems to be her final trump card. It's extremely powerful, so we have to be careful. In the blink of an eye, Thunder Ghost True Monarch's armor shot toward the silver giant like a shooting star. Boundless azure electricity seeped out of the gaps in the pitch-black armor and gathered into a tail of flames that was dozens of feet long. Faster, 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 the armor was extremely fast. After Fang Yuan's warning, the hairy men were on guard, but they did not have time to use killer moves to dodge. Because the armor was charging too fast, Thunder Ghost True Monarch was most proficient in movement. Her strength was at the peak of rank 8, but her speed had always been at the peak of rank 8. But now that the thunder armor burst forth, this speed had already surpassed the peak of the 8th rank and reached the stage of quasi-9th rank. The silver giant had nowhere to hide and was struck by the thunder armor. Retreat. Fairy Myrtle's eyelids twitched. She wanted to retreat, but it was too late. Boom, a violent explosion suddenly erupted in the next moment. Billions of bolts of lightning interweaved and danced wildly. Because the lightning in the center was too dense, it formed a pool of lightning plasma. At once, the world turned white, the light was blinding. Countless hairy men and mortals who were looking at the sky cried out in pain. They covered their eyes or rolled around on the ground. Just one look and they were blinded. The light quickly dissipated, and an incomparable wave of chi began to sweep in all directions. Even Fairy Myrtle and the rest were pushed away. They could not control themselves. They were like small boats in the middle of a storm. A huge hole appeared in the center of Cloud Cover Continent. It was tens of thousands of li in diameter. The whole of Xianxia blessed land shook intensely. The visible refinement path Dao marks that were shining with Dao mark light were all destroyed by the explosion. The refinement path Dao marks that were close to the explosion also decreased in number. The remaining ones were dim and without light. At the center of the explosion, it was empty. Only several Gu immortals were floating in the air like ants. Cough cough cough. The surviving variant human Gu immortals had rank 7 cultivation level. They had great battle strength. They coughed and spat out blood. They were in a pathetic state. Land spirit of Xianxia was even more illusory. It was ethereal like a bubble. It was on the verge of dissipating. Only Fang Yuan was unharmed. His expression was ashen. He was covered in reverse flow protection seal. He was also extremely weak. Because of this attack, Reverse Flow River in the Sovereign Immortal Aperture had expended 10% of its total volume. As expected of the rank 8 expert who once resisted Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. Even if she dies, she can retaliate. This move condensed all of her lightning path Dao marks into her heart and exploded. The power was terrifying. But after the battle, there were no lightning path Dao marks at all. This means that she had already used her lightning path Dao marks to their limits. She definitely has lightning path Great Grandmaster attainment level. In Fang Yuan's mind, thoughts flashed like lightning. Even though he was not injured, his losses were not light. Thunder Ghost True Monarch's final attack was definitely at quasi-rank 9 level. When the explosion occurred, the silver giant blocked it first. After the silver giant collapsed, Fang Yuan's reverse flow protection seal blocked it. Even so, Reverse Flow River had lost 10% of its total volume. Reverse Flow River had been supporting Reverse Flow Protection Seal. It was not inexhaustible. Fang Yuan had used it many times. He only had 60% left now. Fang Yuan's situation was still alright, but the others were in terrible states. The silver giant collapsed. The killer move's backlash, along with Thunder Ghost True Monarch's final lightning explosion killer move. More than half of the variant human Gu immortals died on the spot. Their corpses and souls dissipated. Only their immortal apertures remained. The remaining immortals were all injured. They had fearful expressions. Some were even dazed from the explosion. They had no expression on their faces now. Thunder Ghost True Monarch's explosion could be said to have dealt a huge blow to the variant human alliance. Protect Land Spirit of Xianxia with all your strength. We have Steel Life Gu. We can still fight. Fang Yuan reminded loudly. He flew towards Land Spirit of Xianxia and protected him. At the crucial moment, Fang Yuan had to control the situation. That's right, we still have Steel Life Immortal Gu. The battle had reached the most crucial moment. At this time, Land Spirit of Xianxia knew that it was not the time to vent his anger and sadness. He immediately activated Steel Life Immortal Gu for the second time. Quickly attack! Fairy Myrtle and Chini rushed over. Seeing that Steel Life Immortal Goo was about to be activated again, how could they not be anxious? Immortal Killer Move, Karma Divine Tree. Qinyi's body shook fiercely as countless wisps of green smoke curled up and gathered into a huge divine tree. Meanwhile, Fairy Myrtle attacked fiercely. Immortal Killer Move, nothing is more sorrowful than a dead heart. She directly used her strongest defensive method. The will of sorrow spread rapidly, there was no light or shadow, but the variant human goo immortals around Land Spirit of Langya twitched, they subconsciously clutched their chests, their eyes rolled back as they died mysteriously. Sixth Hair. Fang Yuan called out, Fairy Myrtle's attack could not be defended against. Sixth Hair had barely survived the lightning explosion, he was already heavily injured, now that he was hit by Fairy Myrtle's desperate attack, he could not hold on any longer, he died. Fang Yuan's expression changed, even though he was unharmed, the Sovereign Immortal Aperture's reverse flow river fell by another 10%. This meant that Fairy Myrtle's killer move was on par with Thunder Ghost True Monarch's self-detonation after death. No. Save me. Land Spirit of Langya roared, he grabbed Fang Yuan's arm and used a defensive killer move to resist Fairy Myrtle's attack. Fang Yuan looked at him, but there was nothing he could do. Because Reverse Flow Protection Seal could only protect him alone, it could not spread to Land Spirit of Langya. First Supreme Elder, you cannot use Steel Life Immortal Goo at the same time. Right now, there is only one solution, that is to move the whole of Langya Blessed Land into my Immortal Aperture, only then will we have a chance of survival. Fang Yuan urged with great sincerity. But Land Spirit of Langya rejected him, he stared at Fang Yuan with wide open eyes. No, this won't work, I can still fight. Bam. At the next moment, he reached his limit, his defensive methods were all broken, his body exploded into countless fragments, he died on the spot. I killed him. Fairy Myrtle saw this and relaxed, she almost fainted on the spot. Nothing is greater sorrow had huge repercussions, Fairy Myrtle smiled bitterly in her heart, after this activation, she did not know how long she would need to recuperate. Land Spirit of Langya, damn it. Fang Yuan frowned as he cursed, but I have not lost all my chances. Maybe. At the next moment, at the place where Land Spirit of Langya died, another figure appeared. He had a white beard and white eyebrows, it was the previous white-haired Land Spirit of Langya. Langya Blessed Land had two obsessions, there were also two land spirits. The black-haired Land Spirit was killed, the white-haired Land Spirit appeared again. What? A second Land Spirit of Langya has appeared. Fairy Myrtle frowned, she was not unaware of this secret, but she was confident in nothing is greater sorrow, she felt that the two land spirits were one and could be eliminated together. But the truth was in front of her, Langya Blessed Land's profundity far surpassed her estimation. Even though Fairy Myrtle could still use nothing is greater sorrow, she did not have enough time. And could ordinary methods kill the Land Spirit of Langya that was protected by Fang Yuan? Fairy Myrtle was not flustered, her lips curled up as she turned from offense to defense, protecting her companion. Her companion was Qianxia. On the Karma Divine Tree that Qianxia was activating, there was already a huge fruit growing. There is cause and effect, if there is an effect, I will destroy the cause. Qianxia shouted as he stretched out his right arm, grabbing this fruit and squeezing it. Guh. The fruit was instantly crushed, the purple fruit juice was like poison, it splattered on Qianxia's face and body. Zzzt. Intense pain assaulted him, Qianxia screamed as his face and body were corroded by the fruit juice, his flesh started to rot, in a few breaths of time, his muscles melted, revealing his white bones. Qianxia paid such a huge price, he was heavily injured and on the verge of death to forcefully activate Karma Divine Tree, he naturally had a motive. Land Spirit of Langya's expression changed, he said solemnly, Steel Life Immortal Goo was actually destroyed by them. Sigh. Fang Yuan sighed deeply, urging again, the only thing we can do now is to fuse Langya Blessed Land into my. Before he finished speaking, the white-hair Land Spirit of Langya interrupted him, no need, my Langya Blessed Land still has a trump card. This is the agreement between my main body and Giant Sun Immortal. If the Blessed Land is in danger of destruction in the future, we can ask Longevity Heaven for help and Giant Sun's descendants will help. Meanwhile, my Blessed Land will fuse with Longevity Heaven, we will be its subordinates and have equal status. Saying so, an immortal door opened in the depths of the Blessed Land. A few breaths of time later, the legendary immemorial desolate beast Mao Li Qiu was the first to charge. It broke through the layers of soil and charged towards them. Behind it, there were several Gu immortals. They all had rank 8 auras and were approaching with great momentum. Xianxia blessed land is already the territory of my longevity heaven. Celestial court. Your claws are longer than my Mao Li Qiu. I will chop them off today, ha ha ha. Fang Yuan is here too. Kill him and take revenge for the collapse of 88 Point Xinyang Tower. We also need to take back the luck path true inheritance. At once, reinforcements arrived. The situation was completely overturned. Sigh. Fang Yuan let out a long sigh. He thought to himself, it is time to retreat. First Supreme Elder, what do you have to say? Longevity Heaven's people were filled with malice towards Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan retreated as he stared at Land Spirit of Xianxia and questioned. Land Spirit of Xianxia snorted coldly. He did not show any respect to Fang Yuan. I have not settled the score with you yet. You had ulterior motives and added fuel to the fire, causing black hair to make mistakes again and again. Haven't you gained enough benefits in this period of time? Land Spirit of Xianxia turned hostile. Fang Yuan's expression turned grim. Are you not afraid of the alliance agreement? Back then, black hair made the alliance agreement with you, not me. Land Spirit of Xianxia immediately replied. As expected. Fang Yuan sighed internally. The white-haired Land Spirit's choice was already very clear. Fang Yuan had already guessed it, but now, he confirmed it with Land Spirit of Xianxia's words. Fang Yuan, where are you going? Saying so, Mao Li Qiu pounced and slapped Fang Yuan with its huge claws. Boom, a huge force surged. Fang Yuan was sent flying like a meteor, crashing into the dry seabed. Even though Fang Yuan was in a sorry state, he was unharmed. Mao Li Qiu, however, gritted its teeth and waved its claws, cursing, this reverse flow river is really annoying. Celestial Court's Gu immortals, come and fight. A burly man with a full beard shouted. He was 8 feet tall and had a stocky build. He had an imposing aura. There was another Gu immortal, a little girl with a large pink flower on her head. She sat on the burly man's shoulder and giggled. Her pink face was innocent and romantic. Her eyes were bright as she stared at Fairy Myrtle. These 2 Gu immortals had rank 8 cultivation level, but they did not attack Fang Yuan. They went straight for Fairy Myrtle. Fairy Myrtle was a wisdom path Gu immortal. Leaving her alive would increase the risk to longevity heaven. She had to be eliminated first. Ox Demon, Flower Lady, you two are here too. Fairy Myrtle's eyes narrowed. She had recognized the newcomers, and a grave look flashed across her face. Ha ha ha, if you, Ziwei, can wake up and move around, why would the two of us care about our lives? The boorish Ox Demon laughed wildly. Boom boom boom, a series of explosions ensued. Ox Demon and Hanako had forced Fairy Myrtle to retreat. Fairy Myrtle did not have much time left to live. Fortunately, she had the true inheritance of Constellation to protect her. After enduring 2 lifesteal attacks, she was in a bad state. On the other hand, Longevity Heaven had expended its resources and sent the Ox Devil and Flower Lady to fight. It was in perfect condition and firmly held the upper hand. Fairy Myrtle defended against the enemy's attacks as she observed the entire battlefield. When she saw Mao Li Qiu send Fang Yuan flying, she suddenly reminded, be careful, Fang Yuan has rank 7 fixed immortal travel, don't let him escape. Even if Longevity Heaven wanted to kill her, she was still calm and did not let her emotions get to her head. She had never forgotten her objective of taking Fang Yuan's life. Mao Li Qiu frowned. They had 3 rank 8s, a legendary immemorial desolate beast, and an immortal Gu house, but they were not space path. Fixed immortal travel was a space path immortal Gu. Space path Gu immortals were the best at countering it. Mao Li Qiu's thoughts moved. It charged towards Fang Yuan while shouting at Land Spirit of Xianxia, old man. Quickly attack, use all your strength to deal with Fang Yuan, kill him and you will have a huge merit. Land Spirit of Xianxia showed hesitation on his face, but he quickly said, shut up, Mao Li Qiu. Since Fang Yuan wants to leave, let him. What right do you have to order me? Even though I asked for help from Longevity Heaven, according to the agreement, we are on equal footing. Land Spirit of Xianxia had thought of killing Fang Yuan, but he soon thought that even the Celestial Court and Longevity Heaven had not managed to kill Fang Yuan even after so long, not to mention Land Spirit of Xianxia. Fang Yuan knew Xianxia blessed land's background, He had great thief ghost hand, reverse flow protection seal, and fixed immortal travel. He was an unscrupulous demon. Land spirit of Xianxia did not dare to offend him. You! Mao Liqiu roared in anger, but there was nothing it could do to land spirit of Xianxia. Land spirit of Xianxia said to the remaining variant human goo immortals, "You are all aware of the current situation. Even though Black Hair is dead, I am not bound by the agreement. But don't worry, as long as all of you join my Xianxia blessed land, I can guarantee your safety and safety." The variant human goo immortals had unsightly expressions. They looked at each other and nodded. There was no choice, their existences were exposed, they were bound by the agreement, and land spirit of Xianxia knew about them. They had no choice now. If they did not want to die, they could only surrender. Ancient Sword Dragon Transformation, Myriad Dragon, Familiar Face. Fang Yuan used 3 moves in a row, with Myriad Self-Immortal Goo. His efficiency was very high. The 3 moves came one after another. Before Mao Liqiu could reach Fang Yuan, it was faced with a sea of sword dragons. Mao Liqiu roared in anger. It also used an immortal killer move. Wind, frost, and lightning filled the sky, killing large numbers of sword dragon clones. But at this time, Fang Yuan had already gotten close to land spirit of Xianxia. "Be careful, he is there." 5 Elements Grandmaster shouted. He had discovered Fang Yuan's location. He had infiltrated Longevity Heaven but was discovered. He was trapped inside Immortal Goo House Calamity Luck Altar. After being tempered by Longevity Heaven's Goo Immortals for a long time, 5 Elements Grandmaster realized that he had no hope of escaping. He could only lower his head and join Longevity Heaven. This time, Longevity Heaven came to reinforce Xianxia Blessed Land. He became one of them. "You actually found me. It is a pity, it is too late." Fang Yuan turned into an ancient sword dragon. He raised his head and roared. His mouth was filled with sharp teeth. He looked extremely ruthless. "Fang Yuan, what are you trying to do?" Land spirit of Xianxia was pale with fright. It used its immortal killer move to defend itself. "Of course I am going to kill you." Immemorial Yama's child soul explosion. Fang Yuan roared. Boom, a rank 8 killer move erupted. Black smoke spread out, everything was destroyed. Land spirit of Xianxia was completely engulfed by the black smoke. "Don't!" The variant human goo immortals shouted. "Stop, we are married." Snowman goo immortal Bing Yuan cried out in shock. But at this moment, Fang Yuan could not care less about their lives. Land spirit of Xianxia knew too much. Since he did not want to join Fang Yuan, he would die. "Save the land spirit. We cannot let him die." Mao Liqiu's hair stood on end from shock. It endured the soul explosion's aftershock and charged towards Fang Yuan. Calamity Luck Altar. 5 Elements Grandmaster directly released this immortal goo house and entered it, controlling it to charge towards Fang Yuan. Calamity Luck Altar suppressed Longevity Heaven. It was one of its trump cards. Longevity Heaven actually brought it along to reinforce Xianxia Blessed Land. Humph, he escaped quite quickly. Fang Yuan's eyes flickered with cold light. He did not take away Land Spirit of Xianxia's life. At the crucial moment, Land Spirit of Xianxia teleported away. If not for 5 Elements Grandmaster's reminder, Land Spirit of Xianxia might not have reacted in time. But since he could react, and this was his home ground, in a situation where Fang Yuan could not use other methods to restrict him, he could teleport at any time. "It is not so easy to take my life. Everyone, we have plenty of time in the future." Fang Yuan looked around, saying his final words before activating fixed immortal travel. He was at the center of the soul explosion. He was like the eye of the tornado, calm and safe. And if other existences wanted to find trouble with Fang Yuan, they would have to resist the soul explosion's power. The dense soul path Dao marks also interfered with and suppressed all sorts of immortal killer moves. Rank 7 Immortal Goo fixed immortal travel. Jade light flashed. Before anyone could disturb him, Fang Yuan vanished on the spot, successfully retreating. "We still could not kill this scoundrel." Fairy Myrtle sighed. Mao Liqiu growled in anger. Its bloodshot eyes stared at Fairy Myrtle. Without Fang Yuan, only Longevity Heaven and Celestial Court were left. Bam bam bam, continuous thunderclaps resounded. Once the battle began, it entered a white-hot stage. Be gentler, don't destroy my blessed land. Damn it. Land Spirit of Xianxia stomped its feet and shouted, hiding far away while trying to gather the hairy man survivors on the 3 continents. Fang Yuan's vision changed, he looked around and found himself in an underground cave. Fixed immortal travel is so convenient. Fang Yuan sighed. After he stole this rank 7 fixed immortal travel, he placed it in Heaven Sealing Mountain's immortal formation to refine goo. It quickly became Fang Yuan's. After confirming that it was not tampered with, Fang Yuan used this goo and successfully left Xianxia battlefield. There were rank 8 goo immortals fighting in Xianxia Blessed Land, while outside the Blessed Land, there were Prince's Impatience patrolling. Fang Yuan was a thorn in both sides, he did not dare to stay for long. If he gave the others enough time, he would be struck by some strange killing move and be unable to escape. That would be too stupid. Who is it? Ah, it is Elder Fang Yuan. Several rank 6 goo immortals sensed the commotion of the teleportation and rushed over. After seeing Fang Yuan, they bowed and asked, Elder Fang Yuan, what is the situation in Xianxia battlefield? Fang Yuan laughed sinisterly, but did not reply, he only spread his arms. What's going on? Immortal battlefield, this joke is not funny. Lord Fang Yuan, we are on the same side. Gasps could be heard, the Rockman and Snowman goo immortals shouted as their gazes shined with vigilance. In the current world, humans ruled the world, these Rockmen and Snowmen were variant humans, struggling at death's door in the northern icy plain, they faced huge pressure to survive. Variant humans who could survive in this environment and become goo immortals were not trash. If not for Fang Yuan's rank 7 aura and his publicly recognized rank 8 battle strength, these rank 6 variant human goo immortals would have attacked already. Fang Yuan's expression did not change, his gaze landed on the only rank 7 variant human goo immortals as he sighed, everyone, don't be anxious, I am your ally, how can I harm my comrades? It is just that Xianxia Blessed Land lost, I was the only one who escaped, the reason for the loss is that there was a traitor among you. What? Lost? Xianxia Blessed Land was taken over by the Celestial Court. There was a traitor among us? Fang Yuan's words were simply earth-shattering, the variant human goo immortals were shaken to their core. The only rank 7 snowman goo immortal frowned, Lord Fang Yuan, please open the immortal battlefield and let us contact the lords in our tribe. But he had just said that when his body shook, his eyes opened wide as he cried out in shock, my immortal goo. It was naturally Fang Yuan's great thief ghost hand, he had successfully stolen it. The other variant human goo immortals were baffled, someone asked in concern, Lord Bingzhua, what's wrong? Indeed, this snowman goo immortal who was guarding the base was Bingzhua. He had a good relationship with Fang Yuan, he had once treated Fang Yuan to the ice wolf wine that he brewed himself. Bingzhua stared at Fang Yuan, he was about to berate him, but Fang Yuan spoke first, pointing at him as he shouted with certainty, you are the traitor. The variant human goo immortal shook again. I'm definitely not a spy. Fang Yuan, you stole my immortal goo and slandered me, what is your motive? Bingzhua's anger soared to the sky. Both of his hands grasped the air, and a pair of ice spears condensed out of thin air. Then, he held them tightly in his hands. His entire body was overflowing with icy cold air. Fang Yuan sneered and said with grief and indignation, I'm right. You did not hear wrongly, look, the alliance agreement on me did not activate, this Bingzhua is actually a celestial court goo immortal in disguise. The real Bingzhua is already dead. The other variant human goo immortals looked at each other, female immortal Shui Er, who was Fang Yuan's fiancée in name, spoke, Fang Yuan, are you mistaken? Lord Bingzhua has always been with us. I'm really not a traitor. There must be a misunderstanding. Lord Fang Yuan, you may have fallen for the enemy's plot to sow discord. Quickly return my immortal goo. Bingzhua had a cold expression as he sent out an ultimatum. But at the next moment, Shui Er's body shook as she showed a look of fear, my immortal goo. Bingzhua's body was overflowing with energy, great thief ghost hand was not easy to approach, but it was not a problem to steal Shui Er. Fang Yuan. Shui Er looked at Fang Yuan in disbelief. Bingzhua stood up and attacked Fang Yuan, shouting furiously, I knew all of you humans were not good people. Fang Yuan smiled coldly, clown. Saying so, the children of Yama jumped out of his imperial robe, dozens of them gathered and charged towards Bingzhua and the other variant human goo immortals. At this moment, Fang Yuan exposed his evil intentions, the variant human goo immortals no longer had any thoughts of leaving things to chance, they were dazed for a moment before attacking Fang Yuan. But how could their strength compare to these children of Yama who had rank 7 battle strength? After a single clash, the variant human Gu Immortals formation was scattered by the children of Yama. They were separated and surrounded again. They fell into a predicament where they could only fight for themselves. Fang Yuan turned into Yama Emperor. He stayed at the back and watched these variant human Gu Immortals fight against the children of Yama. The children of Yama were not strong enough against Feng Jioge and the rest, but they were more than enough to deal with these variant human Gu Immortals. If not for Fang Yuan holding back, these rank 6 variant human Gu Immortals would have been killed by the children of Yama already. The only rank 7 Gu Immortal, Bingzhua, was also in a tough battle. He could not leave. Great Thief Ghost Hand, Great Thief Ghost Hand, Great Thief Ghost Hand. Fang Yuan continuously used Great Thief Ghost Hand, stealing the immortal Gu of the variant human Gu Immortals' immortal apertures one by one. This was the reason why Fang Yuan held back. If he forced them too much, these variant human Gu Immortals would fall into despair. They would destroy their immortal Gu and resources. Fang Yuan would not be able to gain anything. As long as there was a trace of hope, these variant human Gu Immortals would resist to the end. There were very few who would commit suicide like Meng Tu. Moreover, even though variant humans were very vigilant in times of peace, they usually only sparred with each other. They did not have much experience in true life and death battles. As a wisdom path Gu Immortal, Fang Yuan had already seen through the thoughts of these variant humans. Precisely so, even though his battle tactic was simple, it was very effective. The variant human Gu Immortals had their immortal Gu stolen, their battle strength fell sharply, they were in an even worse state. Fang Yuan, I was wrong about you. How can you be so despicable? You actually harmed your allies. A Rockman Gu Immortal shouted angrily, his voice was extremely sorrowful. Bingzhua sneered, you still can't tell? This guy has already resolved the alliance agreement secretly. He is no longer an ally, he is an enemy. Sigh, you talk too much. Fang Yuan sighed lightly. With a shift of his mind, a Yama Sun self-detonated. Immortal killer move, soul explosion. Bingzhua was a close combat fighter. The Yama Sun was too close to him. He could not dodge in time when it self-detonated. He was hit immediately. With a loud explosion, he was blown to smithereens. His corpse was blown to smithereens. Lord Bingzhua. Sorrowful cries resounded everywhere. Shui'er almost fainted. Fang Yuan had a cold expression. These people's immortal Gu were almost all stolen, the rest were well prepared. Great Thief Ghost Hand could not get close. Fang Yuan had limited time, he did not want to waste any more time, he started to kill. Variant human Gu Immortals died one after another, only Shui'er was left. You demon, I will not let you off even if I become a ghost. Shui'er's expression was twisted, she said her final words through gritted teeth. In the next moment, several children of Yama rushed forward and tore her into pieces of minced meat. As for her soul, it survived in the Yama battlefield. It gathered the souls of the other variant human Gu Immortals. They were all imprisoned by Fang Yuan. Soul search. Using extremely skilled soul-searching methods, Fang Yuan quickly learned about the Snowman tribe and Rockman tribe's inside information. Fang Yuan stopped the Yama battlefield and returned to the northern icy plain. This massacre took a lot of time, but during the whole process, there was no external force to deduce or attack the Yama battlefield. It could be seen that these variant human Gu Immortals were the final batch of Gu Immortals defending this place. Fang Yuan used the soul search information and went deep underground. He soon found a large number of rockmen and snowmen. There were many Gu masters, but most of them were mortals. Fang Yuan forcefully teleported these people into his sovereign immortal aperture. After searching for a while, he dug out the treasures of the rockmen and snowmen, sending them into his immortal aperture. The snowmen's ice tears, the rockmen's rough rice, they were unique immortal materials of the two races. There was a lot of them. Other than that, there were a large number of ordinary immortal materials, as well as some immortal materials that had been preserved from the olden antiquity era and were basically extinct now. These were things that could not be bought in jewel yellow skies. Among them, the most famous was beauty transformation silver. This metal could imitate any beautiful female in front of it and transform into the corresponding appearance. As for the immortal apertures of the variant human Gu Immortals who died in battle, Fang Yuan used his methods to seal them. He did not want to place his aperture here. Rank 7 fixed immortal travel. Activating this immortal Gu, Fang Yuan left calmly, leaving behind an empty and ruined crime scene. This was the paradise of the rockmen and snowmen, it no longer existed. At the next moment, Fang Yuan appeared in southern border. Who is it? The two southern border Gu immortals shouted angrily. Fang Yuan was still using Yama Emperor's killer move at this moment. Fang Yuan smiled coldly, pointing with his finger. Soul explosion, soul explosion, soul. Explosion, soul explosion. After 5 or 6 soul explosions, the two southern border Gu immortals escaped in fear. Where did this ruthless person come from? He was simply insane. Without saying a word, he used a series of killer moves. Each move had the power of a peak rank 7. These two immortals were transported away using an immortal Gu formation. Fang Yuan could do nothing about it. But soon, he broke this immortal Gu formation, using brute force to dismantle it. 2 immortal Gu and a large number of mortal Gu were destroyed by him. Once the immortal formation was destroyed, the items inside were exposed. The scale of this dream realm wasn't large. The reason why Fang Yuan could accurately find this place was because he had personally left this dream realm here. Back then, he disguised as Wu Yihai and joined the righteous path, entering dreams to raise his attainment level. Later, the battle erupted and the celestial court intervened. Zishan Makoto died in battle. Fang Yuan inherited the Shadow Sect and escaped with a large number of pure dream reality seeker physique bodies. Along the way, Fang Yuan repeatedly used the pure dream reality seeker physique bodies to resist the strong pursuers. He finally escaped from danger. But the pure dream reality seeker physique bodies on him were all used up. This was the location where Fang Yuan fought with the clan's Gu immortals. He self-detonated 2 pure dream reality seeker physique bodies and forced the clan's immortal Gu House Bay Pavilion to retreat. After the pure dream reality seeker physique bodies self-detonated, this dream realm was formed. Southern Border's righteous path Gu immortals naturally would not let it go. After some competition, 2 sides won and worked together to set up an immortal formation. They researched and developed it together. Fang Yuan used fixed immortal travel to rush over. Without saying a word, he chased away all the Gu immortals stationed here and destroyed the immortal formation. Right now, using Great Thief Ghost Hand, even though he could steal Gu worms, he could not directly steal immortal Gu from them. Mortal Gu occupied most of the time. Great Thief Ghost Hand might have stolen a large number of mortal Gu. To prevent the immortal formation from sending reinforcements or using any strange methods like self-detonation, Fang Yuan acted first and destroyed this immortal formation. Even though immortal Gu were unique, they were not important to Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan had a lot of immortal Gu. After killing the Rockman and Snowman Gu immortals, he obtained many rank 6 and 7 immortal Gu. He still had to worry about how to feed them later. Fang Yuan lacked suitable immortal Gu. Firstly, the immortal Gu had to be at least rank 7, rank 6 immortal Gu were too low for Fang Yuan. Secondly, the paths of immortal Gu also had a certain range. It would be best if it was the path that Fang Yuan was proficient in. Moreover, Fang Yuan had refinement path quasi-supreme grandmaster attainment level. He could deduce any immortal Gu recipe into an immortal killer move. If he needed a specific immortal Gu, he could deduce a killer move from the immortal Gu recipe and use it instead. Of course, according to the specific situation, the difficulty of the calculation is also different. Although there is the light of wisdom, some immortal Gu recipes need decades or even centuries to deduce killer moves. That would mean giving up to Fang Yuan. The scale of the dream realm here has been reduced a little. Fang Yuan took a second look and saw some clues. The original scale of the dream realm was for 2 pure dream reality seeker physiques, but now it was slightly insufficient. Is it because others are exploring the dream world, causing the consumption? Even though the other Gu immortals did not have Fang Yuan's advanced methods, they could still explore it. Their greatest gains were the dream path Gu materials they obtained in the dream realms. In fact, he could also collect it in his own dream. The true treasures of these dream realms were the other people's true meaning contained in them. Southern Border's Gu immortals were buying the casket and returning the pearls. But they were not tired of it. All the forces were desperately stockpiling dream path Gu materials. Jewel Yellow Skies was also buying them at a high price. If I remember correctly, one of the dream realms here is Ice and Snow Path, while the other is Space Path. These dream realms came from Spectral Soul. He was a great grandmaster of all paths. The dream realms he formed were all-encompassing, taking into account all paths. The pure dream reality seeker physique bodies that Fang Yuan was carrying were specially chosen by him. But because this was the first battle point during their escape, the pure dream reality seeker physique bodies that Feng Yuan gave up on were not of much help to him. Of course, this was his past judgment, but now it seemed to be somewhat helpful. Feng Yuan needed space path attainment level. Because he could use rank 7 fixed immortal travel to create immortal killer moves, it would reduce the time needed to teleport. Feng Yuan needed ice and snow path attainment level even more. Because he had killed many variant human goo immortals earlier, the immortal apertures left behind by the snowman goo immortals needed to reach a certain level of ice path attainment level before he could annex them. Right now, among all the paths, refinement path is the highest, it is at quasi-supreme grandmaster attainment level. Second is theft path, followed by great grandmaster attainment level. The third is strength path, wisdom path, star path, transformation path, blood path, dark path, formation path, and water path, they are all at grandmaster attainment level. The fourth is luck path, enslavement path, earth path, master attainment level. Next are sword path, soul path, space path, time path, dream path, poison path, fire path, metal path, and others, they are all at ordinary attainment level. Finally are information path, ice and snow path, chi path, light path, sound path, phantom path, rule path, and others, they are rarely touched upon, be it in my previous life or this life. Among all the paths, Feng Yuan needed to raise time path the most. His time path attainment level was only ordinary, but for Feng Yuan, he needed to at least become a grandmaster in this aspect. The celestial court is too powerful, it is too deep, not to mention how many experts are in slumber. Right now, they have a wisdom path great expert like Fairy Myrtle leading them, while Chenyi and the rest are constantly replenishing them. In this attack on Langya Blessed Land, Duke Long did not even take action. If not for Long Hair Ancestors' alliance agreement with Giant Sun Immortal, which allowed Land Spirit of Langya to exchange for Longevity Heaven's support, Langya Blessed Land would have fallen long ago. Feng Yuan was not a person who did not know his own limits. He was very clear, even if he had reverse flow protection seal, Yama Emperor, and even deduced Luo Pasil in the future, he would only be a rank 8 Gu Immortal at most. Against the Heavenly Court, it was useless to rely on his own strength. In his previous life, Spectral Soul led the Shadow Sect and succeeded in defying heaven. He infiltrated the Celestial Court and acted behind the scenes, causing the heroes of the 5 regions to rise up. He secretly supported Northern Plains Ma Hongyun, Western Deserts Tang Clan, and others. Even when Feng Jioge died in Langya Blessed Land, and Feng Kim Hong was killed by Feng Yuan and the rest, the Shadow Sect was behind all of this. There were many unfathomable secrets. But in this life, Providence used Feng Yuan as a chess piece, he was reborn and changed the past. Shadow Sect suffered a huge loss, the Celestial Court had the absolute advantage. Feng Yuan relied on Shadow Sect's inheritance to barely maintain the situation, it was quite difficult for him to deal with the Celestial Court's pursuit. The loss of Langya Blessed Land was the best proof. My only hope of winning against the Celestial Court is to inherit Red Lotus True Inheritance. With the power of Red Lotus True Inheritance, I can resist the Celestial Court and destroy Fate Gu. And to inherit Red Lotus True Inheritance, I need to enter the River of Time. But there, the Celestial Court is definitely lying in ambush. Even now, Fairy Myrtle and the rest were trapped in Langya Blessed Land, fighting against Longevity Heaven and other Gu Immortal experts. Feng Yuan did not want to enter the River of Time. How could Fairy Myrtle make such a mistake? The River of Time was filled with time path Dao marks. Even if the sovereign immortal body was not restricted by Dao marks, any killer moves of other paths that Feng Yuan used would be heavily suppressed. Rank 6 immortal killer moves would even fall to the level of mortal killer moves. Earlier, when Feng Yuan entered the River of Time, he wanted to catch the Celestial Court off guard. He also had the Immemorial Year Monkey and Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's Red Lotus Island, which he had occupied and used as his base. Eventually, he expended Red Lotus Island and killed Lord Huangshi, but during the entire process, he did not make a single move. Now, if Feng Yuan wanted to find the next Red Lotus True Inheritance, he would need to find a new Red Lotus Island. The Immemorial Year Monkey died in Langya Blessed Land, Feng Yuan's Reverse Flow Protection Seal, Yama Emperor, and other killer moves were heavily countered. In the River of Time, the most suitable method to use is undoubtedly Time Path. Even though I obtained Hei Fan's true inheritance, and Spectral Soul's true inheritance has a lot of time path information, the former lacks a rank 8 offensive killer move. Year's Flow like water might be rank 8, but it is mainly used to produce year goo and construct defensive killer moves. The latter has many time path offensive killer moves in Spectral Soul's true inheritance, but they are rarely at rank 8 level, and I do not have many time path immortal goo. Thus, what Fang Yuan truly needed to do was to obtain Grandmaster attainment level, and use the Light of Wisdom to deduce a suitable immortal killer move for himself. With these methods, he would have the ability to enter the River of Time and resist the Celestial Court's ambush, immortal killer move, Heaven's Will Dissipation. While thinking, Fang Yuan was multitasking, he finished preparing the killer move. From his body, a gray-white light shined. The gray-white light spread into the dream realm, like a drop of ink falling into water. It spread out in all directions, dazzling. Soon, the entire dream realm was covered in a layer of gray-white light. Many colorful eyes appeared in the grayish-white light. These eyeballs were extremely peculiar. They blinked, and each time they blinked, they would change into a different color. The number of colorful eyeballs continued to rise. In a few breaths of time, they went from dozens to hundreds, and soon, over 1,000. The colorful eyeballs continued to blink. Each time they blinked, it was an exquisite attack against Providence. Eventually, the number of colorful eyeballs fell until there were none left. Immortal Killer Move, Pure Dream Reality Seeker Transformation. Fang Yuan used a second move. This dream realm condensed into 2 human figures. One of them was healthy, while the other was crippled. Fang Yuan opened his Immortal Aperture's entrance and placed the 2 Pure Dream Reality Seeker physique bodies inside. The 2 Pure Dream Reality Seeker physique bodies entered the Sovereign Immortal Aperture, entering Mini Green Heaven and settling down temporarily. The Sovereign Immortal Aperture was split into 5 regions and 9 heavens. Among all the Mini 9 heavens, Mini Green Heaven was the place that Fang Yuan constructed the least. Thus, this became the place where Fang Yuan stored his dream realms. Shadow Sect members Wu Xia, Lady White Rabbit, Hei Lulan, Fairy Miaoyin, and Bai Ningbing were cultivating in Mini Yellow Heaven. The Battle of Langya was too high level. Almost all the participants had rank 8 battle strength. Even variant human goo immortals had to rely on the super immortal formation to participate in the battle. Once the immortal formation was destroyed, they could not interfere anymore. At the crucial moment, Fang Yuan needed these people to create the ancient battle formation omnidirectional travel, so these Shadow Sect members did not participate in the battle. As for Fang Yuan's rank 6 time path clone, he was at the northernmost part of Kokitahara. Puff. With a soft sound, as the time path clone placed the final mortal goo, this goo formation activated. The goo formation had a huge range. It was tens of thousands of square kilometers. There were tens of thousands of mortal goo worms used to construct the goo formation. They ranged from rank 1 to rank 5, but most of them were ice and snow path goo worms. And the cores were 2 ice path immortal goo. They were stolen from the snowman goo immortals. Fang Yuan had already refined them and used them. At the center of the goo formation, there were 3 rank 8 immortal materials. Ice path crystal essence. Each ice path crystal essence was as large as a mountain. They were aqua blue in color, like they were made of crystal. There were holes of all sizes all over their bodies. There were a lot of holes. Frost fog was spewing out from them. If this frost fog was allowed to spread freely, a large number of ice and snow path Dao marks would spread around and change the environment, creating a place suitable for snowmen and snow monsters to live in. Thus, earlier, Fang Yuan had planned to use the ice path crystal essence in his possession to create a snow monster production line, to create an economic pillar. His ice path crystal essence was the profit from his marriage with Shui. Not long ago, he had slaughtered the snowmen under the northern ice plains and obtained 2 ice path crystal essences. With these 3 ice Dao crystal essences, producing snow monsters is even easier. As for this formation, let's call it the snow crystal formation. After Fang Yuan's time path clone inspected it, he nodded in satisfaction. Realms were common. Fang Yuan's original body was an array grandmaster, and so was his clone. This was different from the members of Shadow Sect. Back then, in order to deceive everyone, Spectral Soul used his split soul to form clones, which had a disadvantage in attainment level. Each member was proficient in one path. Even if Shadow Sect members met with Celestial Court Goo Immortals, they would not be able to recognize the connection between their clones and the demon venerable. This was also one of the reasons why the Shadow Sect was able to plant moles in the Celestial Court. Meanwhile, Fang Yuan's Time Path clone could be easily exposed. But Fang Yuan did not need the Time Path clone to go out and ambush enemies. Fang Yuan's goal was different from Spectral Soul. He created the Time Path clone to make good use of the Light of Wisdom. And to deduce all kinds of information in the Light of Wisdom, attainment level was essential. One could not have the best of both worlds. Fang Yuan made a wise choice in this aspect. The snow crystal formation was naturally created by the Time Path clone. Its main use was to continuously transmit the frost energy that the Ice Path crystal essence breathed out to every inch of the surrounding area, constantly changing the surrounding environment. Of course, this formation also had the ability to monitor and control it. Unfortunately, I am only a Formation Path Grandmaster and not a Great Grandmaster. Grandmaster attainment level can comprehend. By analogy, Great Grandmaster attainment level can directly use natural Dao marks. If I were a Great Grandmaster, I would not need Ice Path Immortal Goo to construct the snow crystal formation, just these 3 Ice Path crystal essences and Mortal Goo would suffice. This way, Fang Yuan could save these 2 core Ice Path Immortal Goo and use them for other purposes. Of course, Fang Yuan was an exception. He did not lack Immortal Goo, so it was fine. Under normal circumstances, Goo Immortals had limited Immortal Goo. If they used Immortal Goo to set up a Goo formation, the Immortal Goo would be trapped in the formation and could not be used elsewhere. From this, one could see the huge advantage of having higher attainment level. It could help Goo Immortals save on Immortal Goo. After setting up the snow crystal formation, Fang Yuan's Time Path clone turned around and flew away. Even though he was not a land spirit and could not teleport, he had Immortal Goo and his flying speed was not slow. After a while, the Time Path clone crossed hundreds of li and concealed his body, looking down from the sky. On the ground, a group of snowmen were moving. These snowmen consisted of mortals and Goo masters. They were all variant human slaves that Fang Yuan had captured from the northern icy plain. There were thousands of them. Thousands of snowman slaves were not rare in jewel yellow skies. But the quality of this batch was much higher than the norm. Because these snowmen had a high proportion of Goo masters. This was not normal. In jewel yellow skies, this group of snowmen could be exchanged for at least 10 times the number of snowman slaves. These snowmen suddenly left the environment they had been living in for a long time and came to the sovereign immortal aperture. They were extremely shocked and fearful. Right now, the group was moving forward slowly. The snowmen were talking to each other. When Fang Yuan slaughtered the snowman and rockman Goo immortals, it was in the immortal battlefield. It was kept secret. When he captured these snowmen, he disguised himself as a snowman Goo immortal, so these snowmen did not know the truth. Immortal killer move, familiar face. Fang Yuan's Time Path clone suddenly turned into Bingzhua and floated down from the sky. He activated all sorts of Goo worms, causing cold winds to blow in the sky and snow to fall. Ah! It is my tribe's immortal. Quickly kneel down, and pay respects to the upper immortal. We welcome great immortal Bingzhua. The snowmen knelt down and prostrated themselves, paying respects to Fang Yuan's Time Path clone. Fang Yuan's Time Path clone was expressionless as he said, "The chaotic world is filled with endless battles, there is a paradise outside of it. The 3 mountains are filled with immortal mist, the snow tribe has no worries." His voice was not loud, but it was extremely clear to everyone on the ground. Whoosh! A gust of wind blew the snow away. Suddenly, the wind stopped and the snow stopped. The snowmen sensed something strange. They raised their heads but saw that the sky was empty. Great immortal Bingzhua was nowhere to be seen. The snowmen were dazed for a while. After confirming that great immortal Bingzhua had truly disappeared, they stood up with joyful expressions, but they frowned as they thought about Fang Yuan's words. Snowman tribe leader thought for a while before saying to the elders around him, "Earlier, when we came here, we seemed to have received great immortal Bingzhua's instructions. He wanted us to go in this direction. Now that great immortal Bingzhua has personally appeared, he seems to be telling us that there is a place with 3 mountains ahead where we can settle down." After discussing for a while, everyone came to an agreement and set off again. This time, they were not hesitant. Even though they were bringing along their families, their speed was several times faster than before. To produce snow monsters, there was no need for the snow crystal formation. They only needed to place the 3 ice path crystal essences there. it was simple but effective. And now, the Time Path clone spent a lot of effort to set up the snow crystal formation. It was naturally to take care of these snowmen. With the snow crystal formation, the snow monsters and snowmen can live separately. Of course, they will not be completely separated, they will have to interact from time to time to temper themselves. The snow crystal formation can be maintained with food path methods, it is not a problem. But the 3 ice path crystal essences are like water without a source, they will be consumed in the end. The Time Path clone pondered as he flew. The icy mist that the ice path crystal essences spat out contained the ice and snow dow marks of the crystal essences. These dow marks would remain in the surroundings for a period of time before dissipating, they would not add ice and snow dow marks to the sovereign immortal aperture. But the created environment was very suitable for the snow monsters and snowmen. But it was still too early to consider this problem, it would take a long time for the 3 ice path crystal essences to be consumed. After the Time Path clone settled down the snowmen, he went to Mini Southern Border to settle down the rockmen. In the Mini 5 regions, Mini Southern Border had the densest earth path dow marks, it was the most suitable environment for rockmen to live in. And previously, a portion of Fang Yuan's rockmen were already living here. The process of settling down the rockmen was very smooth, the Time Path clone used the same method as before. While the Time Path clone was managing the immortal aperture, Fang Yuan's main body had already arrived at another place in Southern Border. This was a huge earth trench, it was dark and deep, even in broad daylight, there were many shadows. These shadows were shadow beasts of dark path, and this earth trench was Plunder Shadow Earth Trench. Back then, I learned the ancient battle formation omnidirectional travel here and used many pure dream reality seeker physique bodies to stop the Southern Border righteous path pursuers. Oh. Fang Yuan observed for a while before his expression changed. Southern Border's righteous path also built an immortal formation here, it is not a low-level one. Who is it? This is an important area of Southern Border's righteous path, lone immortals should leave now, otherwise, it will be too late for regrets. At this time a Southern Border Gu immortal's voice resounded in the sky, he was hidden in the immortal formation, his body could not be seen. Oh? Fang Yuan's lips curled up, killing intent surged in his eyes, I want to see how you will make me regret. Boom. Bam bam bam, a series of explosions occurred, lights of all colors bloomed like fireworks. Metal, wood, water, fire, earth, wisdom, strength, soul, poison, star, refinement, moves of all paths were unleashed by Fang Yuan. Under the attack, the silhouette of an immortal formation appeared. It was thick like a fortress, the pure white light was like a mountain, blocking all of Fang Yuan's attacks. Ha ha ha, all bark and no bite, your methods are too flashy, they cannot affect our formation. Inside the immortal formation, Yang Clan's Gu immortal Yang Sanmu mocked loudly. Fang Yuan was in Yama Emperor form now, the Southern Border Gu immortals could not recognize him. No, this person's formation path attainment is high, he is using all sorts of methods to probe our formation. Qiqiu's expression changed, he said in a low tone. This immortal Gu formation was created by Qi clan, Qiqiu was appointed to guard it, he cultivated formation path, his words attracted the attention of the other Gu immortals. Yang Sanmu frowned, he said to Qiqiu, then are we going to defend passively and let him probe us? Qiqiu shook his head, our formation has ways to retaliate, it is just that the Gu formation needs to be damaged to a certain extent before it can be used. Don't look at me, I cannot control this formation to retaliate. I am sure everyone knows the reason for this, I don't need to explain, right? The immortals looked at each other, they were helpless. As it turned out, this was because of Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan had once disguised as Wu Yihai and infiltrated Southern Border's righteous path, at the crucial moment, he took control of the immortal formation and left for his own benefit. The Southern Border Gu immortals lost a lot of face, they reflected after the battle and made changes. Qi clan's immortal formation could no longer be controlled by outsiders, it operated on its own, the goal was to prevent traitors like Fang Yuan. Yang Sanmu saw that Qiqiu could not do anything, he looked at Xia clan's Gu immortal Xia Fan. Xia Fan cultivated wisdom path, seeing that Yang Sanmu was looking at him, he knew what he meant, he shook his head, the other party has a strong wisdom path defensive method, it is very difficult for me to deduce his background. Unless a crucial clue appears. Yang Sanmu's face sank when he heard this answer. Then, he shouted at Feng Yuan again, "Ha ha ha, you thief, you're so weak. Are you here just to tickle me?" Yang Sanmu, Chi Chiu, and Xiao Fan had rank 7 cultivation level and had the protection of the immortal formation. They were not afraid of Feng Yuan, a rank 7 Gu immortal. Feng Yuan sneered, yet he turned a deaf ear to it and continued to probe the grand formation from various angles. "This deity formation is even more complicated and powerful than I thought." Yang Sanmu continued to provoke him, but Feng Yuan was not provoked at all. Yang Sanmu frowned, "The other party only has one rank 7, we have the numbers and the immortal formation to protect ourselves. If we hide and let him attack us alone, what face would the righteous path have if news of this spreads? Which Gu immortal is interested? Go out and meet this audacious scoundrel? If I can kill this person, it will be a wonderful story." Once he said this, no one moved. Almost all Gu immortals were not rash people. Feng Yuan was alone. It seemed easy to deal with, but because of this, it was very strange. How could an ordinary rank 7 Gu immortal have the guts to attack this immortal formation with such tight defenses alone? The southern border immortals thought about it. This situation was likely to be an ambush. They did not want to take the risk. Yang Sanmu could not incite the others. He felt gloomy. He was the temporary leader of this group. If he avoided the battle and news got out, the others would blame it on him. Thus, Yang Sanmu's reputation would suffer the most. Right now, southern border's earth veins are moving, immortal materials and immortal Gu are appearing frequently in earth trenches. But I am stuck here, defending against a bunch of dream realms. I wanted to move around and leave this place. After paying a huge price, I was about to succeed, but if I avoid the battle and let this person leave, some people in the clan will have evidence to say otherwise. I will not be able to leave this place in the near future. Thinking of this, Yang Sanmu gritted his teeth. The enemy is very strange. As a member of the righteous path, I cannot ignore him. Everyone, defend the formation. I will go out and meet him. The Gu immortals heard this and had different expressions. Some urged him to be vigilant, some clapped their hands and cheered for Yang Sanmu, some guaranteed that they would hold the fort for Yang Sanmu, telling him to leave without worry. Yang Sanmu sneered in his heart, but on the surface, he acted like a righteous person. He said a few more words and gained enough reputation before leaving the immortal formation to meet Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan saw this person and was slightly surprised, but he soon understood Yang Sanmu's intention. Soul explosion, Feng Yuan pointed his finger, using an immortal killer move to fight Yang Sanmu. Yang Sanmu fought with Feng Yuan for a few rounds. He could not hold on anymore. He panicked internally, thinking, this person probably cultivates soul path. Even though his attacks are simple, they are extremely powerful. And this person's defensive methods are very high. I am not his match. I will lose sooner or later. I might as well retreat while the situation is still good. Anyway, I have already investigated this person's background. I will have an excuse when I return. But Feng Yuan had rich battle experience. Seeing that Yang Sanmu was about to retreat, he immediately activated Yama Battlefield. Suddenly, Yang Sanmu's vision changed. He fell into Yama Battlefield. He was trapped. Yang Sanmu was shocked. Immortal Battlefield? How can this be? There is actually such a fast immortal battlefield in this world. He was shaking with fear, but he tried to remain calm. Don't panic, this immortal battlefield killer move is so fast, it must have other weaknesses. For example, is it easy to deduce or break? I have other friends. If they see me in the enemy's immortal battlefield, they will definitely help me. Feng Yuan pointed as 3 Yama children attacked Yang Sanmu. Yang Sanmu's heart shook. He retreated as he fought, trying to stall for time. Immortal killer move, Great Thief Ghost Hand. Suddenly, Yang Sanmu's body shook. His expression of fear froze on his face. His eyes almost popped out as he shouted, "My immortal Gu!" Feng Yuan succeeded in stealing an immortal Gu. He threw it into his immortal aperture without inspecting it. Yang Sanmu spat out a mouthful of blood. He immediately became weak. He was heavily injured. It turned out that the immortal Gu that Feng Yuan stole was the core of his movement killer move. The immortal Gu was stolen, the killer move failed, he suffered a backlash, the battle was decided instantly. It seems that my luck is much stronger than yours. I could not steal Feng Joga's core immortal Gu, but can I steal yours? Feng Yuan smiled coldly. Feng Joga? Who are you? Yang Sanmu retreated rapidly. He was in a panic. Even though he lost an immortal goo, he still had other movement killer moves. Great Thief Ghost Hand, Feng Yuan succeeded again. GUH. Yang Sanmu spat out another mouthful of blood, his killer moose activation failed, the backlash took his life. He actually died? Feng Yuan saw this result and was slightly stunned. It seems that this Yang Sanmu's luck is really bad. I actually managed to steal the core immortal goo of his killer move twice in a row. Feng Yuan had a plain expression as he shook his head. This was the suppression of luck. Earlier, he could not suppress Feng Zhouge. Feng Zhouge was a Dao guardian, his luck was about the same as Feng Yuan's. But Yang Sanmu was much more ordinary, he died under Great Thief Ghost hands. Feng Yuan suddenly realized that Luck Path and Theft Path were quite powerful when used together. Even though his Luck Path True Inheritance was not complete, and his Theft Path True Inheritance was even more incomplete, these two came from immortal and demon venerables. Inheriting the true inheritances of two venerables at the same time, this was a very rare situation in history. Inside the immortal formation, Southern Border's Righteous Path Gu immortals saw that Yang Sanmu was trapped in the immortal battlefield, they became nervous. Chiqiu urged Xia Fan, "Quick, have you not deduced the method to break the immortal battlefield yet?" Xia Fan closed his eyes and pondered, as if he did not hear anything. The other Gu immortals were discussing, they were bewildered. What immortal battlefield is the other party using? It is so fast, I have never seen it before. No wonder he had the guts to challenge us alone, he has a special technique. Now, it is up to Lord Xia Fan. Xia Fan heard the conversation, he rolled his eyes in his heart, cursing, these wisdom path amateurs. Do they really think the immortal battlefield can be broken so easily? Xia Fan could feel the difficulty, he prayed, "Oh Yang Sanmu, I hope you can last a little longer." As time passed, the pressure in his heart was getting greater. He was the only wisdom path Gu immortal here, if he could not deduce it, no matter how many Southern Border Gu immortals there were, they could not break into the immortal battlefield and reinforce him. If he failed, he would have to bear the reputation of being incompetent. The scarier thing was that there would be rumors saying that he had the ability but did not help Yang Sanmu. If that happened, his reputation would be ruined. But how could Feng Yuan's Yama battlefield be so easy to break? Fairy Myrtle was able to decipher it because she was one of the top 3 wisdom path grade experts in the current Gu immortal world. But Xia Fan was clearly not one of them. I can't divine it. This killer move's foundation is very deep, it seems to have a terrifying origin. After deducing for a while, Xia Fan's forehead was covered in sweat. The Southern Border Gu immortals were still discussing, Xia Fan was feeling increasingly frustrated. He opened his eyes, which were filled with anger. Can you guys be quiet for a while? The conversations of the immortals stopped abruptly. Chiqiu coughed, that's right, we need to be quiet, we don't want to disturb Master Xia Fan, we need to believe in Master Xia Fan's ability, he will not disappoint us. Xia Fan couldn't get down from the high platform with his words. Xia Fan immediately looked at Chiqiu sinisterly. The latter seemed to be supporting him, causing Xia Fan to gnash his teeth in hatred. But he was a wisdom path Gu immortal after all, he thought about it and smiled, everyone, don't be anxious, you might have forgotten that Lord Yang Sanmu is most proficient in investigative methods. Since he came out to fight, he must be very confident, he must have found out some inside information that we do not know. Actually, Xia Fan and Yang Sanmu did not see eye to eye, they hated each other very much. But at this moment, Xia Fan held Yang Sanmu in high esteem, praising the latter to the extreme. The immortals were slightly dazed before coming to a realization. If it was as Xia Fan had guessed, Yang Sanmu's actions were not right. He was putting everyone else aside and going out to reap the rewards. Right now, the earth veins of Southern Border were pulsating, immortal materials and even immortal goo were appearing from time to time. Who would want to be trapped here? Who would not want to go out and search for immortal opportunities? If Yang Sanmu could reap the rewards, he would be able to leave this place and be sent outside. This was not just Yang Sanmu's desire, the others also wanted to do this. Thus, soon, the immortals' discussion changed. They started to agree with Xia Fan's words. Lord Xia Fan is right, Lord Yang Sanmu's investigative methods are famous in Southern Border, who does not know about them? That's right, the thing that left the deepest impression on me was when he detected Black Heaven's movement. After he reported it to Yang clan, they moved out in advance and actually found a meteor shower at the exact location. I heard that Yang clan obtained 3 mountains of star path immortal materials. Lord Yang Sanmu had once chased after the demonic path Gu immortal Nian Wanghuai. That Nian Wanghuai was extremely crafty, he had been hiding without any traces, even Tai clan failed to capture him several times, but in the end, he died in Lord Yang Sanmu's hands. In my opinion, Lord Yang Sanmu must have absolute confidence in this attack. We need to believe in his judgment and not panic. Also, I need to remind everyone, after Lord Yang Sanmu wins this battle, we need to place him in the secondary formation and inspect him strictly. After all, Traitor Feng's matter happened not long ago. Traitor Feng was naturally Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan used familiar face to disguise as Wu Yihai. He had been in the righteous path for a long time. During the Dream Realm battle, he had played the Southern Border righteous path Gu Immortals for a fool. Thus, when the Southern Border Gu Immortals mentioned him, they were filled with righteous indignation. Humph, this demonic path scoundrel Feng Yuan actually joined the righteous path, he will be punished one day. Evil cannot prevail over righteousness, this is the truth of the world. Some demons might be arrogant for a while, but retribution will come sooner or later. Even Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's soul was captured by the Celestial Court after he died, right? I really want to kill this demon myself, sigh, it is a pity that I did not participate in that battle. Chicho did not speak. He glanced at Xiaofan vaguely. Xiaofan closed his eyes again, immersing himself in deductions. Chicho sighed internally, as expected of a wisdom path Gu immortal. He had said those words earlier to pressure Xiaofan, but Xiaofan could read people's minds. He turned the situation around with just a few words. Xiaofan's words implied that Yang Sanmu was greedy and did not want to share the rewards with others, wanting to monopolize them. But the other Gu immortals here were all shrewd people, they quickly reacted to Xiaofan's words and understood the hidden meaning behind them. That was, if this was not the case, if Yang Sanmu was truly superficial and arrogant, he underestimated the enemy, what would happen then? The worst thing is, if he dies in battle, we can't get away with it as well. We'll have to bear the bad reputation of sinister, sitting idly by and watching fellow Taoists fight to the death while cowardly cowering in the formation. Thus, the immortals praised Yang Sanmu. And Xiaofanja used this layer of thinking to perfectly resolve Chicho's difficulties. However, Xiaofan was also in a terrible mood. I'm afraid I can't break through this immortal battlefield by myself. Damn it. Asking for help is a must, but before that, I need to make some contributions, I cannot appear so useless. Eh? Right at this time, Yama's battlefield disappeared, Feng Yuan reappeared, but that Yang Sanmu was nowhere to be seen. This. What happened? The Southern Border immortals gasped, the 2 rank 7s, Xiaofan and Chicho's expressions changed. The situation was clear at a glance. Only the mysterious enemy was left, and Yang Sanmu was most likely dead. But how could he be so fast? No matter how weak Yang Sanmu was, he had his methods and battle strength. How could he die so quickly? The other party's immortal battlefield clearly had dense soul path aura, there was no time path aura at all. There was no time difference inside and outside the immortal battlefield. Thus, the greatest possibility was right in front of the Southern Border immortals, that was, this mysterious demonic path rank 7 Gu immortal's battle strength had already reached a level where he could suppress Yang Sanmu. But was that really possible? Perhaps, it was more likely that he had mastered some treacherous and unorthodox methods, right? The Southern Border immortals were shocked and in disbelief. Feng Yuan looked at the formation in front of him, his eyes shining with cold light. Originally, he wanted to disguise as Yang Sanmu and cancel Yama's battlefield, creating a false impression and trying to sneak into the formation. But after he captured Yang Sanmu's soul and soul-searched it, he discovered the arrangements of Southern Border's righteous path. He gave up on this plan. The foundation of Southern Border's righteous path was very deep, it would be foolish to underestimate them. Familiar face had already been exposed, it was almost impossible to replicate Wu Yihai's success. Even if this killer move came from Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable. But in Gu Cultivation, there was no invincible killer move. Moreover, so much time had passed, the times had been progressing. Of course, Southern Border's righteous path might not be able to easily take out immortal goo or killer moves that could see through familiar face, but they could use other methods to identify goo immortals. Especially with the secret guidance of the Celestial Court, there were many types of identity checks in Southern Border's righteous path. The process was extremely strict and involved many aspects. Especially through the clan's Soul Lantern goo and other secret connections, even if Feng Yuan used familiar face, he would not be able to get through. Demonic path scoundrel, what did you do to Lord Yang Sanmu? Quickly release Lord Yang Sanmu. Maybe Lord Yang Sanmu has already used some method to escape from that immortal battlefield. The Southern Border goo immortals shouted, many were still holding on to hope. Feng Yuan's expression became colder. This immortal formation was personally arranged by Qi Chuyu. If I break it step by step, there is too little time, I won't make it in time. It seems I can only attack forcefully, I want to see the quality of this formation. Thinking of this, Feng Yuan removed Yama Emperor and turned into an ancient sword dragon, putting on reverse flow protection seal. Next, he used a mortal killer move Myriad Dragon. Instantly, dragons roared as they attacked the formation. This killer move had already become Feng Yuan's trademark. Seeing this scene, if the Southern Border righteous path goo immortals still could not recognize Feng Yuan's identity, there was only one reason, he or she was pretending to be a fool. Ah! This person is Feng Yuan. Heavens, that demon is here. He is here again, he is simply too daring, acting unscrupulously, he is not putting our Southern Border righteous path in his eyes. The Southern Border goo immortals shouted, unable to conceal the fear on their faces. In the past, Feng Yuan needed to disguise and conceal himself, but now, facing the Southern Border righteous path goo immortals, he did not need to do so. Feng Yuan's appearance shocked the Southern Border righteous path goo immortals greatly. In the past, Feng Yuan disguised as Wu Yihai and gained a lot in the Battle of the Dream Realm, becoming the leader of Shadow Sect. Even when Southern Border's righteous path attacked him, he was able to escape. Celestial Court put a bounty on Feng Yuan, but they could not do anything to him. Several months ago, Feng Yuan appeared in Southern Border and killed 2 goo immortals from Ho Clan and Shang Clan. If not for Paradise Earth's inheritor stopping him, Tai Clan's Tai Mianshin would have died. Next, Celestial Court sent out the rank 8 goo immortal expert Thunder Ghost True Monarch. Nobody knew the details of the battle, but Feng Yuan saw Thunder Ghost True Monarch's 3 rib bones, as well as the scene of her being beaten up by him, hanging in jewel yellow skies. Immediately, the world went into an uproar. Feng Yuan flew up and suppressed Feng Joga, becoming the number 1 rank 7 goo immortal. Most goo immortals realized that even though Feng Yuan only had rank 7 cultivation level, he was special, he could be treated as a rank 8 goo immortal. Moreover, Feng Yuan was an otherworldly demon, he used Spring-Autumn Cicada to revive, he was crafty and ruthless. What made many lone immortals despise was that as a grand goo immortal, Feng Yuan had no bottom line, he even attacked mortals. By now, Feng Yuan could be said to be the fastest rising and most dazzling demonic path overlord in the world. Now that such a person appeared, Southern Border's righteous path immortals were shocked, they felt fear and panic. It hurts. Lord Yang Sanmu sacrificed himself, our Southern Border righteous path has added another debt of blood to this traitor Feng. One day, we will make him pay for it. Xiaofan patted his chest, crying out in sorrow. The immortals were silent, no one had any hopes of getting lucky this time. Feng Yuan's appearance made them rejoice and feel fear, they also felt pity for the dead Yang Sanmu. Why were you so unlucky to run into this demon Feng Yuan? You could have stayed in the immortal array, but you took the initiative to attack. Aren't you courting death? The silence did not last long before someone immediately rebuked, that traitor Feng is still as sinister and cunning as ever. He lured Lord Yang Sanmu out. Fortunately, under the leadership of Lord Xiaofan and Lord Qiqiu, we were able to hold our ground. We were not provoked and did not give that traitor an opportunity to take advantage of us. The immortals all had different expressions. Just as someone was about to speak, the heaven and earth shook. The entire array shook violently. Outside the immortal formation, silver scales were like a sea. Tens of thousands of flood dragons soared, crazily attacking, smashing, and tearing at the pure white light of this great formation. The Southern Border immortals' faces also turned pale under the contrast of the sword dragon's silver scales. Under Feng Yuan's immortal killer move Myriad Dragon, they felt like they were facing a tsunami. Even with the protection of the immortal formation, they felt tiny. Fang Yuan's 10,000 flood dragons weren't much stronger than before. But most importantly, with myriad self-immortal goo, it was much easier to kill myriad dragons. When Fang Yuan used it, the steps were simple and the efficiency was higher. Instead of activating 1 or 2 myriad dragons, he could now use it 5 to 6 times. Fang Yuan continued to activate myriad dragons. Countless ancient sword dragon clones attacked the formation, activating the formation's power. The pure white silhouette set off ripples that resembled waves, yet also resembled the continuous rise and fall of a mountain range, blocking the attack of the 10,000 dragons. Interesting. Fang Yuan observed carefully. Even though this immortal formation was shaking, its foundation was intact. As his attacks became stronger, the formation's defensive power also rose. We have the goo formation, we should be able to hold on for some time. A southern border goo immortal said with uncertainty as he looked at Xianxia. Xianxia's gaze was also flickering intensely. Currently, the immortal formation's defense was quite good. But, the other party was not an ordinary person, he was Fang Yuan. Even the celestial court could not do anything to him, he was a demonic path overlord. Everyone, quickly ask for help from your clans, tell them that Fang Yuan is here, quick. Do you think this formation can stop such a person? Xianxia sighed. The immortals were so afraid of Xianxia, they did not dare to be careless, they quickly asked for help. Earlier, Fang Yuan did not reveal his identity, he was just a rank 7 goo immortal. How could the southern border immortals ask for help? They had only reported this to the rear. But now that Fang Yuan's identity was exposed, these goo immortals shouted loudly and confidently when they asked for help. Roar, the dragons roared. Fang Yuan attacked furiously while the immortal formation defended with all its might, its power continued to rise. Hold on, even if we die, we need to hold on. The western formation is broken, quickly fix it. We don't have enough immortal essence, who can take over? The southern border immortals defended with all their might. Under Fang Yuan's powerful attacks, these people gave up on fighting against each other, they were truly united. Xianxia desperately repaired the goo formation. Xiaofan had already coughed out several mouthfuls of blood, just to deduce the weakness of Fang Yuan's myriad dragon killer move. He was using all his strength. They were rank 7 goo immortals, but they were already like this, not to mention the other rank 6 goo immortals who were in a terrible state. Outside the immortal formation, Fang Yuan crossed his arms as he watched quietly, he was calm and relaxed. After obtaining myriad self-immortal goo, myriad dragon killer move became more convenient and practical. It was no longer his strongest defensive method, it had become a normal killer move. Right now, Fang Yuan's strongest defensive method was the immemorial Llama soul explosion. Unfortunately, he did not have any immemorial soul beasts to modify now. Earlier, of the 2 immemorial Llama's children, one was used to kill Feng Jioga, while the other was used to kill Land Spirit of Xianxia, but they did not succeed. As for the immemorial Llama's child soul explosion, it was about the same as myriad dragon killer move. At most, its power would be amplified in the Llama battlefield, it would be slightly higher. Thus, Fang Yuan chose this method to attack the immortal formation. Intense winds blew, Fang Yuan floated in the sky, looking at the dragons attacking the formation. His demonic might had already been developed. Right now, he was suppressing the southern border goo immortals with his own strength. They were exhausted from defending, he had the upper hand. However, Fang Yuan's brows were slightly furrowed. Time was dragging on. And if Fang Yuan wanted to forcefully break this formation, he would need some time. Fang Yuan still had 3 methods, but reverse flow protection seal could not deal with the immortal formation. Because this immortal formation also strengthened along with external attacks. It focused on defense, it did not have any methods to retaliate. As for lead soul into dream, ever since Celestial Court failed in this aspect, they had already researched a way to deal with it during the battle with Lord Huangshi. Lead soul into dream needed to sense the other party's soul. These southern border goo immortals were hiding in the formation, Fang Yuan could not sense them. As for Great Thief Ghost Hand, it was useless. This immortal formation was deeply hidden, there were layers of white light on the surface, it obstructed Great Thief Ghost Hand from getting close. We pay respects to Lord Xianxia. At this time, inside the immortal formation, the southern border immortals' morale rose. The reason was none other than Qi clan's first supreme elder, rank 8 formation path Gu immortal Qi Chuyu, who had secretly reinforced them. To think that this immortal formation has such a secret passage, even rank 8 existences from 10,000 li away can be transported here. The clan really put in a lot of effort in this aspect. Chicho praised internally. Chichiyu had purposely left this secret passage as a precaution, in case they fought for dream realms in the future. That way, Qi clan, who had the secret passage, would have a huge advantage. But now that Feng Yuan suddenly attacked, Chichiyu thought about it and decided to expose this secret path. He did not hesitate to do so. Continue controlling the immortal formation and act like you can't hold on any longer. I will set up a method to lure that Feng Yuan into the trap. Chichiyu smiled. Feng Yuan had a huge treasure and was a demonic path overlord. The celestial court had a huge headache. They could not do anything to him. If Chichiyu used formation path to capture or kill Feng Yuan, not only would he obtain huge battle spoils, his reputation would also rise to the peak of the righteous path. He might even be able to raise Qi clan's ranking in southern borders righteous path by several ranks. Even though Feng Yuan had great battle achievements, Chichiyu was a formation path great grandmaster with rank 8 cultivation level. He had absolute confidence in his formation path attainment. Thus, after hearing the battle report, he came to take Feng Yuan's life. If it were any other rank 8 Gu immortal who did not cultivate formation path, they would not have such an advantage like Chichiyu. With Chichiyu as the mastermind, the southern border immortals had much more confidence. They started to deal with Feng Yuan patiently. Chichiyu had formation path immortal Gu. He had powerful methods. Soon, he set up half of the immortal formation, forming a formation within a formation. This type of formation was his specialty to begin with. But who knew that when he was about to succeed, Feng Yuan stopped attacking and used fixed immortal travel to leave the battlefield. Did he sense my presence? Chichiyu immediately frowned. But Chichiyu thought to himself, he had set up the Gu formation carefully, he should not have exposed himself. This possibility was not high at all, so why did Feng Yuan suddenly leave? This is Contact Heart Riverbank? Jade light flickered as Feng Yuan appeared in the sky. He looked down at the surrounding hundreds of li. There were mountains everywhere, only the area below him was flat and flat, it was shrouded in smoke, he could not see clearly. Feng Yuan breathed in deeply as he used Myriad Dragon Killer move again. The dragons attacked, the smoke rose up and fought against each other. But soon, the smoke could not match Feng Yuan's attacks, it dispersed and revealed the true terrain. There was a shallow deep blue lake, surrounded by lush green mountains, it was as quiet as a gem. The lake was surrounded by pure white and round stones that formed the riverbank. In the riverbank, there were a large number of Wisdom Path Contact Heart Gu. There was also an aura left behind by a Qi clan rank 6 Gu immortal. Feng Yuan did not chase this person, he looked at the entire Contact Heart riverbank and grabbed with his hand, starting to plunder. Collect. Feng Yuan floated in the air, opening his immortal aperture's entrance. Large numbers of wild Contact Heart Gu were drawn by a formless and gentle force, gathering in the air, like a beautiful cloud, they entered Feng Yuan's immortal aperture. This process lasted for half a cup of tea's time. Feng Yuan estimated, there are over 3,000 Contact Heart Gu at rank 5, 50,000 at rank 4, and 1,000,000 Contact Heart Gu below rank 3. Contact Heart Gu were like rainflower stones, they had different colors and shapes at different ranks. They were Wisdom Path Gu worms. After being used, they could absorb the target's mind and cause the target to be dazed, losing their ability to think and observe. If used with other Gu worms, they could be used to form killer moves. Contact Heart Gu had high practical value in battle, it was mostly used with Enslavement Path to increase the effectiveness of enslavement. Of course, Wisdom Path Gu masters also used this Gu worm, but Wisdom Path had always been rare and mysterious. It was hard for Gu masters to raise Gu, they usually only had single-digit mortal Gu. But at the level of Gu immortals, they had tens of thousands of mortal Gu, only immortal Gu were hard to obtain. Feng Yuan's situation was an exception among exceptions. Contact Heart Riverbank is a mid-sized resource point. After this fierce attack and breaking the Gu formation, the Gu immortals guarding this place escaped for their lives, thus they did not attack these Contact Heart Gu. I obtained such a huge amount of wealth. If the defending Gu immortal had collected a portion of the Contact Heart Gu or destroyed them before retreating, Feng Yuan's loot would have been greatly reduced. That Gu immortal must have used all his strength to control the immortal formation to resist Feng Yuan. He could no longer split his attention to collect contact heart Gu. When retreating, he did not have the methods, or the decisiveness and ruthlessness to destroy this place. After collecting the contact heart Gu, Feng Yuan's gaze stopped at this river bank. Rank 6 Strength Path Immortal Gu, Pulling Water. He secretly activated this immortal Gu. The river water was like a piece of silk, picked up by a formless giant hand, and sent into Feng Yuan's immortal aperture. This contact heart riverbank had a special environment. It was filled with wisdom path Dao marks. Of course, there were earth path, water path, wood path, and other Dao marks as the foundation, but the total amount was far from the wisdom path Dao marks. The river water that Feng Yuan collected also had dense wisdom path Dao marks. It is a pity that most of the wisdom path Dao marks are still on this land. Feng Yuan sighed inwardly. There was no other way. Even though he had pulling mountain immortal Gu, it targeted a mountain range, not a piece of land. Let's take these rocks too. The large and small rocks on contact heart river bank also contained wisdom path Dao marks. They were excellent Gu materials. Feng Yuan also packed them up and took them with him. In any case, he had taken whatever he could. A moment later, he activated the 7 revolutions fixed immortal travel and left, leaving behind a ravaged crater. Feng Yuan was now wanted, so he couldn't stay in one place for too long. Otherwise, it would give other enemies the chance to surround him and plot against him. Thus, when he attacked Plunder's Shadow Earth Trench earlier and was obstructed by the formation, he wisely retreated. It was not because he found out about Qiqiyu's plot. Feng Yuan calmed his mind. Using fixed immortal travel, he traveled over 100,000 li, arriving above a mountain range. This mountain range stretched from east to west. It was grand and majestic. It was undulating. There were no trees on the mountain. It was filled with bamboo. This bamboo was very thick. Each one had the size of a towering ancient tree. The leaves of the bamboo were triangular. The roots were thick while the tips were thin. They were sharp and hard. Many mortals plucked these bamboo leaves and tied them to wooden sticks, creating crude wooden spears. Thus, this bamboo was called spear-tip bamboo. The spear-tip bamboo forest was huge. It covered the entire mountain range. Many living beings lived in the bamboo forest. It was full of vitality. Most of them had cloud path Dao marks. Among them, the cloud foxes were the most numerous. These snow-white foxes could float in the air for a short period of time. At this moment, Feng Yuan looked down. He saw a group of cloud foxes floating in the green bamboo forest. They were playing with each other. It was a peaceful and lively scene. Feng Yuan's eyes shined with bright light. This is Cloud Bamboo Mountain Range, the large resource point that Qi Clan controls. Super forces controlled resource points in the 5 regions. They were divided into 5 types: micro, small, medium, large, and giant. The Dragonfish Sea area in Feng Yuan's sovereign immortal aperture was a giant resource point. It could produce a vast number of dragonfish, such as gold, silver, copper, and iron. He was Feng Yuan's main source of income. There was no one else. Oh no, that demon Feng Yuan is here. He attacked Plunder Shadow Earth Trench. Contact Heart River Bank was taken by him. To think that he came to Cloud Bamboo Mountain Range. And at such a crucial moment, sigh. The 2 Qi Clan rank 6 Gu immortals guarding this place saw Feng Yuan and panicked. Feng Yuan used fixed immortal travel to teleport here. The commotion was huge, and Feng Yuan did not plan to conceal himself. He did not conceal himself. The 2 Qi Clan Gu immortals immediately sensed him. These 2 Gu immortals were deep in the mountain range. In front of them was a giant spear-tip bamboo that was 70 feet tall. The bamboo was extremely thick. Even 10 grown men holding hands together might not be able to hug this giant bamboo. And in this giant bamboo's body, an immortal Gu was forming. Indeed, a wild immortal Gu was about to form. The 2 Qi Clan Gu immortals were guarding Cloud Bamboo Mountain Range. They placed their focus here. Immortal Gu were unique. This wood path immortal Gu that was about to form was the most valuable treasure in this mountain range. Boom boom boom, Feng Yuan waved his sleeves, countless fireworks and lightning bolts appeared. The 2 Qi Clan Gu immortals sighed. They activated the immortal formation and blocked Feng Yuan's attacks. Qi Clan specialized in formation path. Qiqiyu was a formation path great grandmaster. He could use the Dao marks of heaven and earth, as well as mortal Gu, to create an immortal formation. Thus, almost all the resource points that Qi clan guarded had immortal formations. After all, these resource points had one thing in common: they all had dense Dao marks. As Fang Yuan attacked, a layer of jade green light appeared on Cloud Bamboo Mountain Range, blocking Fang Yuan's attacks. Moreover, countless spear-tip bamboos started to sway. As bamboo leaves shot out, a strong wind blew and carried the countless leaves. Like a huge army charging at Fang Yuan, the sharp bamboo leaves shot towards him. This immortal formation is not only larger than Contact Heart River Bank, it also has a counterattack method. Fang Yuan smiled as he used Reverse Flow Protection Seal. When the bamboo leaves hit his body, they were immediately reflected back towards the immortal array. This is Reverse Flow Protection Seal. Quick, stop this counterattack method. The two rank 6 Gu immortals were flustered. They encouraged each other. The immortal Gu is about to form, we need 15 minutes more, we need to hold on until the clan's reinforcements arrive. Under their control, the immortal formation stopped attacking, it only defended. Fang Yuan could not use it. He smiled nonchalantly as he stopped Reverse Flow Protection Seal. He activated Myriad Dragon Killer move again and bombarded the immortal formation. The immortal formation shook intensely. The two rank 6 Gu immortals were covered in sweat. They gritted their teeth and spat out blood. It was a difficult situation. After attacking for a while, Fang Yuan's eyes shined. He found a flaw in this formation. Fang Yuan's formation path attainment level was at Grandmaster level. He immediately took advantage of this opening and began to bombard it. After a while, Cloud Bamboo Mountain Range's immortal formation let out a loud sound. A small portion of the jade green light that covered the entire mountain range dissipated. Oh no, he destroyed a part of the immortal formation. Hold on, reinforcements are coming. The two Qi clan rank 6 Gu immortals were shocked. Fang Yuan was like a meteor, crashing into the defenseless Cloud Bamboo Mountain with a loud sound. Yama's child Soul Explosion. He found that Soul Explosion was more suitable for destroying the immortal formation. He used it without hesitation. Everything was difficult at the beginning. After a hole was created in this Cloud Bamboo immortal formation, the difficulty of destroying it decreased by several times. Fang Yuan made full use of this flaw. The two Qi clan Gu immortals' plans did not work. Fang Yuan's destruction speed became faster and faster. More and more of the immortal formation was destroyed. Eventually, the Qi clan Gu immortals were affected. There is no time, we need to retreat. What about this immortal Gu? Just a little bit more and it will truly take shape. Let's go, we will die if we don't leave now. The other Gu immortal was shocked. He woke up and wiped his sweat. You are right, we will leave now. But what about this immortal Gu? Boom, Fang Yuan waved his sleeves as black fog spread out. It was the killer move Soul Explosion. This was the method of a peak rank 7. It destroyed the core of the immortal formation that Qi clan had set up on Cloud Bamboo Mountain Range with ease. Rumble. With another explosion, the formation core crumbled. Other immortal formations also followed suit, breaking apart one after another. At this point, the entire Cloud Bamboo Mountain Range formation was destroyed. They left after all. Looking at the empty core area, Fang Yuan had a deep gaze. He was not surprised at all. When he attacked the formation earlier, the enemy defended fiercely and responded wisely. But towards the end of the battle, Fang Yuan felt that this immortal formation was at a disadvantage. It could not react in time, it became rigid. Be it immortal formations or immortal Gu houses, they needed people to defend them. Even the wills left behind or the formation spirits could not replace the Gu immortals. An immortal Gu seems to have been destroyed? Fang Yuan soon sensed a strange aura. Soon, he confirmed that there was an incomplete wood path immortal Gu. It was destroyed by Qi clan's Gu immortals when they retreated. Fang Yuan felt it was a pity, but he praised this decisiveness. If it were him, he would have done the same. There was nothing valuable left at the core area. Fang Yuan flew into the sky and started to loot the entire Cloud Bamboo Mountain Range. In Cloud Bamboo Mountain Range, there were a large number of cloud path lifeforms. For example, cloud foxes. Fang Yuan used his enslavement path methods. An orange-yellow light burst out of his body, covering the surrounding area. Within the light, the cloud foxes and other lifeforms started to struggle intensely. They had pained expressions as they screamed. But soon, their resistance weakened. They stopped moving and stayed on the spot. They were enslaved by Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan opened his immortal aperture's entrance. These life forms gathered and flowed into Fang Yuan's sovereign immortal aperture like a river. Fang Yuan continued to plunder. A vast number of life forms entered his immortal aperture. Suddenly, there was a loud roar. 2 desolate beast cloud foxes appeared. They ran out of the mountain in panic. "Get back here!" Fang Yuan laughed loudly. He flew over and used an enslavement path killer move, making these 2 desolate beast cloud foxes crawl on the ground and acknowledge him as their master. The Cloud Bamboo mountain range was vast, and it was also a large resource point. It was filled with rich Dao marks, so it was very normal for desolate beasts and desolate plants to be born. Even ancient desolate beasts were possible. Immortal goo were even rarer, but even though there was one here, it was destroyed before it could take form. After Fang Yuan had done a rough search, he had harvested a total of 7 desolate beast cloud foxes and 3 types of desolate plants, a total of 11 stalks. They were cloud chi root, white-haired ginseng and spear-tip bamboo. What surprised Fang Yuan the most was that there was a huge piece of rank 7 immortal material cloud soil. However, he did not see any ancient desolate beasts or ancient desolate plants. The goo immortal guarding this place must have taken them away. Or perhaps there is no such thing at all. According to the laws of nature, there was indeed the possibility of ancient desolate plants and desolate beasts growing here. But this place had been ruled by Qi clan for countless years. Qi clan was proficient in formation path, but they were weak in enslavement path. They naturally would not allow an ancient desolate beast that could rival rank 7 goo immortals to stay in their property uncontrollably. Fang Yuan did not mind. He continued to search. This time, he extended his demonic claws towards the spear-tip bamboos that were all over the mountain. These spear-tip bamboos were all ordinary goo materials. The desolate plant spear-tip bamboos had already been collected by Fang Yuan in the first wave. At this point, it was somewhat troublesome. Fang Yuan had a lot of enslavement path methods, but he lacked wood path. After all, he had too few wood path immortal goo. To transplant these spear-tip bamboos, I need appropriate wood path methods. Fang Yuan sighed. If Fang Yuan wanted to transplant these spear-tip bamboos, he needed exquisite wood path methods. Killer moves of other paths would leave Dao marks on the spear-tip bamboos. Even if they were temporary Dao marks, they would damage the Dao marks of the spear-tip bamboos, causing their quality to fall. Actually, Spectral Soul's true inheritance had many wood path methods, but Fang Yuan was lacking in wood path immortal goo. Thus, Fang Yuan could only use mortal methods to collect these spear-tip bamboos. This way, the efficiency would be greatly reduced. It would be inferior to immortal killer moves. Cloud Bamboo mountain range was huge. The spear-tip bamboos that Fang Yuan collected were just a drop in the bucket. It is a pity that my pulling mountain immortal goo can pull mountains, but it is only rank 6, it cannot move the entire Cloud Bamboo mountain range. In the past, Fang Yuan could pull Danghun Mountain and Luopa Valley because these 2 secluded domains of heaven and earth had been used by Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's orderly well killer move. But this Cloud Bamboo mountain range did not have such treatment. Of course, Fang Yuan could shatter Cloud Bamboo mountain range, but the result was not under Fang Yuan's control. Trees had tree roots, mountains had mountain roots. Unless he had the corresponding earth path method to separate the mountain roots. What? Fang Yuan broke through Cloud Bamboo mountain range. Qi Chiyu's brows were furrowed, his expression was grim. He was Qi clan's first supreme elder. When something like this happened, the battle reports were sent to him immediately. Contact Heart River Bank was only a mid-sized resource point. It lost a lot, but it was not a big problem. Now that Cloud Bamboo mountain range was lost, this was a large resource point. Back then, in order to develop Cloud Bamboo mountain range, my clan spent a lot of money to invite an Earth Path grade expert to build up the mountain. After 100 years of careful management, it finally took shape. To think that Cloud Bamboo mountain range suffered a calamity today. Qi clan was a super force, they had many large resource points. But Cloud Bamboo mountain range was quite special. Because it was at the start of Qi clan, when they were still weak, Qi clan's ancestors saved money and built it up by gritting their teeth. In Qi clan's history, this Cloud Bamboo mountain range became a stable source of income for Qi clan in the future. It did not let down the expectations of the original founders. Under the efforts of the generations, the Qi clan gradually prospered, and its sphere of influence continued to expand. Even though there were more and more large resource points, and Cloud Bamboo Mountain Range gradually became the center of Chi Clan's territory, it was never neglected. There were always 2 Gu immortals guarding it. Cloud Bamboo Mountain Range was not just a resource point, it was also a source of motivation for Chi Clan. It contained a kind of Chi Clan spirit. Forget about other large resource points, but Cloud Bamboo Mountain Range cannot be lost. Activate the Immortal Gu House and attack Feng Yuan. We will take back Cloud Bamboo Mountain Range. Chi-Chi thought about it before giving the order with a firm attitude. What about you, First Supreme Elder? Chi Clan's Gu Immortals asked. Chi-Chi snorted coldly. This Feng Yuan seems to have sensed that I am here. His true motive is to steal the Dream Realms here. I will guard this place, he will definitely return. Of course, you need to pretend that I am attacking him personally. Thus, Chi Clan activated the Immortal Gu House and hurriedly returned to Cloud Bamboo Mountain Range. Feng Yuan had not left yet, he was still collecting the spear-tip bamboos. These bamboos had very developed roots, they could reach 50 to 60 feet into the ground. To move them into one's immortal aperture unscathed, they needed special methods. Chi Clan's Gu Immortals saw Feng Yuan and hesitated. This was Cloud Bamboo Mountain Range. If they fought with Feng Yuan here, without the protection of the Immortal Formation, Cloud Bamboo Mountain Range would be destroyed. Immortal Killer Move, Great Thief Ghost Hand. Feng Yuan was prepared for it. Great Thief Ghost Hand had been hidden for a long time. It suddenly activated and targeted Chi Clan's Immortal Gu House. Inside the Sovereign Immortal Aperture. At the northernmost part of Kokitahara, snow was falling, cold air was permeating the air. The snowmen were covered in dust. They had finally arrived at this place after traveling for a long time. Despite the cold weather, the snowmen had joyful smiles on their faces. This is the perfect place for us to stay. And with such a huge land, it is not as crowded as before. Thank you for Great Immortal Bingshua's guidance. Sob sob sob. Some elderly snowmen were already kneeling on the ground, sobbing uncontrollably. Quick, look, someone suddenly shouted. The snowmen quickly raised their heads and saw an unforgettable scene. The cold mist that filled the sky suddenly dissipated, revealing 3 huge crystalline peaks within the mist. Gu Immortal Bingshua floated in the air, nodding at them as the cold fog surged up again, covering the 3 crystalline mountains. It is Great Immortal Bingshua. This is the home that Great Immortal gave us, Third Sacred Mountain. It seems that our clan's immortals should be living on Third Sacred Mountain. The snowmen were extremely excited. They knelt on the ground and prayed towards Third Sacred Mountain. But they did not know that the appearance of Bingshua in the fog had suddenly changed. He turned into a stranger. It was Feng Yuan's time path clone. Food, environment, plants, everything is arranged properly. Even though the environment is simple, it is enough for these snowmen to survive. At this point, the snowman settlement is complete. The time path clone nodded slightly. He controlled the snow crystal formation and looked at another direction. There, a small group of snow monsters poked their heads out of the snow and looked at each other curiously. Then, they started to wander around. Not bad. Under the effect of the snow crystal formation, snow monsters have been created. The production of snow monsters in this area also began to slowly start. In time, it will bring me huge profits. After leaving Kokitahara, the time path clone went to Mini Central Continent. Not long ago, he had created a new river bank here. He copied the name, Contact Heart River Bank. In the river bank, there were countless rocks of all sizes, round and pure white. There was also a river that was flowing. Some Contact Heart Goo were living here. Most of the Contact Heart Goo that Feng Yuan obtained were sold in jewel yellow skies. What was left behind were the river water, rocks, and a small number of Contact Heart Goo as seeds. In the future, if possible, he could use this as a source of income. The time path clone flew rapidly towards the southeast direction of Contact Heart River Bank. After flying for a long time, he stopped. There was a large empty land in front of him. It was desolate. The time path clone started to plant spear-tip bamboos here. He released cloud foxes and other wild beasts. Southern border. Feng Yuan broke through Cloud Bamboo Mountain Range and plundered it wantonly, but he knew the importance of the resources here to Chi Clan, so he made preparations to deal with Chi Clan's counterattack. Immortal Killer Move, Great Thief Ghost Hand. Great Thief Ghost Hand that was hiding in a corner suddenly flew out and grabbed the Immortal Goo House of Chi Clan. The Qi clan immortals inside the immortal goo house were shocked. But immediately, the immortal goo house shined with dazzling golden light. Ripples appeared on the surface of the immortal goo house, forming a whirlpool that sucked Great Thief Ghost Hand in. At the next moment, the whirlpool vanished, the ripples vanished as Feng Yuan grunted. He lost contact with Great Thief Ghost Hand. Bright light flashed in his eyes, as expected of a top 10 immortal goo house, Great Space Temple. Qi clan had 2 immortal goo houses. They were not ordinary. Great Space Temple was stronger. It could match rank 8 goo immortals. From the outside, it looked like it was made of marble. It was pure white. It had a domed roof with golden edges. It seemed to be emitting sunlight. It was gorgeous and gave people a feeling of warmth and hope. In the 500 years of Feng Yuan's previous life, during the 5 regions' chaotic war, super forces fought against each other. The world was in chaos. Immortal goo houses were frequently mobilized to fight against each other. Because of the abundant battle achievements, people had a clear understanding of the strength of immortal goo houses. They created a ranking of immortal goo houses. And Qi clan's Great Space Temple was on the ranking. It was at the 9th place. It was no small matter. It had an extremely famous move called Shifting Space. It could trap rank 8 goo immortals. When the Celestial Court attacked Southern Border, this house trapped 4 rank 7s and 2 rank 8s. It had incredible battle achievements. I'm afraid my Great Thief Ghost Hand was trapped in Shifting Space. I lost contact with it. However, using Shifting Space has a high price. It needs time to activate. Why is the other party so sensitive? They seem to have prepared for it? Feng Yuan's mind was filled with thoughts. He quickly sensed something amiss. There really is such a theft path move. Feng Demon is getting harder to deal with. Thankfully, we were prepared. In the end, I still have to rely on the Celestial Court's intelligence. This time, it was really timely. If Feng Yuan really succeeds and steals the immortal goo in the immortal goo house, wouldn't that be disastrous? Qi clan's goo immortals felt lingering fear but also joy. Charge. Prepare the killer move Great Universe Space at any time to deal with Demon Feng's theft path methods. But be careful, Feng Yamo has a defensive killer move formed by Reverse Flow River. Rumble, under the control of Qi clan's immortals, rank 8 immortal goo house Great Space Temple erupted with fierce attacks, rapidly suppressing Feng Yuan. As Feng Yuan retreated, he probed his mind into the jewel yellow skies. The next moment, his heart trembled slightly. Just as he had expected, the Celestial Court in jewel yellow skies had already hung up a projection, replaying the scene of Feng Yuan's battle. Among them, the crucial scene of him using Great Thief Ghost Hand to deal with Feng Jioge was also included. Not just that, the Celestial Court had also publicized the results of many deductions. They did not need to be bought with money. The contents of these deductions were all related to Feng Yuan, revealing his secrets. Jewel Yellow Skies was already in an uproar. The whole of the 5 regions goo immortal world was alarmed. They were discussing Feng Yuan's goo worms, killer moves, and others. They were filled with envy and jealousy towards the resources that Feng Yuan possessed. This move was too ruthless. Information about goo immortals was very important. Many times, once immortal goo or killer moves were exposed, the goo immortal would be easily targeted by others. Like now, Great Thief Ghost Hand was not only defended against by Qi clan's goo immortals, it was even taken into Great Universe Space. In the future, they would definitely research this Great Thief Ghost Hand and use it to deduce more weaknesses of Feng Yuan's move. If they were not prepared, if Feng Yuan succeeded, he might be able to steal the immortal goo. Feng Yuan would be able to make a huge profit and gain the upper hand. Feng Yuan had used Jewel Yellow Skies to spread the news of him beating up Thunder Ghost True Monarch. It greatly affected the Celestial Court's authority. Now, the Celestial Court was giving him a taste of his own medicine, using the same method to deal with Feng Yuan. I have Great Thief Ghost Hand. Fairy Myrtle is probably very worried that I will use this move to steal other people's immortal goo and strengthen myself. Since she can split her attention and do this, the battle over at Xianxia Blessed Land is probably over already. Feng Yuan's heart shuddered. He wanted the Celestial Court to fight to the death with Longevity Heaven. It would be best if Xianxia Blessed Land was destroyed. But both sides were shrewd people. They would not make such a stupid move. I'm afraid the Celestial Court is retreating. After all, in order to resist Xianxia Blessed Land's methods earlier, be it Fairy Myrtle or Chen Yi, they were all injured. After the battle with me, Feng Jioge lost most of his battle strength. Thunder Ghost True Monarch also died. Longevity Heaven has the help of Land Spirit of Xianxia, it has the home advantage. Another thing that Fan Yuan noticed was that Princess Impatience's identity as a traitor was not exposed in this matter. Princess Impatience is likely to be hiding near Loosetail Ridge, waiting for a good opportunity. It seems that the Celestial Court is well prepared. Even without Princess Impatience's help, they would have escaped safely. Fan Yuan was not foolish enough to expose Princess Impatience's identity. The Celestial Court knew that Fan Yuan was an otherworldly demon who had been reborn, but they did not know that Princess Impatience's identity had already been exposed to Fan Yuan. Right now, I have no evidence to accuse Princess Impatience. Actually, even if I have solid evidence, Princess Impatience is a rank 8 Gu immortal, Longevity Heaven will have to spend a lot of effort to deal with them. Without sufficient preparation, they might escape. Fan Yuan had to make good use of this weakness, he might be able to gain huge benefits from it in the future. Throwing it out now was just to vent his anger. Those who achieved great things needed to be able to take all kinds of risks, they needed to be shrewd. How could they do something senseless because of their emotions? However, I will not let you off easily either. Fan Yuan snickered internally as he took action, sending a video into Jewel Yellow Skies. This video showed the Celestial Court activating Star Cast, sending several rank 8 Gu immortals deep into Xianxia Blessed Land. Like a huge rock, this video was thrown into the surging waves of public opinion, creating a huge commotion. The Celestial Court had such a method? Like Fan Yuan's fixed immortal travel, it had a huge advantage in battle tactics that affected the overall strategy. Other than Central Continent, the Gu immortals of the 4 regions, as well as the leaders of the super forces, all felt a chill in their hearts. Their wariness towards the Celestial Court increased by countless folds. Goodbye. Fan Yuan smiled as he waved at Great Space Temple. At the next moment, he used the chance to activate fixed immortal travel and escape successfully. Rank 7 fixed immortal travel was too useful. Great Space Temple did not have an immortal battlefield. Even if it had an immortal battlefield killer move, Fan Yuan would not be trapped easily. Actually, even if he got trapped, many immortal battlefields could not capture fixed immortal travel. Unless it was an extremely high level 1 or targeted fixed immortal travel, it would be troublesome for Fan Yuan to get trapped. At the next moment, Jade light flickered as Fan Yuan left the battlefield, arriving near Qi Clan's 3rd resource point. Windflame Mountain. This mountain had countless parasol trees with fiery maple leaves. The entire area was red. There were many birds and almost no beasts, only a few fire phoenixes were in the parasol forest. Sensing Fan Yuan's ferocious intent, these phoenixes raised their heads and looked at Fan Yuan fearlessly, giving off an inviolable aura. This was a huge resource point. Even super forces could not have too many of them. It was also one of Qi Clan's main sources of income. Old demon Fan Yuan actually came here. The one guarding this place was a Qi Clan rank 7. He immediately activated the Immortal Formation's defense while reporting to the clan, requesting for reinforcements. If I take down this resource point, Qi Clan will really suffer a loss. Hee hee. Fan Yuan snickered as he charged down like a meteor. With a loud sound, the Immortal Formation did not budge. The defense of a huge resource point was much tighter than a medium or large resource point. Fan Yuan stabilized his body, his gaze flickered as he deduced rapidly in his mind, while his killer moves were unleashed like cheap fireworks. This scoundrel Fan Yuan is so crafty. Receiving this news, Qiqiu was furious. He could not sit still anymore. He left and went to reinforce the clan. Windflame Mountain was a special resource point. Other than raising phoenixes, it would attract many wild phoenixes at certain times of the year to lay eggs. Once Windflame Mountain suffered a huge change, the wild phoenixes might choose another location. Qi Clan would suffer huge losses. And Windflame Mountain was very far from Cloud Bamboo Mountain range. Qiqiu was the closest to it. Thus, even though Qi Clan's first Supreme Elder had already set up a formation within a formation at Plunder Shadow Earth Trench, he had to give up on the idea of waiting. He went to Fan Yuan to save his clan's assets. By the time he arrived, Fan Yuan had already dismantled most of Windflame Mountain's formation. Many ancient fire phoenixes had also died in battle, and Fan Yuan had collected 3 of them. Fan Yuan, you scoundrel, don't leave if you have the guts. Qiqiu glared and shouted. You are in such a hurry to see me, it seems you are courting death. Qiqiu sneered. Its first Supreme Elder, we are saved. The Qi clan Gu immortal guarding Phoenix Flame Mountain felt assured as he cheered. I have been waiting for you. I wonder if you are interested in the Dream Path research results in my hands? Fang Yuan suddenly transmitted. Qi Qiyu was slightly stunned. At the next moment, Fang Yuan pointed as a mortal killer move Yama battlefield formed, including Qi Qiyu. Qi Qiyu was slightly shocked but he quickly calmed down, he even sized up the battlefield calmly. This is the battlefield that trapped Feng Jioge? Fang Yuan laughed. Senior Qi, you are saying that this is the immortal battlefield that Fairy Myrtle unraveled? Celestial Court not only exposed Fang Yuan's great thief ghost hand and other information in jewel yellow skies, they even exposed Fairy Myrtle's understanding of Yama battlefield and the method to unravel it. Thus, with this as a reference, Qi Qiyu was not worried about his safety. He was not anxious at all. He was a formation path great grandmaster, he could wait for reinforcements in Yama battlefield. But Fang Yuan had limited time. If he was stalled by Qi Qiyu, the other southern border righteous path Gu immortals would have a chance to surround him, he would be in danger. There were no invincible Gu in the world, only invincible Gu immortals. Fixed immortal travel could be countered in many aspects. In comparison, Qi Qiyu's biggest headache was that after Fang Yuan escaped, he would continue to attack Qi clan's resource points. This was a huge problem. Senior Qi, take a look at this. Fang Yuan tossed over an information path mortal Gu. Qi Qiyu inspected it and saw that it was an information path mortal Gu. He looked into it and his gaze shined. This information path mortal Gu recorded information regarding the formation that Qi clan had set up on Wind Flame Mountain. As an array master and with the help of the light of wisdom, it was not difficult for Fang Yuan to deduce all this. Qi Qiyu instantly understood Fang Yuan's meaning. According to the information path mortal Gu, Fang Yuan could have destroyed the immortal formation protecting Phoenix Flame Mountain, but he purposely held back and lured Qi Qiyu over. Qi Qiyu nodded slightly. You are indeed a genius. Your formation path attainment is so deep. No wonder that child Qishang approves of you. Formation addict Qishang was a rising star of Qi clan. Qi Qiyu thought highly of him and believed that he would become a formation path great grandmaster in the future. Previously, when Fang Yuan disguised as Wu Yihai, he interacted with Qishang and established a good relationship with him. Later on, when Fang Yuan's identity was exposed and he was being hunted everywhere, Qishang also publicly announced that he had drawn a line between him and Fang Yuan, becoming mortal enemies. Fang Yuan laughed and looked at Qi Qiyu with a burning gaze. If I tell Senior Qi that my formation path attainment came from a dream state, what would Senior think? Oh? Is that true? Qi Qiyu was moved. He sized up Fang Yuan again as he asked with a doubtful tone, you really want to make a deal with me? Fang Yuan retorted, why would I not want to make a deal with you? I need dream realms, but southern borders dream realms all have defensive formations, they are all created by Qi clan. I am willing to use my dream path attainment to exchange for Qi clan's cooperation. To show my sincerity, please take a look at this. Fang Yuan threw out an information path mortal Gu. Qi Qiyu received it and his eyes shined with bright light. He subconsciously tightened his grip on the information path mortal Gu, afraid that it would fly away. The information regarding Dream Path had an unparalleled temptation to Qi Qiyu. He could not help but delve into it and quickly finished reading the contents. When he raised his head and looked at Fang Yuan again, the expression on his face had changed again. This scoundrel Fang Yuan, as expected of someone who inherited Shadow Sect and used Spring-Autumn Cicada to rebirth. The Dream Path content that he casually threw out has already far surpassed the sum of our southern border righteous path's hard work. Furthermore, the content here is clearly only a small portion, there is more to it than meets the eye, there are even some things that are not explained clearly, they are just vague. Thinking of this, Qi Qiyu's heart pounded. He could not help but be moved, the temptation that Fang Yuan threw out was simply too huge. Currently, the Gu Immortal world recognized that Dream Path was the future trend of development. Not only would Dream Path be created, it would become prosperous and even produce great Dream Immortal Venerable. Thus, be they super forces or rank 8 Gu Immortals, they all understood the importance of Dream Path, they were all exploring dream realms and trying to go further than others in this path. Whoever gave up on pursuing the Dream Path would be eliminated by the upcoming Grand Era. Like how Great Thief Demon Venerable created Theft Path, reckless savage demon venerable created transformation path, primordial origin immortal venerable created chi path. In the long history of humanity, countless historical facts had proven this point. However, everything was difficult at the beginning, especially now that dream path was just a concept. No matter who explored dream realms, they would have to pay a huge price and gain little results. Precisely because he understood this, Qiqiu understood the importance of this information path mortal goo in his hands. If he threw it out, all the super forces in the world would fight over it, even if they had to fight to the death for it, they would not hesitate. Qiqiu caressed the mortal goo in his hands as he stared at Feng Yuan with a sharp gaze. You are sincere indeed, but there are so many righteous path forces in southern border, why do you want to make a deal with me? Feng Yuan laughed heartily. I have interacted with Qi Shang before, I also had information from Shadow Sect and Wu Clan, I have some understanding of Qi Clan. Qi Bang is your son, but he is lacking in ability to become the first Supreme Elder, thus he needs the help of Qi Shang, a future formation path great grandmaster. Senior Qi, your lifespan is limited, if you die in the future, there will be chaos, will Qi Bang be able to protect Qi Clan? You. Qiqiu's expression turned grim, killing intent leaked out of him without concealment. Feng Yuan did not seem to notice it. But even Qiqiu had to admit that Feng Yuan was right. Southern border's earth veins were in turmoil, similar situations were happening in the other 4 regions. People like Qiqiu had already sensed many things about the future chaos. Qiqiu had used many lifespan extension methods, lifespan goo were no longer effective on him, he had been preparing for a rainy day, long ago, he had started preparing for his son's ascension. Even though he knew that Qi Bang was not talented enough, as a father, he had his own personal feelings. But he could not just focus on his personal feelings. If Qi Clan was destroyed by Qi Bang, even if Qiqiu died, he would not be able to rest in peace. And if Qi Clan was destroyed, how could Qi Bang be fine? Precisely so, his Qi Clan needed Feng Yuan's dream path research results even more. With this, Qi Clan would not only be able to protect themselves in the future, they would even be able to follow the tides of the new era and become an even stronger super force. Ha ha ha. Qiqiu suddenly laughed loudly, as if his expression and killing intent had never appeared before. He looked at Feng Yuan, shaking his head. Feng Yuan, you are indeed the #1 demonic lord of the 5 regions. I have only learned of your abilities today, no wonder the Celestial Court and Wu Clan were helpless against you. I, Qiqiu, will accept this transaction. Feng Yuan nodded. Qiqiu's response was within his expectations, it was not surprising. Qiqiu was the leader of a righteous path force, while Feng Yuan was a demon that everyone wanted to kill. They actually made a transaction? This was quite unimaginable. But actually, everyone had different concepts of righteous path and demonic path. The true essence was that the righteous path had vested benefits, while the demonic path was not like that. Look at Qi Clan, they had so many resource points, they had to promote the benefits of righteous path, saying that evil could not prevail over righteousness, they had to maintain peace and stability. Meanwhile, demonic path goo immortals needed to get stronger in order to deal with calamities and tribulations, and they needed cultivation resources to get stronger. They did not have these resources, what could they do? They could only kill, plunder, steal, and swindle. Everything was for the sake of benefits. Precisely because of this, what was so strange about Qiqiu agreeing to Feng Yuan's transaction? Both sides took what they needed, they were just moving towards benefits. After the transaction was settled, Feng Yuan deactivated the immortal battlefield, he pretended to be defeated and escaped in a panic. Even though Qiqiu won, he let Feng Yuan escape, his expression was not good. In the following days, he made arrangements to defend himself, he was very careful and guarded against Feng Yuan's revenge. We must eliminate this Feng Yuan. He dares to openly attack my righteous path's great formation, truly audacious to the extreme. Luo family's grand elder roared. Our clan's goo immortals have sacrificed themselves, this demon. Feng Yuan has already stained our blood twice, we must make him pay the price. Ho clan's first supreme elder's tone was deep and filled with hatred. Yao clan's first supreme elder sighed, we have to deal with Feng Yuan, but he is not an ordinary demonic path goo immortal. His identity was very complicated, not only was he an otherworldly demon, he also had the spring-autumn cicada, he had been reborn from the future, destroyed 88 Point Jinyang Tower, not only did he possess Giant Sun's true inheritance, he also inherited Spectral Soul's true inheritance, becoming the current sect leader of the Shadow Sect, and even received a lot of funding from Langya Blessed Land. Even though the Celestial Court of Zhongzhou State had repeatedly put him on the wanted list and hunted him down, he was still at large and wreaking havoc in the world. Moreover, he had become stronger and stronger after each battle. His strength had progressed rapidly beyond common sense. To be honest, he really has the aura of the Demon Lord when he was young. Humph. In the future, there would only be Great Dream Immortal Venerable, there would not be Great Dream Demon Venerable. Yao Clan, are you afraid? Xia Clan's first Supreme Elder immediately mocked. The Yao family's first Supreme Elder sneered, I'm just stating the facts. If he wanted to get rid of Feng Yuan, he had to face this fact. Just like how your Xia family lost to my Yao family. You. The Xiao clan's first Supreme Elder was furious. Recently, the earth veins had been moving, causing large amounts of cultivation resources to surface from the depths of the earth. This attracted Southern Border's Righteous Path, Demonic Path, and loose cultivators to fight over them. Naturally, there would be many conflicts during the competition. Not long ago, the Xiao clan was ambushed by the Yao clan and suffered a great loss. However, the Yao clan also paid a hefty price. Thus, the conversation between the two sides was filled with anger. Alright, the purpose of our discussion this time is not to bicker with one another, but to discuss how to deal with Feng Yuan. If Feng Yuan continues to plunder like this, what should we do? At this moment, Shang clan's first Supreme Elder spoke with a calm tone. There was silence. Shang clan had always maintained a neutral stance and was most skilled at trading. They had connections with Gu immortals of all clans. Thus, when Shang clan's first Supreme Elder spoke, everyone else had to show some respect. After a long time, the Ba family's first Supreme Elder broke the silence. The thief Feng Yuan must have grasped a way to explore dreams and obtained great benefits. Otherwise, back then, why would he try so many ways to impersonate Qingwu Yihai and sneak into our righteous path? This time, when he broke through the great formation of the Plunder Shadow Earth Trench and swept away all the dream realms, it proved this point even more clearly. I wonder what Wu Clan's Supreme Grand Elder thinks of this matter. Wu Clan's first Supreme Elder was none other than Wu Yihai's brother, Wu Yong. Wu Clan had been occupying the throne of the righteous path for a long time, and Ba Clan had been secretly coveting it. Unfortunately, Wu Yong erupted and revealed the clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo building, destroying Ba Clan's plans and allowing Wu Clan to defend their throne. But the Ba Clan would not let go of such a small opportunity. Wu Yong was silent for a while before speaking. Feng Yuan is a scoundrel, everyone has the right to punish him. Yesterday, he plundered Qi Clan's resources, tomorrow, he could suddenly appear at any place. Our resources and even our Gu immortals and clansmen might all fall victim to him. Wu Yong spoke plainly, but he also pointed out that dealing with Feng Yuan was the responsibility of everyone in Southern Border's righteous path. It was impossible for Ba Clan or anyone else to make our Wu Clan take the lead and put in a lot of effort. Hearing Wu Yong's words, many people frowned. Wu Yong and Wu Duxiu's styles were very different. If it were Wu Duxiu, she would definitely be the first to bear the brunt of the responsibility. This was Wu Clan's strength of character. But Wu Yong cowered at this moment, as if the humiliation that Feng Yuan gave to Wu Clan did not exist. Ba Clan's first Supreme Elder did not want to let Wu Yong off so easily. He said, the reason why it is so troublesome to deal with this demon Feng Yuan is because he has fixed immortal travel immortal Gu. I wonder if Wu Clan's first Supreme Elder has any good methods to restrain fixed immortal travel. Wu Yong smiled bitterly. I am ashamed, Wu Clan does not have any good methods. I, Wu Yong, cannot compare to my mother. I can only defend my gains but not be aggressive enough. In my opinion, the Gu formation that Qi Clan's first Supreme Elder set up earlier was indeed effective. Even though Feng Yuan broke it, he was able to stall for a lot of time. Why don't we ask Qi Clan's first Supreme Elder to set up an immortal formation for our resources? At least when Feng Yuan attacks, we can stall for some time. Qi Clan's first Supreme Elder Qi Qiyu quickly said, I am ashamed. The immortal formation that I set up was broken by Feng Yuan time and time again. I am afraid I will not live up to your expectations. Wu Yong smiled. Qi Clan's first Supreme Elder, no need to be humble. Fang Yuan did not break through your clan's Wind Flame Mountain. The Immortal Formation at Plunder Shadow Earth Trench also blocked Fang Yuan's attack. But Fang Yuan's formation path attainment level is not low, even your clan's formation fanatic was once on good terms with him, everyone knows this. Wu Yong's words had a deeper meaning. Qiqiu snorted coldly in his heart, but did not reply, he remained silent. Southern Border's super forces had a lot of resource points in their hands. If Qiqiu wanted to set up the immortal formations one by one, how long would that take? And most importantly, this was a sensitive matter. Resource points were the exclusive property of each clan. If the defensive measures of these places were left to outsiders, each clan would feel uncomfortable. Among the clans now, only Qi clan was robbed by Fang Yuan. They did not feel any pain, they also did not have the strong intention to ask Qiqiu for help. Qiqiu understood this, so he did not speak. Wu Yong saw that Qiqiu was silent, he could not speak now. At this time, Tai clan's first Supreme Elder said excitedly, "Actually, Wu clan's first Supreme Elder's method is the correct way to deal with the problem of Fang Yuan, but it is only half correct. Qi clan's first Supreme Elder's immortal formation can block Fang Yuan for some time. At this time, if there is a beacon tower of our Tai clan, we can move it in time and block Fang Yuan, we can surround and kill him. With the two together, Fang Yuan will not be a problem." At this moment, the Gu immortals became even more silent. Beacon towers were Tai clan's immortal Gu houses, their strongest aspect was similar to Western Desert's myriadly silk corridor. Every beacon tower could teleport Gu immortals between them. If many beacon towers were placed together, they could even teleport rank 8 Gu immortals. Tai clan's first Supreme Elder's plan was not wrong. In fact, Tai clan had been trying to set up beacon towers in different areas of southern border. However, such an arrangement posed a huge threat to the other superpowers. Thus, all the forces had been resisting Tai clan's plan to set up beacon towers. Right now, Tai clan's first Supreme Elder used this chance to push for their own beacon towers. The leaders of the clans did not agree, they remained silent, expressing their rejection. "I have another idea." After a long while, Shang clan's first Supreme Elder spoke. After 15 minutes, this discussion between the leaders of southern borders. Righteous path forces came to an end. Under the moonlight, Qiqiu stopped using his killer move, he flew in the sky on a thick cloud with an eerie gaze. Southern Border's Gu immortal world was full of factions to begin with, they all had their own conflicts. Recently, the movement of the earth veins brought benefits, but it also stimulated more conflicts. This made the various superpowers even angrier. Ignoring the internal conflicts, just look at Qi clan, which was attacked by Fang Yuan all over the place, from start to finish, no other force helped them. After flying for a while, Qiqiu's vision changed, he landed in an immortal battlefield. He was not nervous at all, because this was Yama's battlefield. This meeting with Fang Yuan was something that they had agreed on. "These are for you." Fang Yuan tossed out several pure dream reality seeker physique bodies and an information path mortal Gu. "Where are my things?" "I brought them." Qiqiu took out a large number of immortal Yuan stones, as well as many immortal materials that were categorized. There was also an information path mortal Gu that recorded the formation path inheritance. Both sides quickly inspected the goods and handed them over before separating. But Qiqiu frowned slightly, while Fang Yuan had a smile on his face. "Qi clan's first Supreme Elder, if there is a chance in the future, I will transact with you again." Before leaving, Fang Yuan transmitted. "How will you contact me?" "You will know when the time comes." The two quickly retreated, they were extremely vigilant, no one knew about this transaction from start to finish. The contents of this Gu worm are still lacking, this shows that Fang Yuan has a lot of dream path research results. But after obtaining these and the dream realms, I have already far surpassed the other super forces of southern border. Qiqiu looked at the dream realms in his immortal aperture as he sighed internally. Thinking of Fang Yuan, his gaze turned dark, this scoundrel Fang Yuan clearly wants to cooperate with me. After all, he wants to know about the formation at Etion Mountain. I might as well cooperate with him and try to obtain more dream path research results, then use southern border's righteous path to plot against him and eliminate him. Qiqiu and Fang Yuan's transaction was purely for benefits. Right now, he wanted to plot against Fang Yuan, it was also for benefits. After all, if Fang Yuan sold these dream path research results to other super forces, Qi Clan's advantage would be gone. It would be a huge loss to their own benefits. Even though I gave Qi Clan a few dream realms this time, I already have a lot of time path dream realms. Next, I need to cultivate quietly and increase my time path attainment level. Fang Yuan was also thinking and scheming. Qi Clan had dream path methods, they naturally needed some private dream realms for them to explore. Even though there was a huge dream realm at Etian Mountain, under everyone's watchful eyes, there was no guarantee that nothing would go wrong, the risk was too high. On one hand, Fang Yuan needed to facilitate this transaction, on the other hand, he did not want Qi Clan to be exposed. I successfully attacked Plunder Shadow Earth Trench this time. Southern Border's righteous path will definitely plot against me. Even though fixed immortal travel is good, it is countered. Not mentioning the foundation of Southern Border's righteous path, with the close relationship between Wu Yong and Celestial Court might interfere. So I need to lie low for now. Actually, Fang Yuan could use his dream path research results to find any super force and turn them into allies, conducting transactions. But there was a reason why Fang Yuan chose Qi Clan. The most important reason was that in the chaotic era 500 years ago, Qi Clan was a resolute force that resisted the invasion of Celestial Court. In his previous life, Wu Clan was also like this, but in this life, Wu Yong actually obtained many immortal goo of Southern Border's righteous path from Celestial Court. This was something that Fang Yuan had always kept in mind, he could not forget. The moon was bright outside the window, while the candlelight in the study room was slightly cold. Wu Yong was pacing around in the study room. He had many worries in his heart, he could not put them down. Right now, Wu Yong had rank 8 cultivation, he held authority in Wu Clan, he brought clear jade dripping wine tiny bamboo building and helped Wu Clan get through this crisis. He also asked for the immortal goo of Southern Border's righteous path from the Celestial Court, his reputation was unparalleled. During this period of time, he worked hard to nurture goo immortal seeds, making Wu Clan prosper day by day. What was there for him to worry about? Fang Yuan, he disguised as Wu Yihai, even deceiving Wu Yong, he cheated Wu Clan of many resources and even immortal goo. Not only did he make Wu Clan run around in circles, even Wu Yong's pursuit had no results. Fang Yuan was like a thorn in Wu Yong's heart, every time Wu Yong thought of him, his heart would feel a stab of pain, he would feel humiliation, anger, and hatred. This time, Fang Yuan was active in Southern Border, destroying Plunder Shadow Earth Trench's formation and seizing dream realms. Wu Yong looked calm, but his heart was already bleeding profusely from this thorn. Shang Clan's first Supreme Elder's method can indeed deal with Fang Yuan's fixed immortal travel. But Wu Yong frowned, he paced around as he shook his head. He felt it was not reliable. Could this method really get rid of Fang Yuan? He thought of how he had allied with Southern Border's righteous path forces to pursue Fang Yuan, but there was no result. He then thought of how the Celestial Court had tried to capture him, but Fang Yuan was still free. Now that Southern Border's righteous path had joined forces, could they deal with Fang Yuan? Wu Yong shook his head. He had to admit, on one hand, he was somewhat wary of Fang Yuan. This demon Fang Yuan, every time he appeared, his strength would increase by leaps and bounds, he could not be estimated with common sense. On the other hand, Wu Yong was not confident in the entire Southern Border righteous path. Wu Clan was the leader of Southern Border's righteous path, Wu Yong grew up under Wu Du Shou's nurturing, how could he not see the flaws of Southern Border's righteous path? Everyone had their own thoughts, and there were many different factions and conflicts. Unless it was absolutely necessary, there wouldn't be a unified leader. Even if it was the Wu Clan, even if Wu Du Shou was alive and working with Wu Yong, they would not be able to assume the leadership position. Wu Yong could completely imagine that on the day of the operation, Southern Border's righteous path Gu immortals would definitely be on guard against each other, they would shirk responsibility, retreat when there was danger, and fight for benefits. How could such a team deal with the cunning Fang Yuan, especially now? Only the Qi family had suffered from Fang Yuan's plunder. The other families didn't feel any pain, and the earth veins were also moving, competing to seize the essence of the earth veins. How could the families truly spend their strength on Fang Yuan? Perhaps Fang Yuan has noticed this as well. So this time, he is only plundering Qi family's resources. Wu Yong's heart sank. From this point, it could be seen that he wanted nothing more than for Fang Yuan to plunder and incur the wrath of everyone. But it was a pity that Fang Yuan was still so cunning, he only offended Qi family. If Wu Yong knew that Fang Yuan not only robbed Qi family, but also secretly made a deal with Qi family to set up southern border for the future 5 regions chaotic war and target the Celestial Court, who knew what he would think. After pacing around for a while, Wu Yong finally made up his mind. I need to contact the Celestial Court and use the Celestial Court to eliminate Fang Yuan as soon as possible. It was a difficult decision to make. Even though this was a wise decision, after all, the enemy of an enemy was a friend, it violated a taboo. The 5 regions, other than Eastern Sea, were very xenophobic, southern border was especially so. If southern border's forces and Gu immortals knew that Wu Yong was contacting other regions' forces and using them to interfere in southern border's matters, he would definitely be condemned. The surging public opinion would drown Wu Yong, even if he was Wu clan's first supreme elder with rank 8 cultivation level. It could be said that Wu Yong was taking a huge risk by doing this. Once it was exposed, Wu clan's current advantageous situation would be greatly ruined. Oh? Wu Yong contacted me? I'm afraid it is because of that demon Fang Yuan. Fairy Myrtle was recuperating, but seeing that Wu Yong contacted her, she smiled and immediately replied. Wu Yong had a special status, he was Wu clan's first supreme elder, even if there was no effect, just the cooperation itself was a form of restriction on him. After a few words, Wu Yong went straight to the main topic, talking about Fang Yuan. Fairy Myrtle thought, as expected. Fang Yuan has fixed immortal travel, and after I exposed all his trump cards in jewel yellow skies, Wu Yong is even more wary, he is willing to take the risk to eliminate Fang Yuan. Celestial Court's situation was not good recently. Not long ago, they attacked Xianxia Blessed Land for the second time, but they did not achieve any of their goals. Wisdom Gu was taken away by Fang Yuan escaped, Xianxia Blessed Land was protected by Longevity Heaven, but Celestial Court's Thunder Ghost True Monarch died in battle. Chen Yi, Fairy Myrtle, and Feng Jioge were all heavily injured, they were recuperating now. But even so, when Fairy Myrtle learned of Wu Yong's intentions, she agreed without hesitation. Fang Yuan had to be eliminated, even if he had rank 7 fixed immortal travel, there were ways to counter this Gu. Even if they could not eliminate Fang Yuan, as long as they kept pressuring him and making him unable to develop himself, it would be a success for Celestial Court. Fang Yuan's growth speed is too terrifying. This is the result of Providence's continuous influence and many setbacks. Every once in a while, when he shows up again, he will have shocking improvements. Even if we cannot kill him, we need to make sure he has no time to cultivate. If he has any new methods, we need to force him to use all of his trump cards. Fairy Myrtle was even more wary of Fang Yuan now. In order to chase after Fang Yuan, Fairy Myrtle had put in so much effort, Xianxia Blessed Land was almost taken down by her now. But what about Fang Yuan? He was still at large, even though Celestial Court still had the absolute advantage. Be it Fate Gu's restoration, Great Dream Immortal Venerable's nurturing, or Spectral Soul's imprisonment, they were all advantages that Fang Yuan could not match. However, deep in Fairy Myrtle's heart, she started to feel fear and unease. This fear was almost inexplicable, but it was fear. Fear and unease caused by Fang Yuan. This time, Southern Border's righteous path is working together to deal with Fang Yuan, this is a chance. Even if I disregard my injuries, I will use all my strength to kill Fang Yuan and get rid of this problem. Fairy Myrtle's eyes shone with determination. Southern Border's righteous path was conspiring against Fang Yuan. Because of Wu Yong's initiative, Celestial Court had already interfered before the operation even started, hiding behind the scenes. It was easy to imagine that once Celestial Court made a move, it would be an earth-shattering blow. But it was a pity that Fang Yuan had already expected this. After transacting with Qi Chuyu, he went into hiding, wholeheartedly exploring dream realms. This was a time-path dream realm. In this dream realm, Fang Yuan had turned into an old man, he was the dream realm's main character, he had rank 4 cultivation. Right now, he was surrounded by 5 or 6 Gu masters with unfriendly expressions. Lord Bai Lian, this is the advance payment for the treatment, please come with us. The leading Gu master also had rank 4 cultivation, he looked at Fang Yuan and said threateningly. Fang Yuan first inspected the Gu worms in his aperture, they were all time path Gu worms, but they were good at support and had no healing ability. Thinking about it, Fang Yuan tried to refuse. I am only an ordinary time path Gu master, I am not a doctor. Aren't you making things difficult for me by inviting me like this? The other party replied as expected, just do as I say. Do you dare to refuse the request of my Central Continent's Ming tribe? We have already investigated your background, don't worry, since we are inviting you, we are interested in your ability, we know you have methods to cure Lord Ming Bai's illness. Let's go, do we need to invite you again? Then let's go. Please lead the way. Fang Yuan pretended to smile bitterly. Following these Gu masters, Fang Yuan quickly arrived at Jing tribe and saw the patient, Ming Bai. This person had a sallow complexion, he was as thin as a match, he was lying on the bed and groaning weakly. How did this happen? How did he get sick? Fang Yuan tried to ask. A servant at the side complained, my lord is usually strong like a tiger and runs like a wolf, to think that he would fall to this state. He was framed by that damned unscrupulous merchant and bought water-word Gu. That unscrupulous merchant said that with this Gu, he would be able to write beautiful essays like moving clouds and flowing water. Lord is usually brave, the other lords often say that he only has brute strength and no literary talent. Lord had this knot in his heart, thus he did not hesitate to pay a high price to buy water-word Gu, wanting to write beautiful essays that night. Is there a problem with this water-word Gu? Fang Yuan asked. The servant shook his head, then nodded. At first, there seemed to be no problem with that water-word Gu. Many articles came out one after another. Old Master was overjoyed and wrote 50 to 60 articles in one night. But in the morning, there was a problem. Lord had not even eaten breakfast when he suddenly had diarrhea. Diarrhea was like having diarrhea, and the scariest thing was, from morning to night, he had it for more than 20 times. Poor Lord, who had a strong physique, actually fell to such a miserable state in just one day. Fang Yuan came to a realization, and at the same time, he had an idea. Water-word Gu was not a problem, but if used too much, there would be problems, and no one could bear it. Going too far is as bad as not going far enough, this was common sense. Using Gu had its risks, falling to such a state was the result of one's own actions. Fang Yuan was no longer a newbie when it came to exploring dream realms, he had accumulated a lot of experience. At this point in Ming Bai's dream realm, Fang Yuan had a rough understanding of it. It wants me to use the time path Gu worms in my aperture to form a time path killer move to resolve Ming Bai's injuries. Ming Bai's injuries were caused by overuse of water path Gu. This time path killer move had to be used in the right way. Even though Fang Yuan had ordinary time path attainment level, he had Spectral Soul's true inheritance, Langya's true inheritance, and Heifan's true inheritance. Especially the latter, it was a huge help to Fang Yuan's current problem. This dream realm tested the explorer's knowledge, as well as the technique of combining killer moves. Of course, it was not so simple. Fang Yuan inspected carefully, he found that many of the time path mortal Gu in this aperture were unique to the dream realm, they did not exist in reality, or rather, they were not. Fang Yuan was not surprised. This was a dream realm after all, it was different from reality. If it were anyone else, even a time path great expert, they would have to try their luck. As for Fang Yuan, his luck had always been good. But now, he had a better choice. Immortal killer move, Unravel Dream. This move was not effective when Fang Yuan explored Thieving Heaven's dream realm. But now, because the dream realm was too small, it had an extraordinary effect. The correct choices in the Gu worms floated up slightly in the aperture, directly sending the correct answers to Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan had a plan in mind, he used these Gu worms to try it out. After 2 failures, he successfully activated the killer move and saved Ming Bai. This way, this dream realm was broken. His soul returned to the sovereign immortal body, Fang Yuan slowly opened his eyes. He was gratified to find that his time path attainment level had risen from ordinary to master. But his joy did not last long, his expression suddenly changed. At the same time, the immortal killer move Yama Emperor that was tightly wrapped around his soul suddenly expanded. Someone is deducing my location, they are quite skilled. Fang Yuan sneered. If this was before the battle at Xianxia, his current situation would be worrying. But right now, he had Yama Emperor's killer move, his ability to defend against deductions was enough to make the celestial quartz very myrtle helpless. Sure enough, after the other party deduced for a while, he could not unravel Yama Emperor's killer move. He paid a huge price, but his efforts were futile. Fang Yuan's Yama Emperor killer move slowly retracted, eventually turning into a simple layer of clothing that covered his soul. Fang Yuan's eyes flickered with a cold light. He quickly scanned the surroundings. Yama Emperor's aura was overflowing. In order to be absolutely safe, he decided to leave this place and not stay any longer. Fixed immortal travel was activated once again. Using it to travel was simply too convenient. At this moment, Fang Yuan moved from one end of southern border to the other. The distance between the two ends was unknown. Fang Yuan flew for a while before finding a gray valley shrouded in thick fog and concealed himself. My soul foundation is only at 30 million man soul. Fang Yuan calculated as he sighed. Activating Yama Emperor's killer move was a burden to Fang Yuan's soul. It would expend his soul foundation. Earlier, in order to resist the deduction of the mysterious enemy, Yama Emperor had expended over 1 million of Fang Yuan's soul foundation. This showed how powerful the person who made the deduction was. Earlier, Fang Yuan's soul foundation was far higher than 30 million man soul. But in the battle at Xianxia, Fang Yuan had expended a lot of his soul foundation. Don't forget, exploring dream realms would not expend his soul foundation, it would even cause great damage to the soul. If it were in the past, Fang Yuan could use his resources to raise his soul foundation again. But now, Fang Yuan's Danghun Mountain was still being repaired urgently, it could not be used yet. Without Danghun Mountain's continuous production of guts goo, Fang Yuan's stock of guts goo would not last for long. And to repair Danghun Mountain, I have been using landscape as before immortal goo. Even though Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's killer move Orderly is left on Danghun Mountain, landscape as before goo is only rank 6. This work has been expending my immortal essence intensely. Fang Yuan's immortal essence reserves were almost depleted because of this. Most of his abundant reserves had been expended in the intense battle at Xianxia. Celestial Quartz attack on Fang Yuan might not have killed him, but it was not in vain, it expended a lot of Fang Yuan's foundation. The lack of immortal essence was also the reason why Fang Yuan was willing to cooperate with Qi Chuyu and not fight head-on. Actually, Fang Yuan's sovereign immortal aperture was very rich in time path resources, time flowed very quickly, the immortal essence that he could condense far surpassed rank 7 goo immortals in the world. But Fang Yuan's expenditure was even faster, he could not replenish it with just himself. What was sustaining him during this period of time was the dragonfish business. The dragonfish business was making huge profits, batches of immortal yuan stones were coming in, Fang Yuan used these immortal yuan stones to replenish his immortal essence, greatly alleviating the problem of his immortal essence running out. Relying on the dragonfish business and guts goo, I can barely maintain it. When Danghun Mountain is repaired, everything will get better. With fixed immortal travel and omnidirectional travel, Fang Yuan was not afraid of others coming to find him. In fact, under the protection of Yama Emperor, it was very unlikely that they could deduce Fang Yuan's location. Fang Yuan decided to continue exploring Time Path Dream Realms. He had left a lot of Time Path Dream Realms and plunder Shadow Earth Trench. After setting up a goo formation for alerting, he immediately entered. On a snowy peak, an old man looked at Fang Yuan with his hands behind his back. "Kneel," the old man said plainly. Fang Yuan was slightly dazed, but soon, he did as the old man said. The old man's expression became solemn, he said in a low voice, "From now on, I will teach you our tribe's strongest killer move, Time Cutting Edge. Once this blade is used, it will never miss, it will hit its target and kill everyone who hits it. Only after you learn this move will you have hope of killing the enemy who exterminated our tribe." Yes. Fang Yuan heard this and had a thought. He suddenly had a feeling that he would have great gains in this dream realm exploration. As expected, the old man taught him the complete killer move Time Cutting Edge. This move was very complex, it was even more complex than the myriad self-killer move that Fang Yuan created, the steps were even more varied. What was even more ridiculous was that the activation time for this move was very short, it required hundreds of steps to be completed within 3 breaths of time. Otherwise, Fang Yuan would be the one to suffer the killer move's backlash. 3 breaths of time, how can that be possible? Even Fang Yuan felt that it was impossible. However, the old man's explanation was not over yet. Fang Yuan listened carefully. It turned out that the solution was to use another time path killer move to reduce time cutting edge's activation time to 3 breaths of time. That way, he would be able to reach the target. If Gu immortals of other paths used time path methods to accelerate killer moves, it would be like pouring oil on fire. It would only produce the opposite effect and cause the killer move's activation to fail, causing a backlash. But time cutting edge was a time path killer move to begin with. Using other time path killer moves, there were no conflicting down marks within them, they complemented each other. Time path dream realm. Fang Yuan had turned into a rank 6 Gu immortal with the appearance of a young man. His eyes were shut and his body was shrouded in specks of white light. As the white light around him increased, Fang Yuan's aura also continued to accumulate, becoming deeper and deeper. Suddenly, his body shook lightly, his aura became unstable. It was like a tall building collapsing and a deep pool leaking out. Guh. Fang Yuan opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. I failed again. He opened his eyes, bright light flickered in them. This was the 3rd time he had failed while practicing shrink time. This killer move that was used to assist time cutting edge was also a rank 6 immortal move. After 3 consecutive defeats, each time Fang Yuan was injured, his soul foundation would fall. Originally, he had 30 million man soul, but now, there were only 29,600,000 left. This was not Thieving Heaven's dream realm after all. If he was injured in Thieving Heaven's dream realm, his soul foundation would fall to a terrifying extent. Fang Yuan did not feel dejected, instead, his gaze was blazing, his fighting spirit surged. Ignoring everything else, just this shrink time killer move was very useful. It could not only be used to assist time cutting edge, it could also be used to assist other time path killer moves. After the exploration failed, Fang Yuan's soul left the dream realm and returned to the sovereign body to recuperate. Guts Gu. Fang Yuan took out Guts Gu and used them on himself. Earlier, Fang Yuan was rich and overbearing, but now, he was very careful with his Guts Gu. There were not many Guts Gu left. Fang Yuan planned to use them to heal his soul injuries. As for his soul path cultivation, he could only stop for now. In fact, not only would Fang Yuan's soul foundation remain stagnant, it would even fall a lot in the near future due to exploring dream realms. This was within expectations, there was no other way. Soul path cultivation was no longer the focus now. The most important thing was to go to the River of Time and take out Red Lotus True Inheritance. That was the wisest strategy. Fang Yuan had to explore it as soon as possible. Firstly, the longer it dragged on, the more variables there would be. After all, Fang Yuan's opponent was Celestial Court. Celestial Court's foundation was too deep. Who knew when another great expert would awaken? Celestial Court would definitely set up ambushes in the River of Time. As time passed, these ambushes would increase. Secondly, Fang Yuan hoped to use Red Lotus True Inheritance to resist Celestial Court and stop Celestial Court from repairing Fate Immortal Gu. This was his biggest hope now. However, if he were to plan for the worst, and the true teachings of the Red Lotus could not help him, then he would have to make other plans. Thus, if he obtained the true inheritance of Red Lotus's immortal, of Red Lotus, would be of Lotus of Red Lotus, Red Dragon. Of Im of the Mountain. Of Gu of Saint. Of Chen, Lotus. Of Chen of Gu of Sea. That was, when Danghun Mountain was repaired, everything would return to the right track. Other than this method, Fang Yuan did not have any good method to resolve these problems in a short period of time. Currently, Danghun Mountain had already been repaired by 30 to 40%, but the soul path down marks had not reached a qualitative change, thus it could not produce Guts Gu. After recuperating his soul, Fang Yuan entered the dream realm again. This time, he finally succeeded, completely activating shrink time. The previous 3 failures were not for naught, each failure pushed Fang Yuan closer to success. Fang Yuan had grasped time path killer move shrink time. Of course, it was still a problem whether or not he could use the time shrink technique that he had obtained in the dream in reality. After all, dream realms and reality were different. Fang Yuan was clear that shrink time's main content was correct. Even if there was a difference, as long as he used the light of wisdom and spent some time, he could deduce the correct version in reality. After reaching this step, this layer of Dream Realm was also successfully explored. The entire cultivation scene faded from Feng Yuan's vision. His time path attainment level started to rise rapidly, but soon stopped. I am still a time path master. However, compared to before, it has indeed risen by a large margin. It seems like I'm not too far away from becoming a grandmaster. In the second stage of the Dream Realm, Feng Yuan started to practice time cutting edge. This move was even more difficult, it was much more complicated than the killer move Miri itself. Feng Yuan calmed his mind and continued to practice. He soon felt dizzy, the thoughts in his mind were expended greatly, it was like a pool of stagnant water. Feng Yuan was extremely patient, he repeated the boring content over and over again, advancing towards the final victory. During the process, he was injured again. After leaving the Dream Realm and his soul returned to his body, Feng Yuan was shocked to find that not only did his soul foundation fall, even his lifespan was reduced by a little. Getting injured in this Dream Realm can actually reduce lifespan. Feng Yuan's heart jumped, this was a new discovery. But thankfully, he had a large number of lifespan goo, losing some lifespan was not a big deal. Of course, other goo immortals might not think so. Just like this, Feng Yuan was injured 4 more times, he finally managed to use time cutting edge once in the Dream Realm. Just one time was enough, it was not reality after all. The Dream Realm dissipated, Feng Yuan successfully entered the third stage. The old man appeared again. After 6 years, you finally grasped time cutting edge, not bad. But the true results will need to be tested in battle. Feng Yuan cupped his fists, please explain. The old man laughed heartily, rank 7 Gu Immortal Xianxia is that person's right-hand man, he is going to suppress the southern ancient desolate beast rampage, you should kill him. Feng Yuan frowned slightly, his identity in the Dream Realm only had rank 6 cultivation level, his foundation was not outstanding, how could he fight a rank 7, the only advantage he had was the killer move, time cutting edge. Before Feng Yuan could think further, the Dream Realm changed, flames started to burn around him. A person stood proudly in the sea of flames, staring at Feng Yuan with his triangular eyes, so you are a survivor of Bo Clan, humph, die. Just as he finished speaking, with a whoosh, dark red flames surged towards Feng Yuan like a huge wave. Feng Yuan quickly retreated, at the crucial moment, he activated the time path immortal goo in his immortal aperture. At the next moment, the flames engulfed him. Feng Yuan died in battle. The Dream Realm exploration failed, Feng Yuan dragged his heavily injured soul back to his body. The dream this time was really a bit of a trap. It attacked without warning, Feng Yuan had no chance to react. And other than time cutting edge, I can only use time path immortal goo, I don't know any other killer moves. Feng Yuan was very vexed. These time path immortal goo were all rank 6, how could they face the rank 7 goo immortal Xianxia alone? And his dark red flames were clearly a rank 7 killer move. It seems that I can only use time cutting edge to fight him. Feng Yuan thought about it and made up his mind. If this was a real battle, Feng Yuan would play safe. But this Dream Realm was different, it was different from reality. After resting for a while, Feng Yuan entered the Dream Realm again. Dark red flames surged towards him, Feng Yuan did not dodge, he activated the immortal killer move time cutting edge. A thin flying dagger materialized in an instant. The flying dagger shot out with a flash of light. Ah! What kind of killer move is this? Xianxia's face was filled with shock before he fell to the ground. The dark red flame swept towards him and burned him to ashes in an instant. Feng Yuan was also shocked. This killer move is amazing. To be able to kill a rank 7 so easily, and this Xianxia's entire body was protected. Even in the Dream Realm, such a feat. I'm afraid it is not bad in reality. Once Xianxia died, the Dream Realm dissipated. The Dream Realm finally reached the 4th stage. I have already killed Xianxia. Feng Yuan said. The old man stood in front of Feng Yuan, nodding slightly, it seems you have already trained time cutting edge to a high level. But you have only cultivated the rank 6 time cutting edge. Next, I will teach you the rank 7 killer move time cutting edge, listen carefully. Feng Yuan immediately calmed down and memorized it. Rank 7 killer moves were several times more complex and varied than the previous rank 6 killer moves. just listening to these steps, Fang Yuan's head was aching. This was the most complicated killer move he had ever seen, it was second to none. After the old man finished teaching, before leaving, he said to Fang Yuan, "Come and find me after you master this rank 7 killer move." Only Fang Yuan was left in the dream realm. It seems that the 4th stage of the dream realm still requires me to practice a killer move. Fang Yuan understood. Understanding this point, he buried himself in hard work, diligently practicing in the dream world. Even though the killer move was complex and difficult, Fang Yuan was very patient. His personality had already been forged into a piece of black steel by his previous life and this life. He was determined and stubborn. These small setbacks would not make him feel discouraged, he would not give up. Just as Fang Yuan was exploring the dream realm and practicing his killer move, inside the sovereign immortal aperture, Fang Yuan's time path clone was sitting in front of Wisdom Gu, using the light of wisdom to make deductions. After a while, he opened his eyes and muttered, "The formation's initial deduction is complete, next is time cutting edge." Speaking of which, it was quite strange. This time cutting edge killer move had extraordinary power, but why was there no record of it in Spectral Soul's true inheritance? After all, this time path dream realm originated from Spectral Soul. Logically speaking, Spectral Soul's true inheritance should contain the killer move time cutting edge. But the truth was, there was no such information in Spectral Soul's true inheritance that Fang Yuan inherited. You still haven't figured out Fang Yuan's location? The Xia clan's first supreme elder's face was gloomy. In front of him, a group of southern border Gu immortals fell into silence, their expressions were unsightly. Because Fang Yuan had previously destroyed the Plunder Shadow Earth Trench and snatched away all the dream realms, Southern Border's righteous path had joined hands and each of them sent out people to form a team dedicated to hunting down Fang Yuan. The leader of this team was the Xia clan's Grand Supreme Elder, Xianxia. Xiacha's hair was white, and her face was covered in layers of wrinkles. Although she was an old woman, her bearing was graceful, and she exuded an imposing aura. Her gaze swept over the crowd, intimidating everyone present. The southern border immortals all lowered their heads. Who among these people did not want to find Fang Yuan's whereabouts? But Fang Yuan had Yama Emperor's killer move protecting him, even the current Celestial Quartz Wisdom Path great expert Fairy Myrtle could not do anything to him. Not to mention these hastily formed southern border Gu immortals. Of course, southern border's righteous path's foundation was very deep, they could not be underestimated. These people did not have the ability to deduce Fang Yuan's whereabouts. They only needed a bit more clues, like Fang Yuan appearing again and attacking a certain resource point. As long as there were enough clues, with these people's various methods and cooperation, there was a high chance that they could break Yama Emperor's killer move. Yama Emperor's killer move might be strong, but it was always the same. If it was constantly deduced, it would be broken. Xiacha knew this, but that damn scoundrel Fang Yuan, after robbing Plunder Shadow Earth Trench, he has not appeared again. Xiacha felt some pressure internally. As long as Fang Yuan was not killed, as the leader, her prestige would continue to fall. In serious cases, the entire Xia clan would be affected. This demon Fang Yuan is holed up, he is definitely exploring the dream realms to reap benefits. We need to find him quickly and get rid of him, otherwise, as time passes, his strength will rise rapidly again. Xiacha said gloomily, "Everyone, if you have any trump cards, use them. I, Xiacha, will personally compensate you." The southern border immortals looked at each other, no one moved. Xiacha became more and more disappointed in her heart. She glanced around and looked at one of them. "I wonder what method fellow immortal Lu Hao has." Lu Hao was slightly stunned. He was tall and wore a green robe, he had a goatee and yellow skin, he was the representative of Wu clan. Because of the chaos earlier, Wu clan had sacrificed many Gu immortals, thus they had been recruiting external Gu immortals to become external supreme elders. Lu Hao was one of them. But in fact, his true identity was a central continent Gu immortal. He was secretly sent by Fairy Myrtle. Under Wu Yang's arrangement, he was placed in southern border's righteous path as an insider. Xiacha was familiar with the other Gu immortals, but she did not know much about Lu Hao. On the surface, Lu Hao was a secluded cultivator of southern border, he was not famous. Lu Hao reacted and shook his head with a bitter smile. "I am ashamed. I am powerless in this matter." The main thing is that we have too few clues, especially the crucial clues that are closely related to Feng Yuan. In my opinion, it is not that we are lacking in ability, it is just that even the cleverest housewife cannot cook without rice. That's right, that's right. Fellow immortal Lu Hao is right. Lu Hao's words immediately resonated with the people around him. Xiaoqiao was completely disappointed. She did not suspect Lu Hao of lying. After all, Wu Clan and Feng Yuan had enmity. What should we do now? Do we just wait like this? If that scoundrel Feng Yuan does not show up, are we going to do nothing and wait for him to show up? Xiaoqiao thought of this and felt a headache. But right at this time an unfamiliar voice suddenly resounded in the immortal's ears. I can help in this matter. Who is it? The immortals were shocked. Even Xiaoqiao stood up, her eyes shining with bright light as she stared at the newcomer. An unfamiliar Gu immortal with a stocky build and wearing a conical hat had somehow sneaked into the immortal formation. If not for his voice, the southern border immortals would not have sensed him. Who are you? The southern border immortals were on high alert, the atmosphere was extremely tense. Wait, you are. Tai Clan's representative's expression suddenly changed as he stopped the immortals. That's right, I am Lu Weiyin. The newcomer smiled lightly. Dream Realm. The old man nodded with a gratified expression, but his tone carried a trace of shock. You actually learned the rank 7 time cutting edge. Feng Yuan's expression was plain as he cupped his fists. I did not fail you. The old man nodded. It seems that you are quite talented in this move. Very good, our clan's revenge plan finally has a trace of hope. However, I still have a few things to warn you. Please advise me. First. The old man raised his right index finger. Rank 6 time cutting edge can kill rank 7 Gu immortals, but rank 7 time cutting edge cannot kill rank 8 Gu immortals. The difference between rank 7 and rank 8 is too huge. So even if you learn time cutting edge, don't go looking for enemies. You are only rank 6 now, if you go looking for them, you will be courting death. Second. The old man raised his right middle finger. Your cultivation level is only rank 6, it is very difficult for you to use rank 7 time cutting edge. Your focus from now on is to raise your cultivation level to rank 7 or even rank 8. When your cultivation level rises, you will be able to cultivate rank 8 time cutting edge. With a rank 8 killer move, you will have the ability to take revenge. Before that, you need to endure and endure. Southern border. The sovereign immortal aperture had already landed, its entrance was wide open, like a whale swallowing water, a vast amount of heaven and earth chi poured in. Swoosh swoosh, heaven and earth chi surged wildly. If others saw this scene, they would be shocked. There had never been such a blessed land that could absorb such a vast amount of heaven and earth chi at once. Feng Yuan's sovereign body floated near the entrance, looking at the vast amount of heaven and earth chi pouring in. Because the heaven and earth chi was too dense, it was like clouds and mist, it was moist. Absorb, absorb, absorb to your heart's content this time. Feng Yuan smiled, he understood the sovereign immortal aperture's hunger. City Well, Reverse Flow River, Luopa Valley, these 3 secluded domains of heaven and earth were unique in the world, but the burden on the blessed land was too great, the heaven and earth chi consumption was too intense. Thus, from time to time, Feng Yuan had to absorb a vast amount of heaven and earth chi from the outside world to replenish himself. This is still before Danghun Mountain is repaired. Once it is repaired, the sovereign blessed land's demand for heaven and earth chi would be even higher. From this point of view, Danghun Mountain's destruction had some benefits to Feng Yuan. Of course, the most important thing was Feng Yuan's own sovereign blessed land. It was rich in resources, it was like a huge foundation, it could contain 4 secluded domains of heaven and earth at the same time. If it were an ordinary blessed land, it would be very difficult to contain 2 secluded domains at the same time. Placing the immortal aperture and opening the immortal aperture's entrance had many drawbacks to Feng Yuan. At this moment, because of the connection between the inside and the outside world and the absorption of heaven and earth chi, Feng Yuan's location would be exposed, Providence would discover it immediately. If other Gu immortals tried to deduce him now, Feng Yuan would have a much higher difficulty in defending himself against deductions. Thus, Feng Yuan had been trying to purchase immortal materials and convert them into heaven and earth chi to replenish himself. But recently, because he had been focusing on repairing Danghun Mountain, his funds were decreasing, he was running out of money, thus, he took a risk and placed his aperture to absorb heaven and earth chi from the outside world. The sovereign immortal aperture was a huge eater, it could absorb tens or even hundreds of times more heaven and earth chi than ordinary blessed lands. The sovereign immortal aperture was full, but heaven and earth chi continued to pour in endlessly. This phenomenon didn't surprise Feng Yuan, because he knew that it was different this time, because it was the day of his tribulation. As a rank 7 Gu immortal, Feng Yuan faced an earthly calamity every 10 years, a heavenly tribulation every 50 years, and a grand tribulation every 100 years. Ever since Feng Yuan used time path methods to adjust the sovereign immortal aperture's time flow to the maximum, the calamities and tribulations he faced were much more frequent than before. This was an earthly calamity. Be it the earthly calamity or the heavenly tribulation, neither posed any challenge to Feng Yuan. Especially when he had the immortal killer move exposing heavenly secret. This move used heavenly secret immortal Gu as the core, with other Gu worms as support. It allowed Feng Yuan to deduce the contents of the calamities and tribulations after a certain period of time. Thus, before this earthly calamity had truly taken shape, Feng Yuan already had a thorough understanding of it. As expected, the following calamities and tribulations progressed according to Feng Yuan's deductions. Earth chi swirled endlessly, forming a yellow-brown vortex below Feng Yuan's feet. Heaven and earth chi continued to rumble and rumble, green lightning continued to flicker. Hell, 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 a series of ear-piercing noises seemed to be able to pierce through one's eardrums as one enormous, sinister-looking statue after another slowly rose from the center of the yellow-brown earth chi vortex. These statues were all 10 meters tall, their bodies were thick and muscular, their fangs were protruding from their lips. Suddenly, they opened their bloodshot eyes, purple bat wings spread out on their backs, they flew up and attacked Feng Yuan. Yellow Spring Ghost Martial Statues. Feng Yuan floated in the air with his hands behind his back, he looked at the incoming statues with an indifferent expression. He was calm, the enemies were fierce, but at this crucial moment, he raised his head and looked at the sky. In the sky, blue lightning abruptly split apart the thick layer of clouds. Giant statues that looked extremely similar to the Yellow Springs demon martial statues made their appearance. The Yellow Spring ghost martial statues bared their fangs and claws, but these statues were lined up neatly like an army, all of them had solemn expressions, they also had muscular bodies and a pair of eagle wings on their backs. Green Lightning Divine Martial Statue. Feng Yuan smiled inwardly, recognizing the second type of statue. At this time, the Yellow Spring Ghost Martial Statue had already reached Feng Yuan, it waved its claws and opened its bloody mouth, trying to bite and strangle Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan did not move, a faint ripple appeared on the surface of his body. It was the famous immortal killer move created by Feng Yuan, Reverse Flow Protection Seal, be it the Yellow Spring Ghost Martial Statue or the Green Lightning Divine Martial Statue's attacks, they were all reflected and injured. In contrast, Feng Yuan was unharmed, he was undefeatable. Let's disperse. Feng Yuan waved his hand, immortal killer move Myriad Dragon burst out, silver scales were like the sea, myriad dragons flew in an endless stream. Even though there were many Yellow Spring Ghost Martial Statues and Green Lightning Divine Martial Statues, they were produced along with the heaven and earth chi, how could they compare to Feng Yuan's myriad dragon? At the start, they resisted for a while. But soon, they were engulfed by the myriad dragon army, their numbers were greatly reduced. Until the lump of heaven and earth chi was destroyed by the myriad dragon army. Providence was unwilling, it wanted to reform, but it was destroyed by the ferocious myriad dragon army at the next moment. A moment later, the calamity passed, the immortal aperture's entrance closed, the sovereign immortal aperture regained its peace and tranquility. Feng Yuan nodded to himself, summarizing his gains and losses. This earthly calamity was originally just the Yellow Spring Ghost Martial Statues. But I did not undergo the earthly calamity earlier, I purposely used the Immortal Killer move Endless Trouble to delay it. Immortal Killer move Endless Trouble was part of He Fan's true inheritance. It could move one calamity to the next, causing two tribulations to erupt at the same time. The disadvantage was that this method was a shortcut, it would incur the wrath of heaven, the calamities and tribulations would be much more powerful than the sum of the two calamities. Providence had ulterior motives, to suppress Feng Yuan's cultivation level, it purposely lowered the power of each calamity and tribulation, causing Feng Yuan to gain very few Dao marks from each tribulation. In this situation, the weakness of the killer move Endless Future Troubles was instead Fang Yuan's advantage. Thus, Fang Yuan used this killer move to stack two calamities and pass them together, increasing his Dao marks. Providence was helpless against it. Yellow Spring Ghost Martial Statue is an earthly calamity, while Green Lightning Divine Martial Statue is already at Heavenly Tribulation level. This time, I gained a lot of Dao marks. Fang Yuan inspected, his Soul Path and Transformation Path Dao marks had increased. These were useful to Fang Yuan. Of course, what Fang Yuan needed the most now was Time Path. The Sovereign Immortal Aperture was huge. Fang Yuan purposely chose an empty area to undergo tribulation. Thus, even if Providence wanted to destroy any resources, it would not have a target. Even though the calamities and tribulations were past, Fang Yuan's body was still here. He activated Heaven's Will Dissipation Killer move, only stopping after confirming that the remaining Providence beings here were exterminated. When Fang Yuan's main body underwent tribulation, his Time Path clone was in front of Wisdom Gu, deducing immortal killer moves. Earlier, Fang Yuan had successfully explored the Dream Realm. His Time Path attainment level rose rapidly, all the way to Grandmaster attainment level. With this attainment level, deducing Time Path killer moves became even easier. Actually, Fang Yuan himself had countless Time Path killer moves. Spectral Soul's True Inheritance had the most records, followed by He Fan's True Inheritance. All of Langya Sect's Time Path Immortal Gu recipes, in theory, could be deduced by Fang Yuan, who was at Quasi-Supreme Refinement Path, into corresponding immortal killer moves. But for Fang Yuan, He Fan's True Inheritance was the most important reference. Because most of the Time Path Immortal Gu he had were from He Fan's True Inheritance. For example, rank 8 years Flow Like Water Immortal Gu, rank 7 year Gu, and After Gu. The remaining Time Path Immortal Gu were all rank 6. Most of them were left behind after Graceful Chaotic Dual Stage was destroyed, as well as Fang Yuan's unexpected Harvest of Day Gu. The main task of the Time Path clone was to use He Fan's True Inheritance as the main reference, using other immortal killer moves and Time Path Immortal Gu recipes to deduce and modify Time Path methods that were suitable for Fang Yuan. Even though it had not been long, the Time Path clone's work was very fruitful. Currently, Fang Yuan already had an entire set of Time Path methods, involving offense, defense, movement, healing, and so on. He only needed to practice them for a while to grasp them all. But this is not enough. The Time Path clone slowly opened his eyes, sighing. The light of wisdom faded away, Wisdom Gu flew away leisurely. The Time Path clone came to an empty area and started to test the killer move. Immortal killer move, Time Cutting Edge, a flying blade tore through the sky, vanishing in an instant. Its speed was terrifying. The Time Path clone, however, had blood flowing out of his mouth. He shook his head in disappointment. The Time Path methods that I deduced are only rank 7, they are normal methods. And to enter the River of Time to search for Red Lotus True Inheritance and face the obstruction of the Celestial Court, I need rank 8 Time Path methods. In He Fan's True Inheritance, there was a rank 8 defensive killer move that used Years Flow Like Water Immortal Gu as the core. But there was no corresponding offensive killer move. For He Fan, he had obtained rank 8 Immortal Gu Years Flow Like Water in his later years. In this limited time, it was not easy to create a rank 8 defensive killer move. He had rank 8 Dao marks, rank 7 offensive killer moves were extremely powerful in his hands. Of course, most importantly, there was only 1 Year's Flow Like Water. It could only be used for defense, it could not be used for offense. Defense was often more important than offense, especially for Righteous Path Gu immortals. As for this Time Cutting Edge, it is not ordinary. Even though rank 7 Time Cutting Edge cannot kill rank 8s, it can injure them. Unfortunately, after I modified it, its power is far inferior to the original, there is even a heavy backlash. Fang Yuan was not unfamiliar with this situation. Like the myriad self-immortal Gu recipe that he designed earlier, because of his Refinement Path Quasi-Supreme Grandmaster attainment level, there was almost no way to modify it. Any small modification would have more disadvantages than advantages, causing the new version to be far inferior to the original. Fang Yuan's modification of Time Cutting Edge was the same. It seems that this complete Time Cutting Edge is likely a rank 9 killer move. Like the immortal killer move Orderly Well that Spectral Soul Demon Venerable created, it was also rank 9 and could not be modified. What Fang Yuan obtained from the Dream Realm was rank 6 or 7 time cutting edge. It was an incomplete version of rank 9, but it could not be modified. After forcefully modifying it, there were many disadvantages that far surpassed the original. Furthermore, according to Fang Yuan's deductions, this time cutting edge's forgetting flaw was not simple. It was not as superficial as the old man in the Dream Realm said. Forgetting was not just the user, but everything related to it would be forgotten. Any records regarding this move, be it a person's memories, information path goo worms, or carved on stone slabs, as long as this move was used continuously, these records would be gradually erased from the river of time. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable should have had time cutting edge back then, but after using it so many times, all the records regarding time cutting edge were erased and gradually forgotten. Thus, Spectral Soul's true inheritance did not record it. Of course, there is also a possibility that Spectral Soul's true inheritance is not complete. Shadow Sect still kept a portion of it and did not impart it to me. But this possibility is very small. No matter what is said, there is one thing that I can conclude, and that is that the time-piercing edge is truly a marvelous technique. If I can truly grasp it, my chances of entering the river of time will increase by 20%. A day later. This is the place. Lu Weiyin half knelt on the ground with his palm on the ground, sensing the subtle difference in the earth chi here. Next, several figures descended from the sky, landing behind Lu Weiyin. The old woman in the lead was a rank 8-time path grade expert, Xia clan's first supreme elder, Xianxia. Fang Yuan is here. He placed his aperture and opened it, absorbing heaven and earth chi. Moreover, he underwent another tribulation. Lu Weiyin said with certainty. Xiaocha's eyes shined with bright light. Lu Weiyin was indeed Paradise Earth's inheritor. His earth path methods were so proficient, the Gu immortals behind her started to discuss. With Lord Lu Weiyin here, we will be able to capture Fang Yuan soon. Fang Yuan has several secluded domains of heaven and earth. The burden on his heaven and earth chi is huge. With such clues, we can definitely find him. But don't you find it strange? He clearly has fixed immortal travel. Why is he staying in our southern border? Why doesn't he go to Eastern Sea or Western Desert? Aren't those places safer? He is already hated by everyone. Heaven and earth cannot tolerate him. No place is safe. This demon has ulterior motives. He is probably staying in southern border to plunder our resources, especially that dream realm of Etion Mountain. We need to guard against him. We need to kill this demon before we can truly be at ease. In jewel yellow skies, the higher the value of the goods, the brighter and brighter the treasure light they emitted. In this stall, the treasure light was always in a bright state. Compared to the surrounding stalls, it was like a bonfire beside a large number of torches. Southern border Gu immortal Tai Chu Zhong's divine sense was circling around this stall. I want to buy 3,000 copper dragon fish. After hesitating for a moment, Tai Chu Zhong continued, and 200 silver dragon fish. The transaction was quickly completed. Tai Chu Zhong paid a considerable amount of immortal yuan stone. When he retracted his divine sense, his main body was still flying in the sky of southern border. His vision was filled with clouds and mist. Tai Chu Zhong's worries were mostly gone. With these dragon fish, my rank 7 edge goose feeding problem is temporarily resolved. But dragon fish can only be a temporary replacement. If I really want to be self-sufficient, I need to create a white steel extract resource point in my immortal aperture. White steel was a rank 6 immortal material. It was one of the essence of the earth vein. White steel extract was a rank 7 immortal material. Only a large number of white steel cores could produce a small bowl of white steel extract. Tai Chu Zhong wanted to create a resource point that could produce white steel extract. It was a huge project with a long way to go. But if he did not solve the problem at its root, buying dragon fish to feed rank 7 edge Gu again and again would cost a lot in the long run. It was not worth it. Gu immortal cultivation was not just about fighting and killing. Logistics were often even more important. Thinking of white steel extract, Tai Chu Zhong looked to his right. A few hundred steps away, there was a Gu immortal traveling with him. Shanghu Zhong. Tai Chu Zhong transmitted. Shang clan's Gu immortal immediately replied with a nervous expression. Tai clan friend, have you found traces of that old demon Fang Yuan? It turned out that Tai Chu Zhong and Shanghu Zhong, these two rank 7 Gu immortals, were sent by southern border's righteous path forces to capture Fang Yuan. Because of Lu Weiyin's participation, the group chasing after Fang Yuan had been following behind Fang Yuan. They would occasionally obtain the latest traces of Fang Yuan. This time, the immortals rushed to the southeastern part of southern border. Under Lu Weiyin's suggestion, rank 8-time path Gu Immortal Xianxia ordered the Gu Immortals to work together and search for new clues. Shang Huzhong and Tai Chuzhong were one of them. Tai Chuzhong smiled, "Shang clan friend, don't be nervous, I just want to ask about the white steel liquid." Shang Huzhong got the gist of it and relaxed slightly, smiling, "So you wanted to build a white steel liquid resource point to feed Blade Gu?" This was not difficult, Shang clan could indeed do it. But the price? The two of them haggled for a while. The merchant's final offer was not low, but Tai Chuzhong had already made up his mind. He gritted his teeth and accepted the price. Shang Huzhong's smile widened and he praised, "Fellow immortal of the district, your decision to build a resource point is a wise one. Although the investment is huge, in the long run, it is much more practical." "Yes. Just like this time, I purchased the arowana to replace a portion of the white steel juice. In the long run, the expenditure will be huge." Tai Chuzhong sighed. Shang Huzhang's gaze suddenly shone, "Arowana? To tell you the truth, my Shang clan also has a stall selling arowana in jewel yellow skies. There are not only ordinary arowana, but also copper arowana." "Oh my, why didn't you tell me earlier? I could have given you some benefits." Tai Chuzhong chuckled, "So Shang clan also sells arowana?" "We, Shang clan, are interested in any business. Friend Tai Chuzhong should know about this arowana business. The biggest arowana business owner is that Fang Yuan. We cannot let this demon benefit from our arowana business. Come, I will introduce this stall to you, it is definitely one of us. If you trade with others, there is a risk of funding the enemy." Shang Huzhong was very enthusiastic. Tai Chuzhong could only thank him, trying his best to brush him off, but he did not care. Even if Shang clan offered discounts, the price of the arowana was still on the high side. And on this stall, there was only copper arowana, there was no silver arowana. Fang Yuan killed Qin Baihe and Yu Chan, obtaining the position of the biggest arowana business owner. At this point, Fairy Myrtle knew. Earlier, she had exposed information about Fang Yuan in jewel yellow skies. Other than Great Thief Ghost Hand and others, she also exposed the arowana business. Thus, all the Gu immortals in the world knew that Fang Yuan was selling arowana in jewel yellow skies. It was extremely popular, it was the biggest business in the world. Thus, naturally, Fang Yuan gained the jealousy of a bunch of other Gu immortals. The impact was unavoidable, but the arowana business suffered a pitiful impact. Copper arowana had already been replicated, but the production cost was much higher than Fang Yuan's. This way, other sources of copper arowana had higher prices than Fang Yuan's, they could not compete with Fang Yuan. Other than that, silver arowana was almost unique to Fang Yuan. Currently, Gu immortals interested in the arowana business could not replicate it. This was Fang Yuan's huge advantage. With these two factors, Fang Yuan's position as the number one in the arowana business was unshakable. Of course, Fang Yuan could not use only one identity to sell arowana, he had many stalls and created the illusion that many Gu immortals were replicating silver arowana, selling them wantonly and earning immortal yuan stone after immortal yuan stone. Even so, the immortal yuan stone that I have is decreasing. Fang Yuan sighed. Repairing Danghun Mountain expended a lot of Fang Yuan's immortal essence, and immortal essence was mainly absorbed by immortal yuan stone. Fang Yuan expended a lot of immortal essence, his immortal aperture's production could not keep up. However, what made Fang Yuan happy was that with his full effort, Danghun Mountain had already been repaired to 60%. The Soul Path Dao marks went through a qualitative change, they could produce Gutsgu now. But the production of Gutsgu was very low, it was terrible. Fang Yuan needed to continue repairing Danghun Mountain. The arowana business has too many benefits. Not to mention the increasing number of forces and Gu immortals interfering, just the Celestial Court alone will definitely attack me. But currently, silver arowana is hard to replicate, and their production methods for ordinary arowana, iron arowana, and copper arowana are not as good as mine. As time passed, Fang Yuan's advantage would become weaker. Especially when the Celestial Court captured Spectral Soul, if they soul searched him and found the corresponding food path inheritance, Fang Yuan's arowana business would face the greatest challenge. Fang Yuan knew that he needed to find a new source of income. The arowana business could not be looked forward to, Gutsgu had already been exposed, even if it was unique. Because of the Green Ghost Desert project, Fang Yuan lacked a large number of souls, Gutsgu's production would not be high. Even though Fang Yuan had already made preparations, like the snow monsters and the spirit snakes, these projects were not outstanding. Especially when Fang Yuan wanted to refine Time Path Immortal Goo. The killer move Time Cutting Edge needed a specific Time Path Immortal Goo. Fang Yuan thought about it and decided to give it a try. After all, the original Time Cutting Edge had great offensive power, it could be developed further. Fang Yuan was not willing to give up on it. Right at this time, Fang Yuan's expression changed. At the next moment, Southern Border Goo Immortals appeared around him, surrounding him tightly. The old woman at the front was rank 8 Time Path Goo Immortal Xianxia. She looked at Fang Yuan and smiled coldly. Fang Yuan, you scoundrel, you are finally in my hands. Lord Lu Weiyin's move is truly extraordinary, we managed to find this demon. Zhang Huzhang laughed loudly. Kill this demon, we will be rid of all future threats. Tai Chuzhong's voice was filled with killing intent. The celestial court spy, Lu Hao, had a grim expression, fixed space immortal goo in his immortal aperture was ready to attack. This goo countered fixed immortal travel, it could not be used within a certain range. Lu Weiyin was silent. He was wearing a conical hat, nobody could see his current expression. Fang Yuan, however, laughed, you guys are a bit slow, but you are here in the end, my plan was not in vain. The southern border immortals were originally very aggressive, but after hearing this, the atmosphere changed. Xiaocha squinted as a dark light flickered in her eyes. Scoundrel, you are about to die, you still want to trick me? That's right, he is definitely bluffing. We had Lady Xiaocha personally take action to conceal our tracks, someone shouted. Fang Yuan smiled, of course I did not sense your traces, but I can sense your deductions. Why do you think I purposely stayed in southern border and left behind clues so that you could deduce me? The surrounding space was sealed, heaven and earth merged into one, forming a blue sky. The southern border immortals' expressions changed. This is a trap. Someone shouted. Many people began to panic. Lu Weiyin was silent, Xiaocha's gaze became colder as she stared at Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan's smile vanished, his expression turned indifferent, he was like a high and mighty god looking down at these southern border goo immortals. Back then, when Huan, one of Eastern Sea's 3 wisdom path geniuses, deduced him, Fang Yuan used the chance to reverse the deductions and found out Huan's identity. And now, when these southern border goo immortals deduced and chased after him, they exposed themselves to Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan was a wisdom path grandmaster, how could he be easily schemed against by them? He used himself as bait to lure these goo immortals into an ambush. Calm down. We have the advantage in numbers, what can a mere Fang Yuan do? That's right. We have Lady Xiaocha and Lord Lu Weiyin, we are not afraid of his immortal battlefield. This immortal battlefield does not seem to be Yama battlefield. Of course it is. Traitor Fang's Yama battlefield has already been deciphered by Central Continent's Celestial Court, the video is being displayed in jewel yellow skies, how could he use this method? The southern border immortals were elites, they quickly calmed down and regained their morale. At this time, Lu Weiyin spoke, this is not an immortal battlefield, it is a super formation. A time path formation. Xiaocha added. You two are very perceptive. Fang Yuan smiled, admitting frankly. Fang Yuan's strongest immortal battlefield killer moves were Purple Dawn Break Life and Yama Battlefield. The former killed Qin Bai He and Yu Chan, while the latter trapped Feng Jioga, forcing him into a desperate situation. But these two were rank 7, they could not restrain rank 8 Goo Immortal Xiaocha, and Lu Weiyin also had rank 8 cultivation level. Thus, Fang Yuan chose the immortal formation. There was a difference between an immortal formation and an immortal battlefield. The goo worms used to activate an immortal battlefield were usually on the goo immortals. An immortal battlefield was mainly a sealed environment. And the goo worms of the immortal formation were left outside. Most immortal formations protected the inside and outside, but Fang Yuan's time path formation restricted the inner space of the formation, forming a formation to kill. Boom boom boom, the sound of explosions suddenly rang out, and it was continuous. Since it is an immortal formation, let's find the formation cores and destroy them one by one to break this formation. Some Gu immortals were impatient, they started to bombard the surroundings to probe this formation. At the next moment, they found something amiss. The dazzling killer moves were extinguished one by one, the effects were not good. Tai Chuzhong's expression changed, and he loudly warned, "Everyone, be careful, this formation has already been activated." As expected of a time path method, it accelerates our killer moves, causing them to reach their time limit and self-destruct. Lu Hao said eerily. The southern border Gu immortals attacked the killer moves. And Gu. Chai clan's Gu immortals puffed up their cheeks as they breathed out orange flames. The flames continued to burn, even though there was nothing, they continued to spread. Xiao clan's Gu immortals put their palms together, large amounts of frost quickly condensed and spread in all directions. These methods were continuous attacks, they did not have a time limit. Fang Yuan's gaze was cold as he watched these southern border Gu immortals attack, he did not move. At the next moment, the time path formation buzzed, be it fire, frost, or other attacks, they all became extremely slow. The southern border Gu immortals' hearts sank. This immortal formation is so flexible, someone must be controlling it. Who else can it be? It must be the remnant forces of Shadow Sect. The immortals conversed. Just like they expected, Bai Ningbing, He Lulan, Lady White Rabbit, Fairy Miaoyin, and Xianxia were each in charge of a formation core, controlling this time path formation to attack the southern border immortals. Earlier, during the Battle of Xianxia, they did not have the qualifications to fight, Fang Yuan hid them away, now they were using all their strength to deal with these southern border pursuers. The southern border immortals fought with Xianxia and the rest, while Fang Yuan, Lu Weiyin, and Xiacha did not move. The surrounding Gu immortals subconsciously made space for the three of them. Fang Yuan's attention was also focused on these two rank 8 Gu immortals. He was very clear that these two were not moving, once they made a move, it would be earth-shattering. Even though Lu Weiyin and Xiacha did not make a move, they had already started to investigate Fang Yuan's immortal formation. Lu Weiyin frowned slightly, he cultivated Earth Path, even though he could comprehend other things, this time path formation was too profound, it was not something an outsider like him could easily understand. Xiacha was a time path great grandmaster, she could naturally investigate more than Lu Weiyin. However, Fang Yuan's time path formation did not just contain time path, it also contained formation path. In terms of formation path, Xiacha's attainment level was extremely ordinary. If Fang Yuan used a time path killer move, Xiacha might be able to easily detect it, but the time path formation was separated by a layer, Xiacha still had many obstacles to overcome. Sect leader, it is time. At this time Xianxia suddenly transmitted to Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan smiled lightly, replying, then let them in. Saying so, his figure gradually faded, forcefully vanishing from Lu Weiyin and Xiacha's sight. Hell, the moment he vanished, beast roars could be heard. Hell hell. Hell hell. Gua gua. Kakaka. Next, a series of wild beast cries and roars could be heard. A giant whirlpool appeared out of nowhere. Whoosh. Whoosh. Countless year beasts surged in like a raging tide. These year beasts included monkeys, snakes, dragons, tigers, they were of all shapes and sizes, they were at least desolate beasts, with many ancient desolate beasts mixed in. In the formation space, other than the year beasts, there were the southern border immortals. Wild year beasts did not have high intelligence, they soon turned their fierce gazes towards these southern border Gu immortals, baring their fangs as they charged. Kill them. Xiacha ordered coldly. Lu Weiyin sighed. The southern border immortals turned around and fought with these year beasts. Lu Hao waved his sleeves, countless flying blades shot out in all directions, wherever they went, year beasts were cut into pieces. It seems that there is a tributary of the River of Time here. Fang Yuan is using the same method, this formation is very similar to the one he used to fight against Feng Zhouge. Lu Hao thought to himself. Fang Yuan had once used the flood discharge formation to send Feng Zhouge into the River of Time. But this time, three formations were combined into one, Year's Flow Execution formation. Firstly, Shadow Sect used the dense time path natural Dao marks here to set up an immortal formation. This formation concealed the existence of the tributary of the River of Time, Because of this formation, the southern border immortals did not notice it. Secondly, the flood discharge formation could connect to the tributary of the River of Time. And finally, the immemorial year beast fishing formation. Fang Yuan used the rank 8 immortal Gu years flow like water to set up this formation, attracting a vast number of year beasts from the River of Time into the formation to fight against the southern border immortals. Originally, Fang Yuan did not have the ability to do this. But after his time path attainment level reached Grandmaster, he made up for his final shortcoming. Fang Yuan was a Grandmaster in both formation path and time path, with He Fan's true inheritance and Spectral Soul's true inheritance as his foundation, and the help of the Light of Wisdom, he deduced this super immortal formation and created such a huge formation naturally. Kill! Ba Clan's Gu immortal roared, his body expanded like a giant, he pulled forcefully, blood splattered as an ancient year beast was torn to shreds. Whoosh! Flames engulfed dozens of year beasts. Chai Clan's Gu immortal was bathed in a sea of fire, he was like a divine general. Tai Chu Zhong was silent, his palms moved like butterflies as golden light shot out with extreme sharpness, cutting year beasts in half easily like cutting tofu. Demon Fang Yuan, we need to thank you for giving us so much wealth. Ahahaha. Shang Hu Zhong laughed loudly, activating his wood path killer move, binding the surrounding year beasts and dragging them into his immortal aperture. These desolate level year beasts and ancient year beasts, even though they had wild mortal Gu, they did not have immortal Gu, they were at a disadvantage against these southern border Gu immortals, they were being slaughtered. And these southern border Gu immortals were sent to chase after Fang Yuan, they were naturally outstanding members of their clans, they had rank 7 cultivation level at the very least, they were extraordinary. Thus, it was not surprising that this result occurred. Fang Yuan still had an indifferent expression, he had a faint smile on his face, a cold light flashed in his eyes. This situation was already within his calculations, and the battle had only just begun. Roar roar roar, one after another, the Nian beasts charged into the formation. The southern border Gu immortals were getting tired of killing them, but the year beasts were still endless. How can there be so many? This demon Fang Yuan is trying to exhaust us. Breaking this formation is the way to victory. The southern border Gu immortals transmitted, they could see the crux of this battle. However, it was a little difficult to divert their attention to something else. The greatest hope of breaking the formation was still Lu Weiyin and Xianxia. Cluck cluck cluck, at this time, the whirlpool suddenly expanded by several times, a huge year beast arrogantly walked into the battlefield. The immemorial year revolution level year beasts were finally attracted over. The southern border immortals' expressions changed, Lu Weiyin was about to make a move, but Tai Chu Zhong stood up, let us do it, the two of you should focus on breaking this formation, that is the wisest choice. Tai Chu Zhong and several southern border rank 7 Gu immortals worked together to face the immemorial year chicken. They were indeed top experts among rank 7 Gu immortals, when they worked together, they could actually resist the immemorial year chicken. There is a formation core here. Suddenly, bright light flashed in Xiaocha's eyes, she pointed with her finger and activated a rank 8 killer move. Profound white light burst out, with a loud sound, the formation shook intensely 3 times before stabilizing. The southern border immortals were overjoyed, there was indeed a formation core, Xiaocha destroyed it without letting them down. Fang Yuan smiled coldly, muttering, next is the profundity of this formation. At the place where the formation core was destroyed, a second whirlpool door formed, large numbers of year beasts rushed in. The immortals' expressions changed. Roar, with a tiger's roar, the wind and clouds changed, the immemorial year tiger jumped in, joining the battle. The southern border immortals' morale soared, while Shadow Sect's members' eyelids twitched, their expressions turned grim. Lu Weiyin was worthy of being Paradise Earth's inheritor, he easily captured a ferocious immemorial year tiger with one attack. Even though he did not have any offensive methods, just this method alone was unfathomable and awe-inspiring. Hiss hiss hiss, an immemorial year snake dragged its long and thick snake body, hissing as it came out of the spiral door, entering the battlefield. A third immemorial year beast, this time, be it Lu Weiyin or Xiaocha, their expressions changed. Because they sensed the aura of a wild immortal Gu from this immemorial year snake. This immemorial year snake was far more dangerous than the other 2 immemorial year beasts. But most importantly, at this rate, it would not be strange if a fourth or fifth immemorial year beast appeared. What formation is this? Xiao Clan's Gu Immortal shouted, feeling immense pressure. The other rank 7 Gu Immortals had heavy hearts, they were no longer as spirited as before. Let me. At the crucial moment, Lu Weiyin stepped forward again, facing the immemorial year snake. But this time, he was much more vigilant. Before he found out what immortal Gu the immemorial year snake had, he would not take the risk. Kill. The southern border Gu Immortals roared with surging killing intent. The year beasts roared and bared their fangs. The southern border Gu Immortals created a bloodbath, the year beasts suffered heavy casualties, but the spiral door could not be destroyed, it continued to send year beasts in. The year beasts were endless. As the battle continued, the southern border Gu Immortals' conditions fell. Some of them started to get injured. There are too many year beasts. This formation must have been greatly modified, the number of year beasts it attracts far surpasses the scale of Feng Jioge's battle. Lu Hao was internally shocked, he had some deductions that came from Celestial Court, but he did not know how to submit them. After all, he was not a formation path or time path Gu Immortal. This damned formation, we need to destroy it to have a chance of victory. Actually, as long as the destruction reaches a certain level, we'll be able to send out information about this place, and a large number of righteous Dao Immortals will definitely come to reinforce us. The southern border Immortals also knew how to deal with it, but they did not have enough methods. This year's flow execution formation was meticulously deduced by Feng Yuan after his time path attainment level rose. How could it be so easy for the southern border Immortals to succeed? This time path formation is really mysterious. Xianxia frowned tightly. Ever since she broke through the first formation eye, she actually couldn't find a second formation eye. In a short period of time. The grand formation is one with no flaws to speak of. My attainments in the array Dao are too little. Perhaps I should attack with my full strength once so that the array can't withstand it and create a flaw. Xiaocha's eyes were filled with killing intent. She was Xia Clan's first supreme elder, a time path great expert. She only had the pride of an expert in her heart. Now that she was schemed against by Feng Yuan and was restrained here, she gradually became impatient. Lu Weiyin could tell what Xiaocha was thinking and quickly advised, Lady Xiaocha, do not fall for the demon's scheme. Feng Yuan is ruthless and crafty, even the Celestial Court can't do anything to him. Shadow Sect once controlled graceful chaotic dual stage, even though this immortal Gu house was destroyed, many immortal Gu were left in their hands. If you attack with your full strength, you might fall into Feng Yuan's trap and be used by Feng Yuan. Graceful Chaotic Dual Stage's signature method was to seal the opponent's killer move before activating it. Lu Weiyin's advice was very wise, even Feng Yuan could not help but raise his eyebrows slightly. Even though he was not a wisdom path Gu immortal, his deduction was very accurate. This year's flow execution formation used up almost all of Feng Yuan's time path immortal Gu. The immortal Gu in Hei Fan's true inheritance acted as the core, and graceful chaotic dual stage's immortal Gu also assisted it. Xiaocha listened to the advice and breathed in deeply. She snorted coldly and suddenly looked at the first immemorial year chicken that joined the battlefield. The immemorial year chicken was being attacked by a group of southern border Gu immortals. These Gu immortals were rank 7 experts, their killer moves were powerful, but when they hit the immemorial year chicken, they had no effect. It was like scratching an itch. The immemorial year chicken had rank 8 battle strength, it had thick skin and flesh, the southern border immortals could not do anything to it. But when Xiaocha's gaze landed on the immemorial year chicken, this year chicken felt an intense threat, it raised its head and broke through the encirclement of the southern border immortals, directly pouncing at Xiaocha. Vile beast. Xiaocha laughed from extreme anger, large numbers of Gu worm auras burst out of her body, instantly forming an immortal killer move. A pair of green scissors, as large as an elephant, flew towards the immemorial year chicken's neck and cut. The immemorial year chicken did not feel any pain, it endured this attack as if it was spring, warm winds blew, sunlight shone brightly, and the fragrance of flowers and grass wafted into the air. After a moment of confusion, a deep wound appeared on the immemorial year chicken's neck, large amounts of blood spurted out like a fountain. The immemorial year chicken's body shook, its ferocious nature was aroused as it clucked, its speed surged as it pounced towards Xiaocha. Xiaocha did not dodge, she was hit by the immemorial year chicken, but vanished like a bubble. Next, the green scissors flew towards the immemorial year chicken's head again, aiming at its neck and cutting at any opportunity. Xianxia vanished, the immemorial year chicken's attention was completely attracted by the green scissors. At once, the two fought with no regard for their own safety. This is Xiaocha's spring scissors, it is truly powerful and extraordinarily sharp. Feng Yuan was hidden behind the scenes, he had a clear view of the battlefield. Seeing this situation, his heart moved as the relevant information appeared in his mind. Xiaocha had a killer move with a total of 4 moves, spring scissors was only one of them. Undeniably, this was an offensive killer move at rank 8 level, it was extremely sharp, even the immemorial year chicken, which had thick skin and flesh, could not resist the sharpness of the scissors. Feng Yuan was secretly envious. This was what he lacked the most at the moment. Spectral Soul's true inheritance indeed had a rank 8 time path killer move, but Feng Yuan lacked the corresponding rank 8 immortal goo. Even if he modified it and replaced it with rank 6 or 7 immortal goo, it could not reach rank 8. Feng Yuan had the only rank 8 time path immortal goo years flow like water. In He Fan's true inheritance, there were several killer moves that used it as the core. For example, year beast summoning, unlucky year and so on. Rank 8 year beast summoning could summon immemorial year beasts to fight for Feng Yuan. And unlucky year used years flow like water as the core, it used time path to imitate luck path's effect. But neither of them was a killing move like spring scissors, which could be used directly to attack and produce immediate results. Thus, Feng Yuan could only turn his attention to time cutting edge. Cluck cluck cluck, the immemorial year chicken did not have any wild immortal goo, it could not match Xiaocha's spring scissors, it screamed miserably after getting cut all over its body. Xiaocha had only used this move to heavily injure an immemorial year beast, displaying her extraordinary battle prowess. As expected of the current leader of Xia clan, the person with the most authority. With this strength, she is probably at the level of a member of the celestial court. Feng Yuan sighed inwardly. Seeing that this immemorial year chicken was about to die miserably in Xiaocha's hands, the formation suddenly moved, the immemorial year chicken vanished on the spot. Submit to me, Yi Futian said coldly. Behind the scenes, Feng Yuan attacked this extremely weakened immemorial year chicken, using a fierce and domineering enslavement path method. The immemorial year chicken had no choice but to lower its head and submit to Feng Yuan. Thus, Feng Yuan took back the immemorial year chicken. He used the year beast to ambush the southern border pursuers, while also using the southern border pursuers to weaken the year beast and enslave it. This method had been used against the celestial court pursuers in Western Desert, it was an old method. But it did not matter, as long as it was effective. Seeing that he was about to obtain his reward, a dead immemorial year chicken that was filled with invaluable rank 8 immortal materials, to think that it would vanish just like that. Many southern border goo immortals cursed in anger, Xiaocha's expression was grim, but she soon smiled. You finally exposed yourself, so what if I give you more immemorial year beasts? It turned out that Feng Yuan's formation was only transporting year beasts, so be it. Now that the immemorial year chicken was sent away, the formation had to operate differently. This made it convenient for Xiaocha and allowed her to notice more subtle changes. Sure enough, not long after, she found the third formation core and destroyed it. But the southern border immortals' cheers did not last long, this formation core turned into a whirlpool door again, another channel for year beasts to enter. More and more year beasts charged into the battlefield, fighting with the southern border immortals. As time passed, the southern border immortals' battle condition had unknowingly fallen by a large margin. These year beasts were killing them to the point of vomiting, but they could not kill enough, they continued to fight. The killer moves that they had prepared to deal with Feng Yuan and the cooperation between the goo immortals were all used on these foolish year beasts, they felt extremely helpless and tired. Year's flow execution formation was a combination of 3 formations, and the tributary of the river of time here was huge, with Feng Yuan and the rest controlling it, it had immense power, these pursuers suffered greatly. After a while, even Lu Weiyin started to pant. Not only was he fighting against 2 immemorial year beasts alone, he was also secretly supporting those rank 7 goo immortals. After one immemorial year beast was defeated, it was taken away by Feng Yuan and enslaved behind the scenes. Soon after, another archaic year beast would be attracted and enter the battlefield. Lu Weiyin and Xiacha's shoulders were constantly under immense pressure. The battle was very intense. However, the southern border immortals also made some progress. After that, Xiacha found 2 more formation cores and destroyed them. These 2 formation cores were destroyed, but they did not turn into whirlpool doors again. Right now, Year's Flow Execution Formation could only have 3 whirlpool doors at most. This was its upper limit. This intense battle lasted for an entire day. Fang Yuan gained 7 immemorial year beasts, while 9 of the formation cores were destroyed by Xiacha. The entire Year's Flow Execution Formation was already shaking. It was not as stable as before. It's time. Fang Yuan smiled coldly. He finally made a move. Immortal Killer Move, Great Thief Ghost Hand. A sinister hand flew out of the mouth of an ancient year beast, stirring up a cold wind. Tai Chuzhong was caught off guard. He was grabbed by this hand and lost an immortal goo. My rank 7 edge goo. He coughed out a mouthful of blood. The killer move had a backlash. He was heavily injured. What made his heart bleed even more was that rank 7 edge goo was taken by Fang Yuan. It was a huge loss. Ha ha ha, not bad, not bad, it is indeed edge goo. Fang Yuan smiled in relief. This edge goo was what he needed now. It was one of the core immortal goo of time cutting edge. Tai clan friend, hold on, I will save you. Shang Huzhong and the rest saw that Tai Chuzhong was attacked. They quickly fought their way out and rushed to reinforce him. Fang Yuan was hidden behind the scenes as he snickered coldly. He did not kill Tai Chuzhong. He was surrounded by reinforcements. Oh no. Oh no, this is an ambush. We were tricked. The southern border goo immortals who came to help were attacked. Great Thief Ghost Hands succeeded in stealing several immortal goo. Everyone be careful, some of these year beasts are enslaved by Fang Yuan, they are very dangerous. Shang had no time to feel about his immortal goo, immortal goo of Amals. If southern immortals, his border immortals, he would goo of, southern border of Chen, Su, sect, goo of being. But now, they were so tired that they wanted to die. Their battle strength had declined greatly, and their concentration had also fallen to the bottom. Thus, Fang Yuan's Great Thief Ghost Hand had a chance to show off. The Great Thief Ghost Hand was very well hidden, and Fang Yuan had used some tricks to hide them in the ancient year beasts' mouths. The southern border immortals were all shocked by this move. They all increased their attacks and were on full alert. Any year beast that wanted to get close to them would be killed in advance. For a moment, the southern border side once again gained the upper hand. Fang Yuan remained calm and composed, no longer attacking. Soon, the attacks of the southern border goo immortals slowed down. They had fought for too long. They could not maintain such fierce attacks for long. Fang Yuan found an opportunity and started to attack again. Southern borders goo immortals fell one after another, and soon, several immortal goo were stolen by Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan could only release one Great Thief Ghost Hand at a time, but in the Year's Flow Execution Formation, he could borrow the power of the formation to release 3 at the same time. It was not like an immortal battlefield like Zeech in Broken Life, where Great Thief Ghost Hand would be suppressed by the battlefield environment. This formation space had no other Dao marks. Even though Great Thief Ghost Hand would not be amplified, it could at least display the most basic strength. That killer move, Unlucky Year, had already been activated along with the Year's Flow Execution Formation. Under the suppression of Fang Yuan's luck, the immortal goo stolen by these southern border goo immortals were either the cores of their killer moves or what Fang Yuan needed. In this round of theft, several southern border goo immortals suffered heavy injuries from the backlash of failing to activate their killer moves. But what made Fang Yuan feel regretful was that Lu Weiyin and Xiacha's defenses were still impenetrable. 2 Great Thief Ghost Hands had just appeared when they were suppressed and destroyed by them. Moreover, the 2 still had the strength to save the other rank 7 goo immortals. Especially Lu Weiyin, even though he did not have any offensive methods, he protected his rank 7 companions very well. If not for him, some of the goo immortals would have died already. Fang Yuan did not use Lead Soul into Dream now. Lead Soul into Dream had been exposed for a long time. The 5 regions goo immortals already had some defensive methods against it. And most importantly, if this move failed, Fang Yuan would be brought into a dream instead. Thus, he had always been very careful when using this move. Unless he learned from Yingwu Xia and used the pure dream reality seeker physique body to use this move. Even if this move had a backlash, the pure dream reality seeker physique body would not be affected. No killer move was invincible, they would gradually be countered. Great Thief Ghost Hand would suffer the same fate in the future, it would be countered specifically, unless Feng Yuan modified it in time. But now, the amount of time and number of times the Great Thief Ghost Hand was exposed was far less than lead soul into dreams. And with the help of Unlucky Year, the southern border immortals were in low spirits. Great Thief Ghost Hand displayed its might, causing Feng Yuan to gain an advantage in this situation. But right at this moment, Xianxia suddenly let out a sharp howl. Break! A storm erupted around her, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled, these illusions condensed into a fan that she held in her hand. Xianxia waved the fan in front of her, Feng Yuan grunted as blood flowed out of his 7 orifices, the formation core that he was at collapsed, revealing his body. He had controlled the formation the most, he had used 3 Great Thief Ghost Hands, he had enslaved the immemorial Year Beasts and the Year Beast army, he could not focus on reverse flow protection seal anymore. Xianxia waved the fan to the left, Bai Ningbing felt a great calamity approaching, she quickly activated the killer move by Xiang but was shattered into pieces at the next moment. Xianxia waved the fan to the right, Lady White Rabbit could not dodge in time, the formation core collapsed as her body exploded into a pile of flesh and bones, she was dead, the battle situation changed drastically, the southern border immortals did not even have time to cheer. Immortal killer move, Summer Fan, after 3 waves, the year's flow execution formation was on the verge of collapsing, Feng Yuan and the rest were heavily injured, Xianxia breathed heavily, the dimmed summer fan in her hand became bright again. If she waved the fan a 4th time, Feng Yuan and the rest would lose for sure. To think that Xianxia had such a deep understanding of the year's flow execution formation. She could have unraveled several formation cores in advance, but she did not use them, accumulating them to attack once. If I did not use Great Thief Ghost Hand to turn the situation around, she would not have used such a method. Feng Yuan's heart shook. Xiaocha's performance far surpassed what was recorded in Shadowsex information, her time path attainment level was probably not a simple great grandmaster. It was even possible that she had some understanding of formation path, it was just that outsiders did not know about it. How could the foundation of a rank 8 Gu Immortal be so easily understood? This year's flow execution formation was a genuine rank 8 Immortal formation. Feng Yuan used this formation to trap the southern border pursuers, among them were Lu Weiyin and Xiaocha, 2 rank 8s. This was the advantage of formation path. As long as the formation was set up, the Gu Immortal would be able to fight against many enemies, allowing the Gu Immortal to display battle strength far beyond their own level. But the weakness of formation path was that once the profundity of the formation was exposed to the enemy and the formation was destroyed, the Gu Immortal controlling the formation would suffer a severe backlash. Sometimes, they might even die from severe injuries. Right now, Feng Yuan was facing such a dangerous situation. Once the formation broke, his injuries would be unimaginable. Moreover, it was very awkward for him to use reverse flow protection seal now. The backlash would be reflected on the Gu worms that were constructing the formation. Feng Yuan's Gu worms would all be finished. The formation space was already starting to collapse, the southern border immortals could see all sorts of Gu worms surrounding them with their naked eyes. Feng Yuan, you are going to die. Lu Hao shouted in excitement, his true intentions were revealed as he used fixed space immortal Gu. Instantly, Feng Yuan was hit, he could not use fixed immortal travel in this range. Escape, but even if you escape to the river of time, I can still deal with you on the spot. Xiaocha held her summer fan as she smiled arrogantly. Escape? Why would I want to escape? In this desperate situation, Feng Yuan's eyes flashed with a strange light. The southern border immortals were stunned. At the next moment, many of the ancient year beasts around them suddenly froze like rocks. Large amounts of dream realms swept out of the ancient year beasts' bodies like strong winds. The southern border immortals were pale with fright, they quickly dodged. Xiaocha's eyelids were twitching from shock, she immediately waved her summer fan. But this powerful immortal killer move was useless against the dream realms, it had no effect at all. Some people tried to escape, but the formation did not truly dissipate, the immortals were still trapped in the formation space. The dream realms quickly closed and enveloped Xiaocha, Lu Weiyin, and the rest, before spreading to the surroundings and corroding the year's flow execution formation. Soon, the entire year's flow execution formation was engulfed by the dream realms. It lost its effect. The originally noisy and intense battlefield suddenly quietened down at this moment. Even the year beasts were trapped in the dream realms. They fell asleep. This is the power of Dream Path. Fairy Meowing exclaimed in shock. No wonder almost all the super forces are researching dream realms. By Ning being recovered, even if only a small fragment of her by Xiang was left, it could be reborn. Unfortunately, Lady White Rabbit died in this battle. One move to dominate the world. Countless mountains were covered in lush greenery, the sky was clear and cloudless. Suddenly, light appeared in the sky. A mystical light was emitted before vanishing, turning into a tall and strange person. This person had a pair of snow-white eyebrows, the tip of his eyebrows extended all the way to his forehead. The eyes under the eyebrows were tightly shut. He was dressed in a spotless white robe. His robe, his skin, and his hair were all emitting a faint glow. This light was not dazzling, but it made him look like a deity. This person was called Jun Shenguang. He had rank 8 cultivation level and cultivated light path. He was a supreme elder of one of Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects. Recently, he had been recruited by Fairy Myrtle and became a member of Celestial Court. Lu Hao's final location was here. Jun Shenguang's eyes were tightly shut, but he could see everything clearly. Shortly after, he found many traces of battle. Not good, it seems that Lu Hao did not survive. An intense battle must have happened here, but Lu Hao did not send any request for reinforcements. Was it an immortal formation or an immortal battlefield? Jun Shenguang's expression turned grim. He frowned slightly. Lu Hao was a spy planted in southern border by Celestial Court with the help of Wu Clan. He had fixed space immortal goo that was specially used to deal with Fang Yuan's fixed immortal travel. As for Jun Shenguang, he was a backup arranged by Fairy Myrtle. If southern borders goo immortals chased after Fang Yuan, and after the battle, Fang Yuan escaped with heavy injuries, then Jun Shenguang, who specialized in tracking, would be Fang Yuan's fatal killer. This time, the southern border group chasing after Fang Yuan is made up of experts from all clans. They are rank 7 experts. Even if they face an immemorial desolate beast alone, they can usually survive. Tai Clan's Tai Chu Zhong had great battle achievements in southern borders goo immortal world. He was known as Great Mr. Tai. Since his debut, he had hunted down and killed more than 10 demonic path goo immortals. His fame made southern borders demonic immortals tremble in fear. Shang Clan's Shang Hu Zhang cultivated transformation path and wood path. He had a method similar to Thunder Ghost True Monarchs, allowing the 2 Dao marks to not conflict. His methods were comprehensive. He was a peak rank 7 expert of Shang Clan. Yang Clan's Yang Ku was one of the representatives of Soul Path in southern borders goo immortal world. He had once single-handedly destroyed the nest of a group of ancient desolate beasts, and successfully escaped from the pursuit of the primordial desolate beasts. It could be said that these rank 7 goo immortals were the elites of southern borders goo immortal world. Any one of them was the signature expert of their force. Furthermore, this group also has Paradise Earth Inheritor Lu Wei-yin and Xia Clan's first Supreme Elder Xianxia. There was no need to elaborate on these two. They had rank 8 cultivation level. Jun Shenguang sighed deeply. It was precisely because of such a luxurious lineup that Jun Shenguang was very assured. If they were to encounter Fang Yuan, even if they were to fight, it would give Jun Shenguang enough time to react, allowing him to sneak into the vicinity. Jun Shenguang was wary of Lu Wei-yin and Xiacha's methods, but he was also afraid of being discovered by them and causing unnecessary misunderstandings. Thus, along the way, he followed behind them from afar, not daring to get too close. 2 rank 8s and several rank 7 experts, they had made ample preparations and used all sorts of arrangements and methods to deal with Fang Yuan, but they actually lost. And it was not just a crushing defeat, it was a huge loss, to the point where they even lost their underwear. Jun Shenguang shook his head continuously. Fang Yuan should have used Dream Realms. Shortly after, his gaze landed on a small piece of Dream Realm in the battlefield. He became increasingly certain, other than using Dream Realms, Fang Yuan's other methods, no matter how powerful they are, cannot create such a result. Just as Jun Shenguang was about to investigate further, he suddenly turned around and looked at the southern sky. The sky was empty, there was nothing else. But in Jun Shenguang's investigative range, an immortal goo house barged in. Jun Xinguang did not need to discern the aura to immediately determine that this was someone from southern border. The immortal Gu house was extremely fast, but it would still take some time to arrive here. However, Jun Xinguang knew he had to leave this place as soon as possible. Because this immortal Gu house was famous, and southern border Gu immortals had many amazing investigative killer moves. If Jun Xinguang was exposed, it would be bad for him to cause a misunderstanding. A moment after Jun Xinguang disappeared, the immortal Gu house driven by the southern border Gu immortals arrived at this location. This immortal Gu house was neither magnificent nor grand. From the outside, it looked like a bamboo building. The bamboo building had 2 floors and was completely made of bamboo. Green bamboo leaves grew on the bamboo, droplets of dew were attached to the bamboo leaves, it was verdant and glistening. It was the famous rank 8 immortal Gu house, clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo building. Wu Yong had used this building to launch a brazen counterattack, firmly stabilizing Wu clan's #1 position. The door of the bamboo building opened, and a rank 8 Gu immortal flew out of the building. This person was a middle-aged man with an ordinary appearance and a strong physique. His slender and slightly raised eyebrows added a sinister aura to his entire person. However, his actions revealed a mighty aura that caused others to be unable to underestimate him. It was Wu Yong, the current first supreme elder of Wu clan. Another person followed behind Wu Yong and flew out of the bamboo building. This person was old, but his spirit was hale and hearty. He had deep black eyes and protruding cheekbones. He also had rank 8 aura. Who else could it be but Qi clan's first supreme elder, Qi Qiyu, with 2 rank 8 Gu immortals leading the way. Several rank 7 Gu immortals came out of clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo building. They came from various clans, and all of them had anxious expressions. They went missing here. Ba clan's Gu immortals had grim expressions. Hurry up and check what's going on. Our clan cannot contact first supreme elder. Xia clan's Gu immortals were extremely anxious. Thus, all kinds of investigative killer moves were used, and after a while, this place was thoroughly searched dozens of times. This time everyone, including the 2 rank 8 Gu immortals, had grim expressions. There seems to have been a tributary of the river of time here. There was also a time path immortal battle. Our people barged in here and engaged in an extremely intense battle. What is going on with this dream realm? Someone saw the small dream realm left behind by Fang Yuan. Like Jun Xinguang earlier, the southern border immortals' gazes were focused on this dream realm. Other than this dream realm, all the other traces had been cleared by Fang Yuan, the rest had no value, so the only clue was this dream realm. Be careful. The southern border immortals gradually dispersed, surrounding this small dream realm. This dream realm is shrinking. Someone suddenly said. Next, the southern border immortals found that the dream realm was indeed shrinking, and the speed was getting faster. A moment later, several Gu worms were leaked out of the shrinking dream realm. The southern border Gu immortals quickly caught them and inspected them. They found that these Gu worms were all wild information path mortal Gu. Next, they found that there was still information left in these information path mortal Gu. The content of the information was simple, but it made the southern border immortals' expressions change. They were extremely shocked. Dear southern border comrades, all of your clansmen have fallen into the hands of Fang Yuan. If you want to redeem them, please wait for news. This. Someone was tongue-tied, pointing at the information path mortal Gu in his hand. His whole body was shaking, he could not even speak properly. Misleading the masses with lies. How can this be? Our pursuit team was actually captured by Fang Yuan? Humph. Someone shook his head, denying it. This must be a huge scam. But who among us can contact our clansmen? Someone asked. At once, the southern border Gu immortals were silent. They were fixed in the distance, each of them looked like statues carved from stone. Wind started blowing, a light breeze blew on the immortals' clothes. Qi Qiyu's white beard was slightly trembling in the wind. Wu Yong's expression was ashen, he shut his eyes with a heavy expression. After a while, he opened them again. Even though it was hard to imagine, the truth was right in front of them, they had no choice but to accept this cruel truth. That was, Southern Border's righteous path had mobilized a huge force to form an expert team to pursue Fang Yuan, but not only did they fail to kill Fang Yuan, they were even captured by Fang Yuan. Slap. this was like a huge slap that ruthlessly landed on the faces of these southern border righteous path Gu immortals. They were stunned from the slap, their faces swelled up greatly. When we discovered that we had lost contact with Xianxia and the rest, and when we gathered our team and came to reinforce them, only a few hours had passed. Lord Qi, do you think this is the effect of the time path formation? Wu Yong suddenly spoke, breaking the silence, his voice was slightly hoarse. He spoke vaguely, but everyone understood what Wu Yong meant. Qiqiu nodded slowly, saying solemnly, "We have already deduced the strength of Feng Yuan and the remaining members of Shadow Sect. We have also evaluated them in detail. With Xiaocha and the rest's battle strength, they could not have been defeated and captured by Feng Yuan in such a short period of time. There was indeed a time path formation set up here. It is of astonishing size, it is at rank 8 level, far surpassing mortals. Qiqiu was a formation path great grandmaster, he could use natural Dao marks to set up an immortal formation. Feng Yuan cleaned the battlefield, it was impossible to clean up all the Dao marks in such a short period of time, so a large number of time path Dao marks were left in the battlefield. Based on the size and direction of these time path Dao marks, Qiqiu was certain that a time path formation had been set up here before. Wu Yong nodded slightly, that's right. Lu Weiyin and Xia Cha have rank 8 cultivation level, unless it was a rank 9 immortal battlefield, it would be hard to restrain them. Only a rank 8 level immortal battle would have such a possibility. We came to reinforce them in a short period of time, but inside this time path formation, a long period of time might have passed. At this time a Shang Clan Gu immortal spoke, I remember now, in Jewel Yellow Skies, the Celestial Court had once revealed that Feng Yuan had a formation that could be set up in a tributary of the River of Time to lure out a large number of year beasts. Earlier, he saw that many people had a question in the book reviews. Why did Feng Yuan not use man as before Immortal Gu to revive Lady White Rabbit? Next, he saw many people's explanations, but most of them did not get to the point. There were many people who were confused, so he explained it here. Person as before, a multicolored butterfly flew gracefully. Wherever it went, it sprinkled a multicolored rainbow. Following the butterfly's fluttering path, it formed a curved rainbow phantom. Tai Baiyunxing had once used the rank 5 man as before Mortal Gu to heal and even revive many Gu masters. Especially in the Imperial Court contest, it displayed incredible abilities. When Tai Baiyunxing underwent Immortal Ascension, he raised man as before Mortal Gu to rank 6. Mortal Gu man as before could only be used on others. Immortal Gu man as before could be used on oneself, but it expended a lot of immortal essence. Tai Baiyunxing used this Immortal Gu to save many people. The most classic example was saving the rank 7 Gu immortal Fairy Li Shan from He Cheng's hands. Original text, it's over. He Cheng stored the spherical dark prison indifferently. Fairy Li Shan had only sealed 2 dark arrows. When the 2 arrows merged, He Cheng had secretly shot out a 3rd dark arrow. Using dark prison to attract Fairy Li Shan's attention, he secretly used several mortal killer moves. Together with the dark arrows, he destroyed Fairy Li Shan's defenses. But at the next moment, a ray of light shone, Fairy Li Shan returned to the previous moment, her injuries were all gone, and her head was intact. Immortal Gu man as before, far away, Tai Baiyunxing breathed roughly, that was close, I almost missed it. He Cheng's pupils shrunk, his anger surged. Secondly, when exploring Eastern Sea, Tai Baiyunxing used this Gu to make a name for himself. Original text, Tai Baiyunxing's expression froze, he sighed, so junior brother did not think highly of me, you were right after all. This time, we attacked the blessed land for 7 days and 7 nights, but were defeated by the land spirit, suffering huge losses. A Gu immortal almost died, but was saved by my man as before Immortal Gu. Oh? Feng Yuan raised his eyebrows. He knew the value of man as before Immortal Gu. Once Tai Baiyunxing exposed this Gu, his value would definitely rise rapidly in the eyes of others. As expected, Tai Baiyunxing continued, after my man as before Immortal Gu was known, I received many compliments. After that, I received a cordial invitation from Shark Demon, who invited me to the East Sea Zombie Alliance as a guest. How could I dare to go to someone else's base alone? He politely declined. In the end, Shark Demon and the other 2 immortal zombies hosted me at Hai Shur Blessed Land. During the feast, I learned of an important piece of news. Next, Fang Yuan used man as before immortal Gu to revive Gu Yue Fangjing, deceiving the Crane Gate. Original text: the truth was that after He Fengyang killed Fangjing, Tai Bai Yunxing, who was summoned here by Fang Yuan, used man as before immortal Gu and expended a considerable amount of immortal essence to revive Fangjing. He Fengyang did not doubt him, but he had his limitations. He did not know that there was an immortal Gu like man as before in this world. In his opinion, Fangjing's body and soul were completely destroyed in front of him. Fangjing was truly dead. It had to be said that man as before immortal Gu was powerful, but at the same time it had many flaws. The original text had already recorded immortal killer move, flesh blood flame. This flame used flesh and blood as its fuel, burning continuously. As long as the flesh and blood were not extinguished, the flame would not stop. Without a method to counter it, there was no way to extinguish it. Moreover, the stronger the flesh and blood, the more fiercely the blood flame would burn. When Fang Yuan transformed into an ancient sword dragon, he fell into the trap of the flesh blood flame. However, Fang Yuan's reaction was extremely fast. He immediately cancelled the transformation killer move and returned to his human form. Next, he activated a time path healing immortal Gu. Man as before, over 20 beads of red date immortal essence were consumed at once. At the next moment, the blood flame completely vanished, and Fang Yuan returned to his previous state. Sigh. Man as before is only useful on the human body. When I transform into other life forms, I cannot directly use man as before. This is very inconvenient. Moreover, man as before has a huge limitation. Fortunately, I have the investigative killer move 3 breaths future vision. He Lulan knew that Fang Yuan had man as before immortal Gu. But man as before immortal Gu had a strict time requirement. Even Fang Yuan would not be able to escape from it. Because after he was hit, he first had to discover his current state, then he had to cancel the transformation. During this period, he might be hesitant, but finally, he would activate man as before. Activating this immortal Gu itself also took time. With this, He Lulan put herself in his shoes and thought, if it were her, she would also have a hard time getting rid of this flesh-blood flame. Fang Yuan did not know the details of He Lulan and Bai Ningbing, but He Lulan also did not know that Fang Yuan had 3 breaths future vision. This investigative killer move could allow Fang Yuan to sense something wrong with his body 3 breaths ahead of time. Precisely because of this, Fang Yuan had more time to react and deal with it. From these 2 scenarios, we can see, man as before immortal Gu was only effective on the human body. Man as before immortal Gu could only restore the previous moment. Thus, even if Fang Yuan personally healed himself, he could not grasp the correct timing in an intense battle. Man as before was very difficult to control. Thus, Fang Yuan used 3 breaths future vision to complement man as before immortal Gu. Man as before immortal Gu's limitation was not just this. Original text: my defense is still too weak. Fang Yuan heaved a sigh and immediately started healing himself. He did not use man as before. Man as before was an immortal Gu, using it would expend immortal essence. Moreover, man as before could only restore the previous moment. Fang Yuan was hit by a wind flower petal in the air and was injured. At that time, he could not use man as before immortal Gu. Using the immortal Gu's aura would expose his identity. From this, it could be seen that using man as before immortal Gu alone would expend a lot of immortal essence, and once used, the aura could not be concealed. Let us take a look at Plunder's Shadow Earth Trench. When Fang Yuan and the rest were trapped, man as before's performance. Original text: omnidirectional travel failed again. Bai Ningbing suffered the most severe backlash. But soon, her expression calmed down. Man as before immortal Gu, Fang Yuan continuously activated this time path immortal Gu to heal himself and others. Once again enjoying the healing effect of man as before, He Lulan's eyes flashed with a complex expression. Man as before immortal Gu was still alive, and she was even on the same side as Fang Yuan again. Unfortunately, Tai Bai Yunxing had already died. He was personally killed by Fang Yuan. The drill stopped. Fang Yuan used man as before on himself, his injuries were completely healed. He started to think about the reason for his failure. As for the others, they were still healing. Although man as before was used on them, the effect was far inferior to Fang Yuan's. It could be seen that man as before immortal Gu was extremely effective on Feng Yuan, but not on other Gu immortals. Why was it like this? The smart ones had already thought of it. Indeed, Dao marks of different paths would restrain each other. But Feng Yuan's sovereign immortal body did not have conflicting Dao marks. In fact, every path had their own healing Gu worms. For example, Vitality Leaf appeared a long time ago, it was a wood path healing Gu worm. For Star Path, there was Savior Gu, it was extremely effective in healing Star Path Gu immortals. For Water Path, there was Spring Rain Gu, it had once healed Feng Yuan. For Wind Path, there was Clear Wind Gu, it could heal and also calm people's hearts. For Light Path, there was Green Shine Gu, it was best at healing heat poison. As immortal, these Gu worms had outstanding healing effects. But at Gu immortal level, because Gu immortals had abundant Dao marks, the corresponding healing Gu worms of every path had good effects. Thus, rank 6 man as before immortal Gu had the best effect in healing time path rank 6 Gu immortals. Next were rank 6 Gu immortals of other paths. For rank 7 Gu immortals, man as before immortal Gu's effect was very weak, it might even fail. Then the question was, why did Tai Baiyunsheng use rank 6 man as before immortal Gu to save Fairy Li Shan? Let's look at the original text. Fairy Li Shan had only sealed 2 dark arrows. The moment the 2 arrows fused, Heiqing had secretly shot out a 3rd dark arrow. Using Dark Prison to attract Fairy Li Shan's attention, he secretly used several mortal killer moves. Together with the dark arrows, he broke Fairy Li Shan's defenses. But at the next moment, a ray of light shone, Fairy Li Shan returned to the previous moment, there were no injuries on her body, even her head was intact. Immortal Gu man as before, far away, Tai Baiyunsheng breathed roughly, that was close, I almost didn't make it in time. Heiqing's pupils shrunk, his anger surged. Even though Fairy Li Shan suffered a fatal blow, her injuries were very small. Dark Arrow immortal Gu was only rank 6, Fairy Li Shan had used 3 mortal killer moves to block it. Heiqing's 3rd Dark Arrow, with the coordination of Heiqing's mortal killer moves, broke Fairy Li Shan's defense and pierced her head. It could be seen that the power of the Dark Arrow was already at its limit after breaking through her defenses. Even though Heiqing was a rank 7 Gu immortal, he had been injured long ago, his battle strength had fallen greatly. This wound was on Fairy Li Shan's head, it was the fatal wound. If it had landed on other parts, like shoulders or thighs, a small hole would not be a big deal. But at this time, Tai Baiyunsheng used man as before and succeeded by a fluke. This showed that man as before immortal Gu was also effective on rank 7 Gu immortals, but it depended on the injuries. How many Dao marks of other paths were there in the wound? For example, if Fairy Li Shan's entire upper body was destroyed, or if there were dense dark path Dao marks left in the wound, the result would be uncertain. Looking at another part of the text, Bo Qing lightly waved his hand, sword light flashed, Fairy Li Shan's head flew out, blood was spewing out of her neck. The might of a sword immortal could not be blocked. Man as before, at the crucial moment, Tai Baiyunsheng activated man as before immortal Gu. Fairy Li Shan returned to normal, touching her neck, her eyes were filled with fear. Immortal zombie Bo Qing had his hands behind his back, smiling arrogantly, how can a mere rank 6 time path Gu make me return empty-handed? The moment he said that, Fairy Li Shan's eyes opened wide, the sword chi in her body erupted as she turned into a pile of flesh and blood. Little ant. Hei Lulan cried out in pain, her eyes were bloodshot as she charged towards Bo Qing. Bo Qing's sword path Dao marks were too dense, even though he temporarily returned to normal, the remnant sword path Dao mark still erupted and killed Fairy Li Shan. Looking at the most recent text, Xianxia waved her hand in front of her, Feng Yuan grunted, blood flowed out of his 7 orifices, the formation core he was at collapsed, revealing his body. He had been controlling the formation the most, he had also used 3 great thief ghost hands, as well as enslaving the immemorial year beasts and the year beast army, he had no time to maintain reverse flow protection seal. Xiaocha waved her hand to the left, Bai Ningbing felt a great calamity approaching, she quickly activated the killer move by Xiang, but was smashed into pieces at the next moment. Xiaocha waved her hand to the right, Lady White Rabbit could not dodge in time, the formation core was destroyed, her body also exploded into a pile of flesh and bones, she was dead. Xiaocha was the first supreme elder of a super force, Xia clan. Xianxia was a rank 8 immortal killer move. After turning Lady White Rabbit into pieces, dense time path Dao marks with offensive power were left behind. These Dao marks severely hindered the healing effect of man as before immortal goo. There was no way to revive her. Fang Yuan was well aware of this, so he did not use it. Man as before immortal goo was not omnipotent, especially at rank 6, it had a huge limitation. It could barely heal a rank 7 goo immortal. Against a rank 8 killer move, there was nothing it could do. But there was an exception, that was Fang Yuan. Because Fang Yuan had the sovereign immortal body, his Dao marks did not conflict, so it was very convenient to use. Original text, it's over. At this moment, the enemy's expression relaxed a little. Man as before, Fang Yuan burst out, first using man as before immortal goo to heal his fatal injuries. Next, he used dark assassination to explode the enemy's head. In the blink of an eye, Fang Yuan obtained victory. He had been hiding man as before all this time because he was waiting for this opportunity. Gasps could be heard, but the goo immortals were shocked but not angry. At the next moment, Fang Yuan was surprised to see, the enemy's head was not made of flesh and blood, it was completely made of grey clouds. The grey clouds scattered and gathered again, the dual spear-wielding goo immortal shook his newly formed head, laughing loudly, not bad. It can actually explode my head, humph. Human goo immortals are so crafty, if this was any other time I would be dead already. Unfortunately, this is the immortal battlefield of the grey cloud battle puppet. Original text, man as before. At the next moment, Fang Yuan's injuries were completely healed. The green giant seemed to be very confident in this move. Seeing that Fang Yuan was unharmed, it became furious, and even more furious, it chased after Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan flew away madly. He checked the direction and rushed towards Great Immortal Wang. Great Immortal Wang attracted Fang Yuan and Green City Rampage. It barked in fright, its 4 legs spun like a windmill as it ran with all its might. Original text, swoosh, this time, a small mound appeared on the river surface near his feet. The mound crumbled, the river water drenched Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan's expression turned pale, his body shook, this time, not only his nose, even his ears were bleeding. Failed again, man as before. At the next moment, Fang Yuan recovered completely. Find the reason for the failure. There seems to be a small problem at the final juncture. Fang Yuan fell into deep thought. Original text, goo worms were activated one after another, Fang Yuan's rhythm was very stable. Guh. Suddenly, his body shook and he coughed out a mouthful of blood. The activation failed, the backlash injured Fang Yuan, a large number of mortal goo were destroyed, his mental energy was also expended. Man as before, in an instant, Fang Yuan recovered. He was expressionless as he continued to activate the killer move 180 slaves. Failure. Failure again. After failing 3 times, on the 4th time, Fang Yuan endured the intense headache and finally succeeded. A mystical light enveloped the upper extreme heavenly eagle. The upper extreme heavenly eagle raised its head and let out a bright cry, showing an expression of submission. There were many cases that could not be mentioned. When Fang Yuan failed in his test of the killer move, he used man as before. When undergoing tribulation, he used man as before. When fighting against a strong enemy, he used man as before. When refining goo, he used man as before. For him, man as before was too convenient, but there were exceptions. Original text, oh no. 6th hair's expression changed. At the same time, the ring exploded. Boom, with a loud sound, the intense explosion was suppressed by the entire goo refinement hall before it could affect the surroundings. But Fang Yuan, who was at the center, bore the full might of the explosion. Guh, Fang Yuan's expression turned pale, he coughed out a mouthful of blood. Heavy injuries, immortal goo man as before. Fang Yuan immediately activated this immortal goo, the method that had always worked well showed its effect. Fang Yuan's heavy injuries turned into light injuries, but his injuries had not healed completely. Fang Yuan was injured while refining rank 7 heavenly secret, he used rank 6 man as before. Although it showed some effect, man as before's time path effect could not completely erase his injuries. The severity of Fang Yuan's injuries could be seen clearly. Heavenly secret immortal goo's refinement failed. The injuries were too severe. Even with Feng Yuan's sovereign immortal body, he could not heal completely after using man as before Gu. There were still injuries and Dao marks with killing effects. In summary, man as before immortal Gu was a top-tier immortal Gu for rank 6-time path Gu immortals, but for other paths, it depended on the injuries. It had several limitations. 1. It was only effective on the human body. 2. It was difficult to control in an instant. 3. The expenditure of immortal essence was high, this depended on the injuries. 4. When using it, the aura would leak, exposing the Gu immortal. I thank everyone for their questions, suggestions, criticisms, and corrections. If you have any questions, feel free to leave a message for me. I will work hard to make the Gu Master world reasonable and balanced. For example, I fixed the bug regarding the number of tribulation Dao marks obtained in the original text. There are several ways to leave a message for me. 1. The most important way, Jidian's book review section. I look at it once every 2 days, the frequency is the highest. 2. Weibo's official accounts comment section, there are editors stationed there, they will report to me in time. 3. Weibo's letter group, Penguin Group. Or add me on WeChat, Guzenren 1987. 4. Baidu Tieba, Venerable Gu. I occasionally peek at it. 5. Personal Weibo, author, Venerable Gu, Sina Weibo, this is the only account. 6. Use Dream Speech Gu to transmit messages to me when I am dreaming. I usually sleep from 10 p.m. to 6 a.m. The general outline of the truth had already appeared in the minds of the southern border immortals. Among these year beasts, there are likely to be immemorial year beasts, and there are many of them. Using these year beasts, Feng Yuan has a high chance of fighting against our pursuers. Moreover, this demon Feng Yuan inherited Shadow Sect and has countless true inheritances. It is within his ability to create a time path formation to trap our people. Chichiyu said this and frowned, but there is one thing I don't understand. It is normal for an immortal aperture to be hidden so well that Gu immortals cannot sense it. But a time path formation can be hidden so well? Be it Xiaxia or Lu Weiyin, they did not sense it? A time path formation was not phantom path, space path, or theft path, it was not proficient in concealment and concealment. Xiaxia and the rest were trapped in the formation and fought against the immemorial year beasts. It was understandable that they were captured because of the dream realm. But, the most abnormal thing was at the start. They did not discover it and fell into Feng Yuan's ambush. This made Chichiyu, a formation path great grandmaster, feel puzzled. Of course, it was not that a time path formation could not conceal itself, it was just that it was not easy to do so, much more difficult than space path, theft path, phantom path, and others. In Chichiyu's knowledge, he had never heard of such a time path immortal formation that could conceal itself from the detection of 2 rank 8 Gu immortals. The dream realm has dissipated, wait, there is a person inside. Someone shouted in shock. Right at this time, a change in the dream realm interrupted the southern border immortals' thoughts. This small dream realm was left in the battlefield, there was a person hiding inside. Soon, this person's appearance was revealed, it was Lu Weiyin. His arms were crossed in front of his chest, his eyes were shut, he was like a stone statue in deep sleep, not moving at all. But after the dream realm dissipated, he quickly opened his eyes and woke up. You. Lu Weiyin's expression changed when he saw Wu Yong and the rest, he looked around and shouted, "Oh no! Lord Lu Weiyin, please explain in detail what happened to you." That's right. Were our clan's Gu immortals captured by Feng Yuan and captured by this demon? Wait a minute, we still can't confirm his identity. The southern border immortals spoke one after another, the scene became noisy. Let's verify our identities first. Feng Yuan has the killer move familiar face, he also has a method to quickly escape from dreams. Wu Yong said. On the other side, Chichiyu remained silent as he moved slowly, sandwiching Lu Weiyin between him and Wu Yong. Lu Weiyin was slightly startled before nodding, of course. The southern border immortals naturally had their own unique verification methods. Furthermore, in order to ensure safety, there was more than one method. It was very complicated. After a while, the expressions of Wu Yong and the others eased a little. Lu Weiyin proved his identity, it was indeed him, he was not Feng Yuan in disguise. Immediately after, Lu Weiyin informed the southern border immortals of the battle situation he encountered. After the southern border Gu immortals learned of it, their expressions turned ashen as they fell into a deathly silence again. Lu Weiyin shook his head and sighed, "I am ashamed, I have no offensive methods, I could only watch as this happened. If not for my unique method to defend myself in dream realms, I might have already fallen into Feng Yuan's hands." "Don't say anything, let's go back first." Wu Yong took a deep look at Lu Weiyin before waving his sleeves and walking into clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo building. A long time after the southern border Gu immortals left, a mystical light shone down, turning into celestial quartz Gu immortal Jun Shenguang. Jun Shenguang inspected the battlefield ruins and after a while, he frowned and muttered to himself, "This time path formation is extraordinary, looking at the Dao marks, it should not contain any void path, space path, or theft path. It is not a compound immortal formation but a pure time path immortal formation, it can actually conceal itself from Xianxia and Lu Weiyin." The foundation of a rank 8 Gu immortal was quite deep. Xianxia was the first supreme elder of a super force, Xia clan, she had many methods. And Lu Weiyin was Paradise Earth's inheritor, Paradise Earth was one of the immortal venerables. The two of them actually did not detect this formation and fell into an ambush with a group of southern border Gu immortals. Jun Shenguang inspected a few more times and after confirming there were no other clues, he turned into a mystical light and disappeared. Sovereign blessed land. A large formation emitted a silver-white radiance, it was like a castle that was floating in mini-green heaven. Feng Yuan's time path clone and the Shadow Sect immortals were surrounding this immortal formation, paying attention to the prisoners inside. Most of these prisoners were the southern border immortals that Feng Yuan had set up this ambush and captured. Shanghu Zhang, Tai Chu Zhong, Yang Ku, and the others were all experts with strength, rank 7 experts, but they were all locked up with their eyes shut, trapped in dream realms. And the strongest among them, the rank 8 time path Gu immortal Xianxia, was heavily taken care of by Feng Yuan, the surrounding dream realms were rumbling and extremely dense. Pure wills would be worn down in dream realms, but once they left, they would recover immediately. But souls were different, even if they left the dream realm, they would still be trapped in the dream for a certain period of time, unable to get out, as if they were hit by the killer move lead soul into dream. Because of this crucial point, Feng Yuan could teleport these southern border Gu immortals into his sovereign immortal aperture. Currently, immortal killer moves were ineffective against dream realms. Immortal Gu houses like Bay Pavilion and Heaven Overseeing Tower would automatically disintegrate once they entered dream realms. Dream realms were a desperate situation for Gu immortals. But Feng Yuan had an extraordinary method, that was the Pure Dream Reality Seeker Physique Bodies. Feng Yuan had the immortal killer move Pure Dream Reality Seeker Transformation, turning the dream realms in the sovereign immortal aperture into Pure Dream Reality Seeker Physique Bodies, then using this dream path clone to enter the dream realms and drag the southern border Gu immortals out, imprisoning them in the sovereign immortal aperture. Next, he turned all the dream realms in the battlefield into Pure Dream Reality Seeker Physique Bodies, successfully retrieving them. In the end, he hurriedly cleaned up the battlefield. After making sure that not a single clue was left behind, he immediately retreated. Thus, when Jun Shenguang and the southern border immortals arrived, they saw this scene. The time path clone frowned, "Even though I used dream realms to imprison these Gu immortals, the risk is still huge. If one of them wakes up and wreaks havoc in my sovereign immortal aperture, it would be terrible." The immortal aperture was an important resource ground for Gu immortals, it was the foundation of their cultivation. Feng Yuan imprisoned these Gu immortal experts, there was a huge potential danger. One move to dominate the world. Currently, most Gu immortals have no way to deal with dream realms. Even rank 8 Gu immortals would suffer a calamity. But just in case, I need to hurry up and steal the Gu worms and resources in these Gu immortals' immortal apertures. Then, I will use soul path methods to separate their souls from their bodies, that would be safe. Thinking of this, Feng Yuan thought of Lu Weiyin. Even though this person was trapped in a dream realm, when the Pure Dream Reality Seeker Physique Bodies tried to drag him out, they actually lost their way in the dream realm and could not get close. To be able to work in a dream realm, this was clearly a dream path method. Thinking back to the past, Feng Yuan fell for Lu Weiyin's ambush and experienced 3 lifetimes, that was also a dream path method. Lu Weiyin was not only Paradise Earth's inheritor, He was also advancing with the times, he had at least 2 dream path methods, he was on par with Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan only had unravel dream, lead soul into dream, and swap soul within dream. Precisely so, Feng Yuan gave up on capturing Lu Weiyin. Even if he could bring him away, Feng Yuan did not dare to take the risk. Who knew if he had other dream path methods? If he woke up in the sovereign immortal aperture, it would be like sending a god away, it would be a huge disaster. To think that there would be a day when these high and mighty Gu immortals would become our prisoners. Fairy Miaoyin sighed. Even though she was one of the famous fairies of Southern Border, she was a lone cultivator, she had suffered a lot from Southern Border's righteous path. Towards these famous experts of Southern Border's righteous path, she had deep resentment towards them. It is a pity that Sister White Rabbit is gone. Sigh. Fairy Miaoyin had a sorrowful expression, her true emotions were revealed. After she joined Shadow Sect, she was the closest to Lady White Rabbit, because Fairy Miaoyin liked the latter's innocence. Lady White Rabbit inherited Black Tigress' true inheritance. When her life was in danger, she would turn into Black Tigress, her cultivation level would rise to rank 7. Unfortunately, she was facing Xianxia's immortal killer move Summer Fan, she could not react in time and was hit by a fatal blow. Feng Yuan was helpless, man as before was only a rank 6 immortal Gu, against such injuries, there was no hope of success. Even Feng Yuan's main body was heavily injured. Bai Ningbing, on the other hand, had no injuries, she was safe and sound. At the crucial moment, she turned into Bai Xiang, even though she was smashed into pieces, she only needed a little bit of Bai Xiang to recover. This move had once been famous in Southern Border, it was known as the White Terror that enveloped the whole Gu immortal world. The mystical part was that it could discard the harmful Dao marks and most of the body, then use a small fragment to recover. But Bai Ningbing's expression was not good. She looked at the deities of Southern Border who were trapped in the dream realm, thinking, even if I use Bai Xiang, if I fall into the dream realm, I will suffer without any resistance. Strange, Feng Yuan did not use such a method against me. He already has a method to get rid of the alliance agreement, if I were him. Bai Ningbing felt great pressure. After all, she was not a member of Shadow Sect, she was inside Feng Yuan's sovereign immortal aperture, it was like she was in someone else's headquarters. The stronger Feng Yuan's strength and methods were, the greater the pressure Bai Ningbing felt. Alright, Yingwu Xia, stay here, I have lent you all my Gu worms. For the next few days, you will be in charge of guarding this place, if anything happens, use the pure dream reality seeker physique body to use lead soul into dream to make the Southern Border Gu immortals sleep again. Formation spirit, guard this place well. Once the dream realm moves and endangers the formation, report it immediately. Feng Yuan's time path clone gave 2 orders. Yes, sect leader. Understood, master. End of chapter 1568. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.